Su Tsong acquired a counterfeit detection system capable of discerning the authenticity of any item. Initially, he deemed it rather useless, but a serendipitous short video reignited his hopes. Thus, he ventured to the Panjiayuan Antique Market, where he stumbled upon a Qing Dynasty silver coin, a gold specimen priced at 180 yuan, which he swiftly sold for 1.8 million. He also discovered a large dragon stamp for 4,000 yuan, which he resold for 8 million, and a Ming Dynasty stone drum inscription for merely 400 yuan, which fetched an astonishing 20 million. Additionally, he encountered other treasures, such as the Sea Beast Great Boundary, a copy of the Yongle Dian, a gold official seal from the Qing Dynasty, and the secret treasures of Dongling, all of which allowed him to reap substantial profits. One day, netizens lamented that precious cultural relics of China were largely held overseas, in places like the British Museum. Chapter 1. The silver coin of the third year of the Xiantong era. In the capital, Panjiayuan 800,000, Su Tsong exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief, as he had only budgeted 200 yuan, silently questioning, why not just rob a bank? The stall owner, perceiving Su Tsong's naivety, patiently explained, this is a rare piece of yuan blue and white porcelain. If it weren't for the fortuitous encounter, I wouldn't even bother quoting a price 800,000 is already a friendly offer, young man. Once you leave this village, you won't find the shop again. Su Tsong cast a skeptical glance at the yuan blue and white piece, produced during the Yuan dynasty. Recognizing its rarity, however, he was certain it was unequivocally counterfeit. How could a genuine yuan blue and white piece be worth 800,000 when even 8 million would be mere pocket change? Had it not been for the counterfeit detection system he acquired just 3 days prior, he might have been deceived. He scanned the yuan blue and white piece once more, and holographic information instantly materialized before his eyes. Name: modern imitation of yuan blue and white. Material: porcelain. Manufacturing date: modern. Grade: none. Evaluation: fake. A poorly crafted imitation of yuan blue and white. Despite some aging efforts, it is evidently a substandard product with no collectible value. Estimated value: 50,100 yuan. Market guideline price: 98 yuan. A porcelain piece worth merely 98 yuan was being offered at a staggering 800,000 yuan. This vendor was clearly attempting to exploit the unsuspecting. Su Tsong was astounded. The antique market was indeed a frightening place. Kid, the price is already quite favorable. If you don't want it, someone else will snatch it up. The stall owner pointed to another eager customer nearby. Calmly, Su Tsong replied, "It'll pass, sell it to him." With that, he turned to leave. The vendor, now desperate, shouted, "Wait, if you're genuinely interested, I can offer you a better deal." Upon hearing this, Su Tsong quickened his pace. Any fool could see that the nearby customer was merely a plant. Brothers, remember, never buy items you can't verify. It's easy to be fooled. That 800,000 yuan blue and white piece is worth less than 80 yuan. Su Tsong advised his livestream audience as he walked away. His livestream, provocatively titled, challenged viewers on how to turn 200 yuan into 200,000 within an hour, instantly attracting 7 or 8 viewers. Boil it. If you don't work your magic soon, I'm leaving. Gambler, I'm just here to see your demise. Hurry up and die. What fate awaits those who hunt for bargains? The sooner you perish, the sooner you will be reborn. If I'm not mistaken, this streamer hasn't seen the video from a couple of days ago where someone's bargain hunting led to utter ruin. How could Su Tsong have missed that video? 3 days prior, when he obtained the counterfeit detection system, he was indeed troubled that he often read novels where protagonists received lavish systems that bestowed billions, enough to last several lifetimes. Yet, here he was, with a counterfeit detection system, fearing he might fall victim to deception before he could even deceive others. Thus, the streamer, overwhelmed by the pressure, tragically leaped to his demise, while his wife ran off with another man. Although this was a cautionary tale, it sparked an enlightening idea. Within Su Kong, others might be deceived, but he would not, for he possessed the counterfeit detection system that allowed him to distinguish between the real and the fake with a mere scan of his eyes. Consequently, he believed that not participating in bargain hunting would indeed invite divine retribution. Brothers, haste makes waste. Wasn't that streamer just a victim of such impatience? Su Tsong remarked, glancing around. The Panjiayuan flea market was teeming with people, each stall bustling with buyers haggling over prices. Amongst them were a few hired shills and genuine browsers. Discerning the difference relied solely on one's own judgment. Su Tsong selected a stall that was relatively devoid of customers, run by a vendor sporting a scruffy beard and a dark complexion. The bearded man paid Su Tsong little mind, indicating he was free to browse at will. Su Tsong picked up a Yuan Shirkai silver dollar and activated the scanning feature. Name: high-quality imitation of the Republic's Yuan Shirkai silver coin. Material: silver-plated iron. Manufacturing date: modern. Grade: none. Evaluation. Fake. Crafted from silver over iron. The workmanship is exquisite enough to confuse the untrained eye, yet lacks any research value and is merely collectible. Estimated value. 3,050 yuan. Market guideline price. 28 yuan. As anticipated, it was indeed a counterfeit. The yuan shirkai coin had become exceedingly common. Even if genuine, it would only fetch 1 or 2,000 yuan at most. Though this piece was estimated at 3,050 yuan, its worth was diminished by the abundance of counterfeits. The stall displayed dozens of yuan shirkai coins and several other types of currency, all of which Su Tsung scanned. He did not expect to unearth anything genuine. Rather, the system had other tasks for him. Just as with the first yuan shirkai coin, the evaluation indicated a collectible accumulating a certain number of specific imitations would yield system rewards. Fake, 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 real, fake, fake. That Su Tsung scanned the entire array, feeling disheartened as he discovered only one authentic coin among a sea of fakes. Upon closer inspection, however, he found that the genuine coin was merely a 5-cent piece, leading him to nearly topple the entire stall in frustration. Noticing Su Tsung lingered for quite some time, the bearded vendor's expression shifted as he inquired, "Young man, have you found anything of interest? Do you have any more silver dollars?" Su Tsung asked, having identified 2 potential collectibles after much scrutiny. In other words, the entire collection on display was a shoddy assortment. Anyone who purchased them would incur substantial losses. "Yes, just a moment," the bearded vendor replied, turning to open a large box behind him, from which he retrieved a plastic case and placed it before Su Tsung. Su Tsung was taken aback. Good heavens, there were indeed many. He seriously suspected that the large box contained nothing but counterfeit coins. If they were genuine, how could there be so many? Without further ado, Su Tsung continued examining the contents of the case. Fake, 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 fake. Indeed, the results were disappointing. All were counterfeit. In the blink of an eye, only a few remained, and he had not held out much hope as he continued his search. Fake, 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 real. The last coin was genuine. Su Tsung scrutinized it closely, his heart racing with excitement. Name: silver coin from the 3rd year of the Xiantong era, featuring the long-beard dragon design. Material: gold. Manufacturing date: Qing Dynasty, Xiantong. Grade: rare. Evaluation: authentic. A treasure once presented as a national gift, now lost to the common folk, it is not to be overlooked. Estimated value: 1.5 million to 2 million yuan. Market guideline price: 1.76 million yuan. WTF? The last coin was astonishingly a genuine Qing silver coin, and it was valued at 1 million. Chapter 2. Notes on ancient coins. The little tricks he had learned were gathered from watching various treasure hunting videos before his arrival at Panjiayuan. Boss, there's not a single genuine item here. I'll check other stalls, Su Tsung declared as he turned to leave. The scruffy shopkeeper, alarmed, grasped Su Tsung's arm and exclaimed, "Young man, do not speak nonsense. Everything here is authentic. After looking for so long, to declare it all fake is rather disheartening. Would you agree?" Seeing his ploy succeed, Su Tsung shrugged off the shopkeeper's grip and replied leisurely, "If all of this were indeed genuine, why bother with a stall? You would have become a millionaire by now. This is merely a personal hobby. You wouldn't understand," the shopkeeper retorted, feeling a tad embarrassed at being exposed. He counted the coins, 10 in total, among which lay a genuine Qing silver coin. The shopkeeper glanced at the coins Su Tsung had selected, showing no sign of surprise, and confidently offered, "Altogether, it's 20,000. Come on, that's absurd. I'm genuinely trying to help your business. Aside from me, do you see anyone else at your stall?" Su Tsung replied, somewhat exasperated. "How about we reduce it to 18,000, 80, 150, 200, 180. If that works, great. If not, I'll just leave." Su Tsung had budgeted exactly 200. To put it plainly, that was all he possessed, and spending it left him with no money even for a taxi. Fine, fine, fine. Are you paying by scan or cash?" The shopkeeper, noticing Su Tsung's intent to walk away with the coins, quickly acquiesced. Su Gong Vaiset, his expression impassive as he slipped the 10 coins into his pocket and said, "Scan it." After completing the transaction, he promptly departed, ignoring the shopkeeper's invitation to return next time. In Su Tsung's live broadcast room, viewers exclaimed, "Wow, 20,000 to 180. How is that possible? You could do it too. To me, those 10 fake coins aren't even worth 180. Exactly, for 180, you could wholesale a sack from a small goods market." The host is still young, clearly falling for it. Su Tsung chuckled at the barrage of comments and said, "Who says there's nothing genuine? Host, keep dreaming. If there's a real one, I'll gouge out my own eyes. I'll eat a pound of Oreos." "Really? Are you trying to lower our IQs? If even one is real, I'll divorce my 180-pound wife and let her marry you. Wow, buddy, you're ruthless, Su Tsung thought, shivering slightly. You can keep your 180-pound wife. I can't afford her. Don't worry. You'll witness a miracle shortly. Without further ado, Su Tsung headed toward the collectible section. The Panjiayuan Antique Market is divided into various areas including the street vendor section, ancient architecture area, classic furniture zone, and modern collectibles region. While the foot traffic was sparse, the wealthiest antique dealers were all present here. Ding! 9 counterfeit coins detected. Would you like to collect them? Yes. Collection successful. Progress. 3 out of 12. Congratulations. The host has successfully unlocked the counterfeit coin collection. A reward has been granted. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the unlock reward. Notes on ancient coins, available for immediate use. Su Tsung opened the system warehouse, and indeed, a notebook appeared before him, seemingly containing thousands of pages. He clicked on it, and the notebook emitted a flicker of golden light before vanishing from sight. As he was engulfed by an inexplicable force, his mind became hazy, and he vaguely perceived a series of handwritten notes inscribed within his consciousness. In that moment, he comprehended that these notes contained the accumulated wisdom of countless appraisers. After a brief interlude of several seconds, Su Tsung regained his composure. The genuine Qing silver coin he retrieved required no system scan. Its provenance and historical remnants were evident at a mere glance. This transformation signified his elevation from a novice to an expert in ancient currency. It is well known that the authentication of many antiques hinges upon their lineage and transmission. Ignorance in this field would render one the subject of ridicule, akin to a sudden millionaire forever looked down upon by aristocratic families. In high spirits, Su Tsung proceeded to the collection district, where a multitude of shops lined the street, all maintaining a uniform faade, albeit with differing signs. He refrained from entering any of these small establishments, as they were often undercapitalized, miserly, and adept at deception. Continuing his stroll, he ultimately arrived at a large shop at the end of the street, a quaint structure named Sihai Lu. Upon entering, he noticed a woman in her 30s, the proprietor meticulously polishing a vase. "Are you the owner?" Su Tsung inquired politely. The shopkeeper turned, noticing the young man clad in ordinary attire, yet greeted him with a smile, asking, "Hello, what are your interests? I can show you around. I am not here to purchase. Rather, I wish to sell." Su Gong stet gandi li. Really? The shopkeeper's interest was piqued as she set down her cloth and approached him. "Please have a seat. What fine item do you have that I can examine?" Following her lead, Su Tsung entered a nearby parlor where she poured him a cup of tea. "Here, take a look." Su Tsung presented the Qing silver coin. The shopkeeper accepted it with caution, scrutinizing it closely. However, her expression soon turned somewhat frosty as she remarked, "Sir, I must be frank. This coin is worthless. Where did you acquire it?" "Is that so? I just stumbled upon it." Su Tsung replied, inwardly amused. "Indeed. Look at the dark patina. It is evidently artificially aged. The golden hue on the surface is clearly copper plating. The most glaring issue is this design. Where would you find a Qing silver coin that possesses such a silver mold?" "You have been deceived," the shopkeeper expounded, as if imparting a lesson to Su Kong. Yet, Su Tsung remained unfazed. Her ability to identify the coin as a Qing silver piece indicated she possessed some skill, albeit limited. "Thank you for your insights. But may I inquire if you have any professional appraisers here?" He persisted. The shopkeeper, feeling slightly perturbed, replied, "Are you questioning my competence? You misunderstand. I merely wish to convey that some items can elude even experts, as they may never have encountered them, let alone you, correct?" The shopkeeper was momentarily speechless, for Su Tsung's reasoning was indeed sound. However, she could not concede to her misjudgment and countered. "Then do enlighten me as to what this is, so that I may expand my knowledge." "It is undoubtedly a Qing silver coin, and indeed a true silver mold. But it is not counterfeit." Su Tsung paused for a moment before continuing. "It is called the Qing silver coin, long-whiskered dragon gold sample coin." "Nonsense. I have never heard of it," the female shopkeeper scoffed. "It is precisely because you have not encountered it that you remain uninformed, firmly asserting it to be a counterfeit." Su Gong atga po suavin. "What do you intend to do? Call your boss, and all will be clarified." "Just wait," she replied. "Thank you. I appreciate your assistance." The shopkeeper ascended, pondering that if her boss were to arrive, he would undoubtedly declare it a forgery and mock Su Tsung mercilessly. Thus, she turned to make a phone call. Chapter 3. The TR to the shopkeeper and the test of the male owner. Every small shop has its drawbacks. and larger establishments are no exception, as exemplified by the female shopkeeper at hand. A classic case of a formidable ruler who is easy to please, yet a torment to the lesser beings. Sutsung certainly could venture to other shops. But if such a large establishment could not recognize the coin, it was easy to surmise the capabilities of the smaller ones. He preferred to wait a while longer. In the backroom lounge, the shopkeeper pulled out her phone to call her boss, and it connected swiftly. "What is it?" The boss, a middle-aged man in his 40s, inquired. The shopkeeper quickly devised a plan and responded. A young man, seemingly oblivious to the world, has come into the shop claiming that a Qing silver coin he possesses is authentic and insists on selling it to us. Can't you handle such a trivial matter yourself? Is there anything else? The middle-aged man appeared disinterested. But this young man insists that what he has is the Qing silver coin, long whisker dragon gold sample coin, and he wants you to come authenticate it. What did you say? Repeat that. The long whisker dragon gold sample coin. Are you certain? He was indeed quite confident, exuding an air of arrogance, insisting that she had never seen the world. However, the man on the other end fell silent. "Boss, should I have someone chase him away?" The shopkeeper ventured cautiously. "No, keep him steady, and brew him some of my prize by Luo Chun. I'll be there shortly." The middle-aged man's voice carried a note of excitement. "Ah, boss, he might be a fraud. Do as I instructed." With that, the middle-aged man abruptly ended the call. The shopkeeper stood rooted in place, utterly perplexed by the situation. Not only was she not to drive him away, but she was also to treat him with courtesy. Shaking off her bewilderment, she turned to retrieve the treasure by Luo Chun from her boss's office. It was a small ceramic jar containing merely a handful of tea leaves, perhaps 2 or 3 liang, which her boss rarely indulged in himself. Upon entering the front hall, the shopkeeper donned a new smile, despite her deep reluctance. "I apologize for the wait. May I ask your esteemed surname?" The shopkeeper suddenly became warm and welcoming. "Ah, it is Mr. Su. My surname is Tong. You may call me Sister Tong. This is our boss, as cherished by Luo Chun, and he specifically instructed me to present it for your tasting. He will arrive shortly, so please bear with me." After speaking, the shopkeeper began to arrange the tea set, and one must admit, her skills were commendable. Su Tsung smiled faintly and remarked, "No worries. I shall first savor your boss as treasured by Luo Chun. The art of tea brewing emphasizes warming the cup, awakening the tea, and each step must be executed with care and patience." In this regard, Sister Tong was quite the professional. Her fluid execution of the entire process showcased her extraordinary tea artistry. The audience in Su Tsung's live broadcast room expressed their delight. Could it be that the host has indeed stumbled upon a valuable find? I searched for information on that so-called Qing silver coin, and online sources suggest that no gold specimens ever existed. Yet, with the rare by Luo Chun tea presented, what could be said? Surely, this cannot be scripted. Doubts arose among netizens, but Su Tsung merely smiled at the barrage of comments, lifting his teacup to savor the tea. "What do you think?" Tong Jie inquired with a smile. Su Tsung set down his cup and replied nonchalantly, "Quite pleasant, with a subtle fruity aroma." Indeed, Su Tsung mused internally. Could this small cup be worth several thousand? How fortunate one is to have wealth. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in a formal suit entered the room. Tong Jie promptly stood to greet him and introduced, "Boss, this is Mr. Su." Rising to his feet, Su Tsung recognized the arrival of the principal figure. However, he noted that this gentleman came alone without any appraisers. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Tian, the owner of this establishment." The man introduced himself, extending his hand. Su Tsung shook it eagerly and remarked, "Greetings, Mr. Tian. Your tea is truly delightful." "Is it? I acquired it by chance. I'm glad you enjoy it," Tian replied. Their conversation flowed amiably while Tong Jie discreetly continued brewing tea. "I hear Mr. Su has brought a long Su dragon gold specimen." Tian, after some pleasantries, transitioned to the main topic. Su Tsung, not one to linger on trivialities, produced the Qing silver coin and stated, "Indeed, this is one of the only 2 remaining in existence. Yet it seems Mr. Tian did not bring an appraiser along." Su Tsung understood that Tian was testing his knowledge. If he could not articulate the coin's provenance, it would indicate his ignorance of the Qing silver coin's true worth, putting him at a disadvantage when discussing price. "Very well, let me elaborate on the minting background of the Qing silver coin," Su Tsung began, drawing from his notes on ancient currency. In the 31st year of Guangxu, the court commissioned the mint to produce the Qing gold, silver, and copper coins. However, due to insufficient gold reserves in the treasury, the minting of gold coins was abandoned, resulting only in the production of silver and copper coins. It wasn't until the 3rd year of Xiantong that the mint attempted to recreate the Qing silver coin. The designer altered the original gold coin's design, creating samples based on the silver coin's short beard dragon, long beard dragon, and reverse dragon, among other motifs. Using gold as the material for the samples, this is what we refer to as gold samples cast in silver molds. Ultimately, the samples were submitted for imperial approval, but due to ongoing gold shortages, they were not sanctioned and only silver coins were minted. Consequently, only gold specimens, particularly the long Su dragon gold specimen, have survived to this day. For various reasons, only 2 long Su dragon gold specimens of the Qing silver coin remain, gradually forgotten as few have ever seen them. One was once presented as a national gift to King Farouk, having changed hands several times, and now resides with a collector, while the other has circulated among the public and has come into my possession. However, mine differs from the one held by the collector. Su Tsung paused intentionally, having shared much, and took a sip of tea. Tian, intrigued, inquired, "What makes it different?" Su Tsung eagerly awaited this inquiry and continued. "The minting date of my coin differs from that of the other. In fact, the other coin was not produced in the same batch as those minted in the 3rd year of Xiantong. What evidence do you possess?" Mr. Tian inquired with heightened curiosity. It seemed implausible that the only 2 surviving gold specimens could have been minted at different times. After all, Su Tsung had previously mentioned that permission for mass production had not been granted during the 3rd year of Xiantong. When then was the other coin minted? Chapter 4. Profits soared a staggering 10,000 times. In 1936, which marked the 25th year of the Republic, the Qing Dynasty had fallen in 1912. Despite the gap of over 2 decades, continuous turmoil had caused the gold coins minted in the 3rd year of Xiantong to become lost to the public. To curry favor with King Farouk, the government of the Republic utilized the remaining molds from the Longshu Dragon silver coins to produce gold coins, which were subsequently presented to him. The second piece of evidence stemmed from these Longshu Dragon silver coin molds. Following the fall of the Qing Dynasty, the mint was looted, and no one cared for the molds. When they were eventually collected by the Republic's government, the molds exhibited cracks, yet they proceeded to mint gold coins for King Farouk. As a result, the gold coin bore a crack at the 630 position on the dragon's face. "Ah, I see," Mr. Tian exclaimed, appearing enlightened, yet quickly resumed his usual demeanor. Lifting his teacup to examine, Su Kong's sister Tong was inwardly astonished. She had not anticipated that this young man possessed such extensive knowledge and spoke with such authority. For instance, both gold specimens of the Longshu dragon from the Qing Dynasty had been collected in a past life, yet one had now fallen into the hands of Su Kong. Furthermore, in this world, artifacts discovered within one's home or in the wild could be claimed as one's own, with the sole exception of tomb raiding. "Mr. Su, may I examine this gold specimen?" Despite its provenance, Mr. Tian was keen to authenticate it. Su Tsung did not refuse, but, wary that Mr. Tian might lack discernment, cautioned, "Are you certain you do not require an expert appraiser?" Mr. Tian smiled slightly, intending to explain, but Sister Tong interjected, "Mr. Su, you are unaware, but my boss is the vice president of the Huaxiao Antique Appraisal Association. His specialty encompasses ancient coins and minted currency, and he ranks second in expertise. No one in Kyoto dares to claim the top position." With that, she smiled proudly. Mr. Tian chuckled helplessly, saying, "We are all colleagues in the same field, mister, so need not be concerned." Su Tsung felt a tad awkward as he handed over the gold specimen, feeling as if he had been brandishing a sword before Guangong. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have found the right place. Had he encountered an unknowledgeable proprietor, Sister Tong would not have come over while on the phone. Thankfully, he had not made any wagers with them. What a close call. Mr. Tian, exhibiting professionalism, donned the white gloves that Sister Tong had provided before meticulously examining the gold specimen. The coin was enveloped in a layer of dark patina, obscuring the designs on both sides, leaving only the rough outlines discernible. The obverse featured the characters De Qing In by within a beaded circle, with Manchu and Han script reading Xiantong 3rd year above and below the circle. Flanking the sides were intricate chrysanthemum motifs. On the reverse side, the character is centrally positioned, encircled by a majestic dragon soaring through the air, wrapping around from the top to the left and then to the right. 7-tail whiskers rise upwards, with the dragon's head prominently displayed above. 2 elongated whiskers hang down, while the bridge of its nose protrudes and its eyes gleam with vitality. The dragon's pattern is intricately detailed, with a fiery orb situated below, and the lower edge bears the English inscription. The coin's material reveals only a hint of golden hue along the edges. Upon closer inspection, one might mistakenly believe it to be copper. Furthermore, as this design has never before been associated with any known gold coin specimens, Many regard it as a modern counterfeit crafted from copper. In essence, it is deemed a forgery. Mr. Tian scrutinized the coin for quite some time before making a request. Mr. Su, may I examine the area at 6:30? Certainly. Su understood that the other party wished to verify the authenticity of his claims. However, to discern whether there were any mold cracks on the coin, Mr. Tian would need to gently remove a portion of the patina at the 6:30 position, which would effectively diminish the antique's value. The patina is a vital aspect of antiquities, signifying the passage of time and the history it has endured. Nonetheless, the matter was not of great concern. With Su's consent, Sister Tong retrieved professional tools, a specialized solution, and several small brushes. Mr. Tian handled the coin delicately, likely treating it with more care than his wife had ever experienced. He began by lightly wiping the 6:30 position with a cloth soaked in the solution, though the effect was not immediately apparent. He then employed a soft brush, meticulously removing the dark patina in increments, a process that took approximately 5 minutes. Soon, the 6:30 position shimmered with brilliance, revealing a renewed luster. Most importantly, there were no mold cracks present. This indicated that the gold specimen indeed belonged to the batch presented to the emperor in the 3rd year of the Xiantong era, distinctly different from the one gifted to King Farouk. Mr. Tian was elated, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he carefully placed the gold specimen on a cotton cloth. He then turned to Su, inquiring, "Might I ask where Mr. Su acquired such a gold specimen?" "I just purchased it from a street vendor. I have a live stream video as proof," Su indicated toward his phone. "What price do you envision for it, Mr. Su?" Mr. Tian, reassured by the coin's clean provenance, felt at ease. "What do you believe it is worth?" Su was astute. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mr. Tian confidently proposed a figure. 1.8 million. Deal. Su did not hesitate. This price exceeded the market guideline of 1.76 million, and he was eager to make the transaction without incurring a loss. Mr. Su is quite forthright. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Mr. Tian sighed in relief, having feared that Su might demand an exorbitant price. Although this gold specimen was indeed rare, it had not reached a level of irreplaceability, rendering the price he offered quite reasonable. Su promptly provided his bank card number to Sister Tong, who immediately made arrangements via phone. Mr. Tian, in high spirits, initiated a light-hearted conversation. "Mr. Su, you are quite young. I don't believe I've seen you here before." "It is my first day at Panjiayuan," Su replied, unbothered by the fact that others might perceive him as inexperienced. "May I ask, how much did you pay for this gold specimen?" 180 yuan. "Ah, you acquired it for 180 yuan? "No, that was for 10 pieces," Su clarified as he produced 6 coins that the system could not catalog, predominantly consisting of the iconic yuan Shirkai dollar. Mr. Tian was taken aback. His outwardly gentle demeanor belied the tumultuous exclamation echoing within him. What a tremendous stroke of fortune this was. At that moment, Su Tsong's live stream erupted with excitement. "No way, no way. The host truly turned around and sold it for 1.8 million? I refuse to believe it. It must be a scripted act. This deceitful host is tricking us into chasing after a bargain. I just searched online, and indeed this Mr. Tian is the vice president of the Huaxiai Antique Appraisal Association. This is no mere fabrication. Host, you have crossed the line. We agreed on a challenge to earn 200 for a mere 200,000. How could you flip it and claim 1.8 million from 180? Goodness, that profit has skyrocketed a staggering 10,000-fold. Chapter 5, An Opportunity for Overnight Wealth. Mr. Su, the 1.8 million has already been transferred. Please check your transaction record. Very well. Su Tsong promptly exited the live stream and checked his text messages, discovering a bank notification. Dear Bank of China user, your account ending in 2023 has received a deposit of 1.8 million. Balance 180,000,045. Received it. Thank you. Su Tsong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Now that he had resources, he felt untroubled. Mr. Su, I ought to express my gratitude. My name is Tian Guishen. In the future, should you come across any valuable items, feel free to contact me directly. Let's connect on WeChat. Tian Guishen displayed his QR code. Su Tsong scanned it, adding him as a friend, and remarked, "May your auspicious words ring true. I hope to remain this fortunate. Until next time." Tian Guishen chuckled heartily and stood to escort Su Tsong out. However, Su Tsong suddenly cast a glance at Sister Tong. She sensed his gaze and felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she had been somewhat difficult with him moments earlier. "I apologize. I was indeed a bit ignorant," she said. "Haha, Sister Tong, it's quite all right. Just refrain from such behavior in the future. Thank you for the tea." I shall take my leave now. Su Tsong strode out of the sea-high building with purpose, leaving Sister Tong in disarray, pondering that she ought to temper her haughty disposition and refrain from looking down on others. Today could be considered a trial survived. Tian Guishan watched Su Tsong's departing figure, reflecting on their conversation, and instantly understood that this lady manager had undoubtedly displayed a bit of her temper. He chuckled resignedly, then took Sister Tong to the backyard for a thorough lesson. In just a brief absence from the live stream to read his messages, many viewers have been drawn into the excitement, and the news spread like wildfire. Several TikTok influencers caught wind of the high traffic and swiftly edited short videos for release. While others faced ruin in the quest for bargains, he flipped 180 yuan for one. 8 million. Street vendors wept in despair, witnessing a Qing Dynasty silver coin worth 1.8 million being snagged for just 180. Is that golden specimen of the Longxi dragon truly valued at 1.8 million? These trending topics exploded on TikTok, garnering millions of views. Consequently, throngs of netizens flocked to the live stream, eager to uncover the truth. Brothers, the challenge earned 200 for 200,000. No, rather for 1.8 million has been accomplished. I recall someone swearing to eat an aioli snack. Perhaps you could perform that live? Su Kong mistivo tantet. You arrogant host, do not revel too much. It was merely a stroke of luck. Your ostentation may invite misfortune. The atmosphere in the room was electric, as if a challenge had been issued. Come on, let's go live, someone urged. Indeed, a man of his word. Once he spoke, even the mightiest horses could not retract their course. Bring something exciting to the table. Cold offerings might upset your stomach. The host, with an innate flair for engaging his audience, observed the rising number of viewers and remarked, "My friends, I shall present you with a fortune bag. Join me at a stall where the lucky ones may choose a coin, regardless of its value. I shall purchase it and send it to you." The moment he announced the fortune bag, the chat exploded with enthusiasm. "This is our chance to strike it rich overnight," exclaimed an excited viewer. "If I become wealthy, you shall be my adoptive father." The banter continued, with playful jabs exchanged among viewers claiming their position as the favored child. "How audacious! I was the first to declare you my adoptive father." One protested, "Ignore them. I am your true eldest son." Amused yet overwhelmed by the sudden influx of thousands of sons, Su Tsong could only smile in silence. Within 5 minutes, the fortune bag was opened, revealing a winner known as Young Master of Magic City. "Congratulations, Young Master of Magic City. Are you in the chat? Please send me a private message," Su Tsong announced. Soon receiving a message. "Excellent. You now have the opportunity to select a coin. Whether you become wealthy overnight depends on your choice. Once selected, it cannot be changed, and I will send it directly to you for verification." As he spoke, Su Tsong searched for a prominent stall, wanting to avoid any claims of being stingy. After a brief search, he found a large vendor selling an assortment of items, including coins and various antiques. Spotting a collection of coins, predominantly the Yuan Shirkai silver dollar, he addressed Young Master of Magic City. "Pay close attention and let me know your choice in the chat." He positioned the camera over the stall, lifting each coin for the viewers to see. Soon, the chat was alive with diverse opinions on which coin to select. Young Master of Magic City, displaying astuteness, synthesized the comments and decided upon a Yuan Shirkai dollar. His reasoning was simple. Although common, it was well known, and even a counterfeit could serve to impress others. Once confirmed, "This choice is final," Su Tsong declared as he picked up the Yuan Shirkai dollar. Instantly, information about the coin materialized before him. Name: Republic of China Year 3 Yuan Shirkai Portrait-backed Jia Silver Coin, Su Province Edition. Material: silver. Production era: modern. Grade: common. Evaluation: genuine. Minted using the old mold from Year 3 of the Republic, with the characters for Su Province printed on the reverse. Only a few thousand were made, though this is a standard version. Estimated value: 40,000 to 60,000. Market guideline price: 550,000. How fortuitous! I seem to have stumbled upon a hidden gem. Su Tsong thought in astonishment, though he quickly regained his composure and inquired of the stall owner, "How much for this one?" The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, donning a pair of black-framed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. He glanced at the yuan dado in Su Tsong's hand and declared 80,000. Su Tsong's lips twitched, indeed. Even a seemingly genteel man could reveal a different countenance upon the sight of money. He inwardly cursed, realizing he had erred in attempting to purchase a single piece, for it was certain that the seller would inflate the price. With a sense of trepidation, Su Tsong stepped closer and said, "Sir, if you observe the yuan dado, You will notice its edges are indistinct and uneven, and I have weighed it. Clearly, it falls short. His insinuation was that the yuan dado was a counterfeit. 4 genuine coins possess neat, meticulous edges, uniform coloration, and fluid patterns, with a standard thickness and a weight of precisely 265 grams. Of course, modern counterfeits are crafted with great precision, making it difficult for the untrained eye to discern. The refined proprietor, upon noticing Su Tsong's discerning gaze, softened his demeanor and countered. A fixed price of 60,000. Su Tsong, in a calculated move, drastically undercut the price. The stall owner regarded him as if he were deranged and snatched the yuan dado away, unwilling to engage further. Please do not be hasty. If you could lower the price a bit, I would not only be interested in this coin, but would like to examine others as well. With this remark, the stall owner's expression improved slightly. Then take a look at your leisure, and come back once you have decided, he replied before attending to other customers. Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Tsong continued to peruse the offerings in search of a prize for his friend. He could discern the general authenticity of the coins on display. Some were genuine, but of little value, while the majority were counterfeit. Suddenly, he was captivated by a collection of letters tucked away in a corner. The elegant traditional characters on the aged envelopes hinted at a bygone era, and he instinctively picked one up. However, the information scanned by the system left him astounded. Chapter 6. The Wide-Margined Large Dragon Postage Stamp. Title: The Customs Large Dragon 5, Fin Silver Postage Stamp from the 8th year of Guangxu. Material: onion skin paper. Production period: Qing Dynasty. Grade: unique. Evaluation: genuine. The first set of postage stamps in China, the wide-margined large dragon postage stamp, was printed on thin, fragile onion skin paper with an original print run of 20,000. Yet few have survived due to preservation difficulties. Estimated value: 5 million to 6 million. Market guideline price: 5 million. Su Tsong's heart soared with joy. He had initially believed the value lay in the exquisite calligraphy on the envelope, entirely overlooking the stamp affixed atop it. Truth be told, the stamp appeared valueless at first glance, resembling a counterfeit. The words Daqing Post Office stood prominently, while the image of the dragon seemed poised to leap from the paper. The upper and lower sections bore inscriptions, and those familiar with history might recognize that a post office existed during the late Qing Dynasty. However, the presence of English on the stamp could easily mislead one into perceiving it as a modern creation. Thus, it remained inconspicuous on the market, drawing no interest. Had it not been for Su Tsong's attraction to the beautiful script on the envelope, he would have overlooked it entirely. He swiftly rummaged through the other letters on the carpet, but regrettably, the only treasure he uncovered was the large dragon postage stamp. The rest were commonplace and lacked any significant value. However, a few stamps were authenticated as collectible, prompting him to consider purchasing the entire bundle. Su Tsong set aside the letters, feigning disinterest as he perused other items, yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on the stack of letters, fearful that someone else might seize the opportunity. Before long, he approached the vendor, having selected a piece of calligraphy, a porcelain vase, and, ultimately, that stack of letters. The vendor, upon noticing the quantity Su Tsong had gathered, greeted him with courtesy, saying, "Young man, you possess an admirable eye. I must tell you, these are indeed fine items." Aware that his attempts at flattery might falter, the vendor understood that if he quoted an exorbitant price, Su Tsong would simply abandon his selections and depart. The calligraphy and vase were manageable, but the letters were a mystery even to the vendor himself. He had forgotten when they were acquired. Aside from Su Tsong, no one else showed interest. If he truly discarded them, they would be nothing more than worthless paper. After a moment of contemplation, the vendor said, "I see you are knowledgeable. I can offer you a friendly price of 800. Su Tsong nearly choked, exclaiming, "Is this a friendly price? It feels more like a slaughtering price." He realized the vendor was quite astute and had likely fallen into a trap when inquiring about the price of yuan data earlier. 4,000. Take it or leave it. Su Tsong insisted, pretending to set his items down. Deal. The vendor quickly grasped Su Tsong's hand. Su Tsong thought to himself, "How careless of me. I should have negotiated harder." Reluctantly, he completed the transaction via a digital payment, fully aware that the calligraphy could have been purchased for merely 100 yuan each. And the same applied to the vase, all counterfeit. Without the stamps, that stack of letters would be nothing but refuse. Once the money was confirmed, the vendor meticulously packed the items, handing them over to Su Cong. The vase, however, was too large to fit, so Su Tsong cradled it in his arms and made his way to a pawn shop. This establishment accepted all items, regardless of authenticity, as long as one was willing to sell. Unsurprisingly, Su Tsung pawned the calligraphy and vase for 18 yuan and 20 yuan, respectively. Brothers, see this? I spent 4,000 yuan on two worthless items. Do not ever think that finding a bargain is easy. Sometimes, it can lead to ruin. Su Tsung intended to caution his online audience. Yet the atmosphere in the live stream was quite different. I'm in tears. The host spent 4,000 yuan on a mere 80 yuan item to buy gifts for the viewers. How touching. The host seems to be at a loss. Are there any ladies in the chat to comfort him? Such a terrible loss. I've just lost a week's salary. The host is truly generous. Hey, are you here to flaunt your salary? Don't cry, host. Remember, mother loves you. Su Tsung, observing the barrage of comments, couldn't he help but chuckle, and then address the live stream. Who says I suffered a loss? Have you forgotten about the prize from the lucky bag and that stack of letters? Oh, right. The lucky bag prize is Yuan Datu. Could it be real? Impossible. I thought it was fake when I suggested choosing it. After all, I'm not the one winning. In the depths of his mind, Su Tsung lamented the dubious nature of the individuals within the live streaming room. Yet he swiftly articulated, while I did not authenticate the authenticity, I would recommend that the young master of Magic City consider obtaining a loan to purchase a vehicle with a down payment of 50 to 60,000. If you possess a car, regard my words as unspoken. Goodness, host, what do you mean by that? Could it be that the Yuan Daitu is genuine? No way. It cannot be true that I, the non-winner, would encounter such luck. The implication of the host was that this Yuan Daitu was valued at 50 to 60,000, causing an uproar in the live stream as disbelief permeated the atmosphere. Su Tsung merely smiled in silence, producing the coin from Shaanxi province, the cast version of Yuan Daitu, stating, Young Master of Magic City, be sure to capture a screenshot for comparison upon receipt. I assure you, there's been no substitution. Kindly send me your address and contact information privately. His words prompted not only the young master's screenshot, but also many viewers to follow suit. Subsequently, Su Tsung swiftly located a SF Express nearby to send it off with full insurance coverage. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream began to believe in the authenticity of the Yuan Daitu. After all, why insure it if it were not genuine? I feel so envious. It seems I'm destined to be blessed. Host, it must be your doing. How is it that one can stumble upon such fortune? When is the next wave of lucky bags? I wish to purchase a car as well. The host, or rather, the adoptive father, humorously interjected, have pity on me. I am in great pain. Why did I suggest the young master of Magic City choose the Yuan Daitu? The cacophony of lamentations in the live stream left Su Tsung momentarily speechless, for truly, it is not the scarcity of fortune that troubles, but rather the unequal distribution of it. To redirect the viewer's attention, he proclaimed, Brothers, do not fret. Do you genuinely believe that only the young master of Magic City has found a treasure? Surely, you underestimate my acumen. The 4,000 was not spent frivolously. A hush fell over the live stream, followed by a flurry of question marks, until one astute viewer queried, could it be those letters' whole value? Chapter 7, An Eccentric Expert. Indeed, Su Tsung replied with a beaming smile, do not presume I purchased those letters merely to fill space. They possess significant worth. Impossible. I shall not believe it unless you provide evidence. Another viewer retorted. What value could a few letters possibly hold? Are they penned by a calligrapher? I see no signs of such craftsmanship. Who writes traditional characters in this day and age? I suspect the host is deceiving us. Mere scraps of paper cannot be worth anything. I could devour the porcelain vase the host sold on the spot. Bold viewers began to make their declarations. Ding. Detected 10 stamps. Do you wish to collect them? Collect. Claim. Brothers, let us head to Sihai Tower, where I shall guide you to witness yet another miracle. Su Tsung glanced at the time. It was just past 4 in the afternoon, and they should be able to make it. Upon arriving at the entrance of Sihai Tower, he found the doors still ajar and stepped inside, only to discover that Sister Tong was absent. Calling out her name yielded no response, prompting him to venture towards the courtyard. As he proceeded, he spotted Sister Tong hurriedly exiting, her face flushed upon seeing Su Tsung, puzzled by her demeanor. Was soon joined by Tianguishun, who also exhibited a similar blush upon noticing Su Tsung found himself somewhat perplexed. What was the situation with these two? Suddenly, he noticed a lipstick mark on Boss Tian's neck and observed that Sister Tong's vibrant lips had dulled significantly. Enlightenment struck him like a bolt of lightning. Both Tianguishun and Sister Tong sensed Su Tsung's understanding, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, Su Tsung turned to leave, stating, I shall return tomorrow. Tianguishun, feeling a rush of anxiety, quickly grasped Su Tsung's arm and exclaimed, Mr. Su, what do you mean by that? A guest is always welcome. Please, allow me to prepare some tea. In a flurry, Sister Tong dashed into the backyard to prepare, attempting to alleviate the tension. Su Tsung was ushered into the reception room by Tian Guishan, feeling a bit awkward for having stumbled upon a hidden secret, uncertain if there might be repercussions. Thankfully, an unspoken agreement lingered between the two, and neither wished to breach the matter, especially since they were still live streaming. Ah, yes. Su Tsung shook his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling within. He retrieved a bundle of letters from his bag and continued, Boss Tian, could you assist me in examining these? Upon seeing the stack of letters, Tian Guishan paused momentarily before picking them up to inspect. He seemed unable to discern their significance. The handwriting was commendable, and judging by the style and age of the envelopes, they dated back to the Republic of China era. Tian Guishan, being rather knowledgeable, flipped through them and opined, however, these hold little monetary value. Indeed, Su Tsung did not contest. What does Mr. Su imply? Tian Guishan inquired, puzzled. Boss Tian, the essence lies not in the letters themselves, but in this, Su Tsung indicated the stamps affixed to the envelopes. Tian Guishan's eyes widened in realization. Although he was an expert in ancient coins, he had heard of philately, and the monkey stamp was among the most renowned. He exclaimed, are you suggesting there is a stamp of immense value within? Su Tsung nodded with a confident smile. Tian Guishan immediately began scrutinizing each stamp meticulously, but discovered that none of the stamps within his realm of knowledge were indeed the coveted monkey stamps, which are the most sought after in the philatelic world. Mr. Su, none of these are monkey stamps. I cannot discern which is the most valuable, Tian Guishan admitted candidly. Su Tsung sifted through the letters and isolated the one adorned with the DeLong stamp, saying, have you heard of the DeLong stamp, Boss Tian? Tian Guishan's expression froze, followed by disbelief as he turned to the letter and exclaimed, could it be? Is this the DeLong stamp? Indeed. Su Tsung replied with unwavering confidence. Boss Tian, you may wish to consult an expert and perhaps assist me in locating a buyer. Very well, please hold on. Although Tian Guishan had little interest in philately, he acquiesced and took out his phone to make a few calls. Hello, Lao Chu. I have a DeLong stamp. Would you care to come and have a look? Really? Should I reach out to someone else? No. I'll be there shortly. The voice on the other end was evidently excited, confirming the swift arrival. Following this, he made 2 additional calls, both of which responded with eagerness to come immediately. Half an hour later, a man in his 50s, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in casual attire, burst through the door, his lively demeanor evident as he shouted, Old Tian, where's my DeLong treasure? Tian Guishan felt a tinge of embarrassment and turned to explain, Mr. Su, please do not take offense. Lao Chu is simply of that nature, easily excited upon encountering treasures. After a brief greeting, Tian Guishan continued, Lao Chu, do not rush. We have old friends here. Let us enjoy some tea first. Reluctantly, Chu Fan took a seat. Shortly thereafter, 2 men entered, both attired in suits, appearing to be of a similar age to Tian Guishan, around their 40s. Their appearance immediately signaled their status as affluent patrons, adorned in designer brands. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tian Guishan introduced them, Mr. Su. This is Pan Hong and Qian Jiahe. Both are group owners. Greetings, gentlemen. I am Su Tsung. Su Tsung replied, maintaining a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance. With everyone present, Tian Guishan delved into the matter at hand, stating, Dear friends, the star of today's gathering is Mr. Su. He has brought a rare large dragon postage stamp. As I am not well versed in philately, I have invited you to examine it. Upon this, he gestured for Su Tsung to reveal the stamp. Su Tsung understood and presented the letter affixed with a large dragon stamp upon the table. Chu Fan, Pan Hong, and Qian Jiahe's gazes converged on the letter, their eyes brimming with delight after a few moments of scrutiny. Lao Chu, please go ahead. Pan Hong expressed his respect for the experts, acknowledging that while he could observe, the authentication must rely on authoritative figures. Qian Jiahe silently echoed this sentiment. Then I shall not stand on ceremony, Chu Fan replied without pretense, his excitement palpable. He picked up the letter and began to examine it closely, his expression growing increasingly joyful, culminating in a sudden clap on the table. The resounding thud startled everyone, and Sister Tong, who was pouring tea, nearly dropped the teapot. Indeed, this is the large dragon postage stamp, the second printing of the wide-margin large dragon. Due to the reconfiguration of the printing plates, the distance between the subplates was enlarged, resulting in a wider gap between the stamp's design border and its perforations. Hence, it was dubbed the wide-margin large dragon. Chu Fan spoke with fervor, his enthusiasm palpable. Tian Guixin and the others followed Chu Fan's indication and observed that indeed, the edges of the stamp were significantly broader. To the untrained eye, this might be perceived as evidence of shoddy craftsmanship or counterfeit. However, only true connoisseurs understood that this was where the genuine value lay. The wide-margin large dragon was exceedingly rare, crafted from an exceptionally thin and fragile onion skin paper, making preservation challenging. Yet, after a century, its condition remained remarkably pristine, rendering it priceless. As Chu Fan spoke, his eyes sparkled with affection for the stamp, confirming his authentication of its genuineness. However, Tian Guixin posed a question that echoed the doubts of many. Lao Chu, I find myself puzzled. How can postage stamps issued by the Qing Postal Bureau bear letters? Indeed, the stamp prominently displayed the words Qing Postal Bureau, along with inscriptions above and below. To anyone, it would seem bewildering that the Qing Dynasty would self-identify in such a manner. No matter how one looked at it, it appeared as though this was a modern forgery. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You are unaware, are you, that a long stamp was not issued by the Qing Dynasty Postal Bureau? Tian Guixin, slightly astonished, admitted that it was his first encounter with the notion that a stamp could originate outside the postal authority. Su Tsung smiled faintly and concurred. Indeed, it is not. Oh. Chu Fan found Su Tsung intriguing and decided to test his knowledge, saying, It seems this young friend Su possesses some insights. Do enlighten us. In 1878, he finally fulfilled his aspirations by guiding the German de Chui Lin at the Tianjin Customs to establish a customs postal service, centering operations in Tianjin and trialing postal services at 5 customs offices including Kyoto, Shanghai, and Yanqing. In March of the same year, the Tianjin Customs Letter Office, prepared by de Chui Lin, officially opened its doors to the public. It was the first modern post office in Chinese history to emulate Western models, and the first set of custom stamps in China was issued from this letter office. Thus, to be precise, the De Long stamp was issued by the Qing Dynasty Customs rather than the Postal Bureau. Upon hearing Su Tsung's explanation, Tian Guixin and Sister Tong looked at him with admiration, understanding why the De Long stamp bore letters, because it was designed by an Englishman. Too flattering. I merely happen to have read about it, Su Tsung modestly replied. Yet, this revelation further solidified Pan Hong and Qian Jia's belief in the authenticity of the De Long stamp. They exchanged glances and inquired, Old Chu, what do you believe this De Long stamp is worth? However, the value of a single stamp is not as high as that of a complete set, and the disparity is considerable. The market price of this 5-cent silver De Long stamp is approximately 6 million. Chu Fan's assessment was fair and accurate. Su Tsung held a genuine admiration for Chu Fan, acknowledging him as a true expert, fortunate not to be one of those so-called specialists. Are you planning to make a move, young friend Su? Chu Fan in Guit. Without hesitation, Su Tsung replied, Yes, provided the opportunity is suitable. 6 million, I shall take it. Chu Fan interjected before Su Tsung could finish, fearing that Pan Hong and Qian Jia might seize the opportunity. However, being the first to bid does not guarantee a decisive advantage, and Su Tsung was no novice. Indeed, Pan Hong immediately called out 6. 1 million. 6. 2 million. Qian Jia swiftly followed, determined not to let them monopolize the bidding. Tian Guixin sensed an impending battle of wits and quietly gathered with Sister Tong, ready to observe. Seeing Su Tsung remain silent, Chu Fan realized that if he did not raise the stakes today, acquiring this De Long stamp would be unlikely. He decisively increased his bid. 6. 5 million. 6. 6 million. Pan Hong, a bit of a provocateur, raised the bid in increments of 100,000. His tactic drew a challenge from Qian Jia, who also raised the bid by 100,000. 6. 7 million. Chu Fan was exasperated, but recognized that once the competition began, such strategies were unavoidable and legal. All he could do was outdo their provocations. 6. 71 million. Chu Fan called out, thick-skinned. Everyone was taken aback, thinking, wow, how blatant. 6. 75 million. 6. 8 million. 6. 81 million. The three of them fell into a vicious cycle of bidding. Tian Guixin could hardly bear to watch any longer. Yet Su Tsung remained unperturbed. After all, the more the bidding escalated, the better for him, as 10,000 yuan was but a mere morsel for him. And he had ample time. Suddenly, a voice bellowed from outside, exclaiming, 9 million. At this, Chu Fan and his companions were momentarily rendered speechless, having only just reached 7 million after much effort. Should the price surpass 9 million, it would become less worthwhile, as it would signify a 50% markup. They collectively turned their gaze towards the door, eager to discern the identity of the fool who dared to shout such a figure. In walked a young man clad in Givenchy, appearing to be in his 20s, possessing a commendable countenance and an admirable demeanor. Upon his entrance, the expressions of Chu Fan and his associates shifted to one of wariness. "Fourth uncle, long time no see. Why didn't you inform your nephew about such a fine item?" The young man teased, referring to Tian Guishan as his fourth uncle. However, Tian Guishan's countenance reflected a similar caution, tinged with surprise as he slowly replied, "Yunfei, what brings you here?" He then handed Su Tsong a business card. Though Su Tsong accepted the card, he felt no fondness for this unexpected guest and inquired, "Mr. Chiu is unaware of what is being traded, so how can you possibly call out a price of 9 million? Chapter 9. Confirming their suspicions. They recognized him as a novice. This was also the question on the minds of Chu Fan and the others. Chiu Yunfei, aware of his unpopularity, maintained his composure and pointed at Su Tsong's phone, stating, "Mr. Su, have you forgotten? You're live streaming." Chu Fan and his companions were taken aback, then turned to look at the phone in Su Tsong's hand, having assumed he was merely recording rather than live streaming. Su Tsong suddenly comprehended, and Chiu Yunfei continued, "Mr. Su, you may not yet realize, but you occupy 5 of the top 10 spots on Douyin's trending list. Your popularity is surging, with an audience of 50 to 60,000 in the live stream, and I am among them." Indeed, Chiu Yunfei had stumbled upon the live stream while scrolling through videos and was captivated by the ongoing auction of the DeLong postage stamp. Coincidentally, he was quite familiar with the setting of the live stream, prompting his attendance. His family not only operated an antique store, but also ran an auction house. He held a keen interest in the DeLong postage stamp and believed it would fetch an exorbitant price in his hands. Originally, he intended to reach out to Su Tsong to see if he could handle the auction, but upon discovering the live bidding in progress, he had no choice but to participate. Upon hearing Chiu Yunfei's words, Chu Fan and the others immediately opened Douyin. Sure enough, they were greeted with trending notifications. DeLong postage stamp discovered at Panjiayuan in Kyoto. The blogger had acquired a Qing Dynasty silver coin for 200 yuan, only to resell it for an astonishing 1,800,000. The blogger who found the silver coin had once again stumbled upon the DeLong postage stamp. Currently live streaming the auction, Panjiayuan street vendors were reportedly in despair, as the Qing Dynasty silver coin had allegedly been purchased from one of them. The blogger also gifted fans a yuan data coin, valued at 50 to 60,000. Each trending topic attracted millions of viewers, and within a mere afternoon, Su Tsong dominated the headlines across various platforms. Glancing at the live stream's viewer count, he was taken aback to see it soar to 100,000. He felt bewildered, as this was his first live stream after just registering that day. Was he destined for meteoric success right from the outset? As Chu Fan and his companions pressed their phones, they observed Chiu Yunfei with a sense of complex emotions. Their impressions of him were far from favorable in their eyes. He was merely a troublemaker. Whenever something valuable surfaced, Chiu Yunfei would invariably find a way to acquire it for his auction house, thereby inflating the price exorbitantly. For instance, the recently bid price of 9 million rendered participation impossible for others. "Fourth uncle, I must honor your reputation," Chiu Yunfei remarked, lifting a cup of tea and savoring a sip before continuing. "However, not today. Such fine treasures as the DeLong demand that the highest bidder emerges victorious. Those desiring it must demonstrate their capabilities." Tian Guishan was left speechless by the retort, glancing at Chu Fan and the others, signaling his inability to intervene. Noticing Tian Guishan's silence, Chiu Yunfei turned to Su Tsong. "Mr. Su, what do you think?" Su Cong, indifferent yet aware of his previous request to Tian Guishan to find buyers, felt compelled to respond. "Mr. Chiu, I apologize, but these esteemed individuals were invited by Boss Tian. Thus today, as bidders are solely them." "Mr. Su, have you not heard of Sanhu Ting?" Chiu Yunfei inquired, unwilling to concede. "I'm afraid not. Is it well known?" Su Tsong replied, somewhat puzzled. "To be honest, this is my first day in the industry, so I've heard little." Chiu Yunfei was taken aback, his gaze at Su Tsong filled with incredulity, though he quickly masked it, asking, "Mr. Su, would you not reconsider?" "Not at all," Su Tsong replied bluntly. Chiu Yunfei felt helpless, but recognized the futility of pressuring him. Thus he said, "Should Mr. Su have any change of heart, please feel free to contact me. I await your favorable response." With that, he departed. Chu Fan and his companions exhaled in relief. Yet they were still somewhat astonished that Su Tsong had never heard of Sanhu Ting. Has Mr. Su truly never heard of Sanhu Ting? Pan Hong suddenly queried. "No, is it quite famous?" Su Tsong responded, perplexed, adding, "Not only Sanhu Ting, This is the first I've heard of Boss Tian's Si Hai Lu as well. Tian Guishan. Chu Fan and the others smiled silently, secretly concluding that this individual was indeed a novice. Yet, how can a novice possess such knowledge of the Qing silver coins and the long stamps? It was perplexing. Returning to the matter at hand. Chu Fan wished to avoid dwelling on this, for no one truly regarded Su Tsong as a novice. He continued, "Young friend Su, may we proceed with the bidding?" Su Gong note that. However, Chu Fan and his companions suddenly fell silent, exchanging glances without uttering a word. The reason was simple. Qiu Yunfei's disruptive presence had already escalated the price to 9 million. If they bid below that, they feared Su Tsong would be displeased. Yet, bidding 9 million seemed unworthy, as they had previously deemed it excessively inflated. Qiu Yunfei's audacity to call out such a price stemmed from his ability to manipulate the market and subsequently double the price upon resale, a tactic that Chu Fan and his associates found beneath them. The three exchanged glances, each reluctant to concede, yet none wished to bid 9 million. Seeing the situation, Tian Guishan, intending to ease the atmosphere, inquired, "Mr. Su, may I ask what price you have in mind?" "Feel free to express it. If any of the three can meet that price, the item shall belong to him. What do you think?" Su Tsong found this suggestion agreeable. Chu Fan and the others nodded in agreement, yet the essence lay in the profit. After some contemplation, he declared 8 million. This price was neither too high nor too low, yet represented a premium of 1/3. Anyone wishing to acquire would need to possess the requisite capability. Indeed, upon hearing this figure, the three did not impulsively place their bids. It was not that they were incapable of producing such funds. Rather, it was a matter of worth. After all, when it comes to antiques that can be appraised in monetary terms, one must consider their true value. Since none of you are interested, I shall make a fool of myself and bid 8 million. The more reserved Qianjia was the first to speak. Chu Fan and Pan Hong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, no longer caught in a dilemma. In truth, their ideal price leaned more towards 7,500,000. However, they could also empathize with Su Kong. The deal was struck. Su Tsong handed over the letter affixed with the Great Dragon postage stamp to Qianjia. Qianjia beamed with joy, carefully cradling it to admire before calling the bank for a transfer. Shortly thereafter, Su Tsong received a notification text from the bank. When he exited the live stream to check the message, the chat room erupted once more. Chapter 10. Does news travel this swiftly? I've never seen a bank message for 8 million. How enviable. Who understands this, my friends? I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for the third young master of the Magic City. You might think calligraphy and paintings are the true treasures, but in reality, it is the Yuan de Tu that holds that distinction. The host is truly cunning. Initially, it seemed he was suffering a heavy loss. Yet it turns out he transformed 4,000 into 8 million. How unfair. Is there no one who can reign in this host? I am quite displeased. With 100,000 viewers online, the primary sentiment was one of jealousy. Yet after venting their envy, they dutifully showered the stream with a flurry of gifts. Love balloons for 99, helicopters for 66, and dreamy castles for 88. In the live chat, viewers exclaimed, "Cunning host, you look down upon us. Just watch as I flood your stream with gifts." The audience, as if in a contest of spite, fervently sent gifts, causing the stream's popularity to soar to the top of all categories, successfully garnering the attention of Douyin-S officials. Su Tsong, too, was caught in a competitive spirit. He secretly disabled the gifting feature. The viewers felt as if they had been served a bitter pill, tearfully lamenting Su Tsong's actions. "What is this, host? You can't handle the competition? Why won't you let us send gifts? I may not have 8 million, but surely I could part with 800. Who do you think you are? If you keep this up, you will surely lose us." Report arose of a host who forbade viewers from sending gifts. In the face of the audience's uproar, Su Tsong merely smiled, choosing to ignore the commotion. Noticing that Tian Guishan and the others were enjoying their conversation, and with the hour growing late, he decided not to interrupt their reunion and thus proposed his departure. Seeing Su Tsong was resolute in his intent to leave, Tian Guishan did not insist on his stay. However, Chu Fan and the others exchanged contact information with Su Tsong, agreeing that they must have a more in-depth discussion next time they meet. Su Tsong departed from the Si Hai building, promptly announcing the end of his broadcast, and hailed a taxi, intending to find a place to dine. After all, with a daily income in the millions, one must celebrate in style, even if alone. Unexpectedly, a call came from his university senior, Song Ro, which he answered. "Su Tsong, where are you?" Her voice remained as melodious as ever. "Come to help me out. Pretend to be my boyfriend." What? Don't think I don't know you broke up. Hurry up." Su Tsong was taken aback. Had news of his recent breakup spread so swiftly? Who was the gossiping busybody? Reluctantly, he acquiesced. After all, during their university days, Song Ro had pursued him unsuccessfully, treating him like a younger brother, showering him with care and affection, which had even stirred jealousy in his girlfriend of 3 years. Failing to repay this favor would surely invite misfortune. Song Ro sent Su Tsong a location via WeChat, and he caught a taxi to the designated meeting point, Wangfujing, one of the renowned tourist attractions in Beijing, bustling with crowds every day. After a brief wait, Song Ro arrived, adorned in an off-shoulder lace dress. Her long hair cascading elegantly, and her lips painted a fiery red. She was breathtakingly beautiful. This was a far cry from the sweet girl he remembered from university. She had transformed into a strikingly sophisticated woman. Su Tsong was left astonished. Soon, 2 women and a man emerged behind Song Ro, though they wore smiles. Their gazes towards Su Tsong were tinged with disdain. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, apart from his handsome face, he exuded an air of mediocrity. Darling, let me introduce you. These are my colleagues, Aya and Xiao Hui. Song Ro affectionately linked her arm with Su Tsong's, then continued, and this is our client, Lin Wei. Hello, I'm Su Tsong, Ro's boyfriend. Su Tsong felt a sense of discomfort, yet he understood the situation unfolding before him. Clearly, Aya and Xiao Hui were conspiring to matchmake Song Ro with their client, Lin Wei, which was why she had summoned him for this role. Nice to meet you. But I haven't heard Song Ro mention you before, Lin Wei remarked, his skepticism evident. Exactly. Song Ro, when did you start dating? We had no idea. Aya chimed in, eager to support Lin Wei's suspicions. Song Ro smiled sweetly, unfazed by their probing. There are many things you don't know. Should we notify you before every kiss? Aya was left speechless. All right, Song Ro just loves to joke. Let us move on to dinner, Xiao Hui interjected. Playing the peacemaker, Lin Wei nodded in agreement. Song Ro then led Su Tsong forward to a high-end restaurant named Huaisha Cuisine. Su Tsong had never been there, though he had heard his ex-girlfriend mention it. The average cost per person was over 2,000 yuan, a sum that was far beyond the means of a recent graduate like him. Upon entering, the waiter escorted them to a private room where the 5 of them took their seats and began to order. While they were selecting dishes, Song Ro leaned closer to Su Tsong, resting her head on his shoulder, and said, Darling, could you help me choose? This gesture left Lin Wei and the others feeling quite uncomfortable. Su Tsong found himself at a loss for words, leaning closer to Song Ro's ear and whispering, Isn't it about time to stop? Why do you keep dragging this on? You little rascal, don't you dare be so carefree. How did I treat you when I went to university? Song Ro threatened. Su Tsong felt his confidence wane and could only mutter in complaint. But you shouldn't tease spread rumors. When do we ever kiss? Waves of emotion stirred within Su Tsong, prompting him to fall silent. He truly did not dare to pursue that line of conversation, for Song Ro was indeed bold enough to act on it. Their hushed exchanges did not go unnoticed by Lin Wei and his companions, who were filled with anxiety. They thought to themselves, how could such a fine cabbage be left for a pig to trample? After placing their orders, Aya and Xiao Hui could hardly contain their excitement. They bore a significant responsibility. If they succeeded in matchmaking Lin Wei and Song Ro, they would secure a substantial commission, equivalent to 6 months of their salaries. Su Gong, which company do you work for, and what are your benefits like? Aya initiated. Oh, a jobless drifter, then, she added with glee, promptly pointing to her handbag and continuing. No wonder. A couple of days ago, when we went shopping with Song Ro, she spotted this Hermes bag. And my boyfriend bought it for me with just a phone call. We asked her to call hers, but she absolutely refused. At the time, we thought she had no boyfriend, but it turns out it was because you're broke. Her remark about his financial status was laced with acerbity. Song Ro nearly exploded in anger, but Su Tsong managed to hold her hand and calm her down. He then inquired, This Hermes looks quite familiar. May I take a look? Aya was taken aback, reluctantly handing over the bag while admonishing, Be careful not to soil it. She thought to herself, Let this bumpkin pretend. How could he possibly have encountered such an expensive luxury item worth thousands? Fine, I'll pity him a little and let him touch it. Su Tsong held the Hermes bag with both hands, his eyes quickly scanning it. The assessment he arrived at, unsurprisingly, confirmed his initial suspicion. Chapter 11. Counterfeit Syndicate. Name, Modern Imitation Italic Pattern 27 Hermes handbag. Material, leather. Production time, modern. Grade, none. Evaluation, fake. An exquisite imitation. It is difficult for women to resist its allure. Collectible. Estimated value, 2,000 to 3,200. Market guide price, 3,000. A faint smile played at the corners of Su Song's mouth. No wonder it seemed familiar. He had not only seen it before, but had also purchased one. Ironically, it was this counterfeit bag that had awakened his counterfeit detection system, turning misfortune into fortune. Ro, thank goodness you didn't call me to buy this bag, Su Song remarked with a hint of amusement. Song Ro puzzled asked, "Oh, why is that? You might not believe me, but it's fake." "What? No way." Song Ro was genuinely astonished, and it was not an act. Aya and Xiao Hui were even more taken aback, exclaiming, "You're talking nonsense. If you can't afford it, just admit it." "Su Gong, you're being a bit excessive," Lin Wei interjected, thinking to himself, what does this country bumpkin know about authenticity? Su Song remained unfazed, calmly asking, "You bought this bag from specialty store, didn't you?" "That's obvious," Aya retorted with a roll of her eyes. "Do you really think that just because it's from a specialty store, it's genuine?" Su Song scoffed. "Are you out of your mind?" Aya regarded Su Song as a fool and retorted, "Of course, the items purchased from the specialty store are authentic. What if I told you that the specialty store is also a fade?" Su Song's words sent ripples of disbelief through the air. Both Aya and Xiao Hui exchanged startled glances, unable to suppress their incredulity. "Impossible. I've seen their business license. All the paperwork is in order. Have you verified their license online?" Su Gong, "That's on." And no, Aya's heart sank. Who would bother to check a business license after making a purchase? "Let me ask you this. Did you receive a 10% discount on that handbag?" "How do you know?" "Never mind how I know. Allow me to share a tale. There exists a syndicate that rents a counter in a grand department store in Kyoto, exclusively selling this handbag. Their documentation is impeccable, and their prices are marginally lower than the genuine article. They frequently relocate to evade the law, amassing substantial profits, and the police have dubbed them a counterfeit ring." "I don't believe you." Aya's bravado faltered, her complexion paling. She had indeed purchased it from a large department store, enticed by the discount. If the price had been reduced by 30 to 40%, she would have hesitated, as luxury items don't experience such drastic markdowns. "Aya, don't listen to him. We even added the sales associate on WeChat," Xiao Hui interjected. "Right? If they were selling fakes, why would they add us?" Aya seemed to grasp onto a lifeline. "Why don't you send her a message and see?" Su Song suggested. "Fine, I will." Aya retrieved her phone, swiftly locating the sales associate's WeChat, and sent a message. Almost immediately, a glaring red exclamation mark appeared on her screen, followed by a notification indicating that she was not on the recipient's friend list and needed to add them first. Aya was stunned. Xiao Hui, witnessing this, quickly sent a message from her own phone, only to receive the same result. The two exchanged terrified glances, their eyes wide with panic. "We've really been duped," Aya exclaimed, unable to contain her outrage. The handbag, costing over 50,000, felt like a wound to their hearts. "Ha! I suspected something was amiss and chose not to buy it. And it turns out I was right," Song Ro remarked, earning reproachful glares from Aya and Xiao Hui. "In the future, never be tempted by small bargains. These counterfeit rings are truly unscrupulous. Everything appears genuine, yet it is merely a trap waiting for you to fall in." Su Song's seemingly harmless warning struck Aya and Xiao Hui like a slap to the face, serving as a bitter reminder. "Let us change the subject. The dishes are here." Lin Wei interjected, eager to divert the attention. A number of waitstaff entered, presenting an array of exquisite dishes: dragon chant sashimi, crispy seaweed wrapped around premium sea urchin, and fresh ezo abalone served with grilled shiitake rice, creating a sumptuous seafood feast. Aya and Xiao Hui quickly cast aside their earlier gloom, capturing the moment with their phones and sharing it on social media. "Su Song, you are in for a treat. You've probably never seen anything like this before. Enjoy it," Lin Wei remarked with a teasing tone. Su Song remained expressionless, ignoring the situation. He had indeed never encountered it before, thus felt no need to feign interest. A grand feast of exquisite seafood, I believe, would hardly attract flies. Song Ro, unable to contain herself, engaged in sarcastic banter, as anyone could. Lin Wei, gritting his teeth in frustration, dared not speak further, lest he become the fly himself. As the group commenced their meal, Song Ro and Su Song fed each other, disregarding the others entirely. Aya and Xiao Hui, both food enthusiasts, indulged heartily in the feast. However, one individual sat discontentedly, ignored by those on either side, seething with anger. Had it not been promised that he would be paired with Song Ro? After a few rounds of drinks, the guests were satisfied and gradually began to wind down. Everyone seems to have had their fill. Now, let us invite Su Song to weave us another tale. The last one was quite captivating, Lin Wei remarked, his words pointedly directed at Su Kong Wei Xiao, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly. Shangzu di fendet su gong. What have I said that was reckless? Lin Wei feigned innocence before continuing. Surely you do not believe that Su Cong's offhand storytelling could render the tens of thousands spent by Ye and Xiao Hui worthless. That would be truly amusing. Ye and Xiao Hui were momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling Su Cong's previous statements. While they contained a degree of logic, they lacked any substantial evidence. Why should his assertion of falseness be deemed true when it had cost them over 50,000? Moreover, even if the sales associate had removed them from her friend's list, it could have been a mere accident. Su Cong, with a resigned smile, remarked, "You wish for evidence?" Present it. He reached out for Ye's bag once more. At Lin Wei's prompting glance, Ye handed the bag over. With Ye's permission, Su Cong examined the bag, stating to discern the authenticity of an Hermes bag. 3 crucial factors must be considered. First, the bag surface is crafted using exquisite knitting techniques, alternating between 2 distinct directional weaves, rather than the common flat knit. Clearly, this bag does not conform to that standard. You may verify against the official website. Second, Hermes bags are entirely sewn by a single artisan, who numbers them during production. Yours bears a number, yet it is incorrect. You may check the official website to see if this number exists. Third, Hermes's signature letters are stamped at various points, such as the base of the handle and the buttons or zippers. However, the letters on your handle are stitched rather than printed. A glance reveals yours is indeed printed, not sewn. Chapter 12. Not competing for bread, but for dignity. Based on Su Cong's 3 points of evidence, Ye immediately searched online, and without exception, all his assertions were validated. Ye called the police. Xiao Hui instinctively thought of mitigating their losses, as 50,000 was no small sum. Ye, her face pale with anger, glared at Su Cong, murmuring, "Is there still any use?" Su Cong said nothing, yet he understood the answer. It was futile. After all, when he had been cast aside, he had also reported the incident immediately, only to receive a call the next day stating that the gang was notorious and could not be located at that time. Wei Xiao, how do you find the story? Does it successfully blur the lines of truth and fiction? Song Ro asked provocatively. Lin Wei forced a smile, reluctant to speak. He had not anticipated that Su Cong, a mere underachiever, would possess such profound knowledge of luxury brands like Hermes. Aya and Xiao Hui felt a surge of joy and promptly exclaimed, "Well done, Wei Xiao." "Thank you." Yet, they were acutely aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and today's mission was to foster a connection between Lin Wei and Song Ro. According to their plan, they intended to create a private space for Lin Wei and Song Ro, but they had not anticipated the unexpected appearance of Su Cong. However, the issue was not insurmountable. "Song Ro, are you aware of the trending topic on Douyin this afternoon?" Aya initiated the conversation. She furrowed her brow momentarily, but quickly masked her concern and continued, "You wouldn't believe it. This afternoon, a blogger stumbled upon a hidden gem at Panjiayuan, acquiring a silver coin for 200 yuan and reselling it for 1.8 million. Indeed, there was also a stamp that cost about 4,000 yuan, but was sold for 8 million. Talk about striking it rich." Xiao Hui chimed in excitedly. "Is that really true, or is it just a script?" Song Ro inquired skeptically. "No, it's genuine. If you don't believe me, ask Wei Xiao. He dabbles in antiques too." Aya gestured towards Lin Wei. Lin Wei nodded, smiling as he affirmed, "I consulted some acquaintances in the field, and it's not a fabrication. One could merely say that person was exceptionally lucky." Su Gong, who had been observing quietly, chose not to interject, allowing the conversation to flow. "Speaking of antiques, there's an upcoming Poly Summer Auction preview tonight, and I happen to have an invitation. How about we go take a look?" Lin Wei finally revealed his ultimate intention. "Absolutely yes." Aya and Xiao Hui eagerly agreed. "I think I'll pass," Song Ro declined. "I heard many business moguls from Kyoto will attend, including numerous partners from your company. Are you really not going?" Lin Wei tempted her. Song Ro hesitated, knowing this was a rare opportunity. Merely showing her face could significantly facilitate future collaborations. After all, such elite gatherings were not accessible to everyone. "Song Ro, aren't you vying for the project manager position at the company? This is a splendid opportunity." Aya offered her support. Song Ro, feeling the pressure, glanced at Su Cong, who subtly nodded in understanding. "All right then, let us go together," Song Ro stated deliberately. "Let us hurry. We have about an hour," Lin Wei replied, showing no objections, although a slight smile graced his lips as he turned away. The group made their way to the parking lot, where Lin Wei's vehicle was grand, while Song Ro's was a Volkswagen. Naturally, Aya and Xiao Hui opted for the larger car, while Song Ro and Su Cong happily shared a ride. Half an hour later, The five arrived at a lavish villa on the Third Ring Road, the entrance flanked by an array of luxury vehicles. Four elegantly dressed women in kipeos greeted them at the entrance, creating an impressive atmosphere. As Song Ro exited the car, she indeed spotted several bosses from potential partner companies entering the villa, their expressions revealing a hint of surprise upon seeing her. As the five approached the entrance, they were halted by the welcoming hostesses. "Excuse me, could you please present your invitations?" The hostess inquired politely. Lin Wei appeared to be well prepared, retrieving an invitation from his suit jacket. The enchanting hostess, after a brief inspection, smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, greetings. Your invitation permits only one guest." The implication was clear. Those without an invitation were not allowed entry. In an instant, Aya and Xiao Wei, understanding the unspoken rule, remarked, "We shall not attend. Let this opportunity be bestowed upon Song Ro. We have other matters to attend to." Following their statement, they cast a deliberate glance at Su Kong Su Tsong, taken aback. Thought to himself, what is the point of that look? Yet, he could not deny the deftness of their maneuver. Song Ro, too, recognized that this was a deliberate ploy orchestrated by Lin Wei and Aya, rendering Su Tsong's presence inconsequential. The outcome would remain unchanged. She found herself in a dilemma. If she abstained, the business partner she had briefly encountered would perceive her as seeking attention. Conversely, attending would play into Lin Wei's hands. Ignoring Lin Wei, Su Tsong, noticing Song Ro's predicament, volunteered, Ro, please go ahead. I shall wait for you outside. If you do not attend, neither will I." Song Ro made her choice. Lin Wei, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of irritation and declared with bravado, "Song Ro, think carefully. The inside is filled with business magnates, and I'm the only one who can introduce you to them. Miss this chance, and it will be lost forever." Just then, an unexpected voice called out, "Ah, Mr. Su, is it you? What a coincidence. Su Gong Smai. It appears fate has conspired to bring us together. Let us enter together." Tian Guishan grasped Su Tsong's arm and began to lead him inside. However, Su Tsong remained steadfast, saying, "My apologies, but I do not possess an invitation." The four of Tian Guishan were momentarily stunned, then quickly reassured, "No matter, we have invitations." With that, they produced 4 invitations for the hostess, who, after perusing them, gestured for their entry. Su Tsong found it difficult to decline and glanced at Song Ro. She promptly intertwined her arm with his, which left Lin Wei visibly vexed. "Mr. Su, who are these individuals?" Tian Guishan, perceptive as ever, sensed something amiss. "This is my girlfriend, Song Ro." Su Tsong introduced her, then continued, "As for the others, I am not well acquainted. Do we not just dine together?" Aya began, but Lin Wei shot her a fierce glare, silencing her. Tian Guishan paid no heed and remarked, "Mr. Su is fortunate. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful, a match made in heaven." Su Tsong smiled and introduced Song Ro. Ro, these are Mr. Tian, Professor Chu, Mr. Pan, and Mr. Qian. "Hello," Song Ro greeted with poise. Su Tsong then glanced at Lin Wei and, with intent, took Song Ro's hand, entering together. Driven not by competition, but by principle, Lin Wei, witnessing their affectionate display, was seething with rage, realizing that his attempt to assert dominance had backfired spectacularly. Chapter 13. Jiang Taigong Fishes Willing Ones Hooked. "Didn't you claim that Song Ro had no boyfriend?" Lin Wei seethed as he led Aya and Xiao Wei to a secluded corner, his face contorted with anger. Furthermore, how could that loser possibly know President Tian of the Huaxia Antique Appraisal Association? He may know Tian Guishan, but Tian Guishan does not know him. He has only recently ventured into the antique realm. "We were unaware," they replied. Aya, feeling somewhat disheartened, softly remarked, "Previously, Song Ro never mentioned it, so we assumed she didn't have one. We were deceived." "Fools, just wait and see how I deal with you," Lin Wei admonished fiercely. Aya and Xiao Hui breathed a sigh of relief, feeling they had narrowly escaped a calamity, harboring resentment towards Song Ro. "Aya, come with me inside." Xiao Hui, "Wait for us in the car," Lin Wei instructed before turning back with Aya. The villa was quite spacious, and the promotional event was set to take place in a rear garden, where Tian Guishan was showcasing Su Tsong and Song Ro before several influential figures in the business community. Unfortunately, it was all a mere illusion, inadvertently benefiting Su Kong. Soon, he suppressed his anger, integrating himself into the circle of wealthy heirs, silently vowing to seize an opportunity to teach Su Tsong a lesson, as he still possessed a modicum of capital. Meanwhile, after Su Tsong and Song Ro made their appearance with Tian Guishan, they settled into a spot. To be honest, Su Tsong was not particularly fond of the social intricacies involved. Moreover, the business moguls hardly acknowledged him, considering him merely an obscure youth. Mr. Su, you seem to be struggling with this environment. Tian initiated the conversation. Boss Tian, please call me Xiao Su. You are all my seniors. Su Tsong paused before adding. I am indeed unaccustomed to this, and it's my first time, so I feel a bit nervous. Haha, understood, Tian replied with a slight smile, appreciating Su Tsong's temperament. Truth be told, we don't particularly enjoy such venues either, but since Polly invited us, we had no choice but to attend. Indeed, Polly's invitation is primarily for us to gain insight, Chu Fan interjected, taking a sip of champagne. The Polly Summer Auction is in half a month. Today's promotional event is mainly to gather treasures from the business tycoons for the auction. Precisely, while Polly ostensibly fears acquiring forgeries and has invited experts for appraisal. It is merely a formality. Pan Hong, another mogul, chimed in, aware of some insider knowledge. Some business leaders in need of liquidity would collaborate with auction houses, putting their treasures up for auction, yet only they truly knew the authenticity of these items. In the antiquities trade, there exists an old adage, no guarantees on authenticity. Hence auction houses may not always present genuine articles. It can be likened to the ancient sage Jiang Taigong fishing. The willing are drawn in. So this is a trap, Su Tsong thought, casting a surprised glance at Song Ro, realizing the multitude of schemes at play. Song Ro quietly squeezed his hand, listening intently from the side. Tian smiled gently and remarked, Xiao Su, one cannot say it like that. Even the most discerning can misjudge antiques. Some may act with intent, but most adhere to a moral compass. Indeed, we have all been deceived at some point, otherwise we wouldn't possess such profound insight. The road ahead is long, Xiao Su. Do exercise caution, Chu Fan kindly advised. Thank you for the warning. I will remain vigilant, Su Tsong replied outwardly, though internally. He was unfazed, as he had a system that safeguarded him from deceit, unless he chose to be ensnared willingly. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Polly Summer Auction promotional event. Without further ado, let us present our first exhibit for appraisal. The promotional event commenced, and as the female host concluded her introduction, a graceful attendant carefully placed a box on the stage as display. With a gentle motion, she opened the box, drawing the gaze of all attendees. Inside lay a bowl adorned with a coral red exterior, embellished with paintings of various autumn-blooming flowers, peonies, okra, chrysanthemums, orchids, and poppies among others. As its true beauty was revealed, gasps of admiration echoed through the crowd. Is this a multicolored blue and white porcelain? Someone speculated. No, this isn't multicolored, it's foreign color. Regardless of its classification, the audience lamented the fact that there was only one piece. If there had been a pair, it would have been a tremendous fortune. The authenticity remained uncertain, prompting some to express their excitement with little restraint. Amidst the commotion, Tian turned to Su Tsong and inquired, Su, do you think it's multicolored or foreign color? Su Tsong hesitated, genuinely unsure, as his knowledge had not yet encompassed porcelain. He could only manage a wry smile and replied, Honestly, I can't tell at the moment. Old Tian, why put the young man on the spot? Su Tsong is already quite remarkable. How could he possibly be an expert in everything? Chu Fan internally sighed with relief, realizing that if Su Tsong could identify it, he would indeed feel quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, the host had invited several appraisal experts to the stage for evaluation. 5 or 6 individuals ascended, scrutinizing the piece for approximately 10 minutes, before leaving a comparatively youthful woman with long black hair to remain on stage. This is my niece. Don't let her youth deceive you. She has made significant contributions in the realm of pottery and porcelain, Tian boasted. Su Tsong marveled quietly. Indeed, there are always those more accomplished. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, and at 22, he felt he would be left far behind, if not for the system he possessed. After thorough evaluation, the experts unanimously declared the bowl to be an authentic Qing Dynasty Yongzheng coral red foreign color bowl, adorned with 9 autumn flowers. The beauty, with her commanding voice, captivated the audience, whose eyes gleamed with admiration. No one dared to contest her assertion. The host quickly proceeded to present the second and third items, all confirmed as genuine by the experts. Finally, they arrived at the last item, a piece of ancient currency. Upon seeing this coin, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Moments latte. Someone could no longer contain themselves and murmured, Is this a Xianfeng Yuan Bao, worth 500? Although the voice was barely audible, it resonated throughout the venue. If it were mother coin, its value would soar, starting at a minimum of 10 million. It was astounding that such an item was even brought forth for auction. It seemed almost extravagant, Mother coins are exceedingly rare. If authentic, the upcoming summer auction would undoubtedly spark fierce competition. Quick, find someone to authenticate it. I must know if it's genuine. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, prompting the host to invite an ancient coin expert to the stage, including Tian among them. Su, would you like to join us in the appraisal? Tian offered. Su Tsong, taken aback, asked, is that permissible? Tian nodded. As the vice president of the Huaxia Antique Appraisal Association and an expert in ancient coins, he could easily bring someone along. Su Tsong, without hesitation, stood up to follow Tian Guishan. Only Song Ro felt a sense of astonishment, for she recalled that Su Tsong was majoring in computer science during his university years, a field seemingly devoid of any connection to antique appraisal. Was he merely seeking exposure? She was not alone in her thoughts. Lin Wei shared similar sentiments. Upon seeing Su Tsong ascend the stage alongside Tian Guishan, Lin Wei immediately sprang forth, rebuking Su Tsong. What business do you have up there? If you wish to broaden your horizons, you must discern the appropriate context. Do not cause a disturbance. His outburst drew the attention of the entire audience, their gazes laden with disapproval. Who is that lad? Is it a place he is fit to enter? One must possess self-awareness. He should descend at once. Have you looked in a mirror? Who among those up there is not an expert? Who do you think you are? A young scion lacking understanding, and with no one to discipline him. I shall take it upon myself to do so. Su Tsong's presence incited discontent among the spectators, while Lin Wei stood by, a smirk gracing his lips, relishing the spectacle. Silence, Tian Guishan interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Kong. He continued, have you no shame? You are all esteemed individuals, yet you relentlessly berate a junior. Ah, President Tian, that is not how one should frame it. If a mere child can ascend the stage at will, who would dare to purchase such items? The middle-aged man's reasoning was compelling. Indeed, among those invited to the stage, who could claim a higher status in the antique realm than Tian Guishan? Only their words and appraisals inspired confidence in potential buyers. Perhaps I shall withdraw, Su Tsong remarked, wishing to spare Tian Guishan any discomfort. However, Tian Guishan restrained him, addressing the crowd with a sardonic smile. Young Su was brought up here by me. I would not have done so without just cause. What cause might that be? Is he, like your niece, also gifted? The middle-aged man scoffed. While I dare not claim him to be exceptional, he is certainly no less than my niece, Tian Guishan asserted with unwavering conviction. A ripple of astonishment surged through the audience, whispers swirling as everyone knew that Tian Guishan's niece was a recognized prodigy within Kyoto's antique circle. Now, however, he was brazenly undermining her stature. The striking beauty with long black hair wore a grim expression, her gaze towards Su Tsong imbued with complex emotions. I must inquire, who exactly is this individual accompanying President Tian? I have yet to encounter him among the young talents in Kyoto's antique scene. Could he be from out of town? The middle-aged man pressed for clarity. The audience scrutinized Su Tsong closely, many admitting they had not previously seen him. Fear not, there is no need for speculation. Tian Guishan interrupted the burgeoning chatter. You may not have encountered him before, but I assure you, you have surely come across him on Douyin. What do you mean by Douyin? The middle-aged man queried, perplexed. Surely, you must have seen the trending topic from the afternoon? Tian Guishan's casual remark struck like thunder in a clear sky, sending shockwaves throughout the crowd. Goodness, is he the bargain blogger from this afternoon? Indeed, it should have been obvious. Look at Professor Chu, General Manager Pan, and General Manager Qian at that table. Was that not the scene from the Four Seas Tower earlier? To earn a staggering 8 million in a single afternoon is exhilarating. No wonder President Tian would say such things. If he lacked the qualifications to be up there, then no one would dare to take the stage, considering he is a prominent figure in acquiring Qing Dynasty silver coins. These words struck Lin Wei's face like a barrage, leaving him utterly astonished to discover that Su Tsong was indeed the opportunistic blogger from that afternoon. How could this young man be so exceedingly fortunate? Upon realizing that Su Tsong had amassed a staggering 8 million in a single afternoon, her heart nearly exploded with disbelief. Her own monthly salary amounted to a mere 18,000 and 8 million represented the sum of her earnings over 40 years, all while subsisting on nothing. Can Su go up now? Tian Guishan's inquiry plunged the room into a profound silence. Even the middle-aged man who had just risen quietly retreated into his seat, vanishing from sight. Lin Wei felt a twinge of reluctance, yet dared not voice her thoughts further. With no one questioning him, Su Tsong ascended the stage alongside Tian Guishan. The group began donning white gloves to examine the Xianfeng Yuan Bao, valued at 500 coins. Su Tsong modestly lingered at the periphery, recognizing that, by virtue of his experience, he was hardly qualified to be in their company. Thus, humility was the order of the day. After several minutes, once Tianguishan and the others had completed their appraisal, Su Tsong finally took hold of the Xianfeng Yuanbao. Rather than scanning it with his system, he opted to apply the knowledge acquired from his notes on ancient coins. The authenticity of such a coin is first assessed through its dimensions and weight, as each ancient coin adheres to specific standards. He weighed it in his hand, measuring its diameter, and began to form an understanding. Turning the coin over, he observed the inscriptions. The four prominent characters Xianfeng Yuanbao positioned in a square on the obverse, while the reverse bore the character for Dang above and the words 500 written from right to left below, flanked by the Manchu script for the mint. Nevertheless, Su Tsong concluded that it was a counterfeit. Subsequently, he activated the system to scan it. Designation: aged, intricately crafted imitation of the Xianfeng Yuanbao valued at 500. Material: copper alloy. Production year: modern. Grade: none. Evaluation: fake. It was a beautifully aged replica that had taken 5 years to create, but regrettably, its perfection revealed flaws in its size, rendering it collectible. Estimated value: 3,500 to 5,000. Market guideline price: 4,500. Indeed, it was a forgery. My notes on ancient coins have proven to be reliable. Su Tsong felt a surge of excitement, knowing that in the future, even the most common swindlers would not deceive him, even without the system. However, he recognized the necessity of gathering a broader array of counterfeit items to expand his knowledge base, including porcelain, jade, and paintings, mastering them all to avoid genuine deception. What do you think, real or fake? Tianguishan inquired as Su Tsong set the coin down. Fake. Su Tsong remained silent for a long while. The female host, noting that time was running short, approached to ask, esteemed experts, do you have a conclusion? Tianguishan and his colleagues nodded in agreement, while Su Tsong remained still. The host failed to notice this detail, intentionally directing her questions to each expert in turn. Chairman Tian, what is your assessment? She asked. The host appeared quite pleased with the response she received and subsequently turned to other experts, receiving consistent conclusions. Finally, only Su Tsong remained, initially not part of the proceedings. His identity was confirmed prior to taking the stage, leaving the host with no choice but to inquire. Mr. Su, what is your assessment? She asked with a smile. Su Tsong struggled for a moment before finally uttering, my result is actually not important. This declaration caused an uproar in the audience, as they were baffled by Su Tsong's words. After all, there had been previous instances where speaking the truth alongside Tianguishan and others had left no room for criticism. Was it possible that his current assertion was insincere? Chapter 15, A Bet. Ha, Mr. Su truly possesses a sense of humor. The female host feigned composure, addressing the audience. Perhaps Mr. Su is afraid of embarrassing himself before his seniors, so we shall not press him further. Su Tsong managed an awkward smile, reluctant to disclose that his hesitation stemmed from the desire not to offend the influential figures in the business circle who had presented the Xianfeng Yuanbao. Moreover, he was uncertain if this was a ploy. Should he expose it, he might antagonize the esteemed seniors on stage and the Poly Company, navigating the intricacies of human relationships. He had just stepped into the world of antiques and did not wish to alienate so many individuals right from the outset. The audience continued to murmur, clearly dissatisfied with the host's attempt to ease the tension. I declare the Xianfeng Yuanbao as genuine. The female host was instructed to hastily move past this segment. Su Tsong sighed in relief as he descended the stage alongside Tianguishan. However, Lin Wei suddenly emerged, blocking Su Tsong's path, and maliciously remarked, Su Tsong, are you not the so-called king of bargains? Why are you hesitating to authenticate a Yuanbao? You must be a fraud. This comment was highly confrontational, causing the brows of Tianguishan and several other seniors to furrow in disapproval. What do you wish to achieve? Su Tsong asked calmly. It's quite simple. If you're not a fraud, then state your authentication result. Lin Wei maneuvered astutely. If Su Tsong chose to align with Tianguishan and the others in asserting its authenticity, the audience would perceive him as a sycophant, questioning why he hadn't said so from the beginning. Conversely, if he declared it to be a forgery, it would incite conflict with Poly Company and others, aligning with Lin Wei's objectives. I can reveal my authentication result. Su Tsong appeared ready to concede, but then pivoted before I disclose my findings. I would like to propose a bet. A bet on what? Lin Wei asked, taken aback. Regardless of my authentication result, do you dare to purchase this Xianfeng Yuanbao? Su Tsong's proposition was audacious. What do I have to fear? Lin Wei responded without hesitation. Let me remind you, this has not yet been appraised. Do you wish to reconsider? Su Song pressed. No need, Lin Wei asserted firmly, secretly believing that the yuan bao was genuine due to the endorsement from experts like Tianguishan, which filled him with a sense of triumph. After all, on the day of the auction, such a treasure might not be easily acquired. Su Song was indeed doing him a great favor. A cold smile crept across Su Song's lips as he turned to the audience and called out, "Is the general manager of Poly present? Could you please come forth to appraise this item? Additionally, can my proposal be accepted by your esteemed company?" Upon his words, a man in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of youthful sophistication, stood up from the audience. "Good evening, everyone. I am Xia Shi, the general manager of Poly International Auction Company." Xia Shichao greeted the audience and then turned to Su Song, stating, "I find Mr. Su's proposal quite intriguing. I do not mind joining the two of you in a gamble." The atmosphere had reached this point, and Xia Shichao, being a person of considerable intellect, was well aware of Su Song's intentions. The reason Su Song suggested a wager was to find someone who could bear the burden of the Xianfeng Yuanbo's authenticity. Regardless of whether the Xianfeng Yuanbo was genuine or not, it had already sown seeds of doubt in people's minds. Such a controversial treasure might very well be overlooked at the auction. Furthermore, Su Song was convinced it was a counterfeit. Once this was disclosed, the item would be rendered worthless. If no one was willing to shoulder the cost of this revelation, then it would fall upon Su Song himself. However, he was astute enough to propose a bet, ensuring that, regardless of how the situation unfolded, the cost would be borne by Lin Wei. "Then, Mr. Xia, please provide an appraisal," Su Song said. The price had risen by 50%, which was quite reasonable. If it were to be auctioned, it could potentially double, provided that it was indeed a genuine Xianfeng Yuanbo. "I will take it," Lin Wei declared with a grand gesture, earning applause from the audience. Xia Shichao, being a diligent individual, promptly instructed the female host to bring forth the contract for Lin Wei to sign. After both parties amicably signed the contract, the Xianfeng Yuanbo, valued at 500 sculptural mother coins, officially belonged to Lin Wei. "Congratulations, congratulations," Su Song clapped in celebration. This left Lin Wei somewhat flustered. Could it be that he had been deceived? "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You can now reveal your appraisal results," Lin Wei retorted, unappreciative of the theatrics. "Certainly," Su Song replied with an air of ease, the danger having dissipated. He smiled and stated, "My appraisal result is that it is a forgery." A hush fell over the audience as they fixated on Su Song, astonished by his audacity. "You just purchased it for 18 million. Are you deliberately trying to deceive him?" Lin Wei shouted in frustration. Despite anticipating Su Song's trickery, he never imagined it would be so boldly articulated. "Xiao Su, are you certain you are not mistaken?" Tianguishan inquired, somewhat taken aback. A misjudgment here could be quite the embarrassment. "Chairman Tian, it is indeed a counterfeit," Su Song replied, a hint of apology in his gaze. He did not wish to undermine a senior, yet Lin Wei had compelled him. "That cannot be. This Xianfeng Yuanbo, valued at 500 sculptural mother coins, is identical to the one auctioned last year. The materials and craftsmanship are all impeccable." Tianguishan was unwilling to accept this. Having meticulously examined every aspect, how could it possibly be false? The several seniors who had just ascended the stage for appraisal nodded in agreement with Tianguishan's assertion. "Chairman Tian, the flaw lies in its perfection," Su Song remarked, glancing at the seniors before posing a question. "Esteemed seniors, are you aware of the purpose of sculptural mother coins?" "Indeed," Su Song affirmed. "An ancient sage once stated that when casting new coins, pure and high-quality ivory would be selected. According to the design of the new coin, a sample coin would be carved, which would then be approved by the Ministry of Revenue. Subsequently, skilled artisans would use fine copper to create an alloy and carve it into a coin mold, known as the sculptural mother or ancestral coin." "What exactly are you trying to say?" Lin Wei impatiently interjected. "Do not rush." Su Song smiled gently and continued. "The master die is not the final mold for casting new coins. It undergoes several iterations of imprinting and smoothing to achieve an ideal state, followed by perforation, which creates the square hole at the center of the copper coin, referred to as the golden mouth. A master die with a golden mouth is considered a secondary mold, known as the mother coin form, at which point it can be used to cast a large volume of circulating currency. In essence, the transition from the master die to the mother coin and finally to the minted currency involves multiple rounds of polishing and refinement, during which the master die continually reduces in size and weight, ultimately forming the final circulating coin. In other words, the master die is always produced with a margin for processing, and the coin minting process is fundamentally a continuous weight reduction endeavor. Are you implying that each master coin's weight and dimensions are not standardized? Tian asked, astonished. To be precise, Chairman Tian, it would be more accurate to say that identical master coins will exhibit slight variations in size and weight. Su Tsong elaborated slowly. Ah, yes. Chairman Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Their exchange left Lin Wei perplexed, prompting him to interject. Could you be more straightforward? Certainly, Su Tsong responded. If two identical master coins were to match perfectly in size and weight, one of them must be counterfeit. Thus, if the one auctioned last year is genuine, the one you are considering purchasing now must be a forgery. That is utter nonsense. Lin Wei shouted in anger, unable to accept the assertion. Would you like to weigh it and measure its dimensions? Su Gong Su Get. I will indeed, Lin Wei replied, his temper flaring. He turned to Xiashi and said, I would appreciate your assistance. Xiashi nodded and promptly instructed the staff to prepare for the measurements. Before long, the staff arrived with the necessary tools and conducted the measurements publicly, presenting the results to Xiashi. Xiashi searched online for last year's auction data and compared it, stating the Xianfeng ingot, listed last year, weighed 593 grams and had a diameter of 57 millimeters, while our measurements yield the same weight and diameter. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Disbelief etched on their faces as they grappled with the revelation. No, it cannot be. Lin Wei finally panicked. This is clearly a replica. Despite the time spent aging it, a forgery remains a forgery, Su Tsong remarked, feeling a sense of relief. He had refrained from being forthright earlier, as he did not wish to utter falsehoods. It is over. 18 million spent on a counterfeit. Who is this foolish heir? The crowd murmured, feeling that he had been duped openly, and that youthful arrogance comes with a price. One they never anticipated would be 18 million. Su's cunning was now evident, and the onlookers resolved never to cross him. They regarded Su Tsong with newfound respect, while Lin Wei found no sympathy, only ridicule. Mr. Lin, Xiashi called out. But Lin Wei appeared lost, his expression a mix of panic and disbelief. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he shouted loudly at Su Tsong, No. Why is it that mine is deemed counterfeit? Why can't last year's coin be the fake? This posed a thought-provoking question, causing the crowd to pause and consider its validity. Turning their gazes toward Su Kong, aware of Lin Wei's stubbornness, Su Tsong replied nonchalantly, I possess another method to prove that your coin is indeed counterfeit. I refuse to believe that, Lin Wei retorted vehemently. I previously mentioned that the ancients polished the surfaces of their coins using sand, leaving behind scattered marks, while modern individuals, for the sake of convenience, employ sandpaper, resulting in uniformly horizontal scratches. Your coin is remarkably well preserved. You may examine it under a magnifying glass in the light. Upon finishing his statement, Su Tsong did not wait for Lin Wei's reaction, as Tianguishan and the others eagerly took a magnifying glass to investigate. 3 minutes later, astonishment etched on their faces. Lin Wei crumbled entirely, collapsing onto the ground. Subsequently, as they descended, Xiashi inquired, President Tian, what are your findings? Indeed, as Young Su indicated, the polishing marks are horizontal and exceedingly neat. This detail had escaped our notice, Tianguishan admitted, slightly embarrassed. The other experts nodded in agreement, affirming Tianguishan's assessment. Goodness, this Su fellow is quite remarkable. President Tian certainly did not exaggerate. The younger generation has surpassed the older, leaving them washed ashore. It was clear that Su Tsong was destined for fame. No wonder he earned 8 million in a single afternoon. He was truly formidable. Had it not been for him, the Xianfeng ingot would have been sold as genuine, leading anyone who purchased it to suffer immense losses. The audience began to admire Su Tsong, with little attention left for Lin Wei. Song Ro watched in awe, perceiving Su Tsong as transformed, a man of eloquence and unwavering confidence. He was simply captivating. Meanwhile, Ye, who had accompanied Lin Wei, felt as if sitting on pins and needles. Not only had she failed to broker a connection between Song Ro and Lin Wei, but Lin Wei had also been thoroughly humiliated. Future prospects seemed bleak, and the possibility of incurring losses loomed ominously. Truly a regrettable turn of events. Ahem. I believe everything is settled now. It's getting late, so I shall take my leave, Su Tsong stated, preparing to depart. Mr. Su, wait a moment, Xiashi said, handing him a business card. Thank you for your assistance. Feel free to contact me if you require anything in the future. Additionally, I will ensure that tonight's commission is transferred to you. Very well, Su Tsong accepted, recognizing that earning money through one's own skills was always commendable. Upon leaving the villa, he entered Song Ro's car. 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted at a junction, as their paths diverged. having harbored feelings for Su Tsong for many years. And now with him single and having resolved her dilemma with Lin Wei, she felt compelled to seize the moment. Su Tsong, she said eagerly, grasping his hand, surely you have a cat that can do backflips at home? I would love to see it. Su Tsong responded, my dear, that excuse is rather flimsy. I do not own a cat. The two fell into an awkward silence. Suddenly, a car parked across the street, and from it emerged a man and two women. Su Tsong glanced over and exclaimed, isn't that Lin Wei? The curious gazes of the two individuals followed the trio, only to witness them entering a hotel. Su Tsong and Song Ro exchanged a meaningful glance. Su Tsong then remarked with a hint of amusement, ah, the rich second generation certainly knows how to indulge. Song Ro, filled with disgust, retorted, ugh, what scum, resolving to sever ties with the Ye and Xiao Hui henceforth. I suppose I have saved you a life. Remember to repay the favor, Su Tsong jested. Coughing, he nearly choked, realizing how much his senior had transformed into a seasoned player in just a year. Noticing Su Tsong's bewilderment, Song Ro quickly clarified, I didn't mean it that way. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head in embarrassment. At that moment, Su Tsong received a notification on his phone indicating a bank deposit. Upon checking, he discovered a sum of 100,000 yuan, likely the commission from Xia Shi, whose efficiency was impressive. Wow, a balance of over 9 million, Song Ro exclaimed. Shoo, keep your voice down. I might go deaf, Su Tsong said, covering his ears. Now that you have money, you won't turn bad, will you? Song Ro gestured towards the hotel across the street. Su Tsong, understanding her implication, playfully nudged her, laughing. You're quite nosy. Let us wait until I can casually squander 18 million before we discuss this. I'm off. He exited the vehicle and hailed a taxi, departing with a flourish. Song Ro gazed vacantly in the direction of the taxi, murmuring, just you wait, before you can waste 18 million. I will surely win you over and ensure you remain untainted. Oof. Chapter 17. Unlocking all collectibles. The following morning, Su Tsong was roused from slumber by a call from his mother, who was miles away. Upon hearing her voice, a weight settled in his heart. His grandfather favored male heirs and held disdain for their family. Had it not been for his father's compliance with his grandfather's wishes, Su Tsong might never have existed. Thus, he understood the humiliation his mother felt in seeking help, even from her own father. Son, don't be stubborn. Rest assured, you will know soon enough. I must go now. Goodbye, Su Tsong said, forcibly ending the call, knowing his mother would otherwise ramble on indefinitely. After rising and completing his morning routine, he descended to have breakfast. Just as he sat down, he overheard a lively conversation at the next table. Have you seen Douyin? Yesterday afternoon, a blogger struck gold at Panjiayuan and became wealthy overnight. No, I missed it. Earning over 9 million in one afternoon. Goodness. That is more than enough for a house in the third ring. Why am I not so fortunate? I plan to try my luck today. May the heavens grant me favor. Let us go, let us go. Su Gong Kyuka Sopti. It was akin to someone winning 5 million in the lottery, and everyone wanted to try their luck. The difference, however, was that while others relied on luck for 5 million, he had genuinely hit the jackpot. After finishing his breakfast, he stood by the roadside, attempting to hail a cab to Panjiayuan. Due to the morning rush hour, he waited an eternity before finally securing a ride. During this time, he contemplated purchasing a car. After all, earning money warranted spending it. Otherwise, what was the point of making money? Panjiayuan lay in the third ring, while his residence was in the fifth. Hence it took him an hour to arrive. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, he found himself momentarily stunned. The bustling scene at the entrance of Panjiayuan was overwhelming, a throng of countless individuals attempting to push their way inside, seemingly unable to gain entry. The sheer volume of foot traffic was incomparable to that of the previous day. Su Tsong began to wonder if he had ventured to the wrong location. However, a glance at the prominent golden sign reassured him that he was indeed in the right place. Checking his phone, he noted that it was not even a weekend. How could there be so many people? Resigned, he commenced his live broadcast, and in an instant, 20,000 viewers flocked to his stream. Good morning, Suga. Finally, you're live. We've been eagerly waiting. Wow, the crowd is indeed massive. I thought they were merely boasting, but they truly came out. Suga, you're remarkable, single-handedly drawing in the masses of Panjiayuan. Thankfully, I didn't go. I would have been utterly crushed. It turned out that this scene was a result of the butterfly effect instigated by Su Tsong's fortunate find the previous day, where he had earned 8 million in a single afternoon, deeply stirring the interest of netizens. Those idling at home decided to venture out and try their luck. Su Tsong chuckled to himself. Having initially dismissed what he heard at the breakfast shop as mere jest, He never anticipated it would materialize into reality. So good, don't just stand there. It's time for your performance. I can hardly contain my excitement. Let me witness your true skills. After yesterday, S9. 8 million. Here's to hoping Su Gu achieves even greater success today. Hurry up and find another bargain. I'm eagerly awaiting your fortune bags. Even the smallest of gains is still a gain, indicating that the spectacle of the fortune bags from the three young masters of the Magic City had indeed piqued interest. Su Tsong steeled himself. Though many had come to compete for the spoils, whether he would succeed depended on his genuine abilities. Without further ado, he plunged into the crowd. After pushing through for a while, he arrived at a stall teeming with people, the vendor's joy evident, a stark contrast to the previous day's despondence. Today, inquiries and transactions were plentiful, all thanks to Su Tsong's influence. Yet, he could easily surmise that most of the antiques being purchased were fakes. He refrained from exposing this fact, opting instead to examine the items and utilize his system to scan them. As expected, the majority were indeed counterfeit. Nevertheless, he discovered several collectible pieces and negotiated to acquire them. To his astonishment, bargaining proved to be significantly easier than the day before. The vendor seemed intent on moving volume rather than focusing on price. After all, this day's earnings would suffice for the vendor's sustenance for the next 3 years. Missing out on the opportunity would be foolish. Su Tsong, shrewd as ever, seized the moment, purchasing a plethora of fakes, ceramics, porcelain, bronze artifacts, jade, paintings, and more. In total, he spent 3,000 to 4,000, amassing a comprehensive collection of antique varieties. Wow, Su Gu has truly lost it, buying everything. Could it be that all of these are genuine? If they were, I'd eat 10 pounds of fresh olagiri on the spot. What is Su Gu's strategy? I can't quite grasp it. The viewers in the live stream were left bewildered by Su Tsong's audacious actions. If he could flip these for several million, they would undoubtedly contemplate drastic measures. Cough, cough. No need to panic, brothers. I'm merely demonstrating here. Everything you just saw was fake. Don't make any impulsive purchases. Su Tsong could not reveal that this was merely a task from the system, so he had to fabricate an explanation. In the live stream, as Su Tsong took advantage of the silence among netizens, he activated the system. Ding! A porcelain artifact has been detected. Would you like to collect it? Ding! A bronze artifact has been detected. Would you like to collect it? Ding! A piece of calligraphy and painting has been detected. After a minute, the system finally fell silent. Collection successful. Progress. 2 out of 12. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the illustrated guide for faux ceramic artifacts. Congratulations on receiving the unlocking reward, a knowledge notebook on ceramic artifacts, available for use. Collection successful. Progress. 1 out of 12. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the illustrated guide for faux ancient calligraphy and paintings. Congratulations on receiving the unlocking reward, a knowledge notebook on ancient calligraphy and paintings, available for use. Collection successful. Progress. 1 out of 12. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the illustrated guide for faux jewelry and gemstones. Congratulations on receiving the unlocking reward, a knowledge notebook on jewelry and gemstones, available for use. In one breath, Su Tsong acquired knowledge notebooks for all categories of antiques, inspired by the promotional event from the previous night. From now on, whether it be for picking up bargains or appraisals, he would find it considerably easier. Next, Su Tsong was eager to embark on his true treasure hunting adventure, filled with excitement about the potential discoveries of the day. Chapter 18. The 9 Deceivers of Panjiayuan. As he moved closer, he realized that a delivery rider had crashed into a small stall, damaging numerous items. The vendor was angrily demanding compensation from the delivery rider, while a crowd of onlookers expressed their sympathy for the unfortunate delivery worker. Goodness, that rider might not even keep his pants. How tragic. What audacity he must have to take such risks. He shattered so many porcelain pieces. If even one were authentic, the delivery rider could face ruin. If I were that vendor, I would claim they were all genuine. The discussions in Su Tsong's live broadcast room were fervent, with many expressing concern for the delivery rider. Just as the netizens had predicted, the vendor insisted that everything on the stall was genuine, causing the delivery rider to nearly break down in tears. 3 million. I shall not pursue this matter further, the vendor declared with audacity. The delivery rider, not one to be fooled, retorted, You claim they are genuine, but I don't believe it. 3 million? Why don't you go rob someone instead? 3 million is a bargain. If you had just knocked over the treasures in my box, you wouldn't be leaving without at least 5 million, the vendor said, opening a box revealing a porcelain item. More precisely, it was a cup adorned with colorful blue and white patterns, depicting a rose with vibrant hues, pleasing to the eye. You expect me to believe this broken cup is worth 2 million? Scoffed the delivery rider. The vendor huffed in response. You simply lack worldly experience. And I cannot fault you for that. Allow me to inform you that this is a Kangxi blue and white rose cup. Do not speak without understanding. The mention of the Kangxi name stirred excitement among the onlookers. It is known that during the Kangxi era, blue and white porcelain from renowned kilns was exceptionally famous. As Emperor Kangxi was adept at incorporating Western techniques and crafts, reflecting the comprehensive development of society at that time. This historical significance of Kangxi blue and white porcelain translates into substantial monetary value today. Whatever you say is true. Who can prove it? I certainly don't understand. The delivery rider dismissed. The vendor appeared to be aware that the delivery man was impervious to reason. He gestured towards a crowd, indicating a middle-aged man with a beard, and proclaimed, "This gentleman has just expressed interest in my exquisite cup, offering a staggering 1 million. However, I declined his offer." Then, "You, reckless fellow," charged in. Upon being called out, the bearded man interjected, "Indeed, I recognize this as a piece of Kangxi blue and white porcelain, and thus wish to acquire it. Little did I know that a small electric scooter would come rushing at me, startling me." His statement incited hushed murmurs among the onlookers, many of whom began to believe that the Kangxi porcelain was genuine, leading to immediate bids. 110,000, 120,000, 150,000, 180,000. The bids escalated, each one higher than the last, while the delivery man's expression darkened with despair. The vendor smirked, casting a cold glance at the delivery man, and remarked, "Do you see how many are coveting my treasure? How dare you claim that the items at my stall are counterfeit? You are truly ignorant of the world. Do not leave just yet. Once I conclude this transaction, I shall take you to the police station for a discussion." Upon hearing this, the delivery man crumpled to the ground, weeping profusely. Yet, no one paid him any heed, as their attention had shifted entirely to the prized Kangxi porcelain. "Goodness, Sugo, will you not make a move? This is a rare treasure indeed. Although 2 million seems steep, they have all gone mad. Surely, it will not be difficult to resell. Come on, Sugo, I have faith in you." The barrage of comments in Su Tsong's live stream encouraged him to act, yet when the camera panned, he decisively fled. The live chat erupted with confusion. "Xu Yi, what does this mean? Are you implying that the blue and white porcelain is a fake?" "Surely not, for someone bid 1 million. The gentleman was genuinely interested. It seems Su Ge is afraid he cannot compete, thus trying to mislead us," some viewers mocked. Su Tsong chuckled and replied, "Brothers, do you not see that this is a trap? The vendor and the delivery man are deliberately steering the conversation towards the porcelain. Have they even mentioned compensation? And you cannot truly believe that anyone is genuinely bidding. They are merely shills. The vendor can call out any number without needing to pay. It's merely a tactic to inflate the price. What is most absurd is that you have yet to see a delivery man brave enough to ride a small scooter into such chaos. Merely touching any item could lead to financial ruin, let alone a stall filled with antiques. If I were in his shoes, I would have long since taken advantage of the commotion to escape. Who would linger here to await disaster?" Without waiting for the viewers to digest his words, Su Tsong meticulously analyzed the situation. Indeed, Su Gu's reasoning holds merit. Such elaborate schemes, digging such a deep pit, impressive. He remains composed while we are caught up in excitement. "Brothers, remember, in Panjiayuan, there are 9 deceivers, and one is merely practicing. Do not get carried away." Su Tsong kindly cautioned his audience. In response, viewers reciprocated with gifts, sending helicopters and luxury cars in appreciation. After engaging with his fans, Su Tsong continued onward. When he spotted a striking woman, she possessed an alluring figure and a radiant countenance, exuding an exquisite aura. Dressed in simple attire, with a black flower pinned to her chest, she clutched her handbag tightly, her expression tense as she scanned her surroundings. What a sight! Reminiscent of a widow mourning her late husband. The presence of a widow often invites controversy. You men, unable to indulge in lamb, stir up trouble instead. I have come to understand the saying, in youth, one fails to appreciate the value of an elder sister, mistaking a maiden for a treasure. Gentlemen, let us maintain our decorum. Su Tsong offered a gentle reminder to the online audience, yet in the next moment, he engaged further. Viewers in the live stream exclaimed, "Hey, host, you seem rather brazen. Madam, is there something you require?" Before Su Tsong could finish, the elder sister was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" She glared, her eyes wide with suspicion. "Ahem, dear sister, fear not. Is there any assistance you seek?" Su Tsong felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. The elder sister scrutinized Su Tsong with caution, and upon realizing he was merely a youthful and refined gentleman, not a lecherous old man. She breathed a sigh of relief. In her moment of confusion, she decided to engage with Su Tsong, viewing him as a last resort. Do you know where one might sell antiques? I mean reliable places. She inquired. Su Tsong, initially intending to extend a helping hand to a bereaved woman, found himself unexpectedly intrigued. Elder sister, do you possess something of value you wish to sell? Su Tsong posed the question eagerly. The elder sister felt a pang of anxiety and stepped back, uncertain of whether to trust Su Kong. Do you have knowledge of antiques? She asked tentatively. I know a little, Su Tsong replied modestly. After a moment's contemplation, the elder sister retrieved a piece of paper from her bag, saying, Could you help me determine if this is worth anything? Upon examining it, Su Tsong discovered it to be a sheet of rice paper, specifically raw rice paper, roughly the size of a poster. It bore numerous characters, not inscribed with a brush, but rather imprinted. Elder sister, this is a rubbing, Su Tsong remarked, his disappointment palpable. While it appeared somewhat aged, it held little monetary value and less appreciated by a discerning eye, perhaps fetching a few hundred at best, certainly not within his realm of appreciation. Is it truly worthless? The elder sister asked, though she could perceive Su Tsong's expression of dismay. Her face turned pale at his words, her eyes misting over as she slowly recounted, Young man, I wonder if you've ever scrolled through Douyin. A few days ago, my late husband mentioned he had been deceived while unearthing a treasure. He purchased a painting, only for experts to declare it a forgery. In a fit of despair, he leapt from a building, leaving me a widow with a child. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Su Tsong was taken aback, struck by the uncanny coincidence. This elder sister was the widow of that infamous individual who had jumped. It seemed unfathomable that such a beautiful woman would be left behind. Yet, something felt amiss. But elder sister, didn't the internet say you ran off with someone else? Su Tsong queried, almost instinctively. Preposterous. Who among them has the audacity to spread such slander? The elder sister retorted angrily. Su Tsong, startled by her fierce response, instinctively took a step back, realizing there was a fierce spirit beneath her exterior, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Observing his retreat, she quickly clarified, Ahem. What I meant was that there are always rumors circulating online. Do not heed their baseless chatter. Su Tsong offered an awkward smile, then inquired, I understand. But, my dear lady, how did you come by this rubbing? The woman replied, It was my late husband who always had a penchant for collecting hidden treasures. He bought various artifacts and kept them at home. Now that he has departed and the money has nearly been squandered, I thought to exchange these for some cash. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Thus, Su Tsong gathered that there might be other items in her possession. Do you have more treasures at home? He asked, his eyes brightening. Yes, but first, could you tell me if this particular item holds any value? The woman, not lacking in wit, understood Su Tsong's intentions. This rubbing is worth at most a couple of 100 yuan, he replied, hoping to spare her disappointment while still offering a fair assessment. Others would disdain it so much they wouldn't even take it to the restroom. Then would you like to buy it? She asked abruptly, catching him off guard. Su Tsong felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed he had stumbled into a trap. Cautiously, he observed the woman, yet discerned nothing amiss. Had he overthought the situation? Turning his attention elsewhere, he noticed a middle-aged man watching him from a distance. Their eyes met, and the man quickly averted his gaze. Looking in another direction, he spotted a young man clad in a flamboyant shirt, staring intently at him. Panic gripped Su Tsong. This truly was a precarious situation. He had managed to evade the seller of the blue and white porcelain, yet he was ensnared by the seemingly pitiful woman. Her acting was remarkable. He had not suspected a thing. Do you want it or not? The impatience in her voice grew evident. Su Tsong contemplated fleeing, but the throngs of people made escape impossible. Furthermore, the lady had accomplices. Should he refuse, they would surely accuse him of harassment. In that scenario, 2 men would likely confront him, leaving him with no means to defend himself. I'll take it for 100 yuan, Su Tsong conceded reluctantly. The woman hesitated before responding. All right, but I have a few more pieces. You seem sincere. I'll sell you all of them. With that, she retrieved a thick stack of papers from her bag. Su Tsong exclaimed, Wait, how many are there? This is clearly dozens. My dear brother, I can tell you are a good person. Please help your sister out, and I assure you I will repay your kindness. She pleaded, inching closer. Fearful, Su Tsong retreated until he found himself cornered, with no avenue of escape. I'll buy a few, but please, maintain some decorum, he implored, feeling trapped. You truly are a good man. May goodness follow you always, she remarked, sensing her victory and maintaining a slight distance. With a scowl, Su Tsong accepted the stack of papers and began to unfold them. Most were indeed rubbings, though a few contained some calligraphy and paintings. While these items were not counterfeit, they still held little value, likely gathered by the woman from dubious sources with the intent to deceive at Panjiayuan. Determined to make a wise purchase, he scanned each piece with his system to identify any that might be worthy of collection. After a series of scans revealed nothing of note, he was prepared to select a few with better appearances and vacate the premises. Suddenly, he noticed one rubbing made from particularly thin rice paper, featuring characters in a style reminiscent of small seal script. He suddenly became intrigued and scanned the system. Title: A rubbing of a Northern Qing Dynasty stone drum inscriptions by Fan Xin from the Ming Jiajing era. Material: Xian paper. Production date: Ming Dynasty Jiajing. Grade: Unique piece. Evaluation: Authentic. This is a rubbing made by Fan Xin, who once served as the right Vice Minister of War during the Ming Dynasty. Of the Northern Qing stone drum inscriptions, gifted to a friend, in pristine condition, the only one in existence. Estimated value: 12 million to 18 million. Market guideline price: 16 million. Wow, is it truly genuine? Su Tsong felt a surge of joy and discreetly glanced at the older sister, only to find her expressionless, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this sister truly lacked discernment. He could afford to be a little impolite. Suppressing his excitement, he selected 4 additional pieces, totaling 5. Sister, it's 100 each, right? I'll skin 500 for you. Su Tsong counted the 5 pieces in front of her. Brother, how can you buy just 5 after looking for so long? Why not take a few more? The sister seemed reluctant to let go of this unsuspecting fool. Sister, let us be reasonable. Having more of this 1T fill 1's stomach. But brother, 5 is a bit few. The price isn't the same. What do you mean? 500 each? She held up 5 fingers. Su Tsong felt an urge to drop everything and leave. Let whoever wanted it buy it. How could she be so brazen? However, upon reflection, he knew there were treasures within. Leaving felt unsatisfactory. Su Tsong gritted his teeth and said, Sister, the rest doesn't appeal to me. These 5 are acceptable. How about 2,000? 2,500 seems a bit steep. Pay up, the sister replied decisively. Su Tsong thought to himself, if I play the same again, I'm truly a fool. He quietly pulled out his phone and scanned to pay her 2,000. The sister, satisfied, threw him a flirtatious glance, rolled up the remaining items, and promptly departed. Chapter 20. Fan Xin, Right Vice Minister of War during the Ming Dynasty. Brothers, why do I feel like Su Ge got swindled? Be confident. This is a trap. Beautiful women, after all, are not to be trusted. With a single stroke of charm, she swindled 2,000 from the broadcaster. How pitiful. Indeed, in Panjiayuan, it's a cycle of deception. One link leads to another. Su Ge couldn't guard against it. Netizens in the live stream expressed their sympathy for Su Tsong, showering him with gifts to console him. Dream, Castle 10. Porsche 66. Yacht, 88. Brothers, did you see that? In the future, keep your distance from beautiful women. They not only excel in performance, but also script their own tales. Even the broadcaster fell for it. Su Tsong pretended to lament, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. He quickly made his way to the collection area. It was crowded, indicating that Panjiayuan had entered a booming era. Upon arriving at the Sihai building, he noticed several customers, with Sister Tong attending to them. After half an hour, Sister Tong approached him apologetically, saying, Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. It's no problem. I understand when there are customers, Su Tsong replied nonchalantly. I'm younger, so please call me Xiao Su from now on. Indeed, Xiao Su is remarkably understanding, but this is largely thanks to you. Without your trending topic yesterday, today's Panjiayuan would not be as bustling. Sister Tong beams with delight. Undoubtedly the day's revenue is promising. Quite unexpectedly, I too have merely enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. By the way, is Boss Tian available? Su Tsong transitions to the main subject. Sister Tong comprehends and, with surprise, inquires, has Xiao Su stumbled upon another treasure? Su Tsong smiles silently, merely nodding in affirmation. You truly are impressive. Wait here. I shall call Boss Tian immediately. Sister Tong hastily departs. Meanwhile, Su Tsong's live stream explodes with activity. What is happening, brothers? When did the host find such a treasure? Could it be that all his previous random purchases were genuine? Surely not. Am I blind? How could I not discern which items are treasures? Brothers, do not panic. Perhaps the host is playing tricks on us. He just got duped by beauty, so he might be taking out on us. They jest. Haha, brothers, shortly I will distribute goodie bags, so do not leave. Su Tsong deliberately engages with the comments, seemingly attempting to appease his viewers. The audience, however, is disheartened, for Su Tsong had already distributed goodie bags yesterday, having uncovered 2 significant finds. Now, before he has made any new discoveries, he announces another giveaway. What does this imply? The viewers widen their eyes, eager to see what treasures Su Tsong might present. Xiao Su, so early? Tian Guishan remarks, just arriving. Not too early, but I did not anticipate such a crowd today. Su Tsong observes Tian Guishan's slight disarray, indicating he has been jostled in the throngs of people. It's all thanks to your influence. Tian Guishan rolls his eyes and says, however, it has been years since Panjiayuan has been this lively. I heard you just unearthed another treasure? Su Tsong chuckles, just luck. Show me. Perhaps I can find someone who appreciates it. If it's a good item, I might consider acquiring it myself. You cannot always think of others. Let me see the goods. Tian Guishan, an avid connoisseur himself, eagerly anticipates the finds. Su Tsong places 5 stacked rubbings on the table. The viewers in the live stream become agitated with excitement. Tian Guishan examines them, and, upon discovering they are rubbings, is somewhat perplexed. These are everywhere. Can they truly be considered treasures? Su Tsong waves his hand dismissively. Boss Tian, you haven't seen the full picture yet. Do not jump to conclusions. Keep looking. Intrigued by Su Tsong's confidence, Tian Guishan continues to peruse the 5 rubbings, but, despite his scrutiny, he cannot discern their significance. Admittedly, he is not an expert, merely possessing a modicum of experience. Forgive my candor, but aside from this one resembling a small seal script, the others are worthless. Tian Guishan's discerning eye proves sharp. Boss Tian, your vision is commendable. Su Tsong places the small seal script rubbing at the top and inquires, can you identify what this is? Tian Guishan examines it closely, pondering for a moment before responding. The script is indeed peculiar. It resembles seal script, yet is not quite. Its form suggests a cursive style akin to large seal script. I feel I have encountered it before, yet cannot recall. The overall text appears to be a poem, but many characters elude my understanding. To ascertain its meaning, we must consult an expert. Upon reaching this point, he had indeed exerted considerable effort, yet the surface details had been thoroughly elucidated. Su Tsong quietly admired the wisdom of age, remarking that experience prevails. I shall not jest with you any longer, Boss Tian. Have you ever heard of Shirgu inscriptions? Su Tsong proffered a crucial piece of information. Of course, I have heard of it. It is a national treasure. Tian Guishan, well versed in such matters, suddenly realized something and exclaimed, are you suggesting that this is a rubbing of the Shirgu inscriptions? After a brief pause, he reluctantly set down the rubbing and stated, forgive my inadequacy. I truly cannot discern which esteemed artist's hand produced this. If it is merely an ordinary rubbing, it likely holds little value. The issue remains. The Shirgu inscriptions are indeed a national treasure, and their rubbings span the ages. Not to mention, who among the literati today does not possess one or two? They have become so commonplace that they hardly command any worth. Did you notice the signature? Su Gong In Guit? I did. The inscription reads rubbing of Dongming from the 45th year of the Jiajing reign. I have never heard of anyone named Dongming during the Jiajing period. It must be a fabrication by some contemporary counterfeiters, Tian Guishan remarked, having encountered much in his past. Ah, but Boss Tian, have you never heard of Tianyi Pavilion? Su Tsong continued. Are you referring to the oldest library in Zhujiang, Tianyi Pavilion? Indeed, its former owner was Fan Qin, who once served as the right vice minister of war during the Ming Dynasty and was known as Dongming. Before the establishment of Tianyi Pavilion, the library there was called Dongming Chaodang. Are you suggesting that this is a rubbing of the Shirgu inscriptions made by Fan Qin? Precisely. This revelation astonished Tian Guishan, as there had never been any historical record of a version of the Shirgu inscriptions attributed to Fan Qin. Moreover, to be frank, were it not for Tianyi Pavilion, few would even remember Fan Qin today. However, a crucial piece of information remains. No rubbings of the Shirgu inscriptions from before the Tang Dynasty have survived. Only those from a northern Song dynasty have reached the Ming Dynasty. The collector of the northern Song rubbings was, in fact, Fan Qin. Xiao Su, please wait a moment. I shall summon 2 professionals to examine this, Tian Guishan said, unable to contain his excitement, and immediately rose to make a phone call. Chapter 21. Inscriptions from the pre-Qin period. An hour later, an elderly man accompanied by 2 younger individuals entered. Tian Guishan warmly welcomed them before introducing Xiao Su. This is Elder Peng Lai, an expert from our Huaxiao Antique Appraisal Association, specializing in ancient texts and paintings. Greetings, Elder Peng. Su Tsong stood to acknowledge him. Observing the elderly gentleman, who despite appearing to be in his 60s, radiated vitality and vigor. Elder Peng smiled and nodded, also sizing up Su Kong Xiao Su. This is Gao Ge from the Kyoto University Forensic Evidence Appraisal Center. A skilled expert in handwriting authentication, Tian Guishan introduced, patting Gao Ge on the shoulder. President Tian's praise was instantaneous. Gao Ge, modest in demeanor, turned to Su Tsong, offering a handshake as a form of greeting. Su Tsong was somewhat taken aback. It was evident that Boss Tian had an extensive network, even managing to invite personnel from the appraisal center. You met General Manager Xia last night, Tian Guishan remarked, omitting further introduction. Su Tsong shook hands with Xia Shi, the youthful general manager of Poly International Auction Company, who appeared to be in his 30s. He understood that Xia Shi had come with the purpose of appraisal, and it seemed that Boss Tian genuinely intended to acquire the rubbing for himself. Well, since everyone is present, let us proceed. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a voice at the door, and soon 3 individuals entered. These 3 were none other than Chu Fan, Pan Hong, and Qian Jia. What brings you here? Tian Guishan asked, somewhat awkwardly. You little rascal. Trying to keep it all to yourself, are you? Fortunately, I caught Xiao Su's live stream, Chu Fan remarked as he seated himself, clearly with no intention of leaving. Pan Hong and Qian Jia exchanged knowing smiles and also took their seats, clearly intent on sharing in the feast. Tian Guishan felt helpless. He glanced at Su Tsong's phone with a hint of reproach in his eyes. Su Tsong shrugged, indicating his own innocence. Old Peng, we may begin, Chu Fan asserted, taking the lead, evidently familiar with Old Peng. Tian Guishan's frustration was palpable, but he refrained from voicing it. After all, they were old friends of over a decade. Su Tsong carefully unrolled the rubbing of the stone drum inscriptions, prompting Old Peng and the others to gather around for inspection. Undoubtedly, Old Peng was the most knowledgeable among them, while the others were merely there to broaden their horizons. Old Peng first examined the paper, then inhaled the ink-s aroma, retrieving a prepared magnifying glass to scrutinize each character meticulously. Su Tsong silently admired the dedication of the older generation. After a quarter of an hour, Old Peng set down the magnifying glass and turned to Su Tsong, inquiring, Young Su, you assert that this is a rubbing of the stone drum inscriptions. Do you know what the stone drum inscriptions are? This question was also on the minds of viewers in Su Tsong's livestream. After a brief pause, Su Tsong replied thoughtfully, I shall humble myself in my explanation. The stone drum inscriptions are engraved characters from the pre-Qing period, named for their resemblance to a drum. They were first discovered during the Qing Dynasty, comprising 10 stones, each approximately 3 feet high and 2 feet in diameter, inscribed with a total of 10 poems in large seal script, summing up to 718 characters. The content is believed to depict scenes of hunting by the Qing king, thus also referred to as the hunting stele. Old Peng nodded frequently, his eyes reflecting admiration for Su Tsong, and further asked, why do you believe this rubbing was made by Fan Qin? There are 2 reasons. Firstly, when Fan Qin's library, Tianyi Pavilion, was completed, he replicated the northern Song stone drum rubbing and housed it there. When friends came to congratulate him, he would certainly share this treasure with them. Yet understanding its rarity, he would only have made a few copies to gift to his closest friends. Secondly, as history progressed, the stone stele at Tianyi Pavilion suffered damage or was lost. Consequently, between the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, only 6 copies of the stone drum inscriptions have survived. But due to various factors, these versions either have damaged characters or missing verses. In contrast, my rubbing possesses intact characters and complete verses, suggesting that only Fan Qin could have accurately replicated the northern Song stone drum stele at that time. Otherwise, it simply would not align. The first reason was Su Tsong's conjecture, while the second stood as solid evidence. You make a valid point, Old Peng said, increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such profound knowledge of the stone drum inscriptions. As Tian Guishan and Chu Fan exchanged glances, a bitter smile graced their lips. They had underestimated Su Tsong's expertise. Last night, they believed Su Tsong's understanding of antiques was confined to ancient coins and postal collections. But it was evident that their perceptions were superficial. Elder Peng refrained from further inquiries and retrieved an ancient book from the briefcase he had brought. Addressing Gao Ge, shall we begin? Certainly, Elder Peng, Gao Ge replied, rising to grab his backpack and requesting Sister Tong to find him a podium, from which he proceeded to unpack and arrange his instruments. At that moment, Tian Guishan remarked, the 2 of them are about to commence the authentication of the handwriting. One relies on experience, while the other depends on technology. The stone drum inscription rubbing brought by Su Tsong could only authenticate handwriting through the signature left by Fan Qin, which was not a mere imprint, but rather inscribed by his own hand. The ancient book brought by Elder Peng bore Fan Qin's writing, and a careful comparison would suffice. Meanwhile, Gao Ji's technological approach necessitated some time. After approximately half an hour, the results finally emerged. No doubt. This signature is indeed Fan Qin's handwriting, Elder Peng asserted. The crowd turned their gazes toward Gao Ge, who held up an authentication report, stating, "The handwriting comparison results show a similarity of 99. 99. It is authentic without question." A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, accompanied by admiration for Su Tsung's discerning eye that had allowed him to acquire such a treasure. The research and historical value of this rubbing was immense. The stone drum preserved in the Forbidden City contained merely 272 characters, and although it had been supplemented to over 500 characters, this rubbing clearly had the potential to provide even more completions, possibly correcting the restorations in the Forbidden City. Su Tsung added, "Although I am aware that this rubbing is not the most complete, it is undoubtedly superior to others. In the spirit of commerce." He made this statement in hopes of maximizing benefits, which was also a mark of respect for the stone drum inscription. Director Xia, the decision rests with you. Tian Guishan spoke, emphasizing that professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. Xia Shi, who had been listening intently while gathering information, felt adequately prepared to speak. 7 years ago, a stone drum inscription scroll was auctioned for 17 million. Given the completeness and the significant historical value of Mr. Su's rubbing, I estimate a starting price of 12 million. Chapter 22. 1 river, 2 rivers, 3 lakes, 4 seas. Boom! This valuation instantly sent shockwaves through Su Tsung's live broadcast room. Wow, I am in awe, Brother Su. 2,000 turned into 12 million. Robbing a bank isn't this swift, exclaimed a viewer. A piece of tattered paper worth 12 million? Just kill me. I cannot believe it. Had the earlier woman known this, she might have fainted in the restroom. The onlookers were equally astonished, as the price had tripled unexpectedly. This left Tian Guishan, who had initially been confident about acquiring the piece, in a quandary. While he could afford 12 million, the presence of several competitors meant that securing it would require bidding, raising the question of whether 2 million could even secure it. Boss Tian, what do you propose? Su Cong inquit de liberten. I am willing to bid 12 million. Tian Guishan was named, and despite gritting his teeth, he had to make a bid. As he had anticipated, Pan Hong immediately declared, I offer 13 million. 15 million. Came the swift response from Qian Jia. Tian Guishan could only manage a bitter smile. In a contest of financial might, he knew he could not compete with these two conglomerates. Nevertheless, he could not back down and continued to call out 17 million. 18 million. Professor Chu seemed to take pleasure in making things difficult for Tian Guishan, declaring 20 million. Suddenly, Old Peng shouted, prompting astonished glances from the crowd. "Ha! I can't resist such a splendid item. Please forgive me," he said with no pretense. As an expert in ancient texts and paintings, it was only natural for him to be tempted. Tian Guishan felt a pang of despair, sensing he had invited the wolf into the house. 20 million. Is there any further bidding? Old Peng asked. Xiaoshi temporarily took on the role of auctioneer. The crowd fell silent. This price had met expectations, and bidding higher would not be prudent. Moreover, with Old Peng participating, there was a need to show some respect. 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million thrice sold. This rubbings of the Qing Dynasty stone drum script from the Ming Jiajing period now belongs to Mr. Peng. Xia Shi concluded the auction with a decisive strike. Old Peng expressed his gratitude with a bow to the crowd. Tian Guishan wore a mournful expression, having toiled for hours only to leave empty-handed, feeling quite frustrated. As for Chu Fan and the others, they were indifferent. They were merely spectators, hoping to find treasures, but not overly concerned if they didn't. Su Tsung provided his bank account details to Old Peng, who promptly made a call to arrange the transfer. 10 minutes later, Su's phone buzzed with a notification of the 20 million transfer. Thank you, Old Peng, and everyone for your assistance. It is already noon. I would like to invite you all to lunch if you'd be so kind. Su Kong Popo. Absolutely, we must go. Let us indulge. Tian Guishan grumbled through clenched teeth. Haha, old Tian seems a bit perturbed, Professor Chu remarked, causing Tian Guishan to glare at him sharply before suggesting. There's a Huayan cuisine restaurant just down the street. What do you all think? The group nodded in agreement, and Su Tsung consented. Tian Guishan quickly called to reserve a private room, and then set off. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Su Tsung reassured his online followers, informing them that the red envelopes would be distributed in the afternoon and reminded them not to be late before ending the livestream. As dishes and drinks were served, the atmosphere at the table became lively. Su Tsung toasted each person, formally establishing friendships. With the wine flowing, conversations turned boastful and showy. Through Tian Guishan's elaboration, Sutsung learned of the saying in the antique circle of Kyoto: one river, two rivers, three lakes for seas. The four families had maintained their authority in the antique realm from the Qing Dynasty to the present day, possessing extensive connections. And the Huaxiai Antique Appraisal Association was built upon their framework, underscoring their immense influence. Xiao Su, would you be interested in joining our appraisal association? Old Peng suddenly inquired. Tian Guishan slapped his forehead and lamented, Indeed, I had completely forgotten about this matter. You possess remarkable talent. If someone were to lure you away, I would surely face the wrath of those old fellows in the association. Su Tsung felt somewhat astonished, having only recently entered the antique circle. To gain entry so swiftly would be a humiliation to those who had toiled for years, even decades, to achieve the same. I merely relied on fortuitous circumstances. I shall defer any decisions for now. Su Tsung gently declined. While he recognized the advantages of aligning himself with influential figures, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Rest assured, the doors of the Appraisal Association will always remain open to you, Tian Guishan assured him, exercising the authority befitting his position as vice president. After indulging in food and drink for a while, the gathering began to disperse. Su Tsung settled the bill, which amounted to a little over 20,000, comprising over 10,000 for the wine and a few thousand for the dishes. Upon exiting the restaurant, Su Tsung noticed Xia Shi waiting for him at the entrance and approached him. Mr. Xia, are you still yearning for more wine? He inquired. Haha, I would indeed like to share a drink with Mr. Su, but company affairs keep me occupied. I shall reach out to you next time, Xia Shi replied, exchanging pleasantries before shifting the topic. To be frank, I wanted to ask if Mr. Su could lend us a favor regarding our company. What do you mean? Su Tsung asked, puzzled. Xia Shi explained. The news regarding the Xianfeng Yuan Bao mother coin has circulated. While it does not directly impact our company, it has provided an opportunity for some ill-intentioned individuals to claim our appraisers are lacking. Furthermore, the mother coin was supposed to be the centerpiece of our summer auction. Now, its absence diminishes our appeal. What is your intention, Mr. Xia? Su Tsung inquired. I would like to request that when you come across any treasures in the future, could you consider consigning them to us for auction? We can waive your fees and strive to elevate the bidding price, Xia Shi proposed. He had been coveting the stone drum rubbings from the morning, but felt too constrained by propriety to make a move. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tsung replied, Certainly. If I encounter anything suitable, I will reach out to you. His agreement stemmed not from guilt or social obligation, but from a practical standpoint. As Xia Shi noted, auction prices often surpass private sales. To forego profit would be foolish, he thought. Thank you, Mr. Su. I am truly grateful, Xia Shi expressed, surprised by the unexpected generosity. Considering their limited acquaintance. No need for formality. Just call me Xiao Su in the future, Su Tsung replied amicably. Absolutely. I shall consider you a friend. Xia Shi responded with a broad smile, suddenly reminded of something. Xiao Su, please exercise caution. I have heard the Lin family has vowed to retaliate for last night's incident. The Lin family? You mean Lin Wei, who lost 18 million last night? Su Tsung replied. Ah, thank you for the warning. One must abide by the rules of gambling. He acknowledged, though he resolved to remain vigilant. Xia Shi was aware that the Lin family would not dare to confront him directly, so they directed their ire toward Su Tsung instead. However, Su Tsung harbored no fear. After a brief conversation, Xia Shi took his leave. Su Tsung glanced at the time. It was just past 1 o'clock. He thought it a travesty not to spend some of the fortune he had just earned, 20 million, so he hailed a taxi. Upon hearing from the driver that there was an auto show nearby, he promptly decided to go there. Chapter 23. Su Ji's Daily Act of Kindness. A few minutes later, Su Tsung arrived at the venue, an international exhibition center where entry was free, requiring only a name and contact information to gain access. The auto show was bustling with crowds, rivaling the earlier scene at Panjiayuan. Upon inquiry, he learned that this was the first grand summer exhibition of the year in Kyoto, featuring many renowned automotive companies, truly tailored for his car-buying endeavors. He estimated his assets, 1,800,000 in silver coins, 8 million in stamps, and the 20 million from the stone drum inscriptions he had just received, totaling approximately 29,800,000, more than sufficient for acquiring a luxury vehicle. In high spirits, he began to stroll through the exhibits, suddenly noticing an abundance of stunning female models dressed in revealing attire, exuding grace and allure. With a flick of his eyes, he initiated a live stream. Wow, Suga, what's going on? So many models. Need I ask? It's an auto show, and the beauties are plentiful. You lot better get ready to wipe your screens and enjoy the view. Suga is truly a role model for us all. He understands our desires. Xu Yi, pick a beauty from the lucky draw. I want the one in Balenciaga. In an instant, 100,000 viewers flooded the live stream. Su Song smirked knowingly. He was aware of their interests. Affected nonchalance, he responded, brothers, just look. Don't daydream. Don't let me lose focus on buying my car. With that, he disregarded the viewers' uproar and continued his exploration. This exhibition showcased predominantly new energy vehicles. After perusing for a while, he set his eyes on a long-wheelbase Range Rover in a sleek, white exterior, minimalist and elegant. Standing beside, it was a beautiful model, creating a striking contrast, reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast. The model began her introduction. Our new energy vehicle features a plug-in hybrid system, comprising a 38 lithium-ion battery pack, a 105 kilowatts electric motor, and a 30 inline six-cylinder engine, with an acceleration time of 0 to 100 km/h in just 3 seconds. Once she finished her presentation, Su Song approached and declared, I want one. The model, noticing his casual attire, a white shirt and jeans, immediately judged him to be a mere show-off live streaming. She assumed he could not possibly afford it. Estimating the price at around 1 million. I will pay in full, Su Song stated calmly. The model gasped in surprise, clearly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and asked, really? Absolutely, he affirmed, dismissing her condescending glance. Very well, sir, please follow me. The disdain in the model's eyes transformed into respect as she led Su Song to the office on the second floor. As soon as he sat down, she presented the purchase agreement and other necessary documents. He reviewed them thoroughly, found no issues, and signed without hesitation, producing his bank card as well. The model stood beside him, utterly astonished, silently berating herself for underestimating him. Sir, please wait a moment. I will assist you with the financial matters promptly. At that moment, the enchanting car model gazed at Su Song with a glimmering gaze, deliberately bending over during the contract handover. A breathtaking scene suddenly unfolded, leaving not only Su Song in a daze, but also igniting fervor in the live stream. Wow, Su-gu, she's clearly flirting with you, exclaimed one viewer. Damn, a car purchase comes with a model. How did I miss such an opportunity? Another lamented, I envy your financial prowess. Su-gu quickly asked for her WeChat. Your evening will surely be lively. Su Song, noticing the eagerness of the viewers, remarked nonchalantly, brothers, it seems you all desire her WeChat more than I do. Don't use me as an excuse. Upon being exposed, the viewers immediately denied it. Sir, all the paperwork is complete. You can pick up the car tomorrow. Is it not possible now? It feels a bit rushed. How about tonight? That works. Su Song tucked away his bank card and stood up, preparing to return later for the car. Sir, could I add you on WeChat? The alluring car model asked timidly. Su Song glanced at her without a word. The model quickly clarified, please don't misunderstand. Having purchased our car, I merely wish to provide you with the best service. Do you have a boyfriend? Su Gong Su Li Inquit? And no, the car model stammered, surprised by his directness, her heart fluttering with joy. Do you need a boyfriend? Su Gong Gon Din, the model, beaming with delight, nodded vigorously without uttering a word. What is your WeChat? Su Song's tone softened. The model, blushing, promptly revealed her QR code. Su Song brought his phone closer, but did not scan it. Instead, he aimed the camera at the QR code. The viewers in the live stream understood immediately, and screenshots were taken in a frenzy. Moments later, Su Song withdrew his phone. The car model was overjoyed, believing her future was secure. However, as she waved goodbye to Su Song, her phone incessantly chimed with friend requests. Jasmine tightly requests to add you as a friend. Second Canon at half-price requests to add you as a friend. Let the princess be fertilized requests to add you as a friend. The car model, seeing hundreds of friend requests, paled upon noticing the usernames. Realizing that these were not wealthy heirs seeking her WeChat, but rather a horde of viewers from the live stream, hoping for a chance with her. Looking up, she found Su Song had vanished into the crowd, and she felt an urge to smash her phone in frustration. Meanwhile, Su Song had already distanced himself, and once he deemed it safe, he boasted to the live stream, brothers, I risked my life to secure her WeChat for you. The rest is up to your skills. Thank you, Su-gu. You're truly a good person. Others chimed in. Su-gu does good deeds daily. Perhaps he has too many guilty secrets, someone teased. The host is shameless, yet I quite like it, haha. Su-gu, the brother's happiness rests upon you. Quickly asked for more car models WeChat. Su Song pondered whether his life was still at stake. He decided to refrain from asking more about the car models, prioritizing his safety instead. He feigned ignorance and turned to exit the exhibition center through another exit. As he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar face, Lin Wei from the previous night. Lin appeared to be entangled in conversation with an elderly man who clutched an object wrapped in newspaper, its contents obscured from view due to the distance. Lin seemed impatient, eager to extricate himself from the old man's grasp. Chapter 24. Ming Xuanda Bronze Incense Burner with Snowflake Pattern and Gold Crown. Su Tsong approached closer and discerned that the object in the old man's hands was an incense burner, characterized by a square mouth, a slender neck, and a rounded belly adorned with beast-like ears. It bore a layer of grime, with remnants of incense, ash, and fallen red wax, likely pilfered from a shrine or tombstone. The old man appeared intent on selling it to Lin Wei, who had presumably examined it, but for reasons unknown, had failed to strike a deal. "Ah, it's you again," Lin Wei remarked upon noticing Su Tsong's approach. Su Tsong smiled and responded, "Last night, Wei Xiao merely spent 18 million. You need not be so wary of me." "Humph." Lin Wei scoffed, "Do not take pride in this. I shall repay this grievance in due time. Just you wait." Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and turned to the old man, saying, "Sir, he is the foremost expert in unearthing treasures in our capital. If you truly wish to sell that incense burner, you should have him appraise its authenticity." The old man turned his gaze towards Su Tsong, eyes filled with urgency. Su Tsong was taken aback, sensing that Lin Wei was attempting to manipulate the situation. "Why won't he buy your incense burner?" "Su Gong in Gui." "He claims my incense burner is not bronze. It is a counterfeit," the old man replied earnestly. To be frank, the burner did appear rather ordinary, coated in a layer of dust and wax that concealed its original dark purple exterior. It was not the expected orange or purplish red of bronze. It was likely iron, which Lin Wei had deemed counterfeit, thus refusing to purchase it. Moreover, having been swindled out of 18 million the night before, Lin was understandably cautious. Then why not go to Panjiayuan? Why come to such a place to sell it? Su Tsong continued his inquiry. "I went there, but after squatting all day without a single inquiry, the hotel owner advised me that there are wealthier patrons here, so I thought I might try my luck." The old man hesitated. Su Tsong observed the old man's expression. He appeared sincere, not concocting a tale. "Allow me to examine your bronze burner," Su Tsong stated, taking hold of it and inspecting it closely while simultaneously activating his scanning vision. Name: Ming Xuanda Bronze Incense Burner with Snowflake Pattern and Gold Crown. Material: copper alloy. Production period: Qing Dynasty, Xuanda. Rarity: unique piece. Evaluation: authentic. It was a stunning relic of unparalleled beauty, a testament to the ingenuity and artistry of ancient craftsmen. Estimated value: 24 million to 33 million. Market guideline price: 32.5 million. Su Tsong was inwardly astonished to discover it was a Xuanda burner, though his expression remained impassive. For centuries, incense burners have been cherished by literati, who would place them on their desks, lighting a stick of fragrant incense while reading, thus evoking the poetic ambience of the red sleeves, adding fragrance to the night of study. As the gentle strumming of the guqin harmonized with the fragrance of incense, a refined elegance lingered in the air, enchanting the senses for 3 days. Thus, the value of incense burners has consistently remained high in the antique trade, with the Xuanda furnace being the most prized. What extraordinary luck Lin Wei possesses to encounter such a treasure. Growing impatient, he scoffed, "Surely you can see that?" Su Tsong returned the incense burner to the old man and retorted, "Why does it concern you if you're not buying?" Lin Wei pressed on, "You're pretending not to see it." Su Tsong, with a cold snort, ignored him and turned to the old man, asking, "Sir, why are you in such haste to sell this incense burner?" The old man hesitated, a sorrowful expression crossing his face as he replied, "My son was diagnosed with cancer a few days ago and needs funds for treatment. As a humble farmer, I cannot afford the exorbitant costs of chemotherapy. I recalled this ancestral incense burner, reputed to be quite valuable, and thought to sell it for my son's medical care." "What price are you asking?" Su Tsong inquired further. After a moment's hesitation, the old man replied, 2 million. "Are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe it's made of copper?" "Even if it were a copper furnace, it wouldn't be worth that much," Lin Wei asserted. He was correct. Typically, even antique copper furnaces might not command such a price. Unfortunately, he was unaware that this was a Xuanda furnace. Su Gong Fao Dong, uncertain whether to inform the old man. According to the unspoken rules of treasure hunting, he was under no obligation to disclose the truth. After all, he wasn't an appraiser and couldn't provide a certificate of authenticity. If he claimed it was worth 30 million and the old man could not sell it, who would bear the burden of that cost? The only solution would be for him to purchase it, yet he had no intention of offering 30 million. Primarily, he did not possess such wealth, and secondly, he was not in the business of charity. Transactions must yield profit. Moreover, as a treasure hunter, he would seek to minimize costs rather than inflate them. A complication arose with Lin Wei's presence. Should Su Tsong decide to buy, It would indicate that the item held significant value, prompting Lin Wei to raise the price. In such a scenario, should Lin Wei capitalize on the opportunity? Su Cong will be left speechless. Why don't you buy it? Wei Xiao. Su Gong Su Den Li Su Get. Lin Wei, taken aback, asked hesitantly, what do you mean? Is this for real? You dared to gamble 18 million last night. Are you now afraid to bet 200,000? Su Cong provoked. Get lost. Why don't you buy it? Lin Wei countered. Su Cong paused, a look of bewilderment on his face, and awkwardly replied, my kind of treasure hunting is nothing compared to your wealth, Wei Xiao. I merely thought you'd want to make up for last night's losses. Are you truly so altruistic? Lin Wei questioned coldly, increasingly convinced that Su Cong was toying with him, and deemed the incense burner a counterfeit. Don't be ungrateful, Wei Xiao. I'm genuinely trying to assist you, Su Cong said with a somewhat obsequious smile. I want to buy it. You should buy it. Are you really not going to buy it? Lin Wei shot him a glance before turning to leave, resolute in his decision not to be deceived. Su Cong watched Lin Wei's retreating figure and smiled. Young man, will you buy it? The old man asked, slightly anxious now that Lin Wei had departed. Su Cong looked at the old man, clearly torn, and slowly said, Sir, are you truly asking 2 million for this incense burner? 2 million, and I will not negotiate. The old man was resolute, as only 2 million could sustain his son's life. May I inquire which hospital your son is receiving chemotherapy at? Su Cong asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Nevertheless, the old man retrieved his phone and displayed several photographs depicting his son during treatment at the hospital. Could we perhaps see your son via video? Su Cong's request grew increasingly peculiar. Certainly, the old man, a straightforward individual, was oblivious to Su Cong's intentions. He opened WeChat and initiated a video call. Soon, the call connected, revealing an elderly woman, presumably the old man's spouse. They conversed in a dialect that Su Cong could not comprehend, and then the image shifted to a young man lying in a hospital bed. His pallid complexion, the oxygen tube nestled in his nose, and the sparse strands of hair atop his head painted a grim picture. After observing the scene, Su Cong made a judgment and requested the old man to terminate the call. Sir, your incense burner may be worth more than 2 million, Su Cong expressed, a flicker of compassion in his demeanor. Then how about 180,000? It cannot go any lower. The old man misunderstood, believing the item was undervalued at 2 million. What I meant was, perhaps you could seek a second opinion elsewhere. Su Gong Su Get, I have no time. My son is about to undergo chemotherapy, and the hospital awaits payment. I am unfamiliar with this place, and do not know whom to turn to, the old man admitted. Feeling somewhat lost, Su Cong pondered for a moment and replied, very well, I will agree to 2 million, but do not regret your decision. As it is a family heirloom, rest assured, I am immensely grateful for your kindness. You have indeed saved my son's life, the old man exclaimed, visibly moved. Su Cong refrained from further discussion, requested the old man's bank account details, and promptly called the bank to transfer the funds. Soon after, the old man received a notification from the bank, handed over the incense burner to Su Cong, and hurriedly departed. All of this was observed by Lin Wei, who lurked in the shadows, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Chapter 25, A Day of Virtuous Deeds. Su Ge, you've been deceived. This is clearly a trap. Indeed, that elderly lady could lose her husband. So what this old man's son? This incense burner is ubiquitous. 2 million is a loss. Su Ge is truly a philanthropist, performing virtuous deeds daily. Su Cong chuckled helplessly, not wishing to explain, and prepared to shift the topic by announcing a lucky draw. Brothers, the lucky draw is ready. Just follow me to participate. This time the prize is... He glanced at the exhibition center behind him, a smile gracing his lips. This time, the prize is a car worth around 100,000. The winner simply sends their address, and I will have it delivered directly. Wow, Su Ge is impressive. Su Ge, I bow to you as a son. The host is truly generous. I have a small proposal. I wish to be your adopted daughter. I will do whatever you ask. Show us your face, host, so we can be captivated by your striking charm. The viewers, akin to devoted admirers, began showering gifts. Su Cong set up a 5-minute lucky draw, and instantly, the number of participants soared past 100,000, with his followers increasing by 300,000. Soon, news of the lucky draw trended, and the live stream's popularity surged. 5 minutes later, the lottery for the lucky draw has concluded, and unexpectedly, the winner is a young lady known online as Xiao San of Su Ge. She immediately sent a private message to Su Cong. What a shock, Su Ge. How is this fair? Why wasn't it me? I can't believe I just missed the grand prize. I'm devastated. I refuse to accept this. It must be a conspiracy. Perhaps the host could draw again. I could be the next streamer, Xiao Si. In the chat, someone responded, brothers, don't be disheartened. There will be another chance next time. Congratulations to the lucky lady. Get ready to pick up your car. Su Song offered some words of comfort to the viewers, and then suddenly remembered something. Is a young master of Magic City in the live stream? If so, please request to connect. Before long, he received a connection request, and upon checking, it was indeed the young master of Magic City. Hello, Su Ge, he greeted nervously. Hello. Did you receive your package? Su Gong Yin Guit? I did. As soon as I got it, I took it for appraisal. The local appraiser confirmed its authenticity, and I sold it for 58,000. I immediately put a down payment on a car. Thank you so much, Su Ge. There's no need for thanks. I'm glad you received it. Wait a moment. I'll send you a helicopter. Hey, don't stop. Haha, that's enough. Su Gong Ge. Eliciting laughter from the live stream audience. Each helicopter costs 300, and the young master of Magic City sent over a dozen until Su Song ended the connection. All right, everyone, I've arrived at Panjiayuan. It's time to get down to business. No more boasting, Su Song said as he exited the vehicle and walked into the bustling market. This time, he was not there to hunt for bargains, but to purchase tools. Upon reaching the collectible section, he found a shop specializing in tools, offering small brushes, specially designed cleaning cloths, plastic knives, and more. Under the owner's guidance, Su Song bought a comprehensive set of tools, thinking they would be useful in the future. Once home, he turned off the live stream, as the place was somewhat disheveled, and he did not wish for his viewers to see it. After tidying the desk, he laid out the tools and then took out the Schwanda furnace. Various cleaning methods were available: water washing, dry cleaning, dry wiping, and chemical cleaning. Although they seemed straightforward, each required a skilled hand. A mistake could lead to significant loss. The Schwanda furnace, being made of bronze, could withstand water washing, but the years of accumulated grime needed to be painstakingly removed by hand. He filled a basin with clean water and submerged the furnace, washing away some surface dust. Then used the plastic knives to gently peel off the layers of wax and oil. He was fully concentrated, fearing that a slip could mar the surface, which would indeed be heartbreaking. After half an hour, Su Song finally finished. The Schwanda furnace gleamed as if brand new, revealing its original form. The body was unadorned and smooth, with a golden sheen reminiscent of snowflakes, hence its alternate name, snowflake gold. The entire surface was lustrous, offering a delicate and smooth texture, with a rich, aged patina that exuded an air of antiquity and elegance. It appeared understated, yet held immense value, truly a treasure. Su Song admired it for a good 10 minutes, but reluctantly decided to part with it, as he was in dire need of funds. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and he dialed the number of Xia Shi, a general manager of Poly. Mr. Xia, I have something remarkable here. I am uncertain whether it piques your interest. Su Song resolved to take it to auction. To his surprise, Xia Shi pondered for a moment before inquiring, Su, are you referring to the incense burner you purchased for 2 million this afternoon? Did Mr. Xia watch my live broadcast? Su Song queried. Not entirely. Are you unaware that the news of your 2 million purchase of a counterfeit iron incense burner has circulated within the industry? This matter has been propagated by Lin Wei. Su Song was taken aback. Why is Lin Wei everywhere? He thought. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If that scoundrel didn't seize the opportunity to malign him, it would indeed be peculiar. Su, the entire industry is now aware that you acquired a fraudulent incense burner, and it has even trended online. You might want to check. Xia Shi advised. Su Song, dismissive, retorted, Mr. Xia, do you also believe it to be counterfeit? Indeed, genuine Schwanda burners are exceedingly rare, especially those crafted from copper with snowflake gold. What if I told you, Mr. Xia, that this is a Ming Schwanda copper snowflake gold crown ear square burner? Su Song remarked nonchalantly. What? Xia Shi exclaimed, immediately brimming with excitement. Su, can you truly ascertain that? Absolutely. I have meticulously cleaned the grime from the Schwanda burner. I can send you a photograph of its pristine state, Su Song affirmed. Very well, send it to me, and do so promptly. Xia Shi was already half convinced, and soon he received a photograph from Su Cong. Upon seeing the immaculate Schwanda burner in the image, his eyes widened in disbelief. Su, do not move. I shall bring over a few experts to examine it, Xia Shi shouted excitedly. Sure, no problem, I will send you the address. Su Song, feeling rather lethargic, forwarded his home address and then proceeded to take a shower. Chapter 26. Indeed, she does not deceive me. Half an hour later, Xia Shi arrived at Su Song's neighborhood accompanied by 3 individuals. Upon seeing the building before him, he found it hard to fathom that a renowned treasure hunter from Kyoto resided in such an old district. The 3 companions behind him also appeared astonished. There was no elevator, and even the corridor lights flickered ominously, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. After finally reaching the third floor, they knocked on the door. Sutsong had just finished showering and changed into fresh clothing when he opened the door, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Xia Shi would bring along a woman, the very same black-haired beauty from the promotional event 2 nights prior. The appraiser, known as Tian Guaishan's so-called niece. Su, why are you dawdling? Are you not going to invite us in for a chat? Xia Shi's smile held a hint of amusement. Startled, Su Tsong noticed the composed expression of the black-haired beauty and quickly gestured for them to enter. Please come in. My home is a bit disordered, so kindly overlook it. Fortunately, he had tidied up a bit earlier. Otherwise, it would have been rather embarrassing. However, his one-bedroom apartment, measuring only around 40 square meters, felt somewhat cramped with 3 or 4 people entering at once. Xia Shi and his companions awkwardly settled on the sofa, while Su Tsong poured them a few glasses of water. Su, allow me to introduce you. This is Professor Zhao Xiao from Sanhotang, an expert in bronze artifacts. Xia Shi pointed towards a middle-aged man sporting black glasses, then turned to another middle-aged man with a crew cut, saying, This is Professor Han Ziyuan from Sanhutting, an expert in Buddhist statues and bronze artifacts. Both professors must have worked hard. I presume you are also members of the Antique Appraisal Association? Su Tsong inquired tentatively. The 2 professors nodded with smiles, affirming Su Tsong's assumption. Su Tsong silently mused on the formidable prowess of individuals from the rivers and lakes, as they seemed inescapable. Xiao Su, you might recognize this individual. The general manager of Sanhutting, Qiu Binglan, is also a distinguished member of the younger generation, Xia Shi introduced with a smile. Su Tsong scrutinized Qiu Binglan once more. She possessed an angelic visage and a devilish figure. While not overwhelmingly voluptuous, she epitomized Easter aesthetics. However, her demeanor appeared somewhat aloof, leading him to suspect a deliberate air of detachment, prompting him to refrain from conversation and merely nod in acknowledgement. Indeed, she reciprocated with a similar nod. Perhaps this was the unspoken understanding of youth. Having exchanged pleasantries, Su Tsong was eager not to squander time. So he retrieved the meticulously cleaned Xuanda furnace and placed it before the assembly. Instantly, their eyes sparkled with intrigue, and they hurriedly gathered around. Seizing the moment, Su Tsong commenced a live broadcast, hoping this twist would attract a fresh wave of followers. What is happening? This incense burner seems reminiscent of the one from the afternoon, yet distinctly different. Has the host altered it? It appears even more unremarkable now. What is he up to? Wait a moment. Why do I see several heads bobbing around? It's a bit unsettling. Viewers clamored for Su Tsong to clarify, but he remained unseen. His phone only captured the Xuanda furnace, rendering everything else somewhat enigmatic. He sat to the side, awaiting feedback from Xia Shi and the others. After a brief interval, Xia Shi finally inquired, Professor Han, what are your thoughts? I believe it is quite close to the mark, Professor Han replied with conviction, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He continued, The fundamental form of the Xuanda furnace is an open mouth, with either a square or round lip, a short and slender neck, and a bulging belly, featuring 3 blunt conical feet, or split legs. The mouth rim is adorned with bridge-shaped ears, or oval ears, or even beast-shaped ears. The inscriptions and year marks are often engraved on the outer base of the furnace, closely resembling those on Xuanda porcelain. Wearing white gloves, Professor Han inverted the Xuanda furnace, revealing the inscriptions on its base. Xuanda Year 3, Tong Hufeng. Thanks to Su Tsong's cleaning efforts, these characters were now clearly visible, the former indicating the Qing Dynasty's era and the latter the craftsman's name from that period. But why was it rumored to be an iron incense burner? The color differs from when it was first purchased, Xia Shi questioned, pinpointing a critical issue. At this juncture, Professor Zhao slowly interjected, General Xia. During the 3rd year of Xuanda, Emperor Xuanzong of the Qing Dynasty received a tribute of exquisite windmilled copper weighing tens of thousands of jin from the King of Thailand. Windmilled copper is not pure copper. Rather, it is a copper alloy infused with various precious materials, thus bestowing a uniquely refined texture to the furnace, which appears dark purple or blackish brown. This is one of the hallmarks of the Xuanda furnace. Moreover, the refining process is complex, while typical furnace materials undergo 4 refinements. The Xuanda furnace requires 12, resulting in a purer and finer quality, akin to the skin of an infant. The third aspect is its shimmering brilliance, with gold leaf or embedded gold adorning the surface in a snowflake pattern, thus earning the moniker snowflake gold. This imparts an extraordinary aura, which evidently eludes the perception of the likes of Wei Xiao, who simply lacks discernment. Upon this explanation, Xia Shi experienced a sudden epiphany, and the livestream audience was equally enlightened. How is it that this host consistently strikes gold? Must he not falter even once? It turns out, the material is not pure copper. Rather, the ground copper possesses an intriguing dark purple hue, which explains Wei Xiao's oversight. In this light, it appears that the host's intentions were genuinely benevolent this afternoon, though regrettably, Wei Xiao was akin to a dog biting El Dong Bin, unable to recognize a good Samaritan. I just checked, and the Xuan de furnace is indeed remarkable. A profit of 2 million is assured. I feel a momentary pang of sympathy for Wei Xiao. How amusing. At that moment, Lin Wei was also present in Su Tsong's live stream, seething as he read the mocking comments. And in a fit of rage, he smashed his phone. He realized that this afternoon, Su Tsong had cleverly baited him, confident that he would never make a purchase. What benevolence! The malice of human nature is truly insidious. So, it is indeed a Xuan de furnace, and a top-tier one at that. Xia, could you venture a price estimate? In a sudden turn, Qiu Binglan, who had remained silent until now, inquired. After pondering for a moment, Xia Shi assessed the scant information stored in his mind and concluded, such an exquisite Xuan de furnace has never appeared in the auction market. The last one was sold 6 or 7 years ago, fetching a price between 3 million and 5 million. Yet its quality and material could not compare to this pure specimen. Based on current market trends, the starting bid should be no less than 20 million. And if it successfully auctions, the final price could exceed 30 million. Upon hearing this figure, those present collectively inhaled sharply, and the live stream erupted with excitement. Acquired for 200,000 and sold for 30 million. Akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang grasping a utility pole, an incredible windfall indeed. Lin Wei's countenance darkened. Had he heeded Su Tsong's advice and purchased it, he could not only have recovered from the previous loss of 18 million, but also secured a substantial profit. Enraged and humiliated, he kicked his tablet away, recalling his father's oft-repeated adage, heed the counsel of others to fill your belly. Truly, his father did not deceive him. Xia, if the appraisal poses no issues, then I entrust the Xuan de furnace to you, thus fulfilling my task, Su Tsong stated with alacrity. If 30 million were to be realized, he would certainly consider purchasing a new home. Thank you. You have indeed aided us at Poly immensely. I will ensure that we achieve a favorable price for you. And as previously mentioned, we shall waive any handling fees. Xiaoshi honored his commitment, adding, this time, Poly owes you a favor. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. No problem. I shall await your good news, Xia, Su Tsong replied, declining to linger. Noticing the time, which was already past 7, he prepared to leave and retrieve his car. Thus, they departed the community together, but unexpectedly, Xia Shi requested Qiu Binglan to drive him. Chapter 27, 18,000 a month. Qiu Binglan's vehicle was a striking red Mercedes, alluring yet frigid, much like her persona. Su Tsong dared not refuse, fearing this icy beauty might retaliate. Along the way, he mentioned the address of the 4th store, thereafter lapsing into silence. However, Qiu Binglan took the initiative to spark a conversation, asking Mr. Su, it seems you are quite familiar with my uncle. Does President Qiu refer to Boss Tian? Su Gong Vi Dole. Mr. Su, would you be interested in joining me at Sanhu Ting? I am currently in need of a vice president. Qiu Binglan's invitation was rather abrupt. What if my 4th uncle asked you to go to see Hai Lu? Qiu Binglan's questions grew increasingly unexpected. What do I have to fear? I merely value talented individuals. She replied defiantly, though her expression betrayed a hint of discomfort. Su Tsong discerned that within this venerable antiques organization, which had stood for a century, the internal atmosphere appeared far from harmonious. He had no desire to wade into such murky waters. Thus, Qiu Binglan ceased her inquiries, and they soon arrived at the 4th store. Su Tsong expressed his gratitude before alighting the vehicle, entering the store to retrieve the car purchase contract, where he was warmly welcomed by the manager. Before long, he laid eyes upon his vehicle, confirming it was indeed a new car and not merely a display model. With no other issues present, he then inquired of the manager, do you have vehicles priced around 100,000? Please show me. Su Tsong was indifferent, as long as it was reliable and safe. He recalled the lucky draw among his fans and wished to avoid aimless wandering elsewhere. So he decided to make a purchase for them as well. They arrived at an exhibition area featuring BYD's new energy vehicles. Mr. Su, this is the most popular dynasty series of this year. Han, Tang, Qin, and Song. Do any of them appeal to you? The manager introduced. Su Tsong commenced a live stream and connected with the lucky winner, who humorously referred to herself as Su Ji's mistress, asking, among Qin, Song, and Yuan, which do you prefer? Su Ji's mistress exclaimed, wow, darling, I adore you. Let me take a look. The term darling ignited a wave of jealousy among the viewers. Hey, hey, you are here to choose a car, not a husband. Stop calling him that. Su Gu is mine, little vixen, stay away. Anyone who dares to compete for my darling will face my wrath. Everyone clear the way. My 18-meter-long sword is eagerly awaiting. Who dares to snatch my husband? Su Tsong could only remain silent, while the manager privately mused about the exuberance of youth, wealth, and charm. Darling, I think the Qing looks splendid. I want this one. Su Ji's mistress cooed. Cough, cough, don't call me that. I'm not married yet, Su Tsong replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed. You better be sure. This Qing hybrid top configuration is around 170,000. Are you certain? Absolutely, darling. I love everything you buy. She quickly transformed into an eager admirer. All right then, I'll purchase it and send it over. You can handle the paperwork when it arrives. Su Tsong presented his bank card to the manager. Thank you, darling. Love you. I'm willing to be your mistress for a lifetime, Wa. Su Ji's mistress had become utterly unreserved. Su Tsong was taken aback. The manager, overhearing, was left astounded, recognizing the truth behind youthful exuberance. Meanwhile, the livestream viewers were sharpening their metaphorical knives, preparing to unearth Su Ji's mistress, intent on confronting her. Sensing the brewing trouble, Su Tsong swiftly ended the stream, realizing that what began as a delightful tale could swiftly devolve into a tragic incident. Once the manager completed the necessary arrangements, Su Tsong departed in his Range Rover. After driving around for a while, he arrived at a night market. Upon parking, he spotted a familiar figure at the market's entrance. Senior sister? Su Gong et Glim in Su Pi. As soon as senior sister Song Ro spotted Su Tsong, she immediately turned to flee, for she was distributing flyers while clad in a rather unflattering frog costume. Su Tsong swiftly caught up with her and grasped her arm, but she stumbled and fell into his embrace. You wretched brother, what are you doing here? Song Ro exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. What are you doing? Su Gong Vi Do. I'm just doing a part-time job to pass the time, Song Ro stammered, her cheeks reddening further. It's all because of Lin Wei. After you caused him to lose so much money last time, he pressured our company to fire me. And he even threatened that no other company would hire me unless I begged him. She lamented, her voice tinged with grievance. Why didn't you tell me? Su Tsong asked, his frustration evident. Forget it. I don't want you to provoke Lin Wei. His family still holds some influence in Kyoto. I'll be fine. Song Ro suddenly declared with newfound strength. Su Tsong felt a pang of guilt. Even at this moment, senior sister remained unchanged, always intent on protecting him. He snatched the flyer from her hand and hurled them into the air, shouting in anger, What nonsense! If I don't provoke him, will he leave me alone? Song Ro, witnessing the flyers scatter across the sky, panicked and urged, Have you lost your mind? Let us run. With that, she grasped Su Tsong's hand, and they dashed away. In an instant, they heard the security guard's furious shout behind them. Stop right there. Exhausted, the pair ducked into a restaurant where Su Tsong, who had not finished his meal, promptly ordered more food. Song Ro was drenched in sweat, the frog costume proving to be stiflingly hot. Su Tsong, taking the initiative, handed her some tissues to wipe her brow. As they did so, their eyes met, and an unexpected emotion began to blossom between them. Cough, cough, senior sister. Please don't look at me like that, Su Tsong said, his face turning crimson. If you don't look at me, how will you know I'm looking at you? Song Ro teased playfully. How about you be my assistant? Su Tsong suggested hesitantly. What do you mean? Do you intend to support me? Song Ro inquired. Su Tsong fell silent, realizing that some things might be too blunt. Can't you be a bit more subtle? Senior sister? 18,000 a month, or else don't think about supporting me, she declared boldly. This declaration left the other patrons in the restaurant momentarily stunned, all eyes turning toward them. Su Tsong thought, this is mortifying. Song Ro's face flushed crimson as she recognized the gravity of her words, quickly covering both their faces with her hands. I'll pay you 30,000 a month, but under the condition that you do whatever I ask, Su Tsong whispered conspiratorially. Does that include warming my bed? Song Ro boldly challenged. Cough. Well, that is not entirely out of the question, he replied. Don't get ahead of yourself, she said, promptly flicking Su Tsong on the forehead. His yelp of pain eased the tension, allowing the other diners to relax their stares. After their meal, Su Tsong and Song Ro exited the restaurant, only to find a shop owner, a formidable woman in her 30s, glaring at them menacingly. Anxiety gripped their hearts. Sure enough, the security guard began to lecture them, listing off a plethora of regulations governing the commercial street. Su Tsong grew bored and began to glance around, suddenly noticing a dark, dusty statue perched on the windowsill by the shop entrance. Though the statue's features remained obscured, the wisdom gleaned from past experiences assured him it was indeed a remarkable object. Yet, a question arose. Why would such a valuable item be carelessly placed upon the windowsill? Next time, refrain from carelessly discarding flyers, or you shall face a fine. The security guard admonished, observing the amicable demeanor of Su Tsong and Song Ro before departing. Song Ro exhaled in relief, casting a resentful glance at Su Kong. Unbeknownst to her, Su Tsong appeared distracted, scanning the surroundings. Unable to contain herself, she pinched his waist. Ouch! Su Tsong yelped, quickly inquiring, what was that for? Isn't it your fault for embarrassing me? Song Ro retorted. I didn't do it on purpose, he replied. I don't care, she shot back. At that moment, the shop owner emerged, eager to reprimand the duo, using it as an excuse to withhold their wages. However, upon noticing that Su Tsong was quite handsome and younger, she, being single for many years and under pressure from her late father to marry, saw this as an opportune moment. With a glint in her eye, her demeanor transformed entirely. Oh, Xiaosong, you've worked hard. This outfit seems quite warm. Quickly go change, she said with exaggerated warmth. Song Ro was taken aback by the stark contrast in the owner's attitude, but she thought little of it. After all, who relishes being scolded? Thank you, boss, she replied, turning to enter the shop. Seizing the opportunity, the owner sidled up to Su Tsong, her expression softening as she gently asked, Dear boy, are you feeling warm? Would you like me to treat you to an ice cream? Su Tsong was startled, turning to find her face almost inches from his. He quickly stepped back, stammering, No. Thank you. Oh, don't be shy, dear. This is all the bounty I prepared for you. Feel free to indulge, she said, gesturing grandly toward the rows of ice cream freezers. However, Su Tsong felt a chill run down his spine, musing to himself that her flirting skills were rather lacking. Struggling to respond, he redirected the conversation, pointing at the statue on the windowsill. Boss, what is this? The shop owner was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the notion that the statue might possess more allure than herself. May I take a look? Su Tsong inquired as he approached. With gritted teeth, she replied, Sure. Su Tsong refrained from touching it initially, instead observing closely. The statue was a petite and exquisite figurine, no larger than a palm, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue. Guan Yu sat regally upon its pedestal, with broad shoulders and a robust frame, his eyes slightly narrowed, his nose proud, and lips full. He sported 5 long strands of beard cascading to his chest, adorned with a crown and clad in armor, his tall boots reaching the clouds, and a heart-protecting mirror embellished with jewels on his chest, exuding an air of formidable majesty, gently brushing away the dust. The rich patina and exquisite material suggested it was crafted from fine bronze. At this sight, Su Tsong's mind echoed once more. This was undoubtedly a remarkable item. Observing Su Tsong's rapt attention, the shop owner began to question her own worth, glancing down at the silicone enhancements she had invested heavily in, pondering if her money had gone to waste. Boss, Su Tsong called out, jolting the owner from a reverie. I'd like to ask why this statue is placed on the windowsill. He inquired, puzzled. There is nothing much to say. I acquired a new item yesterday, and I intend to dispose of the old one. The female boss paid it no mind. Dispose of it? Indeed, it's all my late father's fault. While others enshrine the god of wealth, he insisted on honoring Guan Yu and even claimed that this Guan Yu was worth something. I foolishly believed him. I shall cast it away shortly. In truth, Guan Yu is quite admirable. What nonsense! Ever since we honored Guan Yu, the business has languished. But as soon as I replaced him with the god of wealth, our fortunes improved tremendously. The female boss possesses a slight superstition regarding feng shui, though it is not overwhelming. Guan Yu, the god of war, is renowned for his loyalty and righteousness, revered in Taoism as the Holy Lord Guan, tasked with overseeing wealth. Known as the martial god of wealth, far surpassing the god of wealth in value. It is a pity that the female boss's father had such noble intentions. Su Tsong picked up the statue of Guan Yu, his eyes swiftly scanning it. Name, Qing Dynasty bronze Guangong statue. Material, fine bronze. Production period, Qing Dynasty. Rarity, rare. Evaluation, genuine. The craftsmanship is exquisite, with intricate detailing. A masterful work depicting a deity of war, wealth, and culture, perfectly preserved. A rare collectible. Estimated value, 3 million to 4 million. Market guideline price, 48 million. Upon seeing this valuation, Su Tsong silently lamented how wasteful the female boss was being. Boss, I believe it would be wise to keep this item, as it belonged to your father, Su Tsong kindly advised. Oh, brother, are you beginning to feel pity for your future father-in-law? The female boss teased. Ahem, I merely think this item is quite splendid. It may indeed be worth something. Thank you for your kind intentions, but it is worthless. I've consulted a collector who claimed it is merely a finely crafted modern artifact. If I wish to sell it, he would offer 200. 200? Shouldn't you consult your father? Why bother? My late father is off gallivanting with that lady, or rather, on vacation. He hardly cares about such matters. Su Tsong found himself at a loss. What a peculiar father-daughter duo. Nevertheless, he was certain that the collector was attempting to deceive the female boss. Thus, he hesitated, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity and thwart the collector. Brother, I see you have taken quite a liking to this statue. How about this? Let's exchange WeChat, and I shall gift you the statue, the female boss generously offered. Ah, is that appropriate? Su Tsong responded, somewhat taken aback. Why shouldn't we exchange WeChat? Xiao Song, are you suggesting that you are this brother's girlfriend? The female boss was wagering on their relationship status. As if, Song Ro thought, wanting to assert herself. To her surprise, Su Tsong quickly covered her mouth and declared, to be frank, we were just considering finding a temple to form a brotherhood. But now that we see you possess this Guan Gong statue, it is simply perfect. Why not sell it to me for 200? Japta Haimuitin, Su Gong, Zeus Goda. Song Ro was dumbfounded. A brotherhood? I am interested in you, and you think of me as a brother? The female boss, exuding an air of triumph, leaned towards Su Tsong and remarked, I knew it. How could my brother possibly be fond of a womanly challenged girl like you? Womanly challenged? Song Ro was taken aback. In an instant, a surge of anger erupted within her as she struggled to strike the female boss. But fortunately, Su Tsong held her tightly. She is merely trying to provoke you. Do not be deceived, Su Tsong whispered soothingly in Song Ro's ear. Gradually, she regained her composure, glaring fiercely at the female boss. Since my brother is fond of you, I shall gift you to him as a token of our acquaintance, the female boss taunted. No, the payment is still necessary. Even when visiting a temple, one must offer incense money to accrue merit, Su Tsong stated, picking up his phone to scan the store's QR code. A notification chimed. 500 has been received. We look forward to your next visit. Brother, didn't we agree on 200? The female boss appeared puzzled. I merely wish to accumulate more merit with you, Su Tsong replied, feeling somewhat guilty, as he intended to purchase it at double the price. The female boss reasoned that it was a fair deal, considering she had initially sold it for 200. My brother is quite the smooth talker. I hope you visit often to accumulate merit, she mused, believing Su Tsong understood her intentions. All right, brother, be sure to visit me often, or I shall miss you, she flirted, casting a suggestive glance. All right, see you next time, he replied. Goodbye, brother. The female boss thought to herself, admiring Su Tsong's handsome silhouette, convinced that the marriage was finally on the horizon, yet sensing she had overlooked something. At that moment, her phone rang, and she answered promptly. Boss, do you remember me? You are the collector? Indeed. It seems you have a remarkable memory. I wonder if you have replaced the deity in your shrine? Yes, I have. Oh, splendid. The last statue of Guan Gong was quite commendable. If you did not fancy it, I would be quite interested. Might you sell it to me? You're too late. I just sold it. What? For how much? 500. The collector on the other end felt dizzy with rage, nearly fainting. Sold for 500? What a waste. Yet, he could not disclose the actual price. For doing so would expose his previous deception of the female boss, leaving him to suffer in silence. You still dare to laugh? Do you want me to give you a good beating? Song Ro threatened. Su Tsong immediately sobered, shifting the topic. Senior, what do you think of my car? A new car? Of course, it cost over 2 million. So expensive. You are quite extravagant. I lost my job and had to sell my own car. It's all right. Here, take the keys. As Song Ro held the keys, she felt bewildered. Was this car meant to be a gift for her? Hey, what are you thinking? From now on, you will be my assistant, part-time driver, and secretary, Su Tsong said with a mischievous grin. In your dreams, Song Ro exclaimed, grabbing the keys as if to throw them. You don't want a salary of 30,000 a month? Can you afford that? Over 300,000 a year? Have you lost your mind? I'm not joking. I am serious. On what basis? Song Ro remained skeptical. For a monthly salary of 30,000 was typically reserved for high-ranking directors, requiring many years of toil to attain. She perceived Su Tsong's remarks as mere jest and remained oblivious to the potential profitability of seizing opportunities. Su Tsong, discarding his nonchalant demeanor, raised the statue of Guan Gong in his hand and inquired, Xiao Song, how much do you think the statue is worth? At most 200, she retorted, recalling the female proprietor's words, which irked her. Then why would I spend 500 to acquire it? Su Gong, that's Song. You must be trying to curry favor with her, Song Ro blurted out, quickly realizing the implication of her words. She exclaimed, Oh, I see, Su Tsong, you rascal. You actually have a preference for older women. Su Tsong protested. What nonsense! You call others old, yet you are only a year younger than I am. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this, lest he seal his own fate for the following year. Why are you silent now, you perverse fiend? Song Ro seethed. Ahem. My tastes are not that extreme. I don't fancy those older than me, Su Tsong clarified. Except for those older than me by 3 years. Upon noticing Song Ro's fist, which resembled a heavy sandbag, Su Tsong hastily amended his statement, adjusting his preference to exclude those older than 3 years. What a jumble. Back to the topic at hand, the statue of Guangong. Let's not mention that female proprietor, Su Tsong said, exasperated. Oh, Song Ro was equally reluctant to discuss it. You can't truly believe this statue is worth merely 200, can you? Otherwise, at Panjiayuan, you could buy a whole sack for 200. Nonsense. This statue is from the Qing Dynasty, valued at over 3 million. I'll give you 200. Go to Panjiayuan and try to buy a sack for me. What? Song Ro gasped in disbelief. Staring at the dark and unassuming object before her, she found it hard to fathom that it could be worth millions. For this statue, I am quite flexible, unlike certain individuals who claim I have peculiar tastes. Humph. Su Tsong feigned indignation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Ro couldn't help but ask, You're not deceiving me, are you? It really is worth millions? Of course. I am a professional. That female proprietor simply lacks discernment. Then it seems we have struck gold. Ha ha. Song Ro leaped into Su Tsong's embrace, reveling in the prospect of this dark treasure. What are you doing? Song Ro questioned. Puzzled. Senior, what are you doing? Su Tsong countered. I'm just examining our treasure, she replied. No, Senior, this is my treasure, not ours. What do you mean? Song Ro was bewildered. Wasn't it customary for all who witnessed to share in the spoils? Senior, did you contribute any funds? Su Tsong asked. Did you realize this was a treasure? Seems not. Then that settles it. Senior, you've done nothing, yet you expect to reap the rewards? Aye. Song Ro was momentarily at a loss, a surge of indignation welling within her. Yet, upon reflection, she acknowledged the validity of his point. She had indeed contributed nothing. Wait, this is worth millions. Why shouldn't I receive a share? Surely, I've put in some effort. Frustrated, Song Ro exited the vehicle and took the driver's seat, starting the engine and steering towards Su Tsong's indicated location. As she drove along the road, a cloud of melancholy enveloped her, and her gaze lingered on Su Tsong in the back seat through the rearview mirror. In her heart, she mused, You little rascal, you will inevitably succumb to my charms. Just wait and see how I'll train you. You must hold on tight, huh? Chapter 30. This is not a setup. The following day, Song Ro arrived early at Su Tsong's residence, ready to embark on her first official day of work. Good morning, little assistant. Su Tsong lazily entered the car. Stifling a yawn, Song Ro glanced down and retorted with indignation. You and your entire family are the ones who are small. Cough, cough, don't get worked up. That's not what I meant. Su Tsong shot a fleeting glance at Song Ro, who exuded an air of confidence, feeling somewhat embarrassed. With a dismissive roll of her eyes, Song Ro started the car, falling into a contemplative silence. They arrived at a breakfast shop, and after their meal, they headed towards Panjiayuan. Goodness, why are there so many people? Song Ro exclaimed as she stood at the entrance of Panjiayuan. Don't act like you've never seen a crowd before, Su Tsong replied, a hint of pride in his voice, as he was the one responsible for this bustling turnout. However, the throng today surpassed even that of the previous day, making the early morning seem utterly absurd. What are you standing there for? Get ready to go live, Su Tsong reminded her. Oh, right. Song Ro quickly took Su Tsong's phone, then produced a stabilizing device for live streaming, appearing quite professional. Once prepared, she called out, Boss, we're starting. 3, 2, 1. Let us go. Good morning, brothers. Su Tsong delivered a somewhat awkward opening line, feeling a tad out of his element given the formality of the situation. Yet, in an instant, thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream, and a barrage of comments exploded. Sugu, a day without seeing you feels like 3 seasons apart. Miss you tons. Darling, where were you last night? You weren't ensnared by some vixen, were you? I couldn't sleep a wink without your live stream last night. Promise me you'll keep me company every evening, okay? Sugu, on such a lonely night, don't wallow in sadness alone. Give someone a chance, will you? As Song Ro read the repugnant comments, she was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Su Tsong, at a loss for words, silently fumed. You're the lonely one. Your entire family is lonely. However, upon hearing the sound of a woman's laughter, the viewers erupted again. What? There's a woman's laughter? It's over. Suga has truly been ensnared by a vixen. Enchantress, let Suga go. Come for me instead. Host, explain why, after just one night, there is suddenly a woman? Seeing the flood of question marks on the screen, Song Ro felt a wave of panic. Su Tsong, casting a glance at her, also experienced a headache. Seriously, it's one thing for these female viewers to be relentless, but what are you big guys doing joining in? I like women. Cough, cough, brothers, listen to me. Su Tsong took a few steps back, preparing to clarify. Last night, I took care of 2 minor matters that I had intended to share, but I didn't expect you to notice. Yes, the first minor matter is that I hired an assistant. She is my senior from university. The second minor matter is that I went to collect a little favor last night, which is why there was no live stream. Today, I'm here at Panjiayuan to make a move. As soon as he finished speaking, the netizens promptly overlooked Song Ro and began to inquire, how small is the leak? The host was once again indulging in excitement, questioning whether what was picked up could truly be termed a small leak. By the way, can we draw from the lucky bag today? I eagerly await the results. Hurry, let me see what this small leak is. Song Ro, displaying her cleverness, took out her phone to access Su Tsong's live stream and handed it to him, thus eliminating the need for both to crowd around a single screen. No rush. My friends, let's first explore Panjiayuan and see if there are any delightful finds today. Su Tsong felt a sense of relief upon noticing that the audience was more intrigued by the prospect of treasure hunting than by gossip regarding his relationship with Song Ro. After all, the allure of money far surpasses that of mere rumors. Isn't that host who asks for wishes merely a troublemaker? What do you mean? What else is there to say? In the past, one could at least stumble upon a treasure at Panjiayuan, but look at it now. These vendors have become astute, ensuring their goods are closely scrutinized, selling their valuable items while displaying the fakes to deceive customers. Is that so? Indeed. A few days ago, some friends from a flea market shared this with me, and I didn't believe it at first, but it turned out to be true. Upon hearing this, Su Tsong quickly pulled Song Ro away, fearing recognition and the potential for trouble. Yet, the words of those 2 individuals were indeed disheartening. It was no wonder he could not find any treasures after his wandering. It appeared that this place was devoid of any genuine finds. The vendors had truly become cunning. How would he continue to enjoy his hunts? It felt like a tragedy. The earlier conversation had been clearly heard in the live stream, and a barrage of comments ensued. Host, could these 2 be your hired actors? I was planning to try my luck at Panjiayuan in a few days. Is there even a need to ask? They are clearly actors. Yes, if this is true, the vendors at Panjiayuan wouldn't hesitate to drown the host in spit. Sugu, you are quite the sly one. You can't be the only one profiting while leaving others to starve. Su Tsong, however, dared not clarify the situation, as the netizens suggested. If he were to claim Panjiayuan harbored no significant treasures, the vendors would indeed drown him in their disdain. Cutting off someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. He did not dare to take such a risk. He remained silent, allowing the audience to believe whatever they wished, as it had no bearing on him. Observing Su Tsong's discomfort, Song Ro, too, began to suspect he might be an actor. She thought to herself that this fellow had changed in the years since they last met. He was no longer the honest and simple person she remembered. At that moment, Su Tsong intended to head to Sihai Tower, but midway, he noticed a stall where an elderly Taoist was haggling with a vendor over a brick depicting the Queen Mother of the West. Taoism venerates numerous deities, including the 3 pure ones, the 4 emperors, the Queen Mother of the West, and the Jade Emperor, among others. The brick in question was clearly not an antique. Yet, during the bargaining, the vendor had the audacity to price it at 88 million. Naturally, the elderly Taoist was not foolish either, countering with an offer of 80,000. Su Tsong initially intended to ignore the situation, but felt a twinge of compassion for the monk, understanding that it was not easy for them to save money. Esteemed Taoist, 80,000 is indeed a bit unreasonable. This is a Han Dynasty brick of the Queen Mother of the West. With a single remark, Su Tsong silenced the seasoned Taoist, Nyonyo. The stall owner, delighted to encounter someone with discernment, immediately called out to Nyonyo, saying, "See, I told you. This is indeed a Han Dynasty wall tile, and, at 88 million, it's a steal." Nyonyo hesitated, casting a fierce glare at Su Tsong, and retorted dismissively, "Your hype is far too blatant. Do you take me for fool?" With that, he swept away in indignation. Su Tsong, stall owner, Song Ro, this isn't hype. Chapter 31, A False Taoist? Let us go, Su Tsong urged, pulling Song Ro along as he sensed the stall owner's resentful gaze. Confused, Song Ro inquired, "Why are we running? Didn't you just say that was a Han Dynasty wall tile? We should buy it." "Buy what? Have you ever seen polished tiles from the Han Dynasty?" Su Tsong retorted with irritation. "Polished tiles? How did I miss that?" Song Ro was bewildered. "If you could see that, then there's something amiss," Su Tsong replied, exasperated. The stall owner could only deceive the uninformed. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would recognize that it was an antiqued replica, although the aging technique was expertly executed. The surface's smoothness and polish were unattainable through mere craftsmanship. It was a product of technology, and no amount of aging could disguise that fact. Song Ro's expression darkened. It appeared that this field was indeed fraught with complexities, and she silently vowed not to meddle unnecessarily. Following this brief interlude, Su Tsong, having encountered another Nyonyo, was disinclined to meddle further and made his way directly to the Sea-High Tower. By a stroke of luck or mere coincidence, Tian Guishan was already at the establishment early that morning. Ah, young Su up bright and early. Tian Guishan greeted warmly, though his gaze was drawn to Song Ro behind him. Song Ro waved in acknowledgement, having previously met Tian Guishan at the Poly promotional conference. And the focus shifted away as Su Tsong's livestream did not reveal his face. The early bird catches the worm. Young people must strive. I can't just sit back and wait for others to bring me money, Su Tsong teased. Tian Guishan shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to pursue that topic, and instead asked, "What's the occasion today? Why do you have a lovely companion?" "You're incorrigible," Tian Guishan scolded playfully, before smirking, "but this works in your favor. Proximity to water ensures you catch the moon first." "Get lost," Su Tsong glared, turning to Song Ro with a huff, as if we know who's after whom. Song Ro felt a mix of amusement and frustration, vowing inwardly, "You scoundrel, just wait until the day I have you. I'll make you regret it." Seeing the two exchange glances, Tian Guishan couldn't help but feel envious and sighed. Youth is indeed wonderful, which elicited a subtly resentful look from Tong Jia, creating a rather delicate atmosphere. After sipping tea to alleviate the tension, Su Tsong returned to the matter at hand, saying, "Boss Tian, I have a treasure here. I wonder if you would like to take a look? You found another gem?" Tian Guishan responded with palpable excitement. Su Tsong nodded, signaling for Song Ro to hand over the bag, slung over her shoulder. He opened it and retrieved a yellow box, placing it on the table. Tian Guishan nervously rubbed his hands together, while viewers in the live stream grew inexplicably tense. Sister Tong handed Tian Guishan a pair of white gloves. After putting them on, he carefully opened the box, revealing a statue of Guan Yu. "Is this the revered Lord Guan?" Tian Guishan immediately recognized it, even though the statue did not feature the famed green dragon crescent blade. Indeed, Su Tsong confirmed, not leaving any room for suspense. Tian Guishan removed the statue, and Sister Tong laid a white cloth on the table, upon which the statue stood, their cooperation seamless. The intricate carvings of the crown, garments, and armor were exquisite and lifelike, with a rich patina. This was undoubtedly a remarkable piece. Although Tian Guishan was not an expert in this field, his discerning eye and extensive experience were evident. "Xiao Su, from which era does this originate?" he inquired excitedly. "Goodness, this is a rare treasure. A Ming Dynasty statue of Guan Yu must be worth millions." As he spoke, a gleam of excitement shone in his eyes, only to quickly dim again. Su Gong, Pu Dao, asked, "What's the matter, Boss Tian? Should we call in an expert to take a look?" He assumed Tian Guishan was concerned about the statue's authenticity. No, I still trust your judgment. You have never been wrong so far," Tian Guishan reassured him, fully confident in Su Tsong's remarkable record, which included successful deals involving Qing Dynasty silver coins, dragon stamps, and Xianfeng yuanbao. "Alas, what a splendid treasure! Yet I cannot acquire it. How regrettable!" It was clear that sadness filled Tian Guishan's eyes. Su Tsong, confused, still did not grasp the situation, thinking Tian Guishan might be facing a cash flow issue. He generously offered, "Boss Tian, I'm not in a hurry for the money. Just give me an IOU. Xiao Su, I appreciate your kindness. But this isn't about money. I've made a promise to someone else, and I must part with this treasure despite the pain it causes me." Tian Guishan slapped his thigh, nearly moved to tears, feeling the theatrics were a bit much. Su Tsong was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Tian Guishan then elaborated on the situation. It turned out that a friend had contacted him the previous day, asking for assistance in locating an antique related to Taoism, as there was an urgent need, with money being no object. Furthermore, the client was visiting Panjiayuan today to personally scout for items. However, such antiquities were not easily found, and Tian Guishan had come to the shop early, troubled by this task. Now, Su Tsong had inadvertently provided warmth in the form of this statue, a warmth that genuinely touched Tian Guishan's heart, making it difficult for him to part with it. After all, finding a Taoist antique was as challenging as climbing to the heavens, especially one that embodied loyalty and righteousness, a martial saint that would incite frenzy wherever it was placed. Why not keep it hidden away? I promise I won't breathe a word, Su Tsong suggested, albeit a rather dubious idea. However, this notion was swiftly punctured by Song Ro, who pointed to her phone, indicating that the entire nation of netizens was watching. Tian Guishan remained silent. Su Tsong shot a slightly embarrassed glance at Song Ro before turning back to Tian Guishan, suggesting, "How about you summon the client? You can both bid, and the highest offer wins." "Ah, forget it. I can't really contest this. Let them have at it. I'll just watch the spectacle." Tian Guishan replied as he reached for his phone to call. Su Tsong was left bewildered, wondering why there seemed to be two parties who had commissioned Boss Tian to seek the same antique. As the two individuals entered, a fierce confrontation ensued. With their eyes locked in a fiery glare and nostrils flaring defiantly, they exchanged disdainful snorts before taking their respective seats on opposite sides. This spectacle left Su Tsong and Song Ro utterly bewildered. Wasn't it just moments ago that they had encountered these two arrogant Taoists in a bustling market? What was unfolding before them? Despite donning identical robes, it appeared that a brawl was imminent. Surely, monks were meant to embody compassion, were they not? Could these two be imposters? Chapter 32. Initial valuation at 3 million at that moment, the initially belligerent Taoist recognized Su Tsong and shouted without reservation, "You, the scammer. Haven't had enough yet, have you? You dare to follow me here?" Su Tsong sighed in exasperation. "No, I believe you are mistaken. I am not a scammer." "Does a thief ever admit to being a thief?" the Taoist retorted angrily. Su Tsong replied, "All right, you make a valid point." Tian Guishan, sensing the misunderstanding, found amusement in Su Tsong's predicament and refrained from intervening. To his surprise, the Taoist grew more animated, turning to Tian Guishan and exclaiming, "Boss Tian, have you seen how arrogant these scammers have become? They truly take customers for fools. Just moments ago, I had my eye on a Qing Dynasty wall tile, negotiating with the vendor, nearly sealing the deal, when this brat barged in, insisting it was from the Han Dynasty. Can you believe the audacity?" Unable to suppress a chuckle, Tian Guishan inquired, "Are you certain it is genuinely from the Qing Dynasty?" "Of course. With my discerning eye, how could I be mistaken?" the Taoist asserted confidently. "And what was the vendor's asking price? And how much did you offer?" Tian Guishan pressed further. The vendor initially quoted 88 million, and I countered with 80,000. The owner was about to sell it to me. The Taoist shot a glare at Su Kong. Tian Guishan burst into laughter, choosing to remain silent thereafter. "What are you laughing at?" the Taoist demanded, eyeing Tian Guishan. Tian Guishan composed himself and replied, "You were deceived, but not by Su Kong." "What do you mean?" the Taoist inquired, turning to Su Kong. "That wall tile could not possibly be from the Qing Dynasty, nor could it be from the Han Dynasty. The vendor was eager to sell it to you because he was aware it was counterfeit. Selling it to you for 80,000 would yield him a substantial profit." Tian Guishan concluded, unable to contain his laughter once more. "Impossible. I examined it closely. It is indeed a Qing Dynasty wall tile," the Taoist protested adamantly. Tian Guishan had not personally inspected the wall tile, so he refrained from further comment and glanced at Su Kong. Su Tsong understood the cue and slowly stated, "Taoist, have you ever encountered polished tiles from the Qing Dynasty?" "Polished tiles? Nonsense," the Taoist retorted, his anger flaring. Undeterred, Su Tsong continued, "Ceramic tiles did exist in the early Qing period. That much is true. However, polished tiles are a modern invention, characterized by their smooth, even surfaces and remarkable luster. Akin to glass. Is it not the sheen that led you to believe it was a valuable item?" The Taoist's face flushed, and he averted his gaze from Su Tsong, evidently struck by the truth of the assertion. Yet, he stubbornly replied, "Then why did you claim it was from the Han Dynasty?" Su Tsong was taken aback, and then, with a heart-wrenching expression, exclaimed, "Oh, Taoist priest, I merely concocted that story to prevent you from falling victim to a scam. In our line of work, despite knowing an item is counterfeit, we must not disrupt another's transaction. It is a matter of mutual consent. However, I did not mean to hinder the deal. My intention was only to dissuade you, yet you perceived me as an accomplice." The old Taoist with a prominent nose pondered this reasoning and felt his face flush even deeper. Had it not been for this young benefactor, he might have indeed been deceived. He immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of apology, saying, "I beg your pardon. I have wronged you, young benefactor. Please forgive me. Young man, do not overstep your bounds." The old Taoist's expression darkened again, prompting Tian Guishan to swiftly change the subject. "Su, let me introduce you. This is Taoist Yushuan from Baiyun Temple." He then pointed to the silent old Taoist wearing round black glasses, saying, and this is Taoist Longchuan from Taoyuan Palace. These two gentlemen have entrusted me with the task of locating ancient Taoist artifacts. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Tsung introduced himself. I am Su Cong. He remained courteous, adding, Gentlemen, this young man is my dear friend, and he is renowned as the foremost expert in unearthing treasures in the antique world of Kyoto. Do not underestimate him. Tian Guotian's pride was palpable, leaving the two Taoists quite astonished. Gentlemen, I just called to inform you that I have found a remarkable treasure brought here by young Su. Tian Guotian revealed, dropping yet another bombshell. The Taoists, now showing signs of intrigue, turned their gazes towards Su Tsung, their expressions softening considerably. What treasure? The reticent Taoist Longchuan could not contain his curiosity. Tian Guotian chuckled and opened the box on the table, revealing a statue of Guangong. Placing it on a white cloth. Is this the martial sage? Taoist Yuxuan, ever perceptive, exclaimed. Indeed, Tian Guotian affirmed with a nod. The eyes of both Taoists gleamed with desire, their satisfaction unmistakable. What era does it belong to? Longchuan inquired. The Qing Dynasty, Tian Guotian disclosed succinctly. Longchuan and Yuxuan exchanged astonished glances. This truly was a significant find. Has it been authenticated? Taoist Yuxuan asked eagerly. Not yet, but I trust in Su's discernment. Tian Guotian replied, his demeanor serious and devoid of jest. Perhaps we should verify it, and we will need to consult an appraiser, Taoist Longchuan suggested, displaying a prudent nature. Taoist Yuxuan nodded in agreement. Very well. Tian Guotian promptly made a phone call. Half an hour later, two individuals arrived. Xia Shi, the general manager of Poly Auction, and Professor Han Ziyuan from Sanhutong. Su Tsung was quite familiar with Xia Shi, while he had also met Professor Han during the last viewing of the Xuana Furnace, as he specialized in Buddhist statues and bronze artifacts. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. Professor Han meticulously examined the Guangong statue for several minutes before stating, this statue is cast from fine bronze, adorned with exquisite and intricate designs. The armor patterns are clear. The carving is detailed, rich yet orderly, with distinct layers and a smooth polish, presenting a remarkable three-dimensional quality. It is indeed a rare masterpiece. The characteristics of a statue of Guan Yu from the Qing Dynasty include exquisite blue and white floral patterns, vibrant hair colors, and a surface adorned with ice crackles. The figure is crowned with a traditional headscarf and clad in battle armor, standing resolutely against the wind. His robust physique, with a broad chest and protruding abdomen, coupled with prominent eyebrows and large ears, exudes an aura of authority. The drapery of his attire follows the contours of his body, devoid of any marks from weapons, thus appearing delicate and lifelike, hallmarks of Qing Dynasty sculpture. In just a few sentences, the matter was decisively settled. Yuxuan Zai and Taoist Longchuan both released a sigh of relief, their eyes sparkling with renewed vigor as they gazed intently at Xia Shi. Understanding that it was his turn to take the stage, Xia Shi perused some materials, cleared his throat, and stated, 3 years ago, a statue of Guan Yu from the Qing Dynasty was auctioned for $38 million. The present Qing Dynasty statue, in terms of quality, form, and condition, is remarkably intact, and its valuation should at least triple, starting at $3 million. Upon hearing this figure, Yuxuan Zai and Taoist Longchuan inhaled sharply. They anticipated the price would be high, yet they were taken aback by its magnitude. Of course, for Su Tsung and several others, this seemed quite trivial, as they had witnessed items fetching tens of millions before and remained unfazed. However, there was one exception, Song Ro, whose astonishment rendered her mouth agape enough to fit a large fist. She lamented internally, realizing the statue was indeed worth millions and regretting not having sought her share last night. Chapter 33. Is the Taoist temple this competitive? 1 million. Taoist Yu Xuanzai tentatively bid, aware that the contest for the Guan Yu statue lay solely between him and Taoist Longchuan. Without hesitation, Taoist Longchuan countered 2 million. Indeed, Yu Xuanzai, stroking his beard, shot a narrowed-eyed glance at Longchuan, formally engaging in their rivalry. However, Xia Shi and Professor Han exhibited no surprise at their bids, while Su Tsung and Song Ro were left bewildered. Had the Taoist temples truly amassed such wealth? Su Tsung had initially thought that with a valuation of 3 million, he would need to ask Tian Guotian to find another buyer, but he was astonished to see the two Taoists eagerly competing. It was truly an eye-opening experience. 5 million, Taoist Yu Xuanzai exclaimed, eyes wide with determination. 7 million, Taoist Longchuan retorted, equally unyielding. 3. 8 million. 4 million. 4. 1 million. 4. 5 million. In truth, for million would have sufficed, but the bidding war had spiraled beyond control. It was evident that after Longchuan's last bid, a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. Su Tsong found amusement in the situation, as the system's valuation was at most 4 million, with a market price around 3. 48 million, making 4. 5 million an exorbitant leap. Clearly, the Taoist temples were indeed affluent. Taoist Yuxuanzai, Taoist Longchuan has bid for 5 million. Will you continue to bid? Xiaoshi once again assumed the role of the impromptu auctioneer. Yuxuanzai pondered, tugging at his beard, and after a moment's deliberation, he fixed a fierce gaze on Longchuan, declaring 8 million. You win. Taoist Longchuan conceded decisively. Yuxuanzai sighed in relief, only to feel a sudden unease, exclaiming, Are you toying with me? Yuxuanzai, do not speak such nonsense. It is a fair competition. How could I be deceiving you? You are free to withdraw, Taoist Longchuan replied earnestly, though a barely concealed smile played upon his lips. Longchuan, I shall remember you. Await my return. Taoist Yuxuanzi is not foolish. He is acutely aware that he has indeed been outmaneuvered. Taoist Longchuan deliberately inflated the price. Should Yuxuanzi choose not to proceed, the statue of Guangong would rightfully belong to him. Conversely, if Yuxuanzi was determined to acquire it, then he would be ruthlessly taken advantage of. It must be said, Taoist Longchuan possesses a certain cunning. Congratulations to Taoist Yuxuanzi for successfully acquiring the bronze statue of Guangong for a staggering 8 million. With a decisive hammer strike, Xiaoshi affirmed the deal. Tianguishan and others offered their hand in congratulation. Congratulations. This is indeed a rare treasure. If the pilgrims were to learn that your esteemed temple possesses such a gem, the incense offerings will surely surpass those of the past. He had no choice but to call the bank for a transfer. In less than 5 minutes, Su Tsong received a notification on his phone confirming the bank transaction. Song Ro, upon seeing the message, was momentarily stunned. It truly sold for 8 million. She rubbed her eyes, hoping she had misread, yet upon counting the 5 zeros, it was indeed authentic. Meanwhile, the viewers in Su Tsong's live stream could no longer contain themselves. Go, you just made 8 million. How is this fair? The Guangong statue is worth so much. I have one at home. Suge, do come take a look sometime. The host only needs to make a move to reap profits. Is there any justice in this? Why does this Guangong statue look so much like mine? I must call my daughter. Hey upstairs, don't play tricks. It looks like mine. I'll ask my ex-husband. The viewers quickly engaged in a spirited debate over similarities, creating a cacophony of chatter. However, Su Tsong remained oblivious and casually inquired, Has it arrived? Song Ro, in a daze, nodded, though her mind was occupied with thoughts of the shop owner's wife from last night. Would she faint in the restroom upon hearing this? The allure of wealth is indeed a double-edged sword. The ancients did not deceive me. Su Tsong, understanding, turned to Taoist Yuxuanzi and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Taoist. Tianguishan, a familiar face, personally escorted Yuxuanzi away. Yet, Taoist Longchuan showed no intention of departing. Instead, he pulled Su Tsong aside for a friendly chat. Young benefactor, I wonder if you might possess any similar Taoist antiques? Su Tsong was momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehending Taoist Longchuan's implication, thinking to himself that such treasures are not commonly found on every street corner. Taoist, such treasures are rare. I too came upon them by mere chance. Naturally, Su Tsong refrained from voicing his true thoughts. Ah, Taoist Longchuan replied, somewhat disappointed, yet swiftly masked his emotions, saying, No worries, young benefactor. Should you come across one, would you be so kind as to contact me? That is certainly no problem, Su Tsong readily agreed. Then I thank you, young benefactor. My Panjiayuan palace shall always remember your kindness. Taoist Longchuan bowed in gratitude. Startled, Su Tsong returned the gesture, hastily saying, No need for such formality, it's not a gift. Indeed, young benefactor is quite sincere, Taoist Longchuan chuckled, pulling out his phone. Let's exchange WeChat for easier communication. Su Tsong used Song Ro's phone to scan Taoist Longchuan's QR code and explain the situation, which the latter did not seem to mind. Young benefactor, I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. With that, Taoist Longchuan departed without waiting for Su Tsong's response. Tianguishan refrained from inquiring about the conversation he had with Taoist Longchuan. Instead, with a heavy heart, he lamented, Such a splendid treasure. Were it not for the constraints of face, I would have undoubtedly seized it. Who does not know that President Tian is a man of his word, valuing loyalty and righteousness? He will surely acquire such treasures in the future. Xiashi offered a word of comfort, but Tianguishan remained oblivious, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Tsong, yearning for a promise, perhaps that he would be the first to be offered any splendid treasures in the future. Su Tsong, fully aware of Tianguishan's intentions, deliberately shifted the topic, posing the question, as esteemed seniors, might I inquire how the Taoist temples in Kyoto possess such wealth, casually disbursing millions? This question momentarily stunned Tianguishan and the others, who soon chuckled. You seem rather uninformed. Baiyan Temple and Taoyuan Palace are not ordinary Taoist temples. They possess a lineage spanning centuries, attracting numerous devotees, including affluent patrons. Even a modest donation from them could equate to the annual salary of an ordinary person, or even several years' wages. But why do they spend money on antiques? Is it an investment? Su Tsong queried, perplexed. Indeed, Tianguishan replied. Acquiring a revered relic from their lineage undoubtedly draws more devotees. Furthermore, a mid-autumn festival fair will soon be jointly hosted by several major Taoist temples. This event, held secretly every 4 years, serves as a competitive showcase. The ability to attract the most devotees determines who will emerge victorious, which elucidates their urgency in seeking Taoist antiques. Tianguishan, with his extensive connections, possessed knowledge on various matters. Su Tsong was astonished, pondering the competitive nature of the temples. Indeed, where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. He suddenly grasped Taoist Longchuan's purpose in entrusting him, preparation for the upcoming festival. Even those who renounce worldly ties cannot completely sever their connections to the mundane. Chapter 34. Senior Sister, do we harbor some grudge? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tianguishan found himself still lacking Su Tsong's promise. Meanwhile, Su Tsong transferred 30,000 yuan each to Xiashi and Professor Han, considering it their appearance fee. Though they insisted it was unnecessary, he understood that the currency of human relationships is oftentimes more challenging to repay than mere money. As time slipped by unnoticed, noon arrived, and Su Tsong treated everyone to lunch, a seafood buffet costing 888 yuan per person, leaving Song Ro momentarily speechless. Fortunately, regaining her composure, she entered a fervent mode, devouring several lobsters, leaving the waitstaff dumbfounded. Su Tsong felt an urge to disavow any acquaintance with her, yet found himself unable to escape the awkwardness of the situation. After the meal, as the group departed, Su Tsong and Song Ro strolled through Panjiayuan. This time, they refrained from live broadcasting, as there were no treasures to uncover. Instead, they had other matters to attend to. Su Tsong recalled a task from the system requiring the collection of a specific type of illustration to earn rewards, and activating such illustrations would grant him knowledge notes. Having previously focused on accumulating wealth, he had somewhat neglected this task, but he resolved to complete it today. After all, the chances of discovering hidden gems at Panjiayuan were dwindling, and he intended to utilize his remaining opportunities to fulfill the task, as future visits for treasure hunting would be unlikely. Su Tsong's plan was straightforward. He would separate from Song Ro. She would follow him discreetly, pretending not to know him, while he selected items of interest for her to purchase. Regarding the art of bargaining, Su Tsong firmly believed that Song Ro's frugality would prevent her from spending excessively. Thus, the two commenced their endeavor, with Su Tsong swiftly perusing the various stalls. However, he underestimated the emotional intelligence of the vendors at Panjiayuan. While the ground was littered with counterfeit goods, the high-quality replicas were regrettably scarce. After nearly half an hour of searching, he found himself unable to assemble a single complete catalog. Consequently, he had no choice but to focus his efforts on collecting a singular catalog. Noting that Panjiayuan had an abundance of counterfeit currency, he directed his endeavors in that direction. After an hour, Su Tsong finally managed to gather 7 or 8 high-quality counterfeit coins that the system could accept. Song Ro spent approximately 2,000, unaware of Su Tsong's true intentions, merely assuming it was a hobby. Perhaps among them lay a genuine piece that could fetch a few million. Ding! 8 collectible counterfeit coins detected. Would you like to collect? Yes. Collection successful. Progress. 1312. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the counterfeit coin catalog collection and receiving a reward. Would you like to claim it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a catalog reward, 1 antique restoration voucher, which can be used by clicking. It has been added to your inventory. An antique restoration voucher? Su Tsong felt a bit bewildered, pondering the utility of such an item. He had anticipated something far more impressive and was somewhat disappointed. Upon opening the system's inventory, He discovered that the antique restoration voucher was not a mere piece of paper, but a black box radiating a golden light. Intrigued, he clicked on the box, prompting the system to display options for description and usage. Wow, so remarkable. Su Tsong was astonished. With such advanced technology, any treasure that had become worthless could be restored to its former glory in his hands. The system was indeed impressive. It seemed he could not afford to be complacent. He needed to complete more catalogs to acquire additional restoration vouchers, ensuring he was prepared to rescue discarded treasures. With these hopeful aspirations, he took a shower and prepared for bed, contemplating where he might discover hidden gems in the future, knowing that returning to Panjiayuan was not an option. Time passed swiftly, and darkness enveloped the sky. Su Tsong awoke to find that it was already past 6 in the evening. His phone rang. It was a call from Song Ro. "Boss, let's go out for dinner. I'm downstairs at your place." After she spoke, she honked the horn twice. Su Tsong rolled his eyes, thinking that the new car seemed to have been purchased for her benefit, and replied somewhat irritably, "Stop hounding me. I'll be down shortly." After dressing, he descended and entered the car, whereupon Song Ro started the engine. "No way, you can't just drive the boss's car anywhere. That's a fantasy." Song Ro wore an expression that implied, "You chose this." Su Tsong felt a headache coming on. He was torn between his beloved car and his own integrity. No matter the choice, it felt like a loss. Was there truly no alternative? It appeared he would need to sell the new house. With more rooms, Song Ro would not be able to take advantage of him. He glanced at his bank account balance, which hovered around 32 million, sufficient, yet somewhat constraining. He was contemplating purchasing a lavish villa within the second ring road, which would certainly require several million. Endure a little longer. Once the antiques entrusted to Xiashi are sold, then it shall be time for a grand purchase. Upon witnessing Su Tsong deep in thought, Song Ro's heart swelled with joy, as it aligned perfectly with her intentions. Could it be that the oath made one fateful evening, to possess both the person and the wealth, was on the verge of realization? In the blink of an eye, the pair found themselves at a seafood barbecue stall. As soon as they alighted from the car, Su Tsong was rendered speechless, pondering how this individual had not yet satiated their seafood cravings from earlier. Wait, why should I concern myself with their dining choices? He recalled that the previous arrangement stipulated a mere 30,000 a month, with no mention of meals or accommodation, and even included a brand new car. Where on earth could one find such a lucrative opportunity? Song Ro, however, paid no heed to these thoughts and firmly pulled Su Tsong to a table, whereupon the server presented the menu. 10 skewers of lamb kidneys, 10 skewers of chives, and 20 oysters to start, she ordered. Su Tsong exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" The server, jotting down the order, regarded Su Tsong with a sympathetic glance. A torrent of exasperation surged within him. This was not merely a hearty meal, but a recipe for self-destruction. "Very well, let us start with these," he conceded. Song Ro, oblivious to his expression of distress, continued unabated. Unable to contain himself, Su Tsong inquired, "Senior, do we harbor some sort of grudge?" "None at all," she replied. "Then what does your extravagant ordering signify?" "I'm only 22. I'm in great shape. It's wise to replenish, lest we face uncertainties in the future. Be good and obedient." Su Tsong broke into a cold sweat, feeling a chill run down his spine. What did she have in mind for the future? "No, I wish to live for several more decades. You little enchantress, please don't come any closer." Chapter 35. This cannot be a script. The barbecue was prepared swiftly, and rather than mockery, the surrounding patrons gazed upon them with envy. For Song Ro, possessing both beauty and an exquisite figure, was a sight to behold. Were it them, consuming a ton of oysters would evoke no complaint. Otherwise, they would feel as though they were committing a crime. "Eat. Why are you just staring?" Song Ro chided, disregarding Su Tsong's momentary daze and even offering him a bite. Su Tsong, begrudgingly taking a mouthful, found the flavor quite delightful. Thus, he transformed his sorrow into vigor. Indulging heartily, observing the drastic shift in Su Tsong's demeanor, Song Ro inwardly scolded him. What a show-off. After half an hour, just as she was about to order 10 more oysters, Su Tsong desperately intervened, as he could eat no more. He hastily scanned for the bill and made a swift exit. Infuriated, Song Ro muttered "coward" under her breath and pursued him. Back in the car, Su Tsong received a fierce glare from Song Ro, yet he remained silent. Since the hour was still early, he suggested they find another place to stroll and eat. Naturally, he had no intention of heading to any park, which would only serve to create a romantic atmosphere with Song Ro. "Senior, do you know of any other night markets nearby?" Su Tsong inquired, deliberately avoiding the Donghuimen night market, fearing an encounter with the shop owner he had wronged. Song Ro pondered for a moment before responding, "I know of a Wangjing night market nearby, Shall we go? Yes, Su Tsong agreed. With that, Song Ro started the car. And after a brief journey of several minutes, they arrived at the Wangjing night market. This market differed from Donghuimen, where the latter specialized in culinary delights. This one bore similarities to Panjiayuan. Unlike Panjiayuan, which specializes in antiques, this place offers everyday necessities, alongside a delightful selection of culinary delights. The clientele predominantly consists of middle-aged and elderly individuals, with a smattering of younger patrons, making Su Tsong and his companion appear quite at home. After meandering through the market, Su Tsong prompted Song Ro to initiate a live broadcast, primarily because the daytime session had been rather brief, and they sought to extend their hours into the evening. Soon, tens of thousands of viewers flocked to the stream, their discontent palpable. Sugu, this is subpar. The daytime was too short, truly exhausting. One viewer lamented. From now on, I shall refer to you as short and mighty. How does that sound? Another chimed in. Finally, the broadcast has commenced, darling. It's quite lonely at night. Yet another commented. Where is this? It resembles a night market. Will the host be hunting for bargains this evening? Su Tsong frowned at the barrage of comments. However, Song Ro chuckled to herself, thinking it wise to indulge in more delicacies like kidneys and oysters, lest someone falter. Ahem, my friends, I apologize for the daytime interruptions. This evening, let us explore the night market together and partake in a lucky draw. Today's prizes include 3 Hermes bags. A special treat for my assistant for our female fans, Su Tsong announced, demonstrating his understanding of audience engagement to bolster Song Ro's reputation and fend off potential criticism. Song Ro felt touched, thinking truly he is my man. The atmosphere within the live stream became electrifying, with viewers' comments spiraling into a frenzy. If the host mistreats you, let me know. I shall defend you. One viewer declared. Do not fear, sister assistant. I shall protect you, another assured. I hereby appoint our assistant as the vice president of our fan club, with sisters to support you, proclaimed yet another, fostering a sense of camaraderie that deeply moved Song Ro. Yet, Su Tsong found himself perplexed, wondering how his fan club had been dubbed drawing big cakes. When have I ever drawn a big cake? They are genuine, substantial cakes indeed, he mused. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had elapsed, and a lucky draw was underway. The 3 fortunate winners were announced. Li Daoyi, the president of the Drawing Big Cakes fan club, Chang'an's third madam, and Lin Lingo, a secret agent. Congratulations to the above 3 viewers. Please send me your screenshots and addresses via private message, and I shall ship your prizes free of charge. Su Tsong said, recalling the previous winner who had won a car, wondering if they had received it yet. Is the car winner present? Ahem, have you received it? Su Gong in Guit Hak Wadili. I received it this afternoon, and I just took it for a spin. It's splendid. I was about to tell you, and lo and behold, we are in sync. Replied Xu Yes enthusiastic admirer. That's wonderful. Please take a photo and post it on Weibo, so others don't think I'm fabricating stories or drawing big cakes, Su Tsong implied. All right, I plan to visit Kyoto tomorrow to see you. May we take a photo together? Asked Su Ji's admirer. No, please don't come. Su Gong Ziplit. Boo. Why not? You gifted me a car. It's only right I reciprocate, she said, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. At that moment, Song Ro felt a surge of anger. Realizing that a female fan was flirting with her man, regret washed over me as I recalled allowing Su Tsong to indulge in merely a modicum of oysters that evening. I ought to have encouraged a more substantial feast to fortify him against the temptations of those enchanting sirens. The vibrant atmosphere of the night market was palpable, and Su Tsong initially presumed that such a locale could hardly house vendors of luxury goods. After all, it was predominantly a gathering of street stalls, and any high-end items would surely be counterfeit. Yet, in an instant, his gaze fell upon a stall brimming with renowned brands such as Hermes. Upon further inspection of the vendor, a sense of familiarity struck him. Could it be? Was this not the sales associate who had sold him a fake Hermes? A surge of indignation welled up within him as he recalled that counterfeit bag, realizing that it was the source of his recent heartache. He suppressed his anger, feigning interest as he approached the display of bags. Song Ro, oblivious to the unfolding drama, followed closely behind. With her keen eye, she instantly discerned that the bags were all high-quality replicas, pondering whether Su Tsong intended to purchase them to send to his fans. Excuse me, how much are these bags? Su Tsong inquired with deliberate casualness. The sales associate glanced at him before shifting her attention to Song Ro, responding coolly, This one is 1888, and that one is 2188. If you buy several, I can offer a discount. Clearly, she had not recognized Su Tsong. She merely sensed that Song Ro was live streaming, thus refraining from uttering the name of the esteemed brand. Have you sold to me here before? She asked, still unable to recall, as she had encountered countless faces. Indeed, but not at this location. Do you remember the second floor of the Wang Fujing department store? A young man purchased a bag from you for over 30,000 at a 10% discount. Su Tsong recounted vividly. The associate froze, her complexion draining of color, and she stammered, "You must be mistaken. Are you unwell? Don't spout nonsense here," she continued, her words unfinished as she seized a bag and hurled it at Su Tsong before fleeing. Her swift, practiced movements left him momentarily stunned. "Hey, don't run." Su Tsong finally reacted, pursuing her with determination. Song Ro, utterly bewildered, found herself lost in this unexpected narrative. The livestream chat was flooded with questions, but one viewer exclaimed, "No way, this can't be scripted. How thrilling." Chapter 36, The Triple Denial. The night market buzzed with life as the sales associate, confident in her slender figure, navigated through the crowd. Su Tsong was equally adept, yet he could only watch as she slipped away from his grasp. Song Ro, struggling behind with her selfie stick, was a sight to behold. If she charged through, she would undoubtedly attract unwelcome attention. Fortunately, Su Tsong was not moving swiftly, allowing her to keep him in sight despite the obstacles. Thus, they engaged in a comical chase, winding through narrow alleys until Su Tsong found himself led into a dimly lit passage. When the sales associate abruptly halted her flight, Su Tsong assumed she was fatigued and taunted. "Why have you stopped? Afraid to run?" A cold smile crept across her face. "You remain quite audacious. Once I catch you, I'll make you sing a lament from behind bars." Su Tsong prepared to retaliate, but unexpectedly, the sales associate shouted, "ISN, anyone coming out to assist?" With a sudden rush, 4 burly men emerged from the shadows, each exuding a menacing aura. As they surrounded Su Cong, Su Tsong exclaimed, "What the hell? This woman has no sense of honor." The woman approached, noticing Su Tsong's handsome features, and couldn't resist teasing him. A chill ran down Su Tsong's spine. If you're captured, how could he maintain his innocence? "Do not come any closer," Su Tsong stammered, feeling a surge of panic. Not far away, Song Ro had just arrived and, upon witnessing the scene, silently cursed her luck. The livestream chat exploded with concern. "Oh no, the streamer is in danger. This can't be real, can it? In broad daylight, someone is committing violence. Fools, it's nighttime. Call the police. How can we? Does anyone even know where the streamer is? By the time the police arrive, it will be too late. Help, help, save my husband. Whoever saves him, I will repay with my life." As the viewers offered their suggestions, the camera drew closer to Su Tsong, who then heard a commanding voice. "Hold this for me. Step back. And don't get blood on yourself." The words were powerful and resonated with the audience, who were moved to tears. They recognized the voice of the assistant. Truly, she deserved an award as one of the most inspiring assistants in Huaxia. Yet, Su Tsong weakly suggested, "Senior, if it comes to that, perhaps we should call the police? Do you think they'll agree?" Song Ro had already rolled up her sleeves, ready for action. Su Tsong glanced at the woman behind the counter, but she shook her head in unison with the others. "Step back. Keep your distance," Song Ro urged as she pushed Su Tsong back a few steps. He found refuge behind a stone pillar by the door and shouted, "Senior, good luck." The viewers in the live stream voiced their frustrations. "Streamer, are you really a man? How can you let a woman take the blows for you? Come on, at least eye together. Cowardly streamer, I look down on you." Unfollowing, the audience lamented. Standing up for Song Ro. "The beauty is risking herself for you, and you're playing games? What kind of man are you?" "Show everyone quiet," Su Tsong commanded. As he spoke, the viewers noticed movement in the frame. Though the darkness obscured their vision, they could make out several figures. 4 shadows converged on a central figure, exchanging punches and kicks. Yet, the central figure was agile, evading their attacks skillfully, followed by cries of pain. Listening closely, the audience realized the cries were male, not female, and felt a slight sense of relief. In mere moments, all 4 shadows collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. The woman behind the counter gasped, "Goodness, is this woman so formidable?" "Now it's your turn," Song Ro declared as she took a bold step toward the counterwoman. The latter trembled in fear and shouted, "Do not come any closer." With a cold huff, Song Ro seized the counterwoman by the shoulders, sweeping her leg and sending her crashing to the ground. She then sat on the woman's back, pressing her head down with one hand while delivering sharp slaps to her face with the other. "You think you can sleep with my man? What gives you the right? Is it those 2 lumps of silicone? Ouch, ouch, don't hit my face." The counterwoman wailed. "I'll hit you wherever I please. What are you going to do about it?" "You shall wait, for I shall not spare you." Still defiant, "Are you? Watch as I crush this silicone into oblivion." "You speak nonsense. I possess no silicone." Song Ro is indifferent. She believes the brutish must be taught a lesson. Su Gong, hidden behind the stone pillar, gazes in astonishment. Fortunately, the night is dark, allowing only voices to be heard. Otherwise, live streaming would be impossible. Ahem, brothers. This is solely the assistant's doing. It has nothing to do with me. While Song Ro battles forth, Su Tsung stabs from behind. You scoundrel. This little assistant is doing this for you. Broadcaster, surely in a past life, you must have obliterated Mars. How else could you be so wicked? Set your price? For I desire this little assistant. To the one above, are you certain you can withstand that recent beating? This is a fierce woman after all. A certain female netizen. With a mere suggestion, sends shivers through the male viewers. Indeed, should domestic violence ensue, it could lead to ruin. Who could have predicted that Su Tsung would cheekily remark, to the netizen who just mentioned wanting someone, come quickly to claim her, no payment required. The viewers in the live stream. It would be better to leave the broadcaster to enjoy her slowly. We certainly do not have that fortune. Noticing the sudden silence in the live chat, Su Tsung mockingly retorted, you truly lack that fortune. My senior sister is incredibly gentle, adorable, and understanding. What you witnessed was merely a minor incident. No wonder you remained single. Having said that, he paid no heed to the countless eye-roll emojis in the chat and walked directly towards Song Ro. Senior sister, that's enough. If you continue, you might very well kill her. Su Tsung observed the cashier's swollen face. Only then did Song Ro cease her assault, rising to inquire, are you all right? Let me see if you're injured. I'm fine. Su Tsung felt a bit awkward from this sudden concern, especially since he had not helped in the slightest. It is good to know you are unharmed. Please do not act so impulsively. If I were not here today, what would you do? Song Ro complained. Su Tsung felt even more uncomfortable. Indeed, without Song Ro, he might have ended up in the hospital. Thus, he blushed and asked, Senior sister, are you truly all right? Hey, senior sister, I do not speak nonsense. Su Tsung vehemently denied. Ha ha. All right, it was merely jesting. How shall we deal with this lot? Song Ro gestured towards the cashier. Chapter 37. Su Go masters the art of sarcasm. Naturally, we must contact the authorities. Su Tsung handed the selfie stick to Song Ro and continued. However, there is no hurry. I have a few questions for her. He sensed that the den of the fraudsters could not be far from here. The cashier scoffed but remained silent, her gaze warily fixated on Song Ro. I ask you, do you not constantly move your counterfeit goods from one bustling market to another? Su Tsung posed his first inquiry. Why ask if you already know? The cashier seemed rather cooperative, evidently keen on protecting her silicone stash. How long have you been in this line of work? Su Tsung inquired again. I cannot speak for others, but I have been at it for 3 years. A hint of pride flickered in the cashier's eyes. Have you never been apprehended by the police? Su Tsung understood the basis for her pride. Can they even catch me? The cashier responded, her bravado intensifying. For my final question, where is your hideout? Or rather, where is your counterfeit production facility? Su Tsung posed the crucial question. The attendant's eyes narrowed, her expression icy as she remarked, do you take me for a fool? If you remain silent, beware your silicone. She challenged, if you have the audacity, go ahead. Su Tsung was taken aback by the attendant's sudden defiance, left momentarily speechless, casting a glance of desperation towards Song Ro. Song Ro shot him a disapproving look, saying, don't look at me, I was joking. If you truly crush it, someone could perish. Su Tsung remarked, the timeless truth. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she can be. Yet, hold on, with her appearance, what audacity does she possess to deceive? Upon closer inspection, he realized that the attendant's makeup had been obliterated. How horrifying! Will you speak or not? Su Tsung suddenly smirked. The attendant spat disdainfully, regarding Su Tsung as if he were simpleton. Unfazed, he turned to Song Ro, inquiring, Senior, do you have any tissues? I need some water. What do you intend to do? Song Ro asked, puzzled. I'm going to remove this woman's makeup. That is unnecessary. I have wet wipes. With that, Song Ro produced a pack of wet wipes, handing a single sheet to Su Kong. What are you doing? The attendant felt an ominous premonition. Su Tsung grinned mischievously. First, I'll remove your makeup, then I'll call the police. When they take you away, I will show your bare face to the onlookers, ensuring they remember your unparalleled visage. How dare you, you scoundrel! If you have the courage, kill me. What is insulting me worth? The attendant's face turned ashen, panic rising within her. A person values their face as a tree values its bark, and this night market was her domain, where every vendor had once bowed to her charm. If she were to be publicly humiliated, she could hardly bear to exist in this world. It would be worse than death. Will you speak or not? Su Tsung pressed, taking advantage of her distress. Fine, you win. The attendant relented. having never encountered such audacious shamelessness. With resignation, she declared, "I'll tell you, but you must let me go." "Very well, speak," Su Tsong replied readily. After a moment as contemplation, the attendant slowly revealed, 81, Lu Shu Lane. "You wouldn't dare deceive me, would you?" Su Tsong captured her image with his phone. "If you deceive me, you shall remain a bachelor for eternity," she swore vehemently. "Excellent." Having acquired the information, Su Tsong turned to Song Ro, saying, "Senior, call the police." "You scoundrel! Did you not promise to let me go?" The attendant was furious. "Who knew? Su Gong Samen Li Gao De. I made a promise, but my senior did not. You are utterly shameless." The attendant was infuriated. Song Ro contacted the authorities, explaining the situation. The viewers in the live stream could not help but indulge in sarcastic banter. "The streamer is truly shameless, yet I find it delightful. Su Ge has honed a skill in being despicable. The streamer claims to be the second most contemptible. No one dares to claim the top spot. Honey, you wretch. We agreed you would only treat her this way. How can you lack integrity?" Observing the barrage of comments, Su Tsong felt a chill run down his spine, hastily defending himself. "Brothers, don't misunderstand. I'm quite normal. Please don't tarnish my reputation." The viewers responded with confusion. Su Tsong muttered, "Damn, there's no clearing this up." 5 minutes later, the police arrived, promptly dispatched from a nearby patrol. Several sales assistants were taken away, and Su Tsong and another individual recorded statements on site, elucidating the sequence of events. Once the statements were completed, Song Ro suddenly erupted into laughter, gasping for breath. "What do you mean, senior?" Su Tsong inquired sternly, fully aware of the jest behind Song Ro's laughter. "Ha ha! It turns out you were rejected because you bought a counterfeit bag. You are truly foolish, ha ha ha! Shut up, shut up!" Su Tsong retorted, flustered with indignation. Fortunately, the recording of statements could not be broadcast live. Otherwise, the online community would join in the ridicule, and it would not merely be the sales assistants facing embarrassment, but he would too. However, a few police officers present could not suppress their smiles, though they maintained their professionalism. One policewoman approached, intending to speak, yet her lips curled upward slightly. Su Tsong, feeling sensitive, interrupted her, exclaiming, "No laughing aloud." This prompted a genuine outburst of laughter from the nearby officers, their professionalism wavering in the face of such absurdity. Su Tsong's expression darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration, his eyes alight with fury. All right, Junior, calm down. Being foolish is also a blessing," the senior said, giving Song Ro a hug and bursting into laughter once more, before embracing Su Tsong and gently patting his back. At that moment, the policewoman finally spoke. "We just received word from our colleagues that number 81, Lu Shu Lane, is indeed a counterfeit factory, and all individuals involved have been apprehended. Thank you for the valuable information." "Oh," Su Tsong felt a measure of relief. "I appreciate it on behalf of the children." The policewoman's expression turned serious, a sign of respect towards Su Kong. Once the officers departed and the onlookers dispersed, Su Tsong and his companion also left. The night market returned to its usual bustle, and they resumed their live stream, exploring the market anew. When the online viewers inquired about the recent events, Su Tsong merely advised them to check the news online the following day. As they wandered, Song Ro spotted a stall selling mirrors, adorned with a variety of designs that captivated many young women. She eagerly approached, prompting Su Tsong to follow, albeit reluctantly. The mirrors varied greatly, all intended for makeup, yet distinct in style. Some retro, others modern, some with gilded edges, and others framed in wood. Amidst the selection, Su Tsong's attention was drawn to an old mirror tucked away in a corner. It was the Qing Dynasty double phoenix and beast diamond-shaped mirror. This mirror stood apart from the others. At first glance, it appeared as mere scrap metal, being an ancient copper mirror. Its reflective surface was marred and rusty, with several prominent scratches, utterly devoid of its former splendor. It could hardly reflect a face, capturing only a faint glimmer of light. Of course, its uniqueness lay not in its dilapidated state, but rather in the exquisite design of the copper mirror and the intricate motifs on its reverse side. The mirror was shaped like an octagon, each side resembling a petal, coming together to form a grand lotus flower. Each facet was adorned with engravings of flora and fauna. The back featured a large circle, bordered by 2 qilin above and 2 phoenixes below, surrounded by swirling cloud patterns, deeply meaningful and vividly lifelike. At the center of the entire back lies a prominent golden cicada, its limbs distinctly defined, and its back arching high as if poised to leap at any moment. Su Tsong observed it for a considerable time, growing increasingly enamored. His intuition informed him that this was indeed a remarkable object. He picked it up, his eyes swiftly scanning the details. Title: Qing Dynasty Double Phoenix Double Beast Diamond Mirror. Material: bronze. Production period: Qing Dynasty. Grade: 1 ordinary, 2 unique before damage. Evaluation: genuine. A severely damaged treasure, if restored or meticulously repaired, could appreciate in value 100-fold. Cherish and protect cultural relics. Estimated value: 110,000, 20,000. Market guideline price: 160,000. Su Tsong, upon glancing at this valuation, was struck with awe. What a splendid antique it was. How could it have been so ravaged? Who could commit such an atrocity? What are you doing? Is this mirror beautiful? Song Ro approached, holding a pink mirror, seeking Su Tsong's opinion. Despite the viewers in the live stream already singing its praises. You haven't even looked, yet you claim it's beautiful? Song Ro retorted, visibly displeased. You insufferable straight man. Do you believe I'll smash you with this mirror? She huffed, though it was merely a passing thought. After all, he was her boss. And acting on it would surely lead to dire consequences. Before long, she noticed Su Tsong fixated on a tattered piece, and in confusion, asked, "What is this?" "Sure." Su Tsong glanced around to ensure no one was listening and whispered, "Treasure. Is this even considered treasure?" Song Ro exclaimed loudly. Su Tsong barely had time to cover her mouth, but fortunately, the stall owner was engaged with other customers, and only a few nearby patrons glanced over before swiftly turning their attention elsewhere. However, the viewers in the live stream heard everything clearly, inundating the chat with comments. "I concur with the assistant. What a piece of junk. If that SA treasure, I'll collect it for 100 yuan at the recycling station tomorrow." "Host, do you want it?" "Host, this ISNT Panjiayuan. Don't play us for fools." "Darling, you're not funny at all. We want to see your grand treasure." Su Tsong replied, "Damn it, is my grand treasure something to be casually displayed?" This time, Song Ro sided with the viewers, as she too was eager to see Su Tsong's grand. Cough cough, she truly did not wish to. "Close your eyes." Su Tsong sensed a mischievous gaze directed at him. Song Ro, startled, quickly glanced around, trying to alleviate her embarrassment. "Listen to me. Later buy a few more mirrors, and take this bronze mirror as well. Negotiate a lower price with the stall owner," Su Tsong suggested, employing his usual tactics. Song Ro understood and began earnestly selecting several mirrors she liked before reaching for the bronze mirror. Little did she know, before she could grasp it, it was snatched away by another person. "Boss, I'll take this mirror. How much?" The voice drew the stall owner's attention. Upon seeing, Song Ro thought, wow, this is also a woman, dressed rather revealingly, with appealing curves. She intended to ask Su Tsong what to do, but noticed someone was left dumbfounded. "If you don't close your eyes, I'll donate you," Song Ro threatened fiercely. How could it be him? Song Ro ground her teeth in frustration. How can I be certain? Yet, one thing is undeniable. This fellow is quite fortunate, and I can't help but feel a twinge of envy and embarrassment. Su Tsong nearly revealed too much, but fortunately, Song Ro remained oblivious, narrowly escaping a predicament. "What shall we do now?" Song Ro inquired. "Let it be," Su Tsong responded, somewhat disheartened, though his curiosity was piqued by the uncanny coincidence. He approached the bewildered vendor and said, "Boss, I'm interested in this copper mirror as well. Please state your price." After speaking, he provocatively cast a glance at Lin Wei. Lin Wei, unfazed, responded with a grin, "Sure, make it a good price, boss." The vendor, sensing the brewing tension, felt a surge of excitement. Being a shrewd individual, he recognized the opportunity for a substantial profit and stated, "Gentlemen, to be frank, I acquired this mirror last month from a rural area. Although it appears rather worn, it is said to be an antique. I paid a modest sum, but if you truly desire it, I'll add a little for labor and sell it for 3,500. Though he harbored dishonest intentions, he lacked the audacity to inflate the price excessively. Nevertheless, 3,500 astonished the bystanders, who felt it was an obvious scam. With that amount, one could fill a sack at a junkyard. 4,000, Lin Wei declared without hesitation. Su Gong Se Mui, Kong Kong Kong. A gasp rippled through the crowd as they regarded Su Tsong as if he were a fool, contemplating whether to advise him against being deceived. However, they soon realized that as mere spectators, it was not their concern. 150,000, Lin Wei countered, confirming his suspicions. 20,000, Su Tsong retorted defiantly. 250,000, Lin Wei shot back, unperturbed, knowing this amount paled in comparison to the 18 million he had been swindled for previously. Su Tsong maintained his stoic facade, internally laughing, and continued, 30,000, 40,000. Lin Wei was finally convinced. This was indeed a treasure, and Su Tsong's tenacity was the best evidence. 80,000. Su Tsong suddenly grew impatient, further fueling Lin Wei's speculation. Feeling he had successfully ensnared Su Tsong, Lin Wei raised his voice, 100,000. The onlookers' gazes turned incredulous, as if they were watching a fool squander money on a worthless item. Does your father know how you waste money? Congratulations, young Master Wei. You secured it for 100,000. Su Tsong proclaimed with a radiant smile. Lin Wei's expression faltered as he asked, What do you mean? You don't want it? Ha! I'm not foolish enough to spend 100,000 on a piece of junk, Su Tsong mocked. Didn't you claim it was a treasure? Lin Wei's unease grew. Oh, I see now. What a coincidence. You must have been watching my live stream. Did you follow me? Su Kong Su Den Li Zilit. Come on, young Master Wei. With your wealth, you're still watching live streams for free? That truly pains me. Don't change the subject. Is this copper mirror truly a treasure? Lin Wei asked, feeling somewhat on the defensive and reluctant to argue. With Su Kong, Su Tsong smirked. Pay the money, and I'll reveal the truth. Lin Wei felt a sense of déjà vu. He had been similarly duped for 18 million before. What's this, young Master Wei? Are you trying to back out? Su Tsong pointed at the crowd of onlookers, asserting that should anyone dare to act dishonestly, they would certainly deliver justice, drowning the offender in a deluge of spittle. Lin Wei, jolted into action, reluctantly inquired about the vendor's bank account number and promptly transferred 100,000 yuan. Thank you, handsome gentleman. I will wrap up the bronze mirror for you. The vendor beamed with delight, having anticipated a modest profit, but now unexpectedly receiving a windfall. Wait a moment. No rush. Lin Wei interjected, turning to Su Tsong and saying, Now you can speak, right? Of course, Su Tsong replied readily, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he uttered 4 words. I do not know. Lin Wei felt a surge of frustration. It seemed he had been played once more. Let us go, Su Tsong declared cheerfully, tugging Song Ro along as they prepared to depart. Wait! Lin Wei shouted through gritted teeth. Su Tsong halted, feigning fear as he turned back to ask, Wei Xiao. You wouldn't dare to commit an act of violence in broad daylight, would you? What are you pretending for? If you don't clarify whether this bronze mirror is indeed a treasure, I shall expose you as a fraud tomorrow. You claimed in the live stream that it was a treasure. Are you deceiving the viewers? Lin Wei appeared to have gained some cleverness. Su Tsong felt a headache coming on. He had indeed referred to it as a treasure, but he had not done so in the live stream. This was all Song Ro's doing. Do you truly wish to know? Su Tsong inquired, raising his brow. Of course, Lin Wei responded eagerly. With Su Tsong's appraisal, even if it turned out to be fake, he could still boast about it and secure a good price, ensuring he would not incur a total loss. I have a condition. You must apologize to my senior sister. Su Tsong stated, revealing his intent. On what grounds? This is absurd. Lin Wei rejected the notion. Su Tsong, growing irate, retorted, Do you not have any awareness of how my senior sister lost her job? I do not know what you are talking about. Lin Wei continued to deny. Very well, goodbye. Wait, I apologize. Su Tsong's turn of the shoulder compelled Lin Wei to relent. Song Ro was deeply moved. She had not anticipated that Su Tsong cared for her so much. No, she thought. Tonight, she must reciprocate his feelings. Sorry, Lin Wei mumbled rapidly, his words unclear. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Song Ro seized the opportunity. Lin Wei glared at her through gritted teeth, but upon glancing at Su Tsong, he closed his eyes, stamped his foot, and shouted, I'm sorry. The 3 words echoed through the crowd, heard by all, including those in Su Tsong's livestream. That is more like it, but I do not accept it, Song Ro replied haughtily. Lin Wei was so infuriated that he nearly spat blood. But the beautiful companion beside him managed to soothe his temper. Su Tsong gave Song Ro a thumbs up, clearly satisfied. Now you can tell me. Lin Wei ignored the flirtation exchange between them. Certainly, Su Tsong replied, picking up the bronze mirror from the vendor's stall, examining it before stating. This is a Qing Dynasty double phoenix and double beast hexagonal bronze mirror, a genuine piece. Alas, the mirror's surface is rusted and marred by several prominent scratches, rendering it essentially worthless, just an ordinary antique with a market value of around 20,000 yuan. Lin Wei, upon hearing the price of 20,000, felt a deep sense of discontent welling within him. Only 20,000? What a tremendous loss. The naive fool, truly a victim of his own folly, spent 100,000 on what was merely worth 20,000. TSK, such foolishness. I have come to realize that the dashing young man is quite cunning, intentionally inflating the price. You know nothing. He merely exercised a bit of generosity. If he had demanded 1 million, that would have been truly unscrupulous. As for the likes of Westbrook purchasing for 100,000, that is indeed a tremendous bargain. The onlookers increasingly perceive Lin Wei as a simpleton. Among them were parents with children, who promptly cautioned their offspring not to emulate that foolish young man in the future. Hearing such commentary, Lin Wei plunged headfirst into his companion's snowy embrace, feigning unconsciousness. The situation was utterly infuriating. Su Tsong, witnessing this scene, exclaimed loudly, "This has nothing to do with me. It's all the fault of the onlookers." With that, he seized Song Ro and dashed away. The crowd gasped, "Wait, handsome, why the lack of decorum? We haven't done anything." They had no time to protest and scattered in a frenzy, leaving behind a clean slate. Only the vendor remained, fixated on the snowy embrace. Not, in fact, the snow itself, but Lin Wei, lamenting his own lack of fortune. "Ahem, good sir, please wrap that mirror for me." Lin Wei, unbeknownst to himself, had risen. The vendor's face flushed, and he thoughtfully found a gift box to enclose the bronze mirror before presenting it to Lin Wei. Lin Wei gestured for his companion to accept it, only to once again collapse into the snowy embrace. The vendor muttered, "Damn, what a rich fool, utterly shameless." The netizens had no complaints, for they had enjoyed 2 thrilling shows that evening, both stimulating and entertaining. However, Song Ro found the situation peculiar. Su Tsong sensed that Song Ro's gaze. From a moment they entered the vehicle, seemed intent on devouring him. He thought to himself, "You didn't even eat the oysters at the barbecue stall." Just as Su Tsong was about to exit the car, he was abruptly pulled back. "Senior, I'm sorry. My hands were too slow to snatch that mirror." Song Ro's face was full of regret. Although it was of little value, she believed Su Tsong cherished it. Su Tsong, unfazed, reassured her it's nothing. Just a broken mirror, not worth much. If Lin Wei wants it, let him have it. But you like it. It's all my fault. I have many things I like. I may not always obtain them. It's all right. Does that include me? What? Su Tsong feigned ignorance, eager to escape the vehicle. He still remembered how Song Ro had nearly jumped off a building after her first confession was rejected. Unbeknownst to others, they might think he had cast her aside. He did not wish to grant her another chance. Yet, Song Ro suddenly locked the car doors. Su Tsong thought, "I'm done for. There's no escaping now." Chapter 40, Baoguo Temple, Tianjiao of Shirley River, Aijiao of Dazhong Temple. "Senior, let us discuss this calmly." Su Tsong panicked. "How about you book a hotel nearby? A presidential suite, perhaps? Rest assured, we have the means." Su Tsong attempted to divert her attention. "I don't want to stay in a hotel," Song Ro replied earnestly. "Then sleep in a car," Su Tsong said without a hint of sympathy. "You fool, fool, fool. Is that settled then?" "No, I want to go to your house. My home lacks sufficient rooms. My bed is indeed spacious, yet its weight capacity is limited. Adding another person makes me apprehensive about its stability." "What do you mean by that?" Su Tsong has completely enraged Song Ro. "You scoundrel, you may criticize my looks, but you cannot label me as overweight. Am I a pig, capable of crushing your bed? I have no ulterior motives. Since you insist on going, I will reluctantly yield half of my bed." Su Tsong felt somewhat intimidated. He certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of a beating. The mere thought of Song Ro single-handedly confronting 4 individuals sent chills down his spine. This is more acceptable. Song Ro, transforming her anger into amusement, mused to herself. "You dare to claim you aren't tempted by my figure? Very well, let us proceed." Su Tsong wore a sullen expression. Song Ro unlocked the car door and exited, following Su Tsong upstairs. Midway, Su Tsong suddenly remarked, "Senior, it seems I have forgotten my phone. Could you please retrieve it for me? I shall wait here." "Oh." Song Ro hesitated, studying Su Tsong's face, which bore no signs of deceit, and turned to go back down. Just as she reached the front of the car, she heard hurried footsteps echoing in the hallway, culminating in a loud slam of a door. "Damn it, I've been tricked." Song Ro yelled in frustration and hurried back upstairs. By the time she arrived at Su Tsong's door, it was securely locked. Her nose crinkled in indignation as she pounded on the door, shouting, "Su Tsong, you scoundrel, are you not a man, deceiving even your senior?" "Senior, please do not misunderstand. My intentions are for your own good. It is inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together," Su Tsong replied, though inwardly he reveled in his cleverness. Thinking to himself, "How could I not handle you?" Song Ro spun around in disbelief, never having anticipated that her junior, whom she had not seen in a year, could be so shameless. "Su Tsong, have the courage to come out," she exclaimed, unwilling to accept her defeat, feeling as if a cooked duck had flown away. "Ah!" Song Ro furiously hammered on the door. Su Tsung felt no remorse whatsoever. Meanwhile, a male neighbor, unable to tolerate the noise, emerged with sleepy eyes, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you at this hour? Do you want me to call the police?" "Go ahead and try," Song Ro retorted, her temper flaring. The neighbor, upon seeing Song Ro's formidable fists, was startled awake, and upon a closer look, he thought, "Good heavens, where did this beauty come from? What are you staring at?" Song Ro glared fiercely. The neighbor, terrified, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, please continue." With that, he retreated downstairs. Behind the door, Su Tsung suddenly recalled his ex-girlfriend, who had also graduated from the same school. Comparing her to Song Ro, who was sincere and devoted, he reflected on his ex, who had cheated on him over a counterfeit handbag, seamlessly moving on. Indeed, there's a saying that holds true. Education may filter out the undeserving students, but it cannot filter out the scoundrels. He chuckled softly, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. Just then, his mother called. "Hello, Mom. Why are you calling so late? Is there something amiss?" Su Tsung inquired, puzzled. "Well, what of it?" Su Tsung replied, bemused, as he found it trivial that she would call to share such a minor issue. "Did I mention that?" Su Tsung outright denied it. "Well, I'm trying." Su Tsung sighed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. "What do you mean by trying? This is a necessity. Do you hear me? It's late, so I want to prolong this conversation. Rest early. Good night." "Good night, Mom." The following day, Su Tsung was roused from his slumber by a persistent phone call. He rose, refreshed himself, and made his way downstairs, yet found himself hesitant to meet Song Ro's gaze. Fortunately, she acted as if nothing untoward had transpired, which alleviated his anxiety. After their meal, Song Ro inquired about their destination for the day. It was clear that Panjiayuan was off the table, as Su had previously gathered information indicating that apart from Panjiayuan, lively spots in Kyoto included Baeguosi, Shili Tianjiao, and Dazongsi Aijia, among others, along with various ghost markets. In recent days, Su Tsung had taken to local forums, discovering a plethora of intriguing locales. "Are Baeguosi and Dazongsi not temples?" Song Ro asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "If you're asking me, then who should I ask? I'm not a local," Su Tsung replied candidly, unwilling to feign knowledge he did not possess. "Shall we visit Baeguosi?" "No, let us head to Shili." Baeguosi has gradually fallen into obscurity, indicating that it lacks anything worthwhile. It's merely a place for tourists to witness the commotion, not suitable for us. Having finished his last sip of doji, Su Tsung settled the bill and entered the vehicle. Just as he took his seat, he received a call from Tian Guishan. "Su, are you awake?" Tian inquired with genuine concern. "What is the matter?" Su sensed something amiss. Nothing serious. Young people should take care of their health and not indulge too much." "What nonsense? Speak plainly," Su urged. "Ahem, could you come by my shop? That Lin Wei was here last time, insisting on selling me a broken mirror, claiming he had acquired it from you." "Understood, I'll head over immediately." Su Tsung hung up, realizing Lin Wei was up to his usual antics. But what did this have to do with indulgence? Glancing at Song Ro, understanding dawned upon him. Tian Guishan must have assumed they were cohabitating. Damn, Panjiayuan? Song Ro seemed to have overheard something. Su notet internally lamenting. This is truly the plight of the innocent, bearing the weight of suspicion. Chapter 41. Master Zhang, the cultural relic restorer, half an hour later. Su Tsung and his companion arrived at Panjiayuan, which remained as bustling as ever. It appeared to be a wise decision to depart this place in search of treasures elsewhere. They proceeded directly to Sihelu, only to be startled upon entry. The gathering was larger than anticipated, with the reception room filled to capacity. Among the crowd were Chu Fan, Pan Hong, Qianjia, Xiashi, Qiu Binglan, and several others, some familiar faces, some not. Su Tsung sensed that something was amiss and contemplated a discreet exit. However, Tian Guishan intercepted him with a jovial smile, saying, "Su, the reception room is this way. Everyone is waiting for you." "Ha ha ha. With so many people, I thought I had wandered into the wrong place, but it seems I was mistaken." Su Tsung adeptly diffused the tension. Taking a seat in the reception room, Tian Guishan introduced Su to those he did not recognize, which amounted to only a couple. One was an elderly man who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Wei, so much so that one could surmise he was his father. According to Tian Guishan, this elderly gentleman was named Lin Dongfang, the chairman of a certain conglomerate. The other young man, whom Su had encountered previously, was named Qiu Yunfei. The name might ring a bell. He was the one who had abruptly appeared while peddling the DeLong stamps. Tian revealed that Qiu Yunfei was the younger brother of the icy beauty Qiu Binglan, and the two bore no resemblance whatsoever. Another middle-aged individual, dressed inconspicuously and bearing an expression of indifference, did not seem to belong to the antique circle. It appeared that, apart from Lin Dongfang, none of the others recognized him. Tianguishan merely introduced him as Mr. Zhang, without even knowing his full name. Su Tsong courteously greeted each person, then pretended to sip tea, remaining still as the others did. Noticing the somewhat lackluster atmosphere, Tianguishan took the initiative to speak. Today, we gather primarily due to the Tang Dynasty Double Phoenix and Double Beast mirror brought by Chairman Lin. It is said that his son, Lin Wei, acquired it last night at the night market in a bidding contest with Su Tsong for a price of 100,000. He briefly recounted the events and continued, however, Chairman Lin believes that since it is a Tang Dynasty bronze mirror, its value cannot merely be 100,000, hence he has invited everyone here for a discussion. His words were delicately phrased, suggesting a discussion rather than an appraisal, which reflected both his confidence in Su Tsong's expertise from last night and a courtesy extended to him. Most attendees would likely trust Su Tsong. After all, he was renowned as the foremost treasure hunter in Kyoto, with an impressive track record. It was merely that one individual, having been outsmarted by Su Tsong, could not contain his anger and sought to confront the situation. This understanding was tacit among the group. Naturally, while they were aware of the reality, most had some acquaintanceship with Lin Dongfang and would grant him a measure of respect. This was the predicament faced by Tianguishan. If Lin Dongfang insisted on selling the mirror for 1 million, it would be an unmitigated disaster, leading to significant losses. Thus, Su Tsong was brought in to mediate. Especially since he had outmaneuvered Lin Wei the previous night, he was inextricably linked to the unfolding events. Under Lin Dongfang's subtle cue, Lin Wei donned white gloves to retrieve the bronze mirror from its box and placed it upon the table. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this exquisite Tang Dynasty bronze mirror. I firmly believe its worth transcends mere pocket change, Lin Dongfang proclaimed, dismissing the 100,000 price as trivial. Su Tsong felt a twinge of admiration throughout the discourse. Lin Dongfang refrained from mentioning how he had outsmarted his son or disparaging the mirror, instead striving to elevate its perceived value. This exemplified the mindset of a true entrepreneur. In this regard, Lin Dongfang exhibited far greater acumen than his foolish son. Chairman Lin, may I take a look? Professor Han Ziyuan, an expert in Buddhist statues and bronze artifacts, and a familiar acquaintance of Su Tsong, inquired. Lin Dongfang remained silent, gesturing for him to proceed. Professor Han picked up the mirror for a closer examination, revealing a flicker of surprise upon observing its surface. After a gentle touch, he displayed a hint of regret. Turning it over, the exquisite patterns dazzled him, presenting a stark contrast to the mirror's face. Following him, Professor Xiao Zhao, who, along with Professor Han, was associated with Qiu Binglan and specialized in bronze artifacts, mirrored Han's examination process. Subsequently, Chu Fan, Qiu Binglan, Pan Hong, and others approached in succession, their expressions largely similar. Su Tsong observed all of this, precisely as he had anticipated. Anyone who beheld such a treasure marred so severely could not help but feel a sense of lament. Su Tsong, are you not going to take a look? Lin Wei inquired with a smile. No, you ought to take another look, Lin Wei earnestly urged, his smile growing ever wider. Su Tsong was perplexed by the enigmatic actions of the other party, yet an instinctive sensation warned him that something was amiss, prompting him to investigate further. Upon beholding the copper mirror, or rather, the surface of the mirror, he was momentarily taken aback. The rust that once marred its surface had vanished, and the scratches were no longer glaringly prominent. They seemed to fade into obscurity, barely discernible. His heart raced with astonishment. The mirror had indeed been restored. This revelation left him astounded. The restored copper mirror bore no resemblance to its former self, and naturally, its value had skyrocketed. Su Tsong finally grasped the reason behind Lin Wei's smirk. Indeed, today was about finding a venue for their endeavors. What do you think, Su Tsong? Are you regretting your decision? Lin Wei appeared triumphantly smug. Regret? What is there to regret? It has merely been restored. It's still nothing but scrap metal. Su Tsong retorted defiantly. TCH, you know nothing. This was restored by Master Zhang, a renowned conservator from the Palace Museum. After Master Zhang's meticulous work, its worth is undoubtedly in the millions. Lin Wei boasted with an air of superiority. Su Tsong was utterly flabbergasted. How could this possibly be played fairly? It felt as though divine intervention had occurred. All present, being astute individuals, swiftly turned their gaze towards Master Zhang, who stood beside Lin Dongfang, their expressions filled with profound respect. Figures such as Master Zhang, experts in the conservation of cultural relics, were often known by reputation alone. To see him in person was an honor that left everyone in awe. Those of Master Zhang's caliber not only excelled in restoration, but also possessed unparalleled skills in artifact appraisal. The distinction between him and others like Tianguishan was akin to the difference between the official and the unofficial. Su Tsong found himself utterly powerless. Even if he had the means to respond, he could only concede defeat. Master Zhang nodded and remarked, "This copper mirror is indeed a fine artifact, but regrettably, I have not been able to restore entirely. The damage was simply too severe. The preservation of cultural relics remains a formidable challenge." The crowd nodded in agreement. "Now, what do you all believe this mirror is worth?" Lin Dongfang inquired softly. A hush fell over the assembly as they exchanged glances between Su Tsong and Lin Dongfang, as if weighing a significant decision. Su Tsong wore a wry smile, fully aware that he would likely emerge from this encounter with a bruised ego. Were he in their position, he too would hastily align with Lin Dongfang. He was, after all, of little consequence. Chapter 42. Hey, what's going on with you? Tianguishan felt quite awkward, primarily because he had summoned Su Tsong without knowledge of the mirror's restoration. Previously, he had held great faith in Su Tsong's judgment. Otherwise, he would not have invited him. However, now that Master Zhang was present, and given the mirror's restoration, its value surely exceeded 100,000. Lin Wei was undoubtedly ready to slap Su Tsong in the face, a reality that could not be ignored. With this established fact, the crowd assumed Su Tsong would certainly comprehend the situation. When it comes to appraising value, none here possess the expertise of Mr. Xia. "I suggest we leave it to him," Tianguishan said apologetically while casting a glance at Su Kong. Yet, one individual voiced dissent. It was none other than Xiao Yunfei, who hastily interjected, "I am quite knowledgeable as well. I can offer my insights." "Silence. This is not your place to speak," Xiao Binglan retorted, having come to prevent her younger brother from making a fool of himself. "But sister, such a remarkable item deserves to be auctioned. I assure you, it would fetch not just 1 million, but 2 million without a doubt." Xiao Yunfei protested, unwilling to concede. Xiao Yunfei had more to say, but chose to remain silent. Fortunately, everyone was aware of his reputation. Apart from a few debauched scions, who could truly associate with him? Xiaosher had already consulted the relevant materials and slowly remarked, "In recent years, there have been few transactions involving the restoration of antiques, yet considering the auction prices for copper mirrors over the years, the starting bid for this double phoenix and double beast pattern mirror should commence at no less than 300,000. This valuation surpasses the price Lin Wei paid last night, and it certainly contradicts Su Tsong's claim of its worth being only around 10,000. This openly slapped Su Tsong's face within the industry. "Thank you all for your attention. I wonder if Mr. Su has any interest in this copper mirror?" Lin Dongfang implied his intention to sell the mirror, specifically naming Su Kong. Tianguishan and others were somewhat astonished, feeling that Lin Dongfang was being rather overbearing. Wasn't this tantamount to telling Su Tsong, "You wish to deceive the Lin family? I shall not only slap your face, but also humiliate you"? Surprisingly, Su Tsong seemed unperturbed and countered, "I do have an interest. However, I am curious about the price Lin Dongfang intends to set." Lin Dongfang pondered for a moment before replying, "As an elder, I shall not take advantage of you. Since Mr. Xia estimates the starting price at 300,000, you may offer 500,000 as a gesture of friendship between my son and yourself." This displeased Lin Wei, who exclaimed, "Father, how can you set the price so low? This is Master Zhang's work. Did I permit you to speak?" Lin Dongfang shot a stern glance at his son, causing Lin Wei to immediately fall silent, even lowering his head. This was more formidable than Xiao Binglan. "I apologize for the laughter, everyone," Lin Dongfang continued, his demeanor softening as he spoke. "What do you all think of this price? What do they think?" Internally, everyone was quite dissatisfied, feeling that Lin Dongfang was being excessive, feigning generosity while only asking for 500,000. In reality, he was informing everyone that he, Lin Dongfang, was not concerned about such trivial sums. In other words, he was humiliating Su Tsong, warning him against frivolous antics in the face of absolute strength. The Lin family was unafraid. Lin Dongfang was excessively protective of his son. Anyone in his position would find it intolerable. Caught in the middle, everyone felt somewhat awkward. Their thoughts were unmentionable, so they all turned their gaze towards Su Kong. Su Tsong understood and rose to ask, "May I examine the copper mirror once more?" "Of course," Lin Dongfang replied with remarkable patience. Su Tsong approached and picked up the copper mirror again, his eyes scanning it instantaneously, with the system's results reflecting before him. Name: Qing Dynasty Double Phoenix Double Beast Pattern Mirror. Material: copper. Production period: Qing Dynasty. Rarity level: 1 rare, 2 unique, prior to damage. Evaluation: authentic. A treasure restored to 90 condition. If fully restored or repaired, its value could double. Please cherish and protect cultural relics. Estimated price: 500,000 1,000,000. Market guideline price: 880,000. Indeed, the data had changed. The ordinary artifact had transformed into a rare item, with a restoration level reaching 90. This indicated that Master Zhang's restoration skills were quite commendable. Upon realizing the true value of this copper mirror, Su Tsong set it down and immediately declared, "I believe the copper mirror is not worth 500,000. The moment his voice fell, silence enveloped the room. Tian Guishan and others were secretly impressed by Su Tsong's audacity, giving him an invisible thumbs up for his fearless attitude towards the wealthy. "Are you questioning Master Zhang's expertise?" Lin Wei interjected, his impatience palpable. Su Tsong chuckled and replied, "Lin, you misunderstand me. The bronze mirror is not worth 500,000. Rather, it is valued at 1 million, and I am willing to pay that amount." Lin Wei exclaimed, "Hiss, why do I find this person utterly shameless?" Meanwhile, Tian Guishan, Chu Fan, Xia Shi, and Song Ro were all taken aback, each wearing expressions of disbelief. "Hey, what happened to your boldness? How did you suddenly switch to flattery? Where has your dignity gone?" The crowd lamented, casting disapproving glances at Su Kong. Even Lin Dongfang was surprised, but soon reconciled with the situation, realizing that few dared to oppose him. "This young man is becoming somewhat likable," he mused. "All right, I will agree to 1 million. I appreciate your pragmatic approach," he said, happily patting Su Tsong on the shoulder. The atmosphere shifted to one of unexpected harmony, leaving everyone astonished. Su Tsong promptly called the bank to transfer 1 million, solidifying the deal. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Dongfang departed with his son and others, exuding an air of triumph. Once they left, Tian Guishan could not contain his curiosity. "Su, why did you raise the price to buy the bronze mirror? It is indeed worth that much." Su Tsong dismissed his concern, continuing, "Do you think I am unaware that Lin Dongfang intended to humiliate me? I cannot let him succeed. He offered 500,000, so I countered with 1 million. He is not short on money, and neither am I. I cannot afford to lose face. Your reasoning is sound, but I still feel you are pandering to him," Tian Guishan grumbled. Xia Shi, Chu Fan, and the others nodded in agreement. Even the typically aloof Qiu Binglan concurred. "Just wait, this matter is far from over." Su Tsong's expression shifted as he glanced towards Lin Dongfang's departing figure. "What do you mean?" "Tian Guishan senset Su Gong nai. Don't think that only Lin Dongfang can summon Master Zhang. To be blunt, Master Zhang's skills are not all that impressive." "Su Gong vima dites mi sin." The group was taken aback, quickly covering Su Tsong's mouth and exclaiming, "You must not speak so carelessly. Master Zhang is truly a master of artifact restoration." Song Ro trailed behind silently, uncertain whether Su Tsong's bravado was merely posturing. Yet, Tian Guishan and the others understood that there might still be an intriguing spectacle ahead, hoping to see Su Tsong confront Lin Dongfang. Chapter 43. Host. Do you still need fans? Back in the car, Su Tsong carelessly tossed the box containing the bronze mirror into the back seat. Song Ro, astonished, remarked, "Be gentle. That is worth 1 million. Su Tsong responded nonchalantly, "Don't worry, it won't break. Even if it does, I can repair it." "You can restore artifacts?" She retorted. "Who do you look down upon?" "I look down upon you. Others may not know, but I am aware that you studied computer science in college." Su Tsong was left speechless as a secret was exposed. Indeed, the realms of computers and the restoration of cultural relics seem utterly unrelated. "Shall we venture to Shili?" Observing Su Tsong's silence, Song Ro decided to show some leniency. "Let's postpone that visit. It is nearly noon. Instead, we shall indulge in some shopping. And after a delightful lunch, we can proceed to Shili in the afternoon." Su Tsong outlined the day's itinerary. Upon hearing about the shopping, Song Ro's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, "May I indulge in some purchases?" "Certainly, but you'll have to cover the expenses yourself." "What a miser. Just sipping on cold water, humph." Half an hour later, the two appeared on Wang Fujing Street. The true purpose of their shopping excursion was to redeem the lucky draw rewards from last night and subsequently send them to their fans. Song Ro initiated a live stream to share this endeavor. While the viewers expressed their envy, they continued to flood the chat with various comments. "Wow, the host is incredible. They've even made the trending list for assisting the police in cracking a major luxury counterfeit case. My husband is so impressive. He truly deserves that title. With such valor, Sugu and his assistant are quite dashing. It's so satisfying. When my friend heard about the counterfeit bag sellers being caught, she was moved to tears, praising the host for their righteous actions. Song Ro gestured for Su Tsung to check Weibo. Upon opening the app and clicking on the trending list, he was taken aback to see the headline. Bargain hunter host shops at night market, aids police in uncovering major luxury counterfeit factory. The post held the #1 spot, boasting 20 million views, instantly igniting a frenzy on Weibo. He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Thankfully, he hadn't live-streamed during the police statement, or his own purchase of a counterfeit bag would have been broadcasted for all to see, leading to a complete social media embarrassment. Yet, the netizens interpreted Su Tsung's modesty as humility, showering him with compliments. Look at our host. If it were another streamer, they would be bragging about it for a month. My husband is so humble, doing good deeds without seeking recognition. I'm in tears. Su Gu possesses such noble character. We must learn from him. The host is the most trustworthy man on the internet, performing good deeds without a word, yet eagerly buying gifts for his fans. Thank you, dear host. Observing the barrage of comments, Song Ro, privy to the truth, stifled a laugh. Were it not for Su Tsung's piercing glare, she would have likely succumbed to uncontrollable laughter. Before long, they arrived at the Hermes counter. After perusing his notes on bag knowledge, Su Tsung could easily distinguish between authentic and counterfeit bags with a mere glance. However, Song Ro proved even more adept, possessing the innate intuition of a woman. After both had scrutinized the selection, they confirmed that all the bags here were genuine. They then summoned a sales associate. Good afternoon. How may I assist you? The associate, polite and quite attractive, awaited their request. Su Gong Vi Mai Si Lin, recognizing that Song Ro had a better grasp of women's preferences and fashion. Please present to me your latest collection of bags. Certainly, madam. Please hold on a moment. The associate turned and carefully selected from the display, returning with a tray showcasing 3 distinct bags, each unique in style and color. Song Ro examined them, her eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction, as if to say, this is indeed what I was looking for. Madam, these are our 3 latest and best-selling bags. May I inquire which one captures your interest? Noticing Song Ro's expertise, the associate refrained from excessive explanation. Indeed, Song Ro cast a few glances before inquiring about the prices. Madam, this handbag is priced at $1.85 million, making it the most expensive item in our store. The sales associate observed Song Ro's expression, noting her lack of reaction, and continued, this mini Fubao number 24 shoulder bag is available in 2 colors, green and yellow, at $110,000. The remaining one is also a mini shoulder bag in an elephant gray, priced at $620,000. Shuet Song, standing nearby, felt a jolt of astonishment. Goodness. It seems that women's money is the easiest to earn. I think we should select one of the 2 colors of the mini Fubao. What do you think? Although Song Ro felt a pang of regret over the expense, she considered the gift for her fans and didn't want to appear too frugal. Shuet Song had no objections but remarked, let us check the opinions of our viewers in the live stream. After all, it's a gift for them. Song Ro agreed and glanced at the barrage of comments, which unanimously urged her to heed her assistant's advice. She felt pleased, yet inwardly cursed. How dare they call me little assistant? I am a grand assistant, indeed. I'll take 3 of the green ones, and please wrap them individually. They're for my fans, she declared with a wave of her hand, secretly thinking, since you all call me little assistant, don't blame me if I bring a bit of green to your heads. Unaware of Song Ro's cunning, Shuetsong retrieved his bank card to settle the bill. The sales associate, stunned, thought to herself, what kind of fan is this? So fortunate. Giving away a bag worth $110,000 just like that. I wish I could ask, host, do you need more fans? All right, madam, please wait a moment, she said, quickly suppressing her astonishment and arranging the transaction. After all, the commission from this sale would surely fill her coffers. Once the sales associate had stepped away, Shuetsong, feeling a bit mischievous, asked Song Ro, aren't you going to get one for yourself? Can I afford it? Someone isn't gifting it to me. Song Ro replied with a roll of her eyes. Why not buy one, and I'll deduct the cost from your salary? Shuetsong suggested playfully. Really? Song Ro's eyes lit up momentarily, only to dim again as she sighed. Forget it, I won't buy one. Each of these bags costs several tens of thousands, equivalent to months of my salary. If I purchase one, I would be left with nothing for the next few months. Are you truly not buying? No. Can you resist the temptation? I can. Just as they were bickering, a couple entered the store hand in hand. Song Ro, initially ready to confront them, had to rein in her demeanor. Shuet Song felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he soon realized that this couple looked strikingly familiar. He would recognize them even if they turned to ash. Song Ro, too, recognized one of them and whispered, "Junior, ISNT, that woman your ex-girlfriend?" Shuet Song clenched his teeth and spat out, "I know. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." Song Ro teased, observing his discomfort. "Oh no, Junior, they're coming this way. Should we hide or not?" "Hide from what? I have nothing to be ashamed of," Shuet Song retorted, though his face betrayed him, blushing with embarrassment as if he wished to vanish into a hole. Chapter 44. Shouldn't this be my arena next? Meanwhile, the viewers in Shuet Song's livestream were preparing to shower him with compliments when they suddenly heard Song Ro announce, "Brothers, the broadcast is ending. I need to handle some personal matters. See you this afternoon." The viewers in the live stream were left bewildered. The irate netizens spun various rumors, albeit confined to the live broadcast, indulging in a self-satisfying frenzy. Suit Song attempted to maintain his composure, but soon his ex-girlfriend noticed him. Initially taken aback, she did not turn away. Her gaze fell upon Song Ro, and a notion sparked within her as she approached, ready to confront. "Suit Song, you despicable creature. How seamlessly you've moved on. I knew you two were involved during our time at school, yet you continue to deny it. Now, I've caught you red-handed." Suit Song remained silent. Song Ro, unable to contain her indignation, was poised to retaliate, eager to teach her a lesson about the consequences of slander. However, Suit Song firmly restrained her, not out of protection for his ex, but because it seemed unnecessary. It was akin to a dog biting you. There was no need to retaliate against the dog. Furthermore, winning a fight against the police could lead one to the emergency room. It was prudent to avoid physical confrontation whenever possible. Suit Song collected his thoughts and turned his attention to the man beside his ex-girlfriend, someone he recognized but was not well acquainted with. He inquired, "Ma Shui, if I recall correctly, this gentleman hails from the affluent school next door, does he not?" Ma Shui unabashedly retorted, "And what of it? So, your reason for ending our relationship was not merely that I purchased a counterfeit bag, but rather you finally found an excuse, did you?" Suit Song's tone was frigid. A flicker of panic crossed Ma Shui's eyes, yet she quickly denied, "Nonsense. You were in the wrong, and now you wish to blame others. You are such a fool. If you could be duped into buying a fake bag. Do you realize the humiliation you have brought upon me? I am unaware, nor do I wish to be, for I only know that purchasing that bag drained my savings. Yet, you dismiss all my efforts with a single statement, as if our 3-year relationship holds less value than a mere bag." Suit Song mused bitterly, feeling as though his heart were being pierced. What worth is there in love without wealth? After pleading for so long, you finally gifted me a bag, and a counterfeit at that. Meanwhile, he, with just a word, can present me with anything I desire. What use are you to me? Ma Shui finally dropped her fade and revealed her true feelings. "I concur with your sentiment. What value does love hold without money? In this materialistic era, people are blinded by wealth. I do not blame you, for the fault lies not with me, but with you. Why should I punish myself for your mistakes?" Suit Song found a sense of relief as he finally discerned Ma Shui's true nature. "Well, eloquent words are of little consequence. You remain nothing but a poor wretch." Ma Shui sneered, her disdain for Suit Song palpable. She then directed her attention to Song Ro, stating, "Women must keep their eyes wide open. Associating with a poor loser leads nowhere. Were you to advise? You, a shameless, gold-digging harlot, possess no right to lecture others," Song Ro retorted, unable to contain her outrage. Ma Shui, incensed, turned to the wealthy heir, nestling into his embrace, cooing, "Darling, someone has been bullying me." The affluent young man wrapped his arms around Ma Shui and promptly reassured her, "Don't worry, sweetheart. We shan't stoop to the level of the poor loser. If you wish to buy bags, purchase as many as you desire, and let the poor wretch experience what true financial power feels like. Yes, yes, you're the best. Darling." In an instant, Ma Shui's face lit up with a mischievous smile as she cast a provocative glance at Song Ro. She then called out, "Waiter, waiter, I wish to purchase a bag. No, make that 10. Just then, the sales associate arrived, carrying 3 packages and addressed Ma Shui, "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on a moment." She turned to Suit Song and Song Ro, saying, "I have already packaged the bags for your fans. Whether you wish to present them immediately or send them by mail, it is entirely feasible." The sales associate beamed as she spoke. "Thank you," Song Ro replied, accepting the 3 packages, which were beautifully wrapped, resembling gifts, a testament to the associate's diligence. However, Ma Shui was not so composed. She rushed forward and exclaimed to the associate, "Wait a moment. Could you possibly be mistaken?" "Ma'am, I don't quite understand what you mean," the associate replied, perplexed. What I mean to say is, how could these two impoverished individuals possibly afford Hermes? Surely, you must be mistaken. Don't let them deceive you. Ma Shui's tone grew increasingly agitated. The associate appraised Ma Shui, as if suddenly grasping the situation, and responded, "Ma'am, we hold every customer in high regard, regardless of their attire. We pride ourselves on our professionalism, so please do not harbor doubts. This customer has indeed purchased 3 new Hermes bags, each priced at 110,000 yuan, and I can assure you that these bags are intended as gifts for fans." With that, she presented the bank card to Su Cong with both hands. Su Cong accepted it, casting an appreciative glance at the associate, recognizing her professionalism. Ma Shui's mind buzzed. The notion of 3 new Hermes bags, each costing 110,000 yuan, intended as gifts for fans, lingered in her thoughts. When did these impoverished individuals amass such wealth? She pondered. It was worth noting that, in her experience, a wealthy second-generation individual would typically only buy her a bag costing around 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, and for something in the range of 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, her performance that evening would need to be exceptional. The idea of purchasing multiple bags was merely a self-soothing thought. The disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Senior sister, let us return to our previous discussion. Why not buy just one, since you are already here? Su Cong observed Ma Shui's fluctuating expression with satisfaction. Song Ro, not wishing to be the scapegoat, even though she realized Su Cong did not mean it in that way, could only decline, saying, "Forget it, my monthly salary is merely 30,000 yuan. If I were to buy a bag, would you deduct it from my salary? Would I be left to survive on nothing but the wind for the next few months?" She inadvertently dropped a bombshell. Ma Shui immediately caught on, her face turning ashen. A monthly salary of 30,000 yuan seemed to originate from Su Cong goodness. "I only earn 8,000 a month. How about this, senior sister? I have a request, and if you fulfill it, I shall gift you the bag," Su Cong suddenly proposed. "Really?" Song Ro exclaimed with excitement. "Of course. But it's not a request involving any romantic obligations," Su Cong added, ensuring no future complications. "How dull. In that case, I want 3, Song Ro countered, realizing that if not now, when would she seize the opportunity to take advantage of the wealthy? Su Cong thought, some people have become too clever to fool easily. "You choose," Su Cong replied through gritted teeth. "Thank you, boss." Song Ro beamed with delight. To both of them, it was merely a game of negotiation. In the eyes of the sales associate and Ma Shui, their interaction was nothing short of flirtatious banter, filled with meaningful glances. Only Ma Shui's wealthy boyfriend was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering, shouldn't this be my moment according to the narrative? Why do I feel like a mere bystander, consuming someone else's dog food, only to be slapped in the face by reality? Chapter 45, The Hulunberg Grasslands. "Then I shall not hold back," Song Ro declared, her demeanor exuding boldness as she turned to the sales associate. "Please bring me one of these, priced at 110,000 in the same color, and wrap up this one for 185 million. "Certainly, madam," the sales associate responded, her enthusiasm surpassing even Song Ro's. This month, she had exceeded her sales targets, resulting in a significant boost to her salary. Su Cong suddenly felt a pang of regret. 18,000, 22,000, and now 40,000, all gone in an instant. Indeed, women tend to spend money with remarkable speed. Renting was out of the question, as I would be too easily exposed. "Thank you, boss," Song Ro called out loudly, bowing deeply to Su Cong. He shot her a glance of disdain. Ma Shui's mind was racing with a torrent of expletives. Even with her lackluster math skills, she realized that Su Cong had just spent 400,000 on Song Ro, adding the previous 3 bags purchased for fans, totaling 330,000, that amounted to a staggering 700,000. The terrifying part was that the sales associate had successfully processed the payment. My goodness, who said Su Cong was a loser? Clearly, I am the one who is impoverished. Song Cong, I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. Ma Shui shamelessly approached Su Cong, gazing at him earnestly. Be quiet. There is no misunderstanding, Su Cong retorted, feeling nauseated by her repetitive words. No, we truly have a misunderstanding. That day, I was overwhelmed with anger. And I never actually said we should break up, Ma Shui insisted, forcing out a couple of tears. But you're with Song Ro now, aren't you? Ma Shui never reflected on her own faults. My senior is my assistant and driver. What is your relationship with her? Don't tell me you are her secretary? Su Cong scoffed. I was deceived. Ma Shui attempted another tactic, crying out, at the last party at his house, I was intoxicated against my will. The wealthy heir was taken aback. What nonsense! You were the one who climbed onto my sofa willingly. How did it become a case of you being deceived? This has nothing to do with me. Su Tsong remained cold and indifferent. No, I love you. I truly love you. I think of you every day. Can we reconcile? Ma Shui suddenly seized Su Tsong's hand, leaning in for a public kiss to demonstrate her loyalty. Song Ro was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, wow. Can be done this way? If I were so shameless, when would Su Tsong ever choose you? The wealthy heir, feeling enraged, sensed a green haze enveloping him, akin to the Hulumber grasslands. He strode forward, forcefully pulling Ma Shui aside, and delivered a resounding slap. You wretched woman, what do you take me for? He bellowed. Su Tsong interjected, please, spare me the disgust. The heir trembled with rage, raising his hand to strike Ma Shui once more. Yet, she did not flinch. Instead, she boldly shouted, go ahead, strike me if you dare. The heir was momentarily taken aback, his hand suspended in the air, feeling quite awkward. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to remain calm. Otherwise, I shall feel compelled to summon the authorities. The sales associate, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, quickly stepped in to mediate. Meanwhile, the handbag requested by Song Ro had been meticulously packaged, and she graciously handed it over, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Song Ro was in high spirits. No matter how dire the circumstances before her, they were of no concern to her. You're welcome. This is our store's gold card, madam. On your next visit, you will enjoy a 10% discount. The sales associate presented Song Ro with a prestigious card. Typically, one must spend a minimum of 500,000 to qualify for a gold card, while platinum card, available for expenditures starting at 1,000,000, grants a 15% discount. For those who spend over 2,000,000, a black diamond card is bestowed, offering a 20% discount. Intriguingly, this card is not registered to any individual. Anyone who possesses it can avail of the discount. Many women dream of owning a Hermes membership card, and indeed, Ma Shui's eyes were fixated enviously on the gold card in Song Ro's possession. Let us proceed to dine, Su Tsong suggested, not wanting to dwell on the petty squabbles between Ma Shui and the wealthy heir. To him, that matter was already in the past. Su Tsong, don't leave. Wait for me, Ma Shui pleaded, but was obstructed by the affluent heir, who retorted angrily. You cannot leave today. Unless you clarify this matter, I will not let it rest. Ma Shui, feeling helpless, was filled with resentment, resentful of her own lack of discernment, and frustrated that Su Tsong had chosen to feign the life of a pauper while he was, in fact, a wealthy heir. Why did he choose to experience the mundane existence of the common folk? Meanwhile, Song Ro strolled along the street, burdened with numerous bags. While Su Tsong's hands were conspicuously empty, drawing the attention of passers-by who thought to themselves that she was a true exemplar of our generation. Yet internally, Song Ro was berating certain individuals, calling them dense men and good-for-nothings, lamenting their lack of romantic prospects. However, upon glancing at her left hand, which held a 400,000 yuan bag, and her right hand, which clutched a 300,000 yuan one, she felt a semblance of balance restored within her. Oh, what a delightful dilemma it was. Upon arriving at a restaurant, she finally set down her burdens and began to peruse the menu. They were indulging in Hunan cuisine, renowned for its fiery flavors. Dishes such as flaming spicy chicken, boiled pork slices, and stir-fried yellow beef, all of which were exceedingly spicy, adorned their table. Yet in Su Tsong's eyes, nothing could rival Song Ro's spiciness if she refrained from resorting to violence. Ahem, let us eat, he urged. Within an hour, their dining endeavor concluded, and they departed the restaurant to locate a courier service. Following an address provided by online users, they prepared to dispatch the bags. Each parcel was insured, alleviating any concerns of loss. According to Su Tsong's itinerary, their next destination was the Shili Tianjiao secondhand market. Song Ro, ever diligent, started the vehicle, while Su Tsong took the opportunity to nap in the back seat. After leaving the parking lot, an individual emerged from the side, casting a malicious glare as she declared, "You've even acquired a 1.2 million yuan Land Rover. You have deceived me deeply, Su Kong. I, Ma Shui, will not let you escape this. I vow to possess you, so prepare yourself." With that, she vanished into the crowd. Meanwhile, Su Tsong, still in slumber, sneezed and awoke with a start, pondering. Why do I feel as though someone is cursing me? Is it you, senior? Are you secretly swearing at me? He brushed it off, closing his eyes once more to continue his rest. Song Ro, feeling indifferent, murmured to herself, the one who curses you is likely not me, but perhaps your ex-girlfriend. I have a strong sense that she is not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 46. A product of Nintendo is sure to be exceptional. Tenli River, Tianjiao, located on the southern side of the Third Ring Road, is officially known as Tianjiao Cultural City. Spanning over 40 acres, it is entirely comprised of ancient-style architecture. Centered around the folk culture of the old capitals Tianqiao, which boasts a history of over 600 years. The array of unique products includes flowers, birds, insects, fish, calligraphy, and antiques, all in abundant variety. Traditional performances such as crosstalk, wrestling, acrobatics, opera, and storytelling are also showcased, gathering numerous talents in one place. For those unacquainted with the area, Tianjiao is undoubtedly far more entertaining than Panjiayuan. Tianjiao Cultural City is divided into several sections, including an aquatic area, an antique zone, a framing area, a calligraphy and fishing tackle section, a chirping insect area, a secondhand goods section, as well as hotels and inns. After a little over an hour, Su Tsong awoke just in time for their arrival. The two stood at the entrance of the cultural city, astonished by the bustling popularity of Tianjiao, which surpassed that of Panjiayuan. Initially feeling a bit lethargic, Song Ro suddenly perked up, charging inside and revealing her innate penchant for shopping. Slow down. Su Tsong called out helplessly. People must have money. Hey, that's enough. Don't forget your status, Su Tsong remarked, unable to bear the situation any longer. After all, who is the boss here? After finishing the last candied hawthorn, Song Ro wiped her mouth and smiled. Understood, boss. I will start the broadcast immediately. She produced a stand, set up her phone, and instantly went live. Viewers flocked into the stream, brimming with frustration. Darling, how can you say you're signing off when you're actually sneaking around behind my back? Streamer, why is your content always so short and lacking? Shouldn't you consult my dad, who is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? It's still early. You better find something big today to excite my lonely heart. Streamer, where are we? Hurry and tell us. We want to team up for a chance encounter. Cough, cough, brothers, steady now. The bags from last night's draw have already been sent out and should arrive tomorrow. Winners, please keep an eye out for your packages, Su Tsong announced, flashing a delivery slip. Instantly, the viewers erupted with enthusiasm, urging Su Tsong to hurry and find treasures today so they could have another chance at winning a wave of goodie bags. Who wouldn't desire the 110 000 yuan bei? It was simply the epitome of envy and jealousy. Thus, they frantically showered gifts. Love 9.99, sports car 99, yacht 99. Enough, brothers. Is a streamer someone who has short on cash? Su Tsong said, feeling a bit proud. He continued, all right, I must get to business now. Brothers, let us go. The viewers cheered with excitement, holding their breaths as they followed the camera forward. Song Ro, however, was not merely indulging in leisure. She had also inquired about the location of the antique area. After meandering through the winding paths, they finally arrived, only to find that the crowd was sparse. The antique section here, much like Panjiayuan, consisted of street stalls. However, the difference lay in the apparent indifference of the stall owners, who seemed to merely pass the time without any shouts to attract customers or the warmth of service. The overall atmosphere suggested a laissez-faire attitude, implying that buyers were welcome only if they felt inclined. It was no wonder the place was devoid of visitors, who would want to linger in such an environment. Alas, Su Tsong sighed, expressing his disappointment. Song Ro immediately inquired, what is it? Perhaps it was merely her overthinking, as she felt this place paled in comparison to Baowu Temple, lacking any remarkable treasures. She was puzzled. After all, she had faith in Su Kong. Let us take a look, he suggested, his expression akin to having stepped in dog excrement. Since they were already there, he was reluctant to leave without investigating further. As he wandered about, the more he observed, the colder his heart grew. What was presented was either mere craftsmanship or imitations, commonly referred to as counterfeit goods. Is there not a single genuine artifact? He mused. Indeed, there are, but authenticity does not necessarily equate to value. Some antiques are genuine, yet lack historical significance or originate from commonplace eras, rendering them virtually worthless, regardless of their authenticity. However, even those valued at tens of thousands, Su Tsong still found unworthy of his attention, unwilling to squander his time and energy. Thus, some antiques served merely as decorative items, while others were true treasures. Brothers, it seems we shall not uncover any hidden gems today. I have yet to discern any significant treasures in this vast antique market, Su Tsong explained to the viewers in the live stream. Su Good, do not give up. Such treasures are not easily found. Yes, darling, keep going. I believe in you. The atmosphere in the live stream turned chaotic, with some viewers mocking the host's inability to continue the narrative. Hey, little troll upstairs, dare you reveal your address? I might just pay you a visit. The chat spiraled into a frenzy, and despite Su Tsong's attempts to mediate, his efforts proved futile. Reluctantly, he decided to finish examining the remaining stalls before preparing to depart. As he strolled, having perused several stalls, disappointment settled in, and he inadvertently wandered into the adjacent second-hand goods area. The second-hand zone exuded a sense of nostalgia, filled with relics from the 80s and 90s, and even items from the 70s and 80s. A wave of homesickness washed over him until he encountered a stall selling small, illustrated books, which he remembered fondly as little people's books from his childhood. There were also old-school video game consoles and black-and-white televisions. Su Tsong came to a halt, recognizing these as artifacts from his parents' youth, familiar sights from his upbringing. Hey, take a look, urged the enthusiastic stall owner. Su Tsong reached for the black-and-white television, recalling his parents' tales of the singular television channel available back then, which ceased broadcasting every Tuesday afternoon. Boss, does it still work? He inquired. The vendor, beaming, plugged in the television and promptly turned it on, declaring, it works, although there's only one channel. Indeed, the screen flickered to life, revealing that it could only display a single channel, regardless of Su Tsong's futile attempts to switch channels. He was genuinely interested in purchasing it, and asked, how much? Not expensive at all, just 6,000. It's yours, the seller replied cheerfully. Su Tsong retorted, 6,000 is hardly a small sum. It only cost a few dozen back in the day. Even accounting for inflation, it shouldn't reach such a price. I'm not a fool. He fell silent, turning to glance at the old video game console, noticing several game cartridges that his father had never played. Curiosity piqued, he picked one up to examine the game, and his eyes instinctively scanned the label. Title, 1980s Nintendo game release, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Cartridge material, polyethylene and other synthetic compounds. Production time, modern era rarity, rare rating. Authentic review, a classic game cartridge that captivated audiences in the 80s and 90s. Produced by Nintendo, truly a masterpiece. Estimated value, 1. 6 million to 2. 65 million market guide price, 2. 25 million in disbelief. Su Tsong felt an overwhelming urge to inquire of the system. Are you certain there is no error? This is merely a game cartridge, not an antique. Chapter 47. A modest aspiration. Su Tsong set the cartridge down only to lift it again, his eyes scanning the display 2 or 3 times, finding the results consistent with his earlier observations. This cartridge, titled Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, was indeed valued at 2 million. Astounded, he contemplated giving himself a slap to ascertain whether he was dreaming, but hesitated, fearing the pain. Instead, he turned and pinched Song Ro, eliciting a yelp from her, which confirmed that he was, in fact, awake. Best provide me with a reasonable explanation, Song Ro threatened through gritted teeth. Song Ro, you are quite formidable. Title, 1980s Nintendo game release, Super Mario World cartridge material, polyethylene and other synthetic compounds. Production time, modern era rarity, rare rating. Authentic review, a beloved series of game cartridges produced by Nintendo in the 80s and 90s. An absolute treasure for collectors. Estimated value, 1. 85 million to 3 million market guide price, 2. 55 million. Su Tsong's heart raced as he realized each cartridge was more valuable than the last, feeling as though he had unearthed a hidden treasure. He then picked up another cartridge. Title, 1980s Nintendo game release, The Legend of Zelda cartridge market guide price, 6. 1 million. Title, 1980s Nintendo game release, Super Mario 64 cartridge market guide price, 12. 7 million. Title, 1980s Nintendo game release, Super Mario Bros. Cartridge market guide price, 15. 8 million. Title, 1980s Nintendo game release, Final Fantasy cartridge market guide price, 1. 8 million. Title, 1980s Nintendo game release, Super Mario Bros. 3 cartridge market guide price, 1. 66 million. Title, 1980s game release, Contra cartridge market guide price, 1. 58 million. Title, 1980s game studio release, Gamma Attack cartridge market guide price, 5. 68 million. Title, 1980s Nintendo game release, Final Fantasy 3 cartridge market guide price, 1. 33 million. It was not until the 11th cartridge that the system's displayed results began to normalize. Naturally, Su Tsong was not about to surrender. However, upon reviewing the remaining cartridges, he found none that matched the extraordinary value of those previously noted. He discreetly committed those 10 cartridges to memory, his heart racing as he calculated their total worth. If his math teacher had not erred, the sum equated to a modest aspiration. At that moment, he dared not move. determined to conceal his intentions from prying eyes. However, the vendor was no fool. Noticing Su Tsong's prolonged gaze and evident interest, he seized the moment and said, "Handsome, are you drawn to these game cartridges?" Su Tsong's heart raced, yet he maintained an outward calm, choosing not to respond and avoiding eye contact with the cartridges. The vendor continued, "Let me tell you, these cartridges were sourced from a foreigner. He claimed they belonged to his father, but he had no affection for them and sold them to me as mere junk. If you fancy them, I won't ask much, just 3,000 yuan for the lot. How does that sound?" It was apparent that the vendor lacked knowledge about the game cartridges. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager to sell them. Su Tsong, having assessed the situation, redirected the conversation to the black and white television. "How much did you say the TV costs?" 6,000, the vendor replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. "Could you possibly lower the price?" Su Gong Feigen in does it. "If you truly want it, I can offer it to you for 5,500, the vendor retorted, pretending to be at a disadvantage, before inquiring, "So, you really don't want the game cartridges?" Su Tsong cast a sidelong glance at the cartridges and remarked, "I'm in my 20s, and such childish toys hold no allure for me, unless..." "Unless what?" the vendor pressed eagerly. "Unless you give them to me for free," Su Tsong brazenly stated. The vendor quickly stepped out from behind his stall, blocking Su Tsong's path. Hey, don't leave, we can negotiate. What price are you thinking?" Su Tsong pondered for a moment before responding, "Look, I see you're not having an easy time with your business. Let us do this. Consider the TV at 4,000, and the cartridges can be a gift." No, that is too much of a loss for me," the vendor exclaimed, struggling to accept the drastic reduction from the original 9,000 yuan. The vendor scrutinized Su Tsong, then glanced between the television and the game cartridges, gritting his teeth as he finally proposed, "How about this? The television plus the cartridges for a total of 5,500? If that worked for you, great. If not, feel free to look elsewhere." Su Tsong hesitated, but inwardly he was laughing, slowly conceding, "Fine, you drive a hard bargain." "No deal." Su Tsong's sentence was cut short as Song Ro interjected, continuing, "That shabby TV and those cartridges aren't worth 5,000. Don't let yourself be deceived." Upon hearing this, the vendor furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at Song Ro. Su Tsong felt a headache coming on, thinking, "Sister, don't sabotage me. You could buy a bag for 180,000, but I can't buy a 5,000 yuan TV?" Su Tsong attempted to reason. "Are you out of your mind? That broken TV is a dime a dozen at the scrapyard. You could buy a truckload for 5,000. Just ask the netizens," Song Ro retorted confidently. Su Tsong opened his phone to check the live stream, and indeed, the netizens were even more scathing than Song Ro. "You're a fool, vendor. You're trying to con the host. Whoever buys that broken TV is a fool. Honey, promise me you'll work on your intelligence, okay? I have 10 of those TVs at home. If the host wants one, I'll sell it for 500. The netizens rallied behind Song Ro. Yet, Su Tsong stubbornly shouted at Song Ro, "What do you know, you're just a girl. Be quiet." Song Ro was in a fit of rage, wanting to express her thoughts, but was silenced by Su Tsong, who then shouted at the vendor, "Boss, why are you just standing there? Wrap up that television for me." "Sure thing, handsome." The vendor grinned, giving him a thumbs up. Su Tsong scanned the payment code, promptly paying 500, turning raw rice into cooked rice. What was even more outrageous was that the vendor handed the packaged television to Song Ro, insisting she carry it. Song Ro was nearly overwhelmed with fury. Su Tsong ignored her, turning to the vendor, saying, "Boss, I won't take all the game cartridges, just let me pick a few. I know business isn't easy." "All right, take your pick," the vendor replied, delighted to encounter such an easygoing customer. Su Tsong casually browsed through the selection, seemingly indifferent, yet deliberately chose the 10 valuable cartridges he had just scanned. To avoid raising suspicion, he also picked a few less valuable ones, totaling 13. The vendor, oblivious, packed them all up and cheerfully sent him off. Chapter 48. Run, quick, run far away. Song Ro exclaimed, "What's wrong with you?" Yet, she found herself burdened with a television, utterly exhausted. She questioned her own femininity, wondering how she had been reduced to being treated like a beast of burden. After stowing the television in the trunk, she pitifully pleaded, "Boss, considering how hard I've worked, could you buy me a bag as well?" "Go to hell." Without caring whether she was live streaming or not, Song Ro swung her selfie stick, intending to strike Su Kong startled. He quickly dodged, pleading, "I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously?" Only then did she relent, shooting him a fierce glare before reluctantly getting into the car. Su Kong na doi escap a misap, suddenly filled with regret as he recalled that Song Ro had mentioned her father abandoning her and her mother when she was a child. "I'm sorry." Su Tsong apologized as he got into the car. Song Ro shot him a glance, remaining silent. Su Tsung felt awkward and hesitant to continue, thus shifting the topic. Let us get out of here quickly. Perplexed, Song Ro asked, what is going on? Is Ma Shui chasing us? Golf. No. Just drive, and I'll explain on the way. Su Gong Viplit meets Jio Li. Song Ro had no choice but to start the engine and exit the parking lot. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, intrigued by Su Tsung's enigmatic behavior, began to speculate wildly. I bet the host saw the female protagonist taking a bath when he was a kid. No. It could have been a guy. Didn't the assistant mention that last time? Stop talking nonsense. I think the host must have picked up a little card. Cough, everyone. Is it possible he found 100 yuan? Su Gong, can't you all wish for something better for me? Song Ro glanced at the comments and burst into laughter, nearly losing control. Hey, focus on driving. Are you trying to commit murder and inherit my credit? Su Gong, di feet. Song Ro ignored him, continuing to enjoy herself. Su Tsung could no longer bear it, and felt compelled to clarify the situation. Otherwise, it might devolve into something absurd. He cleared his throat and said, Gentlemen, is it possible that I stumbled upon a treasure? The live chat fell into a hushed silence, and moments later, the screen erupted with laughter. Host, your desperate attempt to justify yourself is rather conspicuous. Indeed, calling a broken television a treasure is quite the stretch. If that were the case, I'd donate my eyes immediately. Yes, I would rush to the nearest restroom for a warm bowl of instant noodles. The audience's penchant for gambling left Su Tsung feeling a twinge of sympathy. However, a wicked grin crept onto his face, revealing a sinister smile that only a villain should possess. Have I ever referred to the television as a treasure? Su Tsung rummaged through his bag and retrieved a game cartridge, holding it before the camera and inquiring, Do you know what this is? A game cartridge. I used to play with those. My favorite was Contra. I adored Super Mario. Had I not been so engrossed in that game back then, I might have been accepted into Kyoto University. When antiquity, how could it compare to a modern game? Absolutely, darling. My Yaukin Jungle. Would you like to join me for a rampage? Through this game cartridge, Su Tsung discerned the age range of his audience. There were young fans like himself, but many were of the same generation as his parents. Ahem, I don't play games. Su Tsung was, in truth, being dishonest. He had often stayed up all night playing games with his ex-girlfriend. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The focus was on the value of the cartridge. Thus, he posed a question. Do you know how much this game cartridge is worth? The live chat. Let me enlighten you. Do not underestimate this game cartridge. It is titled Super Mario World, produced by Nintendo, and it starts at a value of 2 million. Su Tsung dropped a bombshell. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Host, you must be joking. How could it be worth 2 million? Wow, does that mean I'm rich? I have a Mario game at home, too. The chat exploded with excitement. Wait, gentlemen, listen carefully. It's Super Mario World, not the Super Mario you're familiar with. There's a crucial difference. Su Tsung solemnly clarified, to prevent any misunderstandings. What is the difference? A viewer inquired. The difference lies in the fact that one is a standard edition, while the other is a limited edition, with slight variations in game content. Super Mario World had a limited release, and few people have played it, Su Tsung succinctly explained. They are both game cartridges. Why is one worth so much? Another viewer pressed for clarification. That's an excellent question. To me, it may seem worthless, but there are enthusiasts who collect them, thus creating a market. Consider this. With the prevalence of video games today, game cartridges have become relics of the past, akin to antiques in the gaming world. When gaming aficionados see it, their eyes light up as if they were gazing upon ancient bronze artifacts. Su Tsung's analogy was vivid, and the viewers had an epiphany. This inquiry was typical of a naysayer. Under normal circumstances, Su Tsung would have disregarded it, but the current situation was somewhat different. He currently fears that others may not question him, for game cartridges are not akin to traditional antiques. The market is vast, and they are easily transacted. The realm of game collecting is rather niche, with few individuals willing to spend, likely countable on both hands within the country. Thus, he intends to leverage the internet for promotion, hoping to ensnare some unsuspecting fool. Otherwise, no matter how valuable these game cartridges may be, they would merely become worthless debris in his possession. Consequently, Su Tsung organized the remaining 9 valuable game cartridges in his bag and introduced them one by one. This is The Legend of Zelda by Nintendo, valued starting at 6 million. This is Gamma Attack, the sole release from Game Studio, starting at 5 million. This is Mario 64 from Nintendo, starting at 12 million. This is Super Mario Bros., starting at 15 million. This is Contra, starting at 1,500,000. As he announced each price, the live stream was eerily silent. With a sudden jolt, Song Ro stared at Su Tsung in disbelief, the vehicle coming to a halt in the middle of the road. Thankfully not on the highway. What are you doing? Do you really wish to inherit my credit debt? Su Song was drenched in sweat. Song Ro snapped back to reality and suddenly shouted, "Run! Quick! Let's get far away. I feel we can't stay in Kyoto any longer. How about we head to Shanghai?" Chapter 49. Are you an undercover agent sent by them? Su Song had the unsettling feeling that the car was not moving. He glanced at the dashboard. The speed was merely 2. Damn it, slower than a snail. Hurry up. Su Song was at a loss for words. Song Ro, startled, shot him an accusatory glare and muttered, "Being your driver is truly a challenge." Su Song seemed oblivious to her complaint and turned to the live stream with a mischievous grin, stating, "I recall someone mentioning they would donate their eyes. And another claimed they would eat a ton of warm oligai. Don't run away. I'll check the records." Hey, streamer, we never said that. Right. Don't slander us, streamer. We bet on a television, not on game cartridges. We don't recognize this debt. My wife is calling for me to pay the household expenses. So I'm out. To evade repercussions, those who had sworn quickly exited the live stream. The ironic part was that they didn't even have girlfriends. Yet, they weren't idle. They swiftly turned to Weibo to broadcast Su Song's live stream mishap. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, and soon the entire internet was aware, catapulting the incident to trending status. Of course, that was a matter for later. All right, brothers, we'll end the stream here for today. See you next time. Su Song knew when to call it a day. The internet's momentum required time to build. However, the viewers were discontent, expressing that it was yet another lackluster day for Su Song paid no mind and directly shut down the live stream. He then organized the game cartridges, retrieving the box containing the copper mirror from the back seat. The mirror was placed in the bag, while the 10 game cartridges were stowed in the box, swapping positions. The copper mirror? If it could speak, it would surely question Su Song's intentions. After all, it was worth at least 1 million. How obvious is it that you prefer the new over the old? Having completed all this, Su Song cradled the box and dozed off. Song Ro glanced at him, then at herself, pondering the absurdity of her situation. Why was it not she who would be sleeping? However, upon observing the box in Su Song's hands, her heart sank. This man was not only capable of earning a fortune, but was also strikingly handsome, youthful, and charming, truly irresistible. It became evident that she must resolutely pursue her plan. Capturing this man was tantamount to seizing the world itself. Song Ro, you can do it. She silently encouraged herself, envisioning a promising future, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Song Ro chose not to leave, reasoning that she must stay to safeguard valuable possessions. What if someone came to rob them? Su Song suddenly found her logic compelling and refrained from arguing. As dusk descended, after Su Song finished a shower, Song Ro ordered takeout, and they began their meal. This time, no one needed to prompt him. Su Song proactively opened Weibo and checked the trending topics. Sure enough, a post about a lucky find had gone viral. Someone had purchased 10 million worth of game cartridges for a mere $5,000. The headline was glaring and eye-catching, with views soaring past 100 million, setting a new record on Weibo. Furthermore, major media outlets began to clamor for coverage. Some even attempted to unearth Su Song's home address, hoping to be the first to secure an exclusive interview. 200,000? These reporters are truly out of their minds. Su Song fumed while eating. Song Ro, a glutton, was oblivious to the context. As she devoured her food, she casually inquired, "What 200,000? My address. Someone online is offering 200,000 for it." Su Song replied, exasperated. Song Ro's eyes lit up, and she hastily swallowed her food before asking, "Let them come to me. It's money we could easily earn." Su Song shot her a glare, stating, "They're just here to ride the wave of popularity. We trended this afternoon after purchasing game cartridges, and the views skyrocketed to over 100 million. If they knew my address, they'd trample all over it." "Oh, but 200,000 is quite tempting," Song Ro remarked, her eyes gleaming with greed. "Are you a spy sent by them?" Su Song retorted, annoyed. "Of course not." Song Ro quickly clarified, then continued, "But who among ordinary people can just earn 200,000? We're not like you. Just give me a chance." In her pursuit of that 200,000, she even resorted to a bit of charm. Su Song had previously been unable to resist such tactics, but after their breakup, he had transformed into a steadfast man. Initially intending to flatly refuse, he reconsidered. Song Ro made a valid point. Most ordinary people might not earn that much in a year. "What do you propose?" Su Song asked, his expression serious. Song Ro's heart leaped with joy as she quickly replied, "I know you're worried about being exposed. So we can give them the address, but we don't have to wait for them at home." "Are you suggesting that I provide the address? But the presence or absence at home is not my concern." Su Song pondered, suspicion creeping in. Realization dawned on Su Song. and he suddenly perceived a hint of cunning in Song Ro. Yet, he found it rather appealing. But where would I go? A hotel room, perhaps? He began to consider his options. No need. Just come to my house tonight, Song Ro blurted out, as if she had anticipated this for quite some time. Your house. Su Tsung immediately became alert. What a terrifying woman. Ahem, do not misunderstand. My home is quite spacious, with a sofa in the living room where you may rest. However, Song Ro's explanation seems somewhat superfluous. It is hard to believe that Su Tsung would accept it. No way. Let us book a presidential suite. You shall cover the expenses. Su Tsung firmly declined. Oh, really? Song Ro appeared a bit reluctant. It's settled then. I shall assist you in contacting that media outlet. Su Tsung scrolled through the post and found the contact details. After some online chatting and a phone call, Song Ro confirmed that the transaction was indeed legitimate. The two parties even signed a private agreement, after which she disclosed Su Tsung's address to the website. Within 10 minutes, her bank card received a sum of 200,000. Junior, we must hurry, Song Ro urged, having completed the arrangement, pulling Su Tsung down the stairs. Clutching a box and carrying a backpack, Su Tsung hurriedly got into the car, feeling an unsettling sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. However, just 5 minutes after their departure, the website that purchased the address arrived with 2 vehicles. Journalists and assistants disembarked, brandishing their cameras, and rushed into the building, startling all its occupants. Yet, they soon discovered that Su Tsung's residence was empty and shrouded in darkness, having only recently vacated. Chapter 50. The Peninsula Hotel. Wang Fujing. The Peninsula Hotel, the epitome of luxury in Kyoto. Since stepping into the car, Su Tsung had been perusing this hotel on his phone, where the most affordable room was priced at 7,000 for a night, while the opulent presidential suite exceeded 80,000. He was somewhat considerate, opting for the cheapest option at over 20,000. Nonetheless, this expenditure weighed heavily on Song Ro, as it was indeed her money. Upon arrival at the hotel, the staff promptly facilitated their check-in and personally escorted them to the presidential suite on the 6th floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your dedicated butler. Feel free to call for me at any hour, as I am at your service around the clock, the attractive attendant proclaimed with professionalism. Unable to resist the urge to tip her, Su Tsung beckoned to Song Ro. Senior, please. What? Song Ro inquired, puzzled. A tip, Su Tsung replied, slightly exasperated. Almost on the verge of striking him, Song Ro retorted, What the hell? You show off and then ask me for money. Yet, to spare Su Tsung from embarrassment, she reluctantly handed him 2 red bills. Su Tsung accepted the money and promptly offered it to the lovely attendant. Thank you, sir and madam. I shall take my leave unless you require anything further. The attendant swiftly departed, sensing that the ensuing atmosphere might be quite tense. Su Tsung waved her off, and she exited, closing the door behind her. However, she lingered momentarily, only to be disappointed that no commotion erupted from within the presidential suite. Unbeknownst to her, Song Ro was reveling in the opulence, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, marveling at everything around her, inspecting and taking selfies, subsequently posting them on social media to boast. Ultimately, to Su Tsung's dismay, she began selecting rooms, her eyes landing on the lavish master bedroom. Enticed by its floor-to-ceiling window, before the window stood a grand bathtub, and she envisioned the exquisite pleasure of soaking in a rose-scented bath against the backdrop of a beautiful night. However, a delightful reverie was soon shattered. Hey, what are you doing? This is my room. Su Tsung discovered Song Ro lounging on the bed, seemingly reluctant to leave. Song Ro opened her eyes and retorted defiantly. Why should I? This is my room. Your room is not here, Su Tsung replied as he approached to usher her out. No, I refuse to stay in the guest room. It lacks a grand bathtub. Song Ro protested vehemently. Who said you would be in the guest room? He countered. Then where will I stay? Goodness, Su Tsung, don't be unreasonable. I paid for this presidential suite. Surely I deserve to stay here. Song Ro was on the verge of losing her temper, having spent over 20,000. How could she be denied her right to stay? Su Gong Thi Mai Un Fa. Pulling Song Ro towards the exit, she clung stubbornly to the living room, feeling utterly wronged. I didn't mean it that way, she stammered, her face flushed, her body betraying her words. Ah, Junior, you can't bully me like this. It's over 20,000 for a night. Song Ro felt overwhelmed. If she stayed several nights, that would amount to a staggering 200,000. Su Tsung sighed in relief, but needed to convey something important to Song Ro. Senior, before you come over tomorrow, please pick up a set of the Little Tyrant game console. I forgot to buy one this afternoon. Why do you need that? Do you wish to play games? Song Ro questioned, puzzled. No, I intend to test if those valuable game cartridges are functional, Su Tsung replied candidly. Why test? What if they don't work? Song Ro, ever the curious one, inquired. If they don't work, it would mean they're not as valuable as they seem, and they might not sell for a high price. Su Tsong expressed his concern. Unexpectedly, Song Ro leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. Junior, didn't you say they were worth tens of millions? Isn't that already a high price? Su Tsong chuckled. You truly lack understanding. If sold individually, each cartridge might fetch a few hundred to a few million. But if bundled together? Bundled? Song Ro pondered. If not sold separately, 10 rare cartridges sold together would indeed increase their rarity and consequently their price, potentially reaching astronomical figures. Song Ro, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the concept. So you're quite clever after all, Su Tsong complimented. Shut up, who are you calling foolish? Song Ro retorted, then asked, Junior, how much do you plan to sell them for? Su Tsong contemplated for a moment, then slowly raised his hand, extending a single finger. 100 million? Song Ro guessed blindly. Su Tsong nodded, correct, starting at 100 million. How much it will ultimately sell for, I cannot say. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Song Ro exclaimed thrice. Astonished, standing up in disbelief, staring at Su Kong Sr., remained calm. As a lady, why are you using such language? Su Kong dizet. Ahem. Song Ro felt somewhat embarrassed. Pausing before asking, what if no one buys them? Or if someone only wants one? Then they want to be sold. They must be sold as a bundle. Su Tsong found the situation rather straightforward. If he couldn't sell the items, he would simply keep them for his own collection. He added, I cannot ascertain whether anyone will buy them, but I am confident that these 10 game cartridges will certainly pique the interest of collectors. The rest is merely a matter of time. Well, I believe there will surely be buyers, Song Ro remarked, her tone laced with ulterior motives, as she then inquired, Junior, if they do sell successfully, might I receive a raise? Su Tsong shot her a glance, uttering a single word, scram. Sister, you've barely worked a few days. And you dare to broach the subject of salary increases? What gives you the audacity? Song Ro sulked and turned to leave, but upon reaching the door, she spotted a freezer stocked with Menglong and Haagen-Dazs. She swiftly grabbed a bag and pilfered them without hesitation. Su Tsong thought to himself, what a glutton. She never forgets about food. He shook his head, locked the door of the suite, and peered out the window to confirm that Song Ro had indeed departed. Only then did he feel at ease, shedding his clothes and making his way to the master bedroom, where he filled the large bathtub with water and sank into it. Ah, this is truly delightful. Initially, he considered scattering rose petals, but upon reflection, he deemed it too effeminate and instead poured some milk into the tub. As he relished the view, he indulged in a milk bath. He finally understood why Song Ro was reluctant to leave. It was indeed quite pleasurable, and life was beginning to feel rather luxurious. Chapter 51. The courtyard in the third ring lying in the bathtub. Su Tsong closed his eyes and contemplated many things. The first being real estate. If those 10 game cartridges could genuinely fetch over 100 million, he would not merely consider purchasing a property in the third ring. Even a place in the first ring would be within reach. Perhaps he could even acquire a courtyard residence at the foot of the imperial city. With such splendid aspirations, drowsiness enveloped him, and after finishing his bath, he lay down on the expansive 2-meter bed and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Su Tsong awoke naturally, his phone having been switched off, and he assumed Song Ro must have gone about her business. He glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. Upon turning on his phone, which had been off all night, he discovered an overwhelming number of missed calls, over 100. Thankfully, he had the foresight to switch it off. Otherwise, it would have been bombarded with notifications. Examining the missed calls, he noted that half were from unfamiliar numbers, while the other half were familiar. Notable names included Tian Guishan, Chu Fan, Pan Hong, and even the aloof beauty Chiu Binglan had called several times. Su Tsong yawned and remarked, what is this? Is boss Tian eager to inherit my Huabei? I'm not cohabitating. She is my senior. Su Tsong felt a twinge of urgency. Oh, no. Why are you getting so worked up? Tian Guishan chuckled lewdly. Su Tsong retorted, you old rascal. Just wait until I catch you in a bind. All right. Back to the point. The opportunity you stumbled upon yesterday is quite remarkable. The entire online community is in a frenzy searching for you. Even domestic gaming giants have reached out to me, hoping I might introduce you to them. Tian Guishan's words dripped with envy. Who exactly? Su Tsong inquired with newfound interest. On my end, they're S10 inquiring if you have time for a meeting to discuss matters, Tian Guishan stated, clarifying his position. Su Tsong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they were titans of the industry, and he hadn't expected them to approach so swiftly. Little Su, would you care to hear my advice? Although Tian Guishan represents Penguin, he is more inclined towards Su Kong. You say, Su Tsong is deeply touched. This is what friendship is all about. Let rest for a moment. As far as I know, besides Penguin, other gaming companies are also seeking your attention, both domestic and international, with Nintendo seemingly among them. If you wish to command a high price, you must first let them engage in fierce competition. Tian Guishan is truly heartfelt. Thank you for the reminder, Boss Tian. If a deal is struck, I must present you with a grand gift. Su Tsong is very grateful. Oh, very well, since Boss Tian is so selflessly generous. I shall bestow my precious treasure upon someone else. Su Tsong is quite mischievous. Hey, you rascal, that's too much. Did I not say no? Tian Guishan shamelessly turned his back. Fine, I will save it for you. No more talk. It seems I have an incoming call regarding a meeting. I will discuss it with you later. Su Tsong said before hanging up. He then glanced at the incoming call. It was Professor Chu Fan, so he answered. Hello. I was wondering where you've been hiding. Why is your phone still off? Professor Chu is quite experienced. Oh, don't mention it. I'm just avoiding trouble. Lying low at the hotel. Su Tsong was candid. Haha, serves you right for stirring up the internet chaos. Professor Chu mocked for a moment before getting serious. Back to the point, I have a gaming company interested in speaking with you. What do you think? Which one? Su Gong In Guit? Wang Yi. Professor Chu revealed. Wow, they're all giants. Just now, Penguin also reached out through someone. Su Tsong heeded Tian Guishan's advice and stirred the waters. All right, I understand. Be careful. I just saw someone offer 100,000 online for your phone number. Professor Chu grasped Su Tsong's implication. Clever individuals need not ask further. Damn, these people are truly insane. Last night, someone even offered 200,000 for my home address. Su Gong lamented. It's terrifying. Money can indeed move mountains. Professor Chu mused. However, it's all right. Last night, I had my assistant sell the address, and he made a clean 200,000. Su Tsong laughed heartily. Professor Chu, wow, is that even possible? Can I sell his phone number too? 100,000 sounds quite tempting. Young Su, I have an immature proposal. Professor Chu tentatively suggested. Who knew Su Tsong would give no face and directly refuse. If it's immature, don't bring it up. Professor Chu, damn, you're being excessively unreasonable. Professor Chu, I have another call coming in. We'll chat next time. Su Tsong immediately hung up, leaving no room for Professor Chu to protest. The call was indeed from an alluring beauty, representing perfection. Then there was Pan Hong, representing Mia Games, and Qian Jiahe, representing Giant. Professor Peng Lai, whom he had met once, represented Shishan residents. Even unfamiliar magnates from the business or antique circles reached out, claiming to represent various gaming companies. In any case, all the top 10 gaming giants in the country were gathered, many of which Su Tsong had never even heard of. The pace abroad is equally brisk. Surprisingly, the first call received by Su Tsong came from Lin Dongfang, who claimed to represent Baoxue. Following that, there was a call from Xia Shi, representing the Japanese gaming company Nintendo. Even Xiao Yunfei, the brother of the enchanting Qiu Binglan, reached out, stating he was representing another Japanese gaming firm, Konami. Of course, there were numerous other foreign gaming companies that I shall refrain from enumerating. Su Tsong lost count of the calls he had received and, in exasperation, turned off his phone once more, wishing to avoid any further interruptions. By the time he finally rose from bed, it was already noon, accompanied by the sound of Song Ro knocking at the door. He let her in and proceeded to freshen up, just as he settled down to eat. He heard Song Ro say, Junior, I need to borrow your master bedroom for a moment. What do you mean? Su Tsong asked, somewhat bewildered. I spent the entire morning acquiring the gaming console for you, and I'm drenched in sweat. I need to take a shower, she replied, summoning the waiter to bring toiletries. To his astonishment, the items included milk and rose petals, along with some skincare and whitening creams. Most perplexing of all, Song Ro had even brought a change of clothes. Behave and eat your meal. Do not peek, Song Ro playfully admonished, as she gently closed the master bedroom door without locking it. Su Tsong rolled his eyes but paid her little mind, focusing intently on his meal. After dining, he eagerly connected the gaming console to the hotel computer and initiated the startup, which proceeded without a hitch. He inserted the game cartridges, and the computer immediately responded, displaying visuals reminiscent of the 1980s. As he manipulated the controller, the gameplay was seamless, devoid of any issues. Nice. Su Gong et glim in et sim den. The first cartridge did not disappoint, a promising omen indeed. He proceeded to test the second, third, and fourth cartridges, and after half an hour, everything functioned flawlessly. Su Tsong's heart swelled with certainty, heralding the arrival of his newfound wealth. He vowed not to sell the 10 game cartridges for less than 100 million. Carefully, he He stored the cartridges back in their case and reclined on the sofa, contemplating the best approach to market these prized possessions. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a fragrant breeze, followed by a familiar voice exclaiming, "Excuse me, I need to take a selfie." He sat up, preparing to shift to another spot, only to behold Song Ro clad in a rose-colored nightgown. The neckline was delicate, exposing her slender shoulders, exuding an aura of coolness and allure. Su Song, startled, swiftly covered his eyes, fearing he might wake up with a sty the next morning. Goodness, this woman is audacious, he thought. Unabashed, Song Ro teasingly exposed Su Song's pretense. What does it mean to cover your eyes while leaving gaps for your fingers? Su Song felt a sudden jolt in his heart, his face turning as red as an apple. He hurriedly stammered an explanation. My hand is a bit unruly. I didn't mean it was unintentional. Heh. Little rascal. Song Ro teased him with a laugh, not dwelling on it. Instead, she lifted her phone and began taking a flurry of selfies. Once she finished, Su Song cautiously inquired, You wouldn't be posting that on your moments, would you? Is that a problem? Do you care? Song Ro retorted. Su Song felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He couldn't quite articulate whether he cared or not. However, he believed that such pictures should be kept private, for girls ought to protect themselves diligently. You don't care about me? Just as he hesitated, Song Ro suddenly leaned closer. The scene was rather, well, let us say, it was a feast for the eyes. Su Song felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, a rush of heat flooding to his head. Senior, you've misunderstood. Girls should take care of themselves when they're out. If you wish to post it, that's your prerogative. I'm going to take a shower now, Su Song declared, hastily pushing past Song Ro and dashing into the bathroom. He felt quite flustered and on the verge of collapse. Ha ha ha, coward, Song Ro mocked him playfully. Soon after, she deleted the selfies she had just taken, but kept a few without herself in the frame, subsequently posting them as proof of her stay in the presidential suite at Wangfujing. When Su Song emerged, feeling cooler, he noticed that Song Ro had changed in a more casual attire. He then instructed her, Senior, use my Weibo account to post a message stating that I'm auctioning off 10 cassette tapes. However, those wishing to participate must register first and pay an entry fee. Registration closes tonight at 6. Latecomers will not be accepted. Understood, I'll get right on it, Song Ro replied, picking up her phone to begin her task. Please remember not to share a location, Su Song reminded her. Song Ro flashed a gesture of acknowledgement. At that moment, he caught sight of the double phoenixes and beast mirror he had purchased from Lin Dongfang yesterday, feeling a pang of sympathy for it, as it had been carelessly stuffed into a bag. Let me see how that restoration voucher works, Su Song thought, recalling that he had received a restoration voucher as a system reward. While Master Zhang's restoration skills were indeed impressive, he believed the system ought to be even more formidable. He opened the system interface and clicked to use the artifact restoration voucher. Confirm. Please wait, the system's icy mechanical voice announced. Suddenly, a black box materialized before Su Song, glimmering with golden light. It then emitted a whirlwind that drew the double phoenixes and beast's mirror into the box, which vanished in an instant. Is that it? Su Gong Guetstein, the system replied, ding. Artifact restoration is in progress. Please wait patiently for 24 hours. All right. Su Song recalled having read in the manual that it indeed required 24 hours. He then took his bag of clothes and headed to the living room. Boss, it's done. Take a look, Song Ro said, presenting her phone to Su Kong. Su Song glanced at the Weibo post. The wording was clear and coherent, prompting him to affirm, it's good. Well then, where shall we go now? Song Ro inquired, knowing it was time to check out of the presidential suite. Can't I stay at your place? Every bit saved counts, Song Ro began to plead. Su Song, however, disregarded her and replied, I'll pay for myself. Very well. Song Ro immediately acquiesced. The two proceeded downstairs to check out, which went smoothly, and then headed to the parking lot to retrieve the car. As they got into the vehicle and were about to exit the parking area, a figure suddenly darted out from behind the guardhouse. Startled, Song Ro slammed on the brakes, her back drenched in cold sweat. What the hell? Who else risking their life like this? Are they insane? Su Gong et glim in and ya. Yet, when he stepped out of the car, he was taken aback. The person before him was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Ma Shui. Song Song, let us get back together. I truly love you, Ma Shui unabashedly called out. Su Song felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, but he restrained himself and coldly inquired. How did you know I was here? Were you following me? I wasn't. I just missed you too much. So I had someone look up your address and waited outside your home until you came here, Ma Shui replied, with a pitiable demeanor. A chill ran down Su Song's spine. He had indeed been followed without his knowledge. Song Song, I don't mind you coming here with this woman. After all, who hasn't made mistakes? I forgive you this once. So let us reconcile, Ma Shui asserted, showcasing her understanding of forgiveness. Su Tsong was at a loss for words. He turned back to the car and said, "Let us go. How can we leave?" She asked, blocking the way. "Should we run her over?" Song Ro suggested. Su Tsong retorted, "Run her over? Though I could afford the compensation, I refuse to be tarnished by such a woman. Drive and intimidate her," he decided, having no other options. Understood, Song Ro complied, starting the engine and deliberately revving it, creating a deafening roar. Yet, Ma Shui was even bolder. Lying down in front of the car, Su Tsong and Song Ro were both bewildered. Is she deliberately trying to play the victim? Song Ro asked. Su Tsong's mind raced with frustration, desperately conjuring a plan. Soon, he arrived at a solution, though it filled him with reluctance. After much deliberation, he exited the vehicle without a word and, without hesitation, scooped up the reclining Ma Shui in a princess carry. At that moment, Ma Shui felt a surge of triumph and bashfully remarked, "Song Tsong, I knew you still loved me." "Shoo, don't speak, just close your eyes," Su Tsong replied softly. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Ma Shui nestled into his embrace, her heart fluttering with excitement. However, the next chapter unfolded with a twist. Su Tsong carried Ma Shui towards the hotel lobby, leaving Song Ro stunned, her first thought being whether they were rekindling their romance in a hotel room. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she exited the car to intervene. Yet halfway there, she saw Su Tsong halt at the fountain in front of the hotel. Then, with a splash, Ma Shui was unceremoniously tossed into the fountain, the water erupting and forcing Su Tsong to take a few steps back. Song Ro was left dumbfounded, but soon burst into laughter, realizing this man truly had a fierce side. In the pool, Ma Shui struggled, her mind a blank canvas. As she finally managed to rise, she realized she had been unceremoniously tossed into the water, resembling a drenched chicken. Before her stood Su Tsong, his expression inscrutable, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Even Ma Shui, not known for her intellect, comprehended the humiliation she faced and, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Su Tsong, you never treated me this way before. When I directed you east, you would never dare to go west." Su Tsong scoffed, "You mentioned before, the current version of me will no longer play the fool, nor will I in the future." "Why?" Ma Shui found the question almost amusing. "You deceitful scoundrel, why did you feign poverty while we were together?" Her indignation was palpable. "What gave you the right to know? Do you even deserve it?" Su Tsong, uninterested in further entanglement, turned his back and walked away. A shiver ran through Ma Shui. She had never encountered this version of Su Tsong, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. It seemed that wealth indeed corrupted men. She watched helplessly as Su Tsong entered a vehicle and departed with Song Ro, feeling paralyzed, unable to take a single step forward until the car vanished from sight. Following this incident, Su Tsong felt confident he had dealt with Ma Shui. For those who crave fame and vanity often harbor a profound fear of mortality. Yet, Song Ro understood the depth of Su Tsong's wounds, forced to issue a death warning to someone he once cherished. Such profound disappointment was unfathomable. She silently vowed to excel in her duties henceforth, ensuring Su Tsong would not be let down. As for their daily lives, she would do her utmost to care for him. The rest would be left to fate. "Shall we find a hotel?" Song Ro inquired. She nodded and pressed the accelerator. Half an hour later, they arrived near his residence. To avoid recognition, they donned masks. Upon reaching the small shop at the foot of his apartment building, Su Tsong sensed something amiss. Two unfamiliar faces lingered at the entrance, each wearing a blue lanyard around their necks, cleverly tucked into their clothing. Yet he recognized it as an employee badge. "What's wrong? Everything looks normal to me," Song Ro remarked, puzzled. "Those individuals haven't left. They are staking out. The two at the shop's entrance are likely here, and their vehicle must be hidden nearby," Su Tsong explained. "Oh." Song Ro ceased her inquiries and quietly followed him around a corner. They exhaled in relief, peering out to observe the small shop not far away. "These people truly possess remarkable patience," Song Ro mused. "Do you think that 20,000 yuan is simply squandered?" "Su gong vito, isapta." "True, but they must be exceptionally discreet. So far, they're the only ones on stakeout without any competitors." Song Ro suddenly conceived an idea. Su Tsong shot her a sidelong glance. "That's obvious. A golden nest or a silver nest is no match for one's own doghouse." "I have a plan," Song Ro said mysteriously. "What kind of plan?" Su Tsong's interest was piqued. "Book a hotel, and then publicize the address." "Are you suggesting we draw the tiger out of its lair?" "Exactly. This way, the media, seeing competitors, will undoubtedly swarm the hotel. But what if they split into two groups? Su Tsong posed a constructive question, leaving Song Ro momentarily speechless. Senior sister. You've just validated a saying, Su Tsong teased. What saying? Song Ro asked, feeling embarrassed. Su Tsong lowered his gaze to observe Song Ro, remaining silent. Song Ro sensed a malevolent stare and instantly grasped the implication, shouting in anger, Are you implying I lack intelligence? I certainly do not. Su Tsong denied the accusation. You scoundrel. Song Ro spun around, ready to retaliate. Su Tsong dashed away, surprisingly swift. Upon glancing back, he noticed that Song Ro had calmed down, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Is this some kind of sorcery? Senior, have you been possessed? Su Tsong felt a twinge of fear. After uttering this, he hopped into the car, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a timid young lady. At that moment, her inner monologue revealed at last. The junior acknowledges my physique. How vexatious it is that he knows. Su Tsong, taken aback by the unfolding events, also entered the vehicle. Subsequently, he booked a hotel online, providing Song Ro with the address, and off they went. Upon arrival at the hotel, they smoothly checked in. It was a suite, albeit not the presidential kind, costing over 4,000 for the night, and they had reserved it for 3 days. After a brief respite, Song Ro commenced her work, while Su Tsong browsed the internet, keeping an eye on her progress. The auction news released at noon had indeed trended, attracting an overwhelming number of applicants. Fortunately, there was a threshold. The registration fee was 500,000, refundable at the auction site upon successful registration. Many lamented in the comments, yet an even greater number supported the event, considering the auction transactions often reached tens of millions. If one could not even muster 500,000, how could they dare to participate? As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the registration period concluded. Song Ro organized dozens of applications, noting that most were from corporate groups, with fewer from individuals. Su Tsong recognized many of the names, primarily those he had spoken with earlier that morning. Confirming these registrations, he called Xia Shi. President Xia, I require your assistance with something, Su Tsong stated directly. Is this regarding the venue? Xia Shi, being astute, guessed accurately. Indeed, and also concerning your role as the auctioneer. Su Tsong added without hesitation. No problem. Choosing Polly is an honor for both us and you. Thank you for your trust. I can assure you, both the venue and my services are complimentary. Xia Shi responded eagerly. No, let's be clear. Though we are friends, I must still pay, Su Tsong insisted, wary of incurring a debt of gratitude. Mr. Su, you are too modest. By selecting us, you are providing free advertising. It would be remiss of us to charge you. Xia Shi remarked, fully aware of the auction's significance, which would undoubtedly rival their own summer auction. If that is the case, I shall comply. It is rather urgent. Can we proceed tomorrow night? Su Tsong pressed forward. Absolutely. Leave it to me. I will make arrangements immediately, Xia Shi confidently assured him. Thank you for your efforts, Su Tsong concluded as he promptly ended the call. Chapter 54, Exclusive Top-Tier Agreement. Turning, Su Tsong contacted Tian Guishan, having recalled the matter. Young Su, do you have an update? Tian Guishan inquired with interest. You should have seen the Weibo post. It is set for tomorrow night. I will send you the address shortly, Su Tsong replied candidly. Good. I look forward to your performance tomorrow, Tian Guishan expressed with anticipation. However, there is a small matter. Do you remember our conversation this morning about the gift? Su Tsong asked. I do. What about it? Tian Guishan responded, slightly puzzled. Prepare the funds, as I shall provide them to you tomorrow. Su Tsong paused momentarily before continuing. But could you possibly invite Master Zhang to attend tomorrow evening? This seems rather challenging. I can inquire with Lin Dongfang, as he should be able to assist. Tian Guishan was increasingly perplexed. What on earth did this young man intend to do? All right, do ask. Even if he cannot make it, it is of no consequence, Su Tsong responded nonchalantly. However, I must ask, are you really planning to slap Lin Dongfang's face in front of so many magnates tomorrow? Tian Guishan suddenly found the notion exhilarating. Su Tsong's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied slowly, such an opportunity is rare. One cannot blame me for seizing it. Ha, you possess quite the audacity. Alas, my daughter is already married, or I would have certainly brought you into the Tian family as a son-in-law, Tian Guishan exclaimed, filled with excitement. Dream on. Enough said. If I continue, my phone will surely be inundated with messages. Su Tsong's phone had already begun to vibrate incessantly. Very well, see you tomorrow. Tian Guishan hung up the call, while Su Tsong harbored doubts, wondering if some scoundrel had sold his phone number. Just then, an unfamiliar call came through, and he intended to inquire how these individuals had acquired his number. Hello, is this Mr. Su? A woman's voice emerged from the other end. Su Gong, feeling a tinge of annoyance, inquired, "How did you obtain my number?" "I found it in the information you registered," the woman replied, momentarily taken aback, before quickly clarifying, "Mr. Su, you must be mistaken. We are not like those journalists or self-media outlets online. I am Ouyang Qian, the director of the official operations department at Douyin." "The Douyin operations department?" Su Tsong was now the one taken aback, and he asked, "What business do you have with me?" "Well, I noticed that since your debut, you have shattered numerous records in just half a month, amassing an astonishing 10 million followers. Your Douyin gift income has reached an impressive 2 million. Yet, I see you have not affiliated with any unions or platforms thus far. I would like to inquire if you're interested in joining Douyin." Ouyang Qian asked cautiously. It was only after her reminder that Su Tsong recalled he was still an independent streamer. "Please hold on." He moved the phone away and turned to Song Ro, saying, "Open my Douyin account and check the follower count and gift income." Due to work obligations, his account was logged into Song Ro's phone, and he had even procured a new phone for this purpose during their last shopping trip. Song Ro accessed the account and observed the gift income before informing Su Tsong. "You have 98 million followers and gift income of 86 million. Is it truly that much?" Su Tsong expressed mild astonishment. Since he had discovered a lucrative means of income, he had not closely monitored follower metrics or live streaming revenue. These figures seemed trivial to him. Song Ro shared similar sentiments. The ease of earning from their current venture made the account's growth inconsequential, and with her lack of understanding of live streaming, she had no means to manage it. Thus, they let things unfold as fate would have it. However, they never anticipated that in less than half a month, the wild grass would burgeon into a towering tree. "Is this gift income genuinely over 20 million? Su Tsong inquired of Ouyang Qian. "Indeed, Mr. Su, the conversion rate of gift income to cash is 1 to 101, meaning that 20 million in gift income can be converted to a cash withdrawal of 2 million, Ouyang Qian elucidated. 2 million is not an insignificant amount, these foolish netizens. How could they spend so much? Su Gong Mu de Dietz Mi Xin. Ouyang Qian chuckled awkwardly and replied honestly, "In fact, it's even more than that. Our platform shares a 50-50 split with Mr. Su, which means your fans have contributed nearly 5 million. Su Tsong, damn these idiots. With that kind of money, they might as well buy something nice for their wives and children. Enjoy good food and drink, right? Mr. Su, do you see any potential for collaboration?" Ouyang Qian hesitantly inquired. Su Tsong pondered for a moment and asked, "What conditions can you offer?" "A top-tier exclusive contract, 20 million for 3 years. A 60-40 split on gifts, unlimited withdrawals, a daily streaming duration of 4 hours, and 14 days of targeted traffic each month. We will provide Mr. Su with exclusive resources." Ouyang Qian presented an offer that was difficult for an ordinary person to refuse. But Su Tsong was far from ordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, 3 years is too long. Let's negotiate for 2 years at 20 million, a 70-30 split on gifts, and no restrictions on streaming hours. As for the traffic you mentioned, I don't need it. If I've sunk that low, it means I'm finished. Mr. Su, can we discuss the 2-year, 20 million? Ouyang Qian implied that it was too steep. There isn't a single top-tier streamer on Douyin earning $1 million a year. The highest exclusive contract on Douyin was capped at 5 million. Su Tsong was a special case, and Ouyang Qian had to request an adjustment, proposing 6 million for 1 year, or 20 million for 3 years. If we can negotiate, then I have a different condition. I will disable the live streaming gift feature. Su Tsong said slowly, "How about 1,500,000 for 2 years, with the other conditions as you stated?" Ouyang Qian tentatively asked. "Deal." Su Tsong did not hesitate. He was indifferent, primarily wishing to disable the gift feature. Douyin could offer 20 million for 3 years, partly due to the revenue from live streaming gifts. Given his stature, without disabling gifts, he could easily earn at least 10 million in gifts if he streamed fully for a month. With a 70-30 split, Douyin would pocket 3 million, effectively subsidizing his contract fee with his fans' money. Thus, Su Tsong was determined not to let his fans be exploited and aimed to extinguish Douyin's ulterior motives. "I will draft the contract and send it to you," Ouyang Qian said, filled with excitement, finally securing the deal. "No problem. My assistant will handle the transition." "I'll hang up now," Su Tsong replied, unexpectedly receiving a pleasant surprise from a random call. "Mr. Su, wait. I heard you're hosting an auction. Can we handle it through Douyin?" Ouyang Qian seized the moment. Su Tsong genuinely admired this director's keen instincts, but he declined. "You're too late. I've already finalized arrangements with Polly." "All right then," Ouyang Qian said reluctantly, then inquired, "Will Mr. Su be live streaming?" "Perhaps, but if I do, it will be in a faceless manner, with no other media present on site," Su Tsong could only assure her. That's sufficient. I wish Mr. Su great success with the auction. I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. Ouyang Qian's mood brightened. At least the exclusive streaming rights remained with Douyin. She could envision the explosive traffic on Douyin during the live broadcast. Thus, she hastily urged her subordinates to expedite the contract, preferably signing it overnight to avert any unforeseen complications. This auction must be conducted live on Douyin. In Chapter 55, the praises for the boss resounded. The boss is truly remarkable. The boss is extraordinary. The boss has worked hard. After Su Tsong finished the call, the takeout ordered by Song Ro had already arrived. The two began to eat and converse, and upon hearing that Su Tsong's annual signing fee amounted to 7.5 million, Song Ro felt a wave of envy wash over her. Congratulations, boss, on your promotion to a major streamer. Song Ro toasted Su Tsong with her milk tea. Su Tsong pondered and concluded that donating to impoverished children in mountainous regions would indeed be commendable. He fervently shoveled a few bites of rice and declared, "You are right. I will donate. All right, I will contact a charitable organization after we finish our meal." Recognizing Su Tsong's intentions, Song Ro felt elated. "Wait, there's no need to contact any organization. We can do it ourselves. We can give them the money without knowing where it might end up." Su Tsong had seen countless news articles online about the numerous donors, yet the number of impoverished individuals remained staggering. While there may be some reasons, such as the inability to uplift those who are unwilling to help themselves, he sensed an underlying issue. "So, are you suggesting we establish a company?" Song Ro inquired tentatively, as this was her area of expertise. "Sure, think of a way to arrange it and show me when you're done," Su Tsong agreed. Song Ro nodded enthusiastically, feeling a surge of joy, believing that her hero finally had a platform to showcase his talents. After their meal, the two took a brief respite. Su Tsong reclined on the sofa, amused as he watched Song Ro bustling around in circles. He suddenly grasped the purpose of an assistant, feeling quite satisfied. They continued their discussions until midnight, after which Song Ro reported some important matters to Su Kong. After contemplating, Su Tsong replied, "No problem." Song Ro felt a wave of relief wash over her as she dashed into the bathroom for a refreshing shower, then hurried into the guest room and collapsed into bed. Su Tsong was left astonished. It seemed that today, his senior was acting quite normally. Without acknowledging his own realization, he suddenly understood that keeping a woman occupied was imperative. This way, she would have no time for idle thoughts. Nevertheless, to prevent any unexpected incidents, he locked the door to the room. The following day, Su Tsong and Song Ro slept until midday, as there was indeed little to attend to. However, Ouyang Qian was in a state of distress. She had prepared the contract and anticipated completing the signing in the morning. Instead, she had spent the entire morning trying to reach Su Tsong, only to find his phone switched off. Fearful that Su Tsong might breach the contract, she finally breathed a sigh of relief as she sent the contract over. While Song Ro washed up, she reviewed the contract, taking half an hour to finish. Finding no issues, she presented it to Su Tsong for his signature. Through electronic signing, Su Tsong finalized a 2-year contract with Douyin worth 15 million. Ouyang Qian was prompt. Within 10 minutes, the 15 million was transferred to Su Tsong's bank account. Shortly thereafter, Xia Shi called to inform him that the venue was being prepared and invited Su Tsong for an inspection. After agreeing, Su Tsong began to enjoy his lunch. Just as he finished eating, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing the artifact restoration voucher to restore the exquisite double phoenix and double beast hexagonal mirror. Please proceed to the warehouse to retrieve it. Su Tsong was momentarily taken aback, rising to enter the room and shutting the door behind him. He then accessed the system warehouse, where he beheld the previous black box, now enveloped in a radiant golden light. Upon clicking, the black box materialized before him, and the blinding golden glow erupted, only to vanish in an instant. What remained was the double phoenix and double beast hexagonal mirror, suspended gracefully in the air. Su Tsong reached out to catch the bronze mirror, swiftly scanning it with his gaze. Name: Qing Dynasty double phoenix and double beast hexagonal mirror. Material: bronze. Production period: Qing Dynasty. Grade: unique. Evaluation: genuine. A thoroughly restored treasure. Once dulled by time, now gleamed with a renewed brilliance, as if reborn. Restoration of artifacts is no simple task. Please cherish it well. Estimated value: 1. 8 million. 2. 6 million. Market guideline price: 2 million. Wow. Su Tsong was utterly astonished, realizing the price could truly double. The system is remarkable. He scrutinized the mirror, noting it appeared entirely transformed, devoid of any historical blemishes, resembling a piece freshly crafted 2 centuries ago. The most astonishing feature was the mirror surface. No matter how closely he examined it, even under a microscope, not a single scratch could be discerned. Furthermore, the surface sparkled brilliantly, perfectly capable of reflecting human images, functioning identically to a glass mirror. What an extraordinary item! Had he not promised Tian Guotian to sell it, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts as Song Ro entered, saying, "Boss, it's time for us to depart." Upon seeing the mirror, Song Ro's expression shifted. It appeared familiar. Isn't this the bronze mirror worth 1 million from a couple of days ago? No, it can't be the same. It didn't look this exquisite back then. Boss, why do I feel there is something amiss with this mirror? Song Ro inquired, puzzled. Su Tsong glanced at her and replied, "What's wrong? It looks much better. As good as new." Of course, it's evident who performed the restoration. Boss, you truly excel at artifact restoration. What did you manage to do this? I had no idea. You're making a fuss. I restored overnight while you were asleep. Bravo, boss. You're incredible. Thank you for your hard work. Su Tsong relished in the moment, enjoying the flattery from Song Ro, who gazed at him with sheer admiration. Half an hour later, they arrived at the auction venue mentioned by Xia Shi, located within a luxurious resort in the Third Ring Road. Security was already tight, and both Su Tsong and Song Ro were personally escorted in by Xia Shi. Mr. Su, this is quite an extravagant setup. Do you think it's appropriate? Su Tsong expressed some concern, finding it rather lavish to host an auction in an entire resort. Xia Shi flashed a smile, replying, "What's inappropriate about it? You, Mr. Su, are now known as the treasure-hunting king of Kyoto. Any grand event suits you perfectly." "Please, it's merely luck," Su Tsong humbly deflected. As they exchanged pleasantries, they explored the entirety of the resort. The most significant auction venue of the evening was located beside the largest swimming pool, which was originally intended for pool parties. It had been cleared out, with a stage erected and seating arranged to accommodate over 100 guests. Su Tsong was quite pleased and lavishly praised Xia Shi. Upon receiving the directive, Song Ro immediately disseminated the auction venue details to the esteemed participants. Thus, a grand auction was about to commence, with the entire city of Kyoto eagerly anticipating the event. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the auction venue was fully prepared, awaiting the arrival of distinguished guests. While others were bustling with activity, Su Tsong found himself at leisure and instructed Song Ro to initiate a pre-event broadcast. "Goodness, dear host, while your brevity is commendable, how can you commence without first offering your due tributes?" One viewer exclaimed. "Indeed, darling, your absence from yesterday's broadcast left us in utter solitude." Another chimed in, "Promise me, dear host, you'll provide your daily offerings henceforth." "Sugo, you must swear it, lest you remain forever a bachelor." The audience protested, their discontent far more pronounced than that of a harem of 3,000 beauties. Clearing his throat, Su Tsong sincerely apologized, explaining, "You all are aware I trended on Weibo, and countless individuals sought me, forcing me to retreat, hence my absence." Yet, the viewers remained obstinate, unwilling to forgive him immediately. "Very well, I initially intended to share delightful news, but since you seem disinterested, I shall remain silent," Su Tsong teased, employing a strategy of feigned neglect. Instantly, the viewers acquiesced, their comments reduced to the humble plea of please. A smirk graced Su Tsong's lips as he mused, "I shall see to your obedience," before declaring, "I have signed a contract with Douyin, so I will be broadcasting daily from now on. However, I shall be disabling gift contributions during the streams." The audience, thrilled at the prospect of daily broadcasts, became incensed upon hearing the latter part of his statement. "What do you mean, dear host? Do you look down upon us?" One viewer retorted, "I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. Contributing gifts is as effortless as drinking water or eating." "My dear, you have gone too far. While I have witnessed others admonishing freeloaders, I have never encountered someone forcing others to be freeloaders," another viewer protested. "Su Tsong, I urge you to be kind. We never take without giving. Do not put us in such a predicament," they implored. Su Tsong thought to himself, "Goodness, this generation of netizens is truly difficult to manage. All of them wealthy and extravagant." Clearing his throat, he continued, "But I digress. Let me share another significant matter. Behold, this is the venue for today's auction of game cartridges, a complete resort." Su Tsong instructed Song Ro to capture the entrance of the resort. The red carpet was laid out, lights illuminated the surroundings, and security personnel stood ready, exuding an impressive aura. Media presence was prohibited, ensuring that every individual entering the premises was thoroughly searched to prevent any recording devices. Moreover, the auction address had only been disclosed to registered participants, with strict requirements for their registration. Failure to comply would result in disqualification. All right, my friends, I must take my leave. The distinguished guests are arriving. You may observe from the sidelines as I attend to matters, Su Tsung announced, spotting a familiar face, Tian Gushin, who arrived accompanied by two middle-aged men. After signing in, they approached the entrance. Su Tsung waited by the door, not only to greet these notable figures. As a young man, he felt compelled to show them the respect they deserved, but also to become familiar with their faces, ensuring he would recognize them during the auction. The third point is to see if one can forge friendships with like-minded individuals. In Kyoto, prominent figures abound. Having multiple friends opens numerous pathways. Xiao Su, you are quite remarkable now. General Xia truly values you. To allocate such a large resort for your use, teased Tian Guishan with envy. Su Tsung smiled and shook hands with Tian Guishan, replying, President Tian, you flatter me. It is all due to General Xia's favor. Please do not take it too seriously. Ha ha, you remain as humble as ever, Tian Guishan remarked, patting Su Tsung on the shoulder. He continued, allow me to introduce you. This is President Ren Tianyu of Penguin Games. Hello, President Ren. Su Tsung greeted politely, extending his hand. Greetings, Mr. Su. You are indeed young and accomplished. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Ren Tianyu responded warmly, appearing to be around 50 years of age. Thank you for the compliment, President Ren. I shall continue to strive for excellence, Su Tsung replied with poise. After their pleasantries, Tian Guishan introduced another. This is General Hao Zhigua, the manager of Tiandi Studio under Penguin Games. Is it that one? Su Tsung inquired suddenly. Ha ha, Mr. Su has played our studio's games? Hao Zhigua did not deny it. Yes, indeed, the famed honor of kings. Hello, General Hao. Su Tsung felt a pang of regret. He no longer played that game. Or else he would have sought Hao Zhigua for several legendary limited skins. Hello, Mr. Su. Hao Zhigua thought of gifting skins to bridge the gap with Su Tsung, believing it might provide an advantage at the auction. Unfortunately, Su Tsung remained modest and did not make any requests, leaving Hao Zhigua somewhat disappointed. After bidding farewell to the representatives from Penguin, the next group was led by Professor Chu Fan from Wangyi. The representative from Wangyi was not the legendary figure named Ding, but rather the president of the gaming company. Following there were the representatives from Perfect, Konami, Mia Games led by Pan Hong, Giant led by Qian Jiahe, Blizzard led by Lin Dongfang, and Nintendo represented by Xia Shi. All were at the presidential level, indicating their serious commitment to the auction. As Su Tsung anticipated, he was recognized and greeted warmly by each president, instantly becoming the center of attention. By 7 o'clock, all the dignitaries had arrived, with over 30 representative teams, each limited to 3 members. The gathering totaled just over 100 individuals. They began conversing amicably. The atmosphere was orderly and resembled a soiree of high society rather than an auction. After mingling, Su Tsung found a moment to rest and glanced at the live stream. Wow, that female president is exceptionally well maintained. Host, could you ask her what skincare products she uses? Goodness, that older man is so handsome, incredibly charismatic. I feel like I'm falling in love. Upstairs, are you sure you're not just attracted to his wealth? That female president is mine. Don't you dare compete with me. Oh mama, my dream of living off a rich partner is finally coming true. Su Tsung interjected, wow, can you all not be so unrestrained? Can you not strive for a bit of dignity? He mockingly chided, brothers, wipe your drool. It's about to pool on the floor. To his surprise, the comments only had 3 words. Mind your business. Su Tsung was momentarily at a loss for words and decided to disregard it, for his turn to take the stage was imminent, and the true spectacle was about to commence. On stage, Xia Shi addressed the esteemed guests below, elucidating the procedures of the auction and various points of attention. The distinguished attendees raised no objections. Thus the first segment, which Su Tsung insisted upon, commenced. He ascended the stage, greeted the audience, and proclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, before we officially begin the auction, allow me to present you with a tantalizing appetizer. No sooner had he spoken than a graceful attendant brought forth a box, placing it upon the central display pedestal. It required no speculation that this was an antique, albeit one that had suffered significant damage. As for its exact nature, I believe only a handful among the audience were privy to its origins. Su Tsung spoke enigmatically, casting a glance over the audience. For reasons unknown, Lin Dongfang felt an unsettling aura, sensing Su Tsung's gaze lingering on him, whether intentionally or inadvertently. Indeed, the very next moment, Su Tsung called out Lin Dongfang's name directly. Mr. Lin, do you recall this antique? Su Tsung said as he opened the box, revealing the exquisite double phoenix and double beast mirror. This auction had been orchestrated by Xia Shi in accordance with formal auction standards. Thus, a precise camera was positioned to capture the exhibit, transmitting the imagery to the large screens flanking either side, rendering it distinctly visible. The intricate patterns and vibrant dual beasts appeared rejuvenated, incomparable to their prior state, while Lin Dongfang perhaps remained oblivious to any irregularities. The esteemed conservation master from the Forbidden City, Mr. Zhang, was taken aback. This does not seem to be a bronze mirror? Master Zhang exclaimed. Lin Dongfang, puzzled, quickly inquired, Master Zhang, what do you mean? This bronze mirror appears completely revitalized, devoid of any historical traces, as if it were freshly minted. This is implausible. If one were to erase its history, what value could it possibly hold? Master Zhang furrowed his brow. Lin Dongfang speculated it might be a projection issue, attributing the effect to the lighting. He believed Su Tsung would not be so foolish as to irreparably damage an antique. Before the two could reach a conclusion, Su Tsung stepped forward and asked, Mr. Lin, do you find this somewhat incredible? Lin Dongfang instinctively nodded. Pleased with his response, Su Tsung continued. The astonishing revelations have only just begun, Mr. Lin. Please observe. With that, he gestured for the attendant to rotate the mirror, revealing its surface on the large screen. The audience initially perceived nothing amiss. However, those familiar with the original or restored condition of bronze mirrors suddenly rose in unison, exclaiming, impossible! How could this be? The mirror's surface gleamed as if brand new, capable of reflecting objects with clarity, a stark contrast to its previous state of rust and glaring scratches. Even after restoration, it was customary to discern traces of repair upon close inspection. Yet, now, no signs of damage or restoration were evident. Good heavens, how is this possible? Someone gasped. This must be a forgery, a high imitation, Lin Wei asserted without hesitation. Lin Dongfang shot a fierce glare at his son, as if to say be quiet, and then turned to Master Zhang. What do you think? Is it the same copper mirror as before? I must take a closer look to ascertain. Master Zhang, now uncertain, found himself in a quandary. Lin Dongfang felt a heavy weight in his heart. With his years of experience in the commercial realm, he surmised that this was most likely the very copper mirror. After all, Su Tsung would not be foolish enough to present a fake in such a situation, risking exposure among a gathering of numerous experts. Would you like to come up and examine it, Master Zhang? Su Tsung discerned the unspoken inquiry in Master Zhang's gaze. Without hesitation, Master Zhang nodded and ascended the stage to the display area, donning white gloves to meticulously inspect the copper mirror. It would not take long for him to determine whether this was indeed the famed artifact. Clearly, Master Zhang concluded that it was the very mirror he had previously restored. This revelation left him profoundly astonished. What sort of restoration technique could possibly revive a damaged copper mirror to its original splendor? No, it was as though it had been reborn by some magical means. But is there truly magic in this world? The answer, of course, is no. Mr. Su, may I pose a question? Master Zhang urgently sought clarity. Who was responsible for the restoration of this copper mirror? He got straight to the point. A chance encounter with a master craftsman, Su Tsung seemed to anticipate Master Zhang's query. Could you facilitate an introduction? Master Zhang entertained no doubts. He wanders the land, and I only stumbled upon him by coincidence. He may have already departed Kyoto by now. Su Tsung's tactic was rather clumsy. Anyone familiar with novels knows that great masters are often depicted as wandering old men, beggars, or descending Taoist priests. He was quite certain that Master Zhang had neither the time nor the inclination to indulge in such stories. However, the audience might be another matter. Many were aware that he was speaking nonsense. What a pity it is. Such exquisite craftsmanship. If only it could be passed down, how many cultural relics could be saved? Master Zhang lamented. Su Tsung stifled a laugh, yet echoed the sentiment. Indeed, I once inquired of the master craftsman what this miraculous technique is called. What is it called? Master Zhang was visibly excited. It is known as the art of heavenly craftsmanship. It is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Otherwise, I would exhaust my fortune to learn it. Su Tsung feigned sorrow. Alas! Master Zhang sighed and stepped down. Lin Dongfang immediately inquired, is it truly the copper mirror I sold to him? Indeed, I scrutinized it closely. Several features match perfectly. That master craftsman's technique is astonishing. Master Zhang remained preoccupied with his thoughts. Unexpectedly, Lin Wei could not contain himself, exclaiming, nonsense about a master craftsman. Su Tsung is deceiving you. He restored himself. How do you know? Master Zhang was perplexed. Have you not read novels? Typically, When protagonists possess some clandestine advantage, they attribute it to a great master's teachings, when in reality, it is their own awakened talent. As Lin Wei spoke, he realized he was making a mistake. Damn, why am I helping my arch-rival flaunt his prowess? The more impressive he is, the more it reflects poorly on me. Cursing inwardly, he lamented, Heaven, why is this so unfair? Although Master Zhang did not grasp the abruptness of Lin Wei's statement, he understood the implications of his words. He cast a glance at Su Tsong, suddenly overwhelmed by an infinite wave of jealousy and envy. After dedicating over a decade to the art of restoration, it was truly humiliating to find himself outdone by a young man barely in his 20s. Mr. Lin, just a few days ago, you offered 500,000 for this copper mirror. At that time, I declined because I realized its true value, and thus I purchased it for 1 million. I appreciate your understanding. Su Tsong expressed, his words laced with a veiled slap to Lin Dongfang's face. Lin Dongfang's expression darkened. The joy he had felt days prior was now replaced by intense resentment. He gritted his teeth and declared, Mr. Su, some things are best returned to their rightful owner. Name your price. I want that copper mirror. His intention was to showcase his magnanimity, to convey to everyone that he, Lin Dongfang, could both acquire and relinquish with ease. Yet, Su Tsong was resolutely unyielding, responding slowly, I am sorry, Mr. Lin, but this treasure has already been reserved. It is not merely a matter of money. Lin Dongfang's fury was palpable, his brows furrowed. Lin Wei, even more agitated, shouted, Su Tsong, do not overstep your bounds. Lin Wei thought to himself, how brazen. If I am cast out, it would be a humiliation of epic proportions. All right, let us invite General Manager Xia to the stage to estimate the value of the copper mirror. Sensing the moment was ripe, Su Tsong hastily concluded the discussion. Xia Shi took the stage and, referencing past transaction records, began the valuation. Previously, the copper mirror was not fully restored, so its price was low. However, this completely restored Qing Dynasty copper mirror is a rarity, with an opening bid around 1.55 million. This valuation was 5 times the initial estimate of 300,000, illustrating the vast disparity between complete antiques and those in ruin. Chapter 58, the first to take the plunge. Su Tsong was satisfied with the estimate and turned to Tian Guishan in the audience, smiling as he asked, Chairman Tian, do you find this gift to your liking? The price was just right, avoiding the risk of competition and interference. I agree. Su Tsong responded without a moment's hesitation. It gave the impression that they had conspired beforehand. Yet Tian Guishan was completely unaware of any prior arrangement. Lin Dongfang was infuriated. He had initially claimed the copper mirror was an ordinary artifact worth at most 20,000. Yet, in a twist, Su Tsong restored it once more and sold it for 2.4 million. Not only had he not incurred a loss, but he had also profited 1.4 million. What a ridiculous situation. It seemed Lin Dongfang was merely a jester in this affair. In the presence of witnesses, the exquisite double phoenix and double beast diamond mirror was ceremoniously handed over to Tian Guishan. Old friends like Chu Fan silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it was a friend involved. Otherwise, their dignity might have been lost in mere moments. All right, everyone, we have savored the fruit of the matter. Now we arrive at the main event. However, I have 2 important announcements to make. Su Tsong set aside his playful demeanor and spoke earnestly. First, the game cartridges auctioned today will not be sold individually. Second, upon completion of the sale, transactions will be settled immediately with no debts incurred. As his words hung in the air, the audience erupted into a flurry of discussions. The second point was relatively acceptable, drawing no significant dissent. However, the first point was met with resistance. Several gaming companies were keen on purchasing a cartridge individually. For instance, Konami seeks to acquire the vintage Contra cartridge produced by their own company, with a price tag of just over $1 million, potentially doubling or tripling in value to several million. Blizzard Entertainment harbors a similar desire, wishing to procure the limited edition Gamma Attack cartridge. Others are merely interested in obtaining 1 or 2 cartridges to ride the coattails of the hype or to capitalize on the commercial worth of the game itself. Naturally, a few individuals are intent on acquiring the entire collection and staunchly support Su Tsong's decision. Mr. Su, I have a question. A sharply dressed individual sporting golden spectacles rose to inquire. Su Tsong recognized him. He had been introduced by Xia Shi as Ichiro Hashikawa, the president of Nintendo. Mr. Hashikawa, please proceed, Su Tsong invited, prompting murmurs among the audience, their gazes towards Su tinged with intrigue. Xia Shi on stage appeared somewhat awkward. as he had recommended Nintendo and did not anticipate Hoshikawa would pose such a provocative question. Nevertheless, Su Tsong remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated Hoshikawa's inquiry. He gestured for silence, calming the audience, and stated, "Dear friends in attendance, many of you hail from the gaming industry and may not possess extensive knowledge of our antiquities realm, let alone our niche of treasure hunting. Thus, Mr. Hoshikawa's question does not surprise me. In our antiquities domain, we have an adage: if it's not genuine, don't attempt to authenticate. It all hinges on discernment and experience. If you can identify the authenticity, that's your skill. If you cannot, that's your fate. If the vendor were aware that the cartridge was worth millions, yet I deceive him into believing it was merely worth a few dozen, and then purchased it, that would indeed be deceit." "Well said," Tian shouted from the audience, eliciting thunderous applause in agreement with Su Tsong's words. Su Tsong smiled and continued, "Mr. Hoshikawa, should you acquire these game cartridges and subsequently face a lawsuit, you are welcome to summon me as a witness. I assure you, you will remain unscathed." This assurance extended to everyone present. "Excellent," Tian bellowed again, fervently. The applause erupted once more, compelling Ichiro Hoshikawa to take his seat in defeat. "Thank you all for your support. Since Mr. Hoshikawa has no further inquiries, I shall now present the 10 game cartridges and conduct a live demonstration," Su Tsong announced, beckoning. Song-ro promptly brought forth the box. When asked why she wasn't a hostess, she expressed a lack of trust in others for such a task. Given the initial modest goal, Su Tsong placed the box on the display table, opened it, and showcased each cartridge before the camera, transmitting the visuals to the large screens on either side. After several displays, game experts unanimously affirmed the authenticity of the items. Subsequently, Su Tsong inserted a cartridge into the gaming console and began to play. The visual quality displayed on a large screen further validated the cartridge's worth. After testing all 10 game cartridges, the esteemed audience was thoroughly satisfied. Su Tsong neatly arranged the game cartridges and then stated, "I have reviewed the items. Now it is time to discuss the price. I know everyone is eagerly anticipating this. I will reiterate, these 10 game cartridges are only available as a package and will not be sold separately." Some prominent figures could hardly contain their excitement. Ren Tianyu, the president of Penguin, stood up and inquired, "May I ask what the starting total price for these 10 game cartridges is?" "Thank you, Mr. Ren. Please take your seat," Su Tsong replied. Casting a glance at Xia Shi before continuing, professional matters should be handled by professionals. "Now, I would like to invite General Manager Xia to take over." Xia Shi approached the stage, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for your trust. Without further ado, I will announce the starting price for the 10 game cartridges. It is $20 million. His dramatic pause heightened the anticipation of those in attendance. $20 million, which equates to approximately 1.4 billion Chinese yuan, left the audience in astonishment. According to their extensive intelligence gathering, the total market value of those cartridges was merely 50 million Chinese yuan. The starting price, now double that amount, certainly seemed audacious. However, when the viewers in Su Tsong's live stream heard this figure, they erupted in frenzy. "Wow, host. No, wait, Dad. I'm your long-lost son. Who dares to compete with me for 1.4 billion in inheritance? I will take my 18-meter-long machete and deal with anyone who tries. You can forget it. I'm about to create a football team for the host, and you all have no chance. Ha ha. I'm already pregnant with my husband's child. Can you beat that?" Fortunately for Su Tsong, he had no time to read the barrage of comments. Otherwise, he would have vehemently denied the accusations. 22 million. The first brave bidder emerged, Ren Tianyu from Penguin. All eyes instantly turned toward him, their gazes seemingly conveying a single thought. "You flashy spender. Is it just you who has money?" Chapter 59. "President, I just bid for you." Under the collective scrutiny, Ren Tianyu remained composed. In Penguin's corporate culture, one must be bold enough to be the first to take risks. If Penguin had not adopted this approach, it would not have become a domestic internet giant. After a moment of silence, others began to place their bids. Wang Yi, 23 million. Miaoyo, 24.5 million. Baoshue, 26 million. Nintendo, 30 million. Following a series of incremental increases, the price temporarily settled at 30 million, equating to 1 billion Chinese yuan, nearly doubling the original value. The price reflected a staggering 400 premium over the intrinsic worth of the 10 cartridges, a truly outrageous figure. Xia Shi was exhilarated. Song-ro was even more thrilled. The viewers, driven by their frenzy, struggled to breathe, with some fainting, causing ambulances to be overwhelmed. Yet Su Tsong remained as steady as a rock, for he understood that this was not the conclusion. The fervor of capitalists far exceeded their imaginations. Sure enough, Penguin jumped back into the fray, with Ren Tianyu casting a scornful glance at the audience before boldly declaring, 35 million. The crowd once again turned to Ren Tianyu, their expressions shifting from annoyance to a palpable sense of impending conflict. The price surged by $5 million in an instant, leaving others bewildered as to how they could possibly compete. However, Ren Tianyu was quite pleased with the outcome, a smirk of provocation dancing at the corners of his mouth. Had it not been for the presence of civilized individuals, his audacious remarks might have earned him a sharp slap. Blizzard, 35. 5 million. Nintendo, 36 million. Wongi, 36. 5 million. Konami, 45 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience as attention shifted to the formidable contender, all eager to glimpse the face of this fierce competitor. In the previous round of bidding, Konami had refrained from placing a bid, leading many to assume they were conceding defeat, especially considering the company's recent decline. Yet, to everyone's surprise, they unveiled a powerful tactic, a staggering $45 million equating to 3.2 billion Chinese yuan. At this moment, Su Tsung finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. This was the essence of a true capitalist. He exhaled a sigh of relief internally, recognizing that he had taken a calculated risk that paid off. The atmosphere in the hall fell momentarily silent as the magnates weighed the pros and cons, especially given the current sum of 300 million. If the competition continued, how much profit could the company realistically expect? The answer remained elusive. Bidding resembled gambling in Myanmar. Once a price was called out, the inertia of thought propelled participants forward. This adrenaline-fueled thrill was undeniably addictive, suggesting that this battle among capitalists was far from over. Blizzard's Samson loosened his tie and shed his jacket, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he shouted, 47 million, 50 million, cried Nintendo's CEO, Hekmu, equally agitated. The tension escalated further as Penguin added fuel to the fire, with Ren Tianyu proclaiming, 52 million. Penguin will have it. You stand no chance. The representatives of other companies, who had yet to place bids, could only stifle their frustration, nearly choking on their indignation. Men never admit to their shortcomings. 53 million, announced Wongi's CEO, Han Shua, sounding the call for a counterattack. Yet, the other representatives fell into silence, Konami included, as they recognized that the battlefield belonged to the strong. It was best for smaller players to refrain from participating, lest they be crushed underfoot. Konami served as a prime example. A one-time deal, either it succeeded or fell away. They pondered the reality of committing $45 million. Such a move could lead to financial ruin, even bankruptcy. Thus, the competition dwindled to 4 companies: Penguin, Wongi, Nintendo, and Blizzard. Each represented the pinnacle of both domestic and international industries, wielding significant power. Blizzard, 55 million. Nintendo, 57 million. Penguin, 60 million. Wongi, 62 million. The 4 giants found themselves locked in a relentless cycle, unwilling to yield to one another. The price escalated to 80 million, at which point Wongi fell silent. However, Blizzard and Nintendo remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing one another, while Penguin withdrew from the fray. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the venue. The cause of the tension was ineffable. At this juncture, the bidding had soared to $100 million, a figure called out by Nintendo. Samson, the CEO of Blizzard, belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation, pinching his leg and turning to inquire of Penguin and Wongi, "Why have you ceased your bidding?" Ren Tianyu and Han Shua exchanged silent glances, their expressions betraying a sense of bemusement akin to that of watching a fool. Samson felt a chill run down his spine, his mind sharpening as he cast a resentful gaze towards Ren Tianyu and Han Shua. "Mr. Samson, Mr. Kuroki has bid 100 million. Will you place another bid?" Xia Shi gently prompted. Samson, wishing to pierce them with a baleful glare, huffed in disdain, "I concede." A gasp swept through the audience. Just moments ago, he had appeared so certain of victory, yet now, shockingly, he had surrendered. Kuroki, the president of Nintendo, felt a surge of excitement, having not anticipated that he would indeed prevail, and he cast a grateful look towards Ren Tianyu and Han Shua. "Damn those Chinese. They must be envious of me." Kuroki seethed inwardly. Xia Shi raised his hand to quell the crowd, then declared, "Since there are no further bids, I announce the bid of $100 million once, $100 million twice, $100 million thrice. Sold." With a resounding thud, Xia Shi struck the gavel, marking the finality of the auction. However, Kuroki suddenly leaped to his feet, exclaiming, Wait, what did you say the final amount was?" The hall, once poised for thunderous applause, fell into a stunned silence. Kuroki's voice echoing through the space. "What?" he cried, followed by another shout. "Impossible. You must be mistaken. I could not have bid that amount." In the throes of tension and excitement, he had completely overlooked his own words, merely caught in a fervor of raising the stakes. When Xiaoshi confirmed the transaction at 100 million, he had still been questioning whether he had misheard. It was only when the gavel struck that he realized he might truly have bid 100 million. "Mr. Kuroki, everyone present heard your bid. If you are in doubt, you may inquire with your assistant," Xiaoshi stated, impartial despite being Kuroki's introducer. Kuroki, bewildered, turned to his assistant, the lovely Xiao Nizi, who sighed, "President, I tried to pull you back, but I couldn't hold you." "Then why didn't you knock me unconscious?" Kuroki snapped in frustration. "Idiot." Chapter 60. Teacher Su. Please accept my respectful bow. Congratulations, Mr. Kuroki. Congratulations to Nintendo for acquiring 10 game cartridges at the staggering price of $100 million. Marking this auction as the most expensive transaction in the history of game collecting, without exception, Xiaoshi announced as he led the applause. The entire audience rose, facing Kuroki. Their applause a heartfelt tribute. $100 million. Over 700 million yuan. Kuroki, the most lamented figure in the annals of game collectors, found himself unexpectedly celebrated. "Please welcome Mr. Kuroki to the stage." Xiaoshi gestured to a young lady from the event staff to guide him. With a sullen expression, Kuroki had no choice but to follow her onto the platform. Cursing inwardly at the absurdity of the situation, he managed to smile, saying, "Mr. Su, your praise is unwarranted. I must also thank you for graciously yielding. Nintendo will certainly remember your generosity. There's no need for such formalities, Mr. Kuroki. You have spent your money as well. If it is not too much trouble, could you please transfer the funds first? Here is my bank account number." Su Tsung's authenticity left Haimu speechless. Haimu's expression instantly fell, and he gritted his teeth, signaling his assistant to dial the bank. After a brief conversation, within 5 minutes, Su Tsung received a notification on his bank card. "Dear user, your card has received a deposit of 71,275, 830, 200, with a balance of 76,015, 830, 200. It was done. Thank you, Mr. Haimu. The 10 game cartridges on display are now yours." Su Tsung gazed at the staggering sum of 7.6 billion in his account, utterly delighted. With the transaction complete, today's auction came to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, your support today has been an immense honor. I hope you enjoy the refreshments, and I look forward to future collaborations. Su Tsung concluded his final address. He then descended to celebrate with old acquaintances, and the atmosphere suddenly turned festive. However, this revelry was reserved for the Huaxia people, as Haimu's foreign companions made excuses to depart one by one. With that, everyone felt more liberated. "Mr. Su, what a delightful day. We truly outsmarted those oblivious islanders," chuckled Run Tianyu of Qinghua, as if celebrating a victory. Han Shuo from Wangyi chimed in. "It's a boon for Baoxue. If they could indulge in a bit of infighting, who knows, Mr. Su, you might profit even more." Thank you. Enough talk. Let us toast to that," Su Tsung exclaimed, raising a bottle of champagne. He was well aware of the underlying dynamics between Qinghua and Wangyi. Truth be told, without their instigation, Baoxue and Nintendo would never have clashed so fiercely. Nintendo encountering Qinghua and Wangyi was indeed a stroke of misfortune. "To your good fortune. Our efforts have not been in vain," proposed Run Tianyu, as everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily. Following this episode, the atmosphere grew even more harmonious, with everyone enjoying each other's company. Just then, the intoxicated Master Zhang squeezed his way to Su Tsung and, without a word, knelt down. The crowd was taken aback, their sobriety returning swiftly. Lin Dongfang and his son were rendered speechless and hurriedly helped Master Zhang to his feet. "Mr. Zhang, you've had too much to drink." "I'm not drunk. I am quite clear-headed. Please do not mind me," Master Zhang declared, unwavering, then turned to Su Tsung, saying, "Mr. Su, I wish to become your disciple. Please accept me as your student." Boom! This declaration was more explosive than the previous billion-dollar deal. Before the auction commenced, Lin Dongfang had boasted about Master Zhang's identity to everyone, a master of cultural relic restoration from the Forbidden City. This title held great weight in Kyoto, and who would dare to disregard Master Zhang? Yet now, he sought to take a young man in his 20s as his teacher, truly a sight to behold. "Master Zhang, you are mistaken," Lin Dongfang said, his face pale. Lin Wei, even more incensed, scoffed, "Master Zhang, you overestimate someone. No one in Kyoto can be worthy of your tutelage." "No, you are wrong," Master Zhang countered earnestly. "Mr. Su, no, Teacher Su absolutely possesses the qualifications. His craftsmanship is akin to that of Niuhua, creating humanity. If such skills could be passed down, they would save countless precious artifacts. Lin Dongfang and his son stood in stunned silence. You hold Su Tsong in high regard, don't you? The notion of Niuhua creating humanity is quite amusing, for we too possess the ability to create. So, my dear brother, what is your perspective? After a recent indulgence in spirits, Ren Tianyu has already forged a fraternal bond with Su Cong. Not just him, but even the CEOs have come to regard Su Tsong as their elder brother. At this moment, Su Tsong, partially sober, cast a disapproving glance at Ren Tianyu, silently urging him to refrain from causing further chaos. He then addressed Master Zhang, clarifying, "You have misunderstood. I truly lack the craftsmanship of creation. It was the old master who undertook the repairs. No, I just perused a novel, and there was certainly no elderly man involved." This is a common trope in storytelling. Master Zhang remarked, having seized the opportunity during the auction to download a free novel, confirming Lin Wei's assertion. Su Tsong abruptly ceased his expletive-laden tirade, for the gathering was composed of civilized individuals, and he could not afford to fall behind civility. Yet, the others were already aware of his intentions, stifling their laughter. Only Lin Wei appeared incensed, for he was the meddlesome fool in question. "Su, please allow your student to pay his respects." Master Zhang unexpectedly prostrated himself. Su Tsong jumped aside, narrowly avoiding the gesture. No, Master Zhang, I am merely in my 20s, unworthy to be your teacher. Furthermore, my skills are family legacy, passed down to daughters, not sons. Su Tsong began to ramble. Master Zhang and the others were left bewildered. Could you refrain from offering such a flimsy excuse? Su Gong, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze, quickly added, "In my generation, my aunt has no children, and my parents have only me. Thus, it must be passed to me. Mr. Su, if you do not accept me, I shall kneel until you do," declared Master Zhang, truly a stubborn mule. Su Tsong, pained by the insistence, replied, "Fine. I accept. Rise now." "Thank you, Master," Master Zhang exclaimed, joy radiating from him like that of a child. Suddenly, a chorus erupted. "Master, please accept our homage." "Mr. Su, please allow your disciple to bow." "Master, have some tea." "Master, please take me as your student, or I shall not rise." "Su Dao Su Gong." A multitude knelt in a disarray of reverence. Su Tsong, Master Zhang, goodness gracious, you all are quick learners. Chapter 61. Taxes and real estate viewers in Su Tsong's livestream were captivated by this spectacle, likening it to a cinematic scene. Su Tsong appeared as a gang leader, with his subordinates kneeling all around. "Wow, is my brother Su about to dominate Kyoto? Brothers, I declare myself one of the 8 female protectors of the streamer. It is somewhat impolite to stand while others kneel. I shall bow in respect. From this day forth, the streamer is my sole connection in the upper echelons of Kyoto society. I too shall kneel." Across countless electronic screens, individuals knelt, creating a scene more bizarre than the auction itself. Song Ro surveyed the gathering and then glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, feeling utterly perplexed. She pondered, should I kneel as well? Su Tsong, taken aback for several seconds, suddenly blurted out, "Could it be that you all are also masters of artifact restoration from the Forbidden City?" The crowd responded, "What a disgrace. We are not. Mr. Su speaks the truth. We are unworthy. What right do we have to be considered the brethren of Master Zhang?" Upon contemplating the formidable threshold, they were filled with despair, rising one by one, their faces etched with shame. Su Tsong exhaled a sigh of relief. "All right, let us extend our congratulations to Brother Su, who has garnered a promising Prot G." Ren Tianyu had initially contemplated kneeling, yet ultimately could not bring himself to do so. Su Tsong sighed, patting Master Zhang on the shoulder, graciously accepting the congratulations of the crowd before resuming the revelry with songs and libations. The atmosphere soared once more. They continued to drink until the witching hour, gradually dispersing as the night wore on. Ren Tianyu and Su Tsong, having formed a bond, felt a twinge of reluctance to part, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Once all had been seen off, Su Tsong began to retch, oblivious to the quantity he had consumed. After a spell, Song Ro returned with a bowl of hangover remedy, and upon drinking it, he felt considerably better. After a brief rest, Su Tsong sought out Xia Shi, transferring 3 million to him. Xia Shi, bewildered upon receiving the funds, inquired, "What does this mean?" Su Tsong explained, 1 million is for your company's venue expenses, another 1 million is a bonus for all the staff present, and the final 1 million is your personal reward. I'll forego mine. I will assist you in distributing the others, Xia Shi replied, though he was not particularly in need of the money. No, camaraderie is one thing, but profit is another. If I profit without my brothers benefiting, can I still call myself a man? Su Tsong spoke with conviction. Xia Shi, with a wry smile, ceased his refusals. He then gathered all present staff and announced, "Tonight, you have all worked diligently. Mr. Su has graciously awarded a total of 1 million in bonuses to be shared among everyone. Please line up orderly for your transfers." With nearly 100 individuals present, the news incited joyous cheers. They swiftly organized themselves, eager to receive their bonuses. As the first employee collected her 10,000, she approached Su Tsong, bowing deeply and exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Su." The remaining employees followed suit, expressing their gratitude. Some bold female employees even inquired if Su Tsong had a girlfriend, voicing intentions of bearing his children, which startled him into sobriety. By the time Xia Shi had distributed all bonuses, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Su Tsong bid farewell to Xia Shi before departing in his vehicle, marking the conclusion of the evening's banquet. Observing the deeply slumbering Su Tsong, she suddenly realized an opportunity might be at hand. Her cheeks flushed crimson, breaths quickened, and a singular thought consumed her mind. Now is the time. Coughing to muster courage, she boldly approached. Suddenly, Su Tsong awoke, his eyes wide in surprise as he gazed at her. She felt a chill race down her spine, clutching her nearly undone button. However, Su Tsong remained oblivious to her discomposure, merely requesting, "I'm thirsty. Please fetch me a glass of water." Relieved, Song Ro swiftly departed. In the living room, she composed herself, berating her own cowardice. "What are you hesitating for? He is a billionaire. You have nothing to lose. Where's the water?" Su Tsong called out. "Coming. Coming," Song Ro replied, suppressing her earlier frustrations as she brought him a glass of water. Su Tsong drank and promptly returned to slumber. Song Ro sighed softly and quietly stepped out. The following day, Su Tsong awoke naturally, only to find that it was already midday. He powered on his phone, greeted by a multitude of missed calls. Choosing to disregard them, he opened Weibo and clicked on the trending topics. Where the first headline read, "Last night in Kyoto's elite circle, 10 gaming cartridges fetched an astonishing price of 700 million. The view count had reached 200 million, setting yet another record. His private messages were inundated with inquiries about the authenticity of the news, and numerous media outlets sought to interview him, offering to discuss any price. Without a glance, he marked them all as read. As he scrolled through the trending topics, he noticed several others related to gaming, all reporting that certain games had sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions. He pondered whether he had single-handedly invigorated the gaming collectibles market. Ultimately, he decided to let it be. After all, he was the pioneer in this venture and had already satiated his appetite. The rest could have their share of the spoils. After taking a shower and emerging, Su Tsong found that Song Ro was also awake and had ordered takeout. They began to eat together. Song Ro inquired, "Where are we going today?" "It's a day off, but we have 2 matters to attend to," Su Tsong replied, having already devised a plan in his mind. "What matters?" Song Ro asked, intrigued. "First, to pay taxes. Second, to purchase a house." With a grand gesture, Su Tsong outlined their itinerary for the day. Song Ro immediately erupted in cheer, excitedly exclaiming, "Really? Are we buying a villa? I'm so happy for you." Of course. She refrained from mentioning that she envisioned herself as the future mistress of the villa. After finishing their meal and tidying up, they set out. Their first destination was the tax bureau. In this world, taxes related to the internet were meticulously scrutinized every fortnight through big data analysis, which precisely identified online transaction data. Particularly for internet streamers, the review process was conducted multiple times. Therefore, evading taxes was virtually impossible. If one failed to pay taxes on time, they would be notified and granted an extension. However, continued noncompliance would result in severe penalties, including the forfeiture of income and fines amounting to 10 times the owed amount. Su Tsong was well aware of the significance of paying taxes. His reason for not doing so immediately after each transaction was simply the hassle involved. He opted to accumulate his taxes over a fortnight and pay them at once, knowing that as long as he reported truthfully, he would be fine. Upon arriving, Su Tsong took a number, and soon it was his turn. "Hello, what service do you require?" asked the attendant, a young lady. Su Tsong replied earnestly, "I wish to pay my taxes. Please provide your relevant documents," she requested. "Is my bank statement sufficient?" Su Tsong handed her his bank account details. After all his income and expenses were consolidated onto a single card, and that was the only one he possessed. "That will suffice. Please hold on," she said promptly. The attendant entered Su Tsong's bank account information into her computer, gaining access to the transaction records. Upon viewing the last transaction, which amounted to 700 million, she gasped. "What do you do?" How could you earn 700 million in one night? Chapter 62. The strength of youth equates to the strength of the nation. At that moment, the other taxpayers in the hall were rendered speechless. They cast envious glances towards the window where Su Tsung stood. Ahem, my primary occupation involves antique trading, while my secondary endeavor is as a streamer, Su Tsung remarked, relieved that he had taken precautions by wearing a mask. He was well aware of the wisdom in concealing one's wealth. No wonder, the saleswoman also cast an admiring look and promptly inquired, since you trade antiques, shouldn't you be dealing with the company as taxes? Why are you handling it personally? I do not possess a company. I am what is colloquially known as a treasure hunter, Su Tsung replied candidly. Wow, that is impressive. I was wondering how your revenue consistently ranges from millions to tens of millions. Wait a moment. The saleswoman seemed to have stumbled upon a revelation, fixating her gaze on Su Kong. Yet, unable to discern any further, she speculated, last night, there was a transaction of 700 million in Kyoto, exclusively for that auction of gaming cards. Could it be that you are the one involved? Sure. Su Tsung felt a chill run down his spine. How could you deduce this? He whispered, you are correct in your assumptions, but I wish to remain anonymous. Understood. My apologies, Suga. I am an ardent fan of yours, the saleswoman exclaimed, struggling to contain her excitement. Thank you. I didn't expect even the tax bureau to have my admirers. Su Tsung remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed by this unconventional fan meeting. Suga, you have many fans, which is not surprising. Could you grant me an autograph? The saleswoman gushed. Of course, Su Tsung found it difficult to refuse. I'd also like to take a photo with you. The saleswoman pressed her advantage. Absolutin, Su Kong avet li. May I steal a kiss? The saleswoman shyly asked. Madam, that request is a bit outrageous. I must decline, Su Tsung replied. Beautiful lady, I am live streaming. Song Ro suddenly interjected, brandishing her phone. The saleswoman immediately panicked, hastily saying, I was merely joking, just joking. If she were to kiss him, Su Tsung's female fans would undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon her, ensuring she was doxxed across the internet. However, Song Ro was not actually streaming. She was merely trying to intimidate the saleswoman. After this interruption, the saleswoman became serious, and the processing of the paperwork accelerated. In the past half-month, Su Tsung had only completed 5 or 6 transactions, and the saleswoman's professionalism was indeed commendable. In less than half an hour, after verification and submission, she finally concluded the process. Hello, I have confirmed all your transactions and submitted them for review and approval. Your antique dealings consist of 6 transactions, totaling 8 million, and up to 1 billion, culminating in a total transaction amount of 8 billion. Antique trading falls under capital gains, with a tax rate of 20. The saleswoman reported the figures accurately. All right, thus your obligatory tax payment amounts to 8 billion. Once you sign to confirm, the amount will be immediately deducted from your bank account. She pointed to an electronic display screen at the front of the window, which required an electronic signature for confirmation. Su Tsung stared at the staggering tax amount of 8 billion, feeling a pang of regret. Yet he acknowledged the necessity of payment. Consequently, he swiftly signed his name. Thank you, Mr. Su. The process has been successfully completed. The young lady swiftly withdrew 8 billion from Su Tsung's bank account, leaving Song Ro, who was behind, utterly astonished. Had the grand estate on the first ring road of Kyoto truly vanished in an instant? Su Tsung immediately received a notification from the bank regarding the deduction, witnessing his balance plummet from 5 billion to approximately 600 million. Fortunately, it was still sufficient for his needs. Moreover, the 15 million from the online streaming contract was post-tax, sparing him an additional 40 tax burden, which would have amounted to several million. Having resolved his matters, Su Tsung prepared to depart. However, a minor issue required his attention. The young lady promptly exited the counter and proceeded to the office behind. Su Tsung assumed her request pertained to a signature and a photograph, and thus he awaited her return. In no time, the saleswoman emerged from another door, holding a red brocade banner, accompanied by a gentleman. Hello, Mr. Su. Congratulations on becoming a major individual taxpayer. We appreciate your contributions to taxation, the gentleman exclaimed, excitedly grasping Su Tsung's hand. A bit bewildered, Su Tsung replied, It's nothing. It's my duty. The gentleman nodded, then took the banner from the salesperson and handed it to Su Tsung, saying, This is a token of gratitude from our bureau. Please open it. Understanding the gesture, Su Tsung released the scroll, allowing the banner to unfold, revealing the golden characters major individual taxpayer inscribed upon it, alongside the inscription from a certain tax bureau. It served as both encouragement and honor. Su Tsung found himself torn between laughter and tears as he accepted the banner. "Thank you. I shall continue to strive," he said, at a loss for words. The gentleman chuckled heartily and, not lingering long, exchanged a few pleasantries before departing, leaving the saleswoman still present. "Suga, congratulations. May I have your autograph?" she asked, producing a notebook and pen. Su Tsung passed the banner to Song Ro, signed for the young lady, and posed for a photograph together. "Thank you, Suga. I will continue to watch your live streams. I must return to work now, so I want to see you off. Goodbye," she said, content, before turning to leave. Yet, as they prepared to exit, a crowd of taxpayers suddenly gathered in the hall. "Young man, you are remarkable. Kudos to you," one exclaimed. "A strong youth means a strong nation. You are so young, yet contribute so much to the state. I am truly proud of you." Another chimed in. "Alas, comparison is disheartening. My brother is still dependent on our parents, while you are enriching the country. If only my brother were like you." A third voice added, "Handsome, you are our role model. With individuals like you, the nation is bound to prosper." Su Tsung, immersed in the surrounding admiration, felt a surge of elation, his posture straightening, and a radiant smile blossoming on his face. Suddenly, a torrent of fervor flooded his heart. The taxes he paid felt immensely worthwhile. Song Ro, noticing the transformation in Su Tsung, mirrored his demeanor, both walking out of the tax bureau with heads held high and an air of righteousness. Once inside the car, Su Tsung shouted, "Next time, I must pay 1 billion in taxes. Yes, 1 billion. And then I'll earn another banner." Song Ro enthusiastically supported. They exchanged a knowing smile, their hearts brimming with delight. What is life lived for if not for one's dignity? To gain the recognition of one's compatriots and contribute to the nation is the utmost honor of being a descendant of Yin and Huang. "Where to now?" Song Ro inquired. "To buy a house," Su Tsung replied, his mood particularly buoyant. "The first or second ring?" "The second ring, I suppose." Su Tsung had previously mentioned purchasing a courtyard near the imperial city, but that was merely talk. Each unit costs at least several hundred million, and he currently lacks that kind of financial power. Therefore, a more practical choice would be a spacious villa. He decided to contact his old friend Tian Guishan, knowing that having a familiar connection would facilitate matters, especially since Tian has extensive contacts. Chapter 63. The Qing Dynasty Sea Beast Grapevine Mirror. Tian Guishan was indeed helpful. He promptly arranged for an intermediary to meet with Su Cong. After lunch, Su Tsung met with the intermediary, a man dressed in professional attire, wearing black-framed glasses, exuding an air of corporate elite. "Mr. Su, I presume?" "Greetings, I am Lei Bo," he introduced himself. Nodding, Lei Bo mentioned that he too had driven in, arriving in a BMW 5 Series. Once inside the car, Lei Bo bypassed the customary pleasantries and delved straight into business, asking, "I heard from Chairman Tian that you wish to purchase a villa in the second ring. Is that a firm requirement?" As he spoke, he recorded notes on his tablet. Su Tsung pondered for a moment, realizing he had no strict constraints, and replied, "Not necessarily. I am not a local, but I often hear that properties closer to the city center are more expensive, hence my preference for the second ring." "Understood," Lei Bo responded, adjusting his glasses before continuing. In truth, that was the case in the past. However, the current market dynamics have shifted. It remains undeniable that the land prices in the first and second rings are indeed high and unlikely to depreciate. "What recommendations do you have?" Su Tsung began to grasp Lei Bo's perspective. In the first and second rings, prime properties are generally already owned, despite ongoing developments over the years. They are swiftly claimed by speculators. To secure a desirable property in these areas, one must possess considerable funds. Otherwise, the value proposition is lacking. Lei Bo provided his professional insights. "Su Cong noted in Aknoem den," Lei Bo continued. "In fact, the third and fourth rings offer a better value proposition than the first and second. There are many well-known developments, such as Wanyuliu Academy, Ziyagongfu, and Ziyushan Villa, all of which boast high comfort and a more pleasant environment." Su Tsung had heard of Wanyuliu Academy, renowned online as a luxurious residence for the elite. Ziyushan Villa was equally prestigious, housing numerous A-list celebrities from the entertainment industry, including the illustrious Huang Jiaozhu. "Mr. Lei, do you suggest I consider properties in the third and fourth rings?" Su Gong in Guit Hestitan. Indeed, the distinction between the rings in modern Kyoto is negligible. As long as one is within Kyoto, it holds immense value, Lei Bo remarked, leaving Su Tsung uncertain if he was offering professional advice or simply expressing sentiment. Exchanging glances with Song Ro, Su Tsung nodded, acknowledging the validity of Lei Bo's assertion, and asked, "Are there any villas available in Ziyushan?" He refrained from mentioning the trendy Wanyuliu Academy, since he preferred a villa over a flat. Please hold on a moment. I will check, Leibo responded, swiftly mobilizing his resources. A few minutes later, results emerged. Mr. Su, my colleague informed me that there is a villa for sale at Ziyu Mountain Villa, with the price subject to negotiation. Would you like to take a look? Leibo inquired. Certainly, Su Tsong replied without hesitation. He understood that Leibo had no ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned his colleague and could have easily claimed to have discovered this himself, thereby controlling the commission entirely. Very well, I shall have my colleague contact the seller. We can head over now. Leibo continued the conversation. Song Ro set the navigation and started the car. Ziyu Mountain Villa is located on the North 4th Ring Road. Su Tsong searched online and found that the price for a townhouse was 130,000 per square meter, while a standalone villa was 170,000 per square meter. Each unit ranged from 300 to 700 square meters, with floors varying from 3 to 5 levels. A typical unit cost between 40 million and 60 million, while standalone villas were notably pricier, ranging from 100 million to 500 million. According to Leibo, the property they intended to view was a standalone villa. Time passed, and it was already 2 p.m. The trio arrived at the entrance of Ziyu Mountain Villa. However, as they were not residents, the security guard stopped them from entering, and they could only wait for the seller to arrive. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the seller appeared, driving a Maserati supercar. Su Tsong thought to himself, isn't that a car typically associated with a mistress? You are here to view the property? A stunning woman stepped out of the vehicle, dressed rather provocatively, with an impressive figure and wearing sunglasses. She appeared to be in her early 20s. As for her looks, without makeup, she would likely blend into a crowd unnoticed. Do not call me Beauty. My surname is Gao, and you may address me as Miss Gao. Follow me. She seemed to detest the term beauty. Oh. Su Tsong felt no aversion, merely sensing a hint of pretentiousness. Song Ro let out a cold snort from the car, starting the engine to follow the Maserati. After several twists and turns, they arrived in front of the standalone villa. Upon exiting the car, Su Tsong's first impression was the villa's grandeur and opulence, showcasing distinct Western architectural features, predominantly in black and white. It boasted a spacious courtyard and a large swimming pool, making it ideal for hosting lavish parties. Miss Gao verified her fingerprint to unlock the door, stating, "Please, go in and take a look. I will wait in the car." Song Ro and Leibo follow behind. Once inside, they discovered that in addition to the swimming pool on the left, there's also a small garden on the right, filled with various flowers and plants. The garden featured a long corridor adorned with climbing grapevines. Further ahead lay the villa itself, with an impressive area exceeding 600 square meters, comprising 3 floors and a basement. The villa was exquisitely furnished, with imported furniture and appliances, clearly recently renovated and uninhabited. Ascending the upper floors and making a complete tour, Su Tsong was quite satisfied. Song Ro was even more pleased. She had even discreetly chosen her favorite room. The only area left unexplored was the basement. When Su Tsong descended, he was somewhat astonished. It appeared to be a study, or more accurately, a treasure room. The walls were lined with shelves filled with numerous antiques, including porcelain and ceramics. In Su Tsong's discerning eyes, he quickly discerned that everything was a mere fade. Although not particularly valuable, it was nonetheless a high imitation. Su Tsong couldn't help but ponder whether the seemingly elevated woman outside had been duped out of a considerable sum. Approaching the desk, he suddenly noticed a bronze mirror resting atop it, reminiscent of the double phoenix, double beast mirror he had sold to Tianguishan the previous day. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this bronze mirror was indeed authentic, and, judging by its craftsmanship, it should be worth a significant amount. He immediately took it in hand, his eyes scanning the inscription. Name: Qing Dynasty Sea Beast Great Mirror. Material: bronze. Production period: Tang. Rarity: unique piece. Evaluation: genuine. This mirror is a resplendent jewel in the crown of bronze mirror artistry, one of the most representative types in the 4000-year history of Chinese bronze mirror development, epitomizing the pinnacle of bronze mirror manufacturing techniques. Estimated value: 18 million to 28 million. Market guideline price: 24.5 million. What a tremendous treasure. Su Tsong was both astonished and elated. However, upon regaining his composure, he realized that this treasure belonged to someone else, and he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet, soon a significant question emerged in his mind. Why were most of the antiques here counterfeit, while this bronze mirror was genuine? Chapter 64. Sister, do not be impulsive. Su Tsong pondered extensively, but remained uncertain due to the numerous uncontrollable factors. Thus, he turned to Lei Bo, who was following closely behind. This villa seems rather extraordinary. Is there any information you could share? Upon hearing this, Lei Bo displayed a hint of embarrassment, as if he were privy to some hidden truths, but quickly composed himself with professional decorum. Mr. Su, do you find this villa appealing? Indeed, it aligns closely with my vision of a luxurious residence, Su Tsong replied without hesitation. Yet Lei Bo pressed further. And what about your girlfriend? Su Tsong was momentarily taken aback, wondering where he had acquired a girlfriend, until Lei Bo's gaze shifted to Song Ro, at which point he realized, don't mind her. He refrained from clarifying that Song Ro was not his girlfriend, as Lei Bo's expression had already reached a conclusion, and explaining would likely yield skepticism. He preferred to avoid the entanglement. To elaborate, according to information from my colleague, this villa was purchased by a wealthy merchant from Kyoto, who recently invested a fortune in renovations, but has yet to move in. However, there are rumors. Lei Bo paused, hinting at something significant. What rumors? Su Tsong's keen senses detected the shift. The rumors suggested that this opulent abode was crafted at great expense for the merchant's mistress, who was likely the very woman outside. Lei Bo, cautious, only spoke what was necessary, firmly withholding what ought to remain unsaid. Su Tsong was rendered speechless. No wonder that woman outside drove a mistress's car. The moral decay was palpable. But why is this house being sold? Su Gong Gui Di, Purpa. Because, a few days ago, the merchant attended a lavish event in Sanya, indulged excessively, and subsequently passed away, Lei Bo stated, steeling himself to divulge the information, as it had just been relayed to him by a colleague. It was akin to being ensnared by fate. Su Tsong responded, what a remarkable twist of fate. The allure of lust bears a sharp blade. We must remain vigilant. If it troubles you, Mr. Su, we can explore other luxurious residences. Lei Bo thought bitterly about his colleague's indiscretion. Who would have thought? Su Tsong remarked, it's nothing significant. It's not as if we're stuck here. Please summon Miss Gao to discuss the price. Very well, Lei Bo replied, turning to leave. Suddenly, Song Ro leaned in, having overheard a fragment of their conversation, and advised. Perhaps we should reconsider. I have an uneasy feeling about this villa. I understand. I will first inquire about the price, Su Tsong replied, secretly preoccupied with the Haisho Great Mirror. The purchase of the house was inconsequential to him. His priority was to ascertain whether Miss Gao recognized the true value of the mirror. Before long, Miss Gao was summoned by Lei Bo. Let us chat inside. It feels quite stifling out here, she suggested. However, Su Tsong declined, stating, I find it rather pleasant here. Let us discuss the price. He intended to depart, well aware, without needing Lei Bo's input, that this was merely a case of exorbitant demands. Casting a glance at the Haisho Great Mirror, he composed himself and inquired, does the price you propose, Miss Gao, encompass everything within this villa, including the antiques and artworks in the basement? Indeed, she replied, displaying a hint of impatience, yet added, however, do not attempt to extract information from me. I can assure you that the items in the basement hold little value. They were merely acquired for aesthetic purposes. Su Tsong felt a surge of quiet satisfaction upon receiving this information, yet maintained a calm facade as he continued, if you are aware that these items lack worth, why then propose such a steep price? Miss Gao furrowed her brow and responded, I invested a considerable sum to renovate this villa. Every item is imported, including the very tiles beneath your feet. I am aware. I conducted my research prior to visiting. Su Tsong indicated towards Lei Bo, implying their possession of professional expertise. He continued, Miss Gao, your asking price is rather steep. Might we negotiate? 8 billion, and it cannot be reduced further, she retorted, taking a step back. Su Gong's fly, vi mening silen. At the very least, 2 billion. It cannot drop lower. Miss Gao appeared taken aback by his audacity. Su Tsong exchanged a glance with Lei Bo, who subtly whispered a figure of 6 billion. Unbeknownst to him that the Haisho Great Mirror's worth was yet to be discovered. Su Tsong's rationale was clear. If she demanded an exorbitant price, he would counter with a fraction of that. Consequently, the negotiations reached an impasse. My apologies, Su Tsong said, stealing one last glance at the Haisho Great Mirror, reluctantly departing. As they approached the poolside, a group of individuals suddenly entered, led by an elegantly dressed woman. In her 40s, she was impeccably maintained, her skin smooth and her figure curvaceous, albeit her demeanor was somewhat aggressive. The woman confronted Su Tsong and his companions, demanding, Who are you? We are here to view the property, Su Tsong replied, glancing nervously at the suited figures behind her, sensing impending trouble. I knew that wretched woman would attempt to flee. Where is she? The affluent lady fumed. She is inside, came the response. Su Tsong instantly comprehended the identity of the noblewoman. She was undoubtedly the legitimate wife of a wealthy merchant. Go, fetch that wretched woman for me, commanded the noblewoman to the two suited thugs, who immediately complied. Coincidentally, Miss Gao emerged at that moment and, upon spotting the noblewoman, was so startled that she turned and retreated inside, appearing utterly disheveled. Then, her voice rang out. Filled with panic, what do you want? Stay back, I'll call the police. Unfortunately, her protests fell on deaf ears as the two thugs swiftly seized her and unceremoniously tossed her before the noblewoman. Without hesitation, the noblewoman delivered a resounding slap to Miss Gao's face, followed by an irate tirade. You shameless harlot, seducing my man. If it weren't for you, would he be dead? 3 more slaps followed. Su Gong et glim, shaw vutlet, while Song Ro and Lei Bo echoed. Indeed, but exhilarating. Miss Gao, now bruised and battered, had lost all semblance of her former lofty arrogance, reduced to a cornered animal. With venomous eyes, she glared at the noblewoman, clearly unwilling to submit. The noblewoman, not one to back down easily, perceived the challenge and unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Miss Gao, whose cries of distress filled the air, all while the scene remained oddly captivating. Yet, Miss Gao remained defiant, shielding her modesty while taunting, Old woman, if you have the guts, kill me. You can't keep your man and blame others. You're just an old hack. Enraged by the provocations, the noblewoman could hardly contain herself. She abruptly turned and retrieved a golf club from seemingly nowhere. Su Tsong and the others stood in stunned silence, while the suited thugs remained motionless, feigning ignorance as they watched the noblewoman brandish the golf club. Sister, don't act impulsively, Su Tsong interjected, rushing forward, unwilling to witness a calamity unfold before his eyes. The noblewoman narrowed her eyes, demanding, Are you trying to stop me? I'm not trying to stop you, Su Tsong quickly clarified, stepping back a couple of paces to avoid any accidental harm. Sister, I merely wish to inquire, is it worth sacrificing yourself for a worthless life? The noblewoman paused, glancing at the golf club in her hand, her mind rapidly clearing. She realized that a swing of that club could indeed be fatal, although she could afford the consequences. The act would tarnish her hands and damage the reputation of her company. A decline in reputation would inevitably lead to a plummet in stock prices. In that fleeting moment, she grasped the gravity of the situation and regained her composure. Then tell me, what should I do? The noblewoman asked, still grappling with her indignation. Su Tsong was taken aback. It appeared she was deflecting the responsibility onto him. However, since he had already involved himself, extricating himself from the situation was now impossible, especially with several thugs standing behind her. Whether Song Ro could hold her own was still uncertain. Come on, I've been scrolling through Douyin daily, getting a bit carried away, the noblewoman confessed, revealing her penchant for social media. The best strategy against a mistress, Su Tsong mused, was to inflict mutual destruction while ensuring one's own safety. After speaking, he glanced at Miss Gao, who spat contemptuously and retorted, Mind your own business. If I weren't intervening, you would be dead by now. Su Tsong cast a disdainful glance at Miss Gao, then turned to the wealthy lady and continued, My method is undoubtedly effective, but you may set any condition you desire, so please speak quickly. The affluent woman was well aware of the age-old adage that no one rises early for nothing, understanding the principles of seizing opportunities. Indeed, the scheming of that wretched creature was audacious. The lady did not deny it. Sister, do not be hasty. What I mean is, you could hire someone to beat drums and announce it, or engage a folk troupe to parade with a banner proclaiming, The Gao family has a daughter who deeply mourns her deceased husband as the rightful wife. She comes to propose for a concubine for her late husband, Su Tsong stated with utmost seriousness. The lady was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, instantly grasping the implication, and said with satisfaction, You truly have a wicked sense of humor, but I must admit, I appreciate it. Her laughter was infectious, causing even the usually stoic enforcers in suits to redden, though they managed to maintain their composure due to professional training. Meanwhile, Miss Gao, lying on the ground, was rendered silent, her back chilled and her eyes filled with dread. She loathed Su Tsong for devising such a malicious scheme. Should that old woman proceed with it, she would be utterly humiliated. The people back home would not only shun her, but her entire family would be looked down upon by the entire region. Her father would likely sever all ties with her. This plan was indeed ruthless. After a moment of glee, the wealthy lady suddenly turned serious and shouted at the suited enforcers, What are you standing around for? Seize this wretched creature, and carry out this young man's plan. I shall ensure that she is utterly disgraced. Yes, the enforcers complied and advanced towards Miss Gao. She struggled to retreat, but it became evident that her efforts were futile. As she was about to be taken away, she cried out, "Wait, wait, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. Sister, I will comply with any conditions you set. Please spare me, I beg you." The lady coldly snorted, her demeanor haughty as she retorted, "I thought you were made of sterner stuff. Who knew you would crumble so quickly? Coward. 2 conditions. First, you will return all the money my deceased husband spent on you, including this villa." Perhaps out of camaraderie as a woman, the lady intended to give Miss Gao a chance. And the second? Miss Gao nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Leave Beijing at once. If I catch wind of you being in Beijing again." The affluent woman, seemingly surprised by the potential effectiveness of her intimidation, instinctively glanced at Su Cong. Su Cong, sharp-witted, slowly remarked, "I recently heard online that scammers from northern Myanmar are rampant. If one does not comply with their demands, they might find themselves hanged or even have an eye gouged out." His tone was chilling, causing even the wealthy lady to shudder involuntarily. Miss Gao frantically bowed her head to the lady, weeping profusely as she cried out, I understand. I will leave Beijing immediately. Just grant me a chance to survive." She too had heard tales online about the depravity in northern Myanmar. If she were truly sent there, she would rather end her own life, at least finding solace in returning to her roots. "Take her away and ensure this matter is resolved promptly," commanded the affluent lady. The enforcers dragged Miss Gao away, and as they entered the vehicle, her cries gradually faded into silence. The elegant lady tidied her attire and composed her emotions, suddenly transforming her visage into one adorned with a radiant smile as she addressed Su Cong. "Young man, let us discuss your terms." Upon finishing her statement, she leaned closely against Su Cong, her hand brushing against Clear's throat. Of course, she merely touched Su Cong's face. This gesture sent shivers down Su Cong's spine, eliciting goosebumps all over his body as he mustered the courage to respond. "Sister, my surname is Su. May I ask for your esteemed surname?" "One may refer to me as Hua Min, or simply Min Jia," she replied, having already discerned that Su Cong was indeed quite handsome. Upon touching him, she found his skin to be delicate and smooth, reminiscent of a young pup. "Min Jia, must we converse in such a manner?" "I believe a modicum of distance would be more appropriate," Su Cong expressed, his desire to retaliate surging within him as he felt disgusted by the advances of an older woman. Not only was he perturbed, but Song Ro was also on the verge of erupting. Had she not been certain she could not best the suited brute, she would have already taken action. Unfazed, Hua Min yearned to savor the thrill of pursuing a younger man, intrigued by what might captivate her deceased husband's attention. However, as she indulged in this pursuit, she discovered it to be exhilarating and pleasurable. "Little Su, do you have a girlfriend?" Hua Min pressed forward. Su Cong could no longer endure her advances and firmly pushed her hand away, stating, "Min Jia, let us return to the conditions I previously mentioned." "Very well. Let us retreat indoors to discuss further," Hua Min replied, showing no sign of irritation as she turned and entered the villa. Su Cong, feeling helpless, shrugged at Song Ro and Lei Bo, signaling that it was the older woman's initiative, not his fault. Unexpectedly, both Song Ro and Lei Bo scoffed, displaying disdain as they remarked, "Do not play coy after reaping benefits. Not everyone gets the chance to be with a wealthy woman." "Su Cong, am I truly that sort of person?" "Well, perhaps I am." Chapter 66. A great bowl of soft rice. Upon entering the villa, Su Cong beheld Hua Min reclined on the sofa, exuding an alluring charm, her figure partially obscured, revealing a breathtaking view. Although the sight was striking, Su Cong merely cast a fleeting glance and seated himself on the opposite side. Song Ro and Lei Bo lacked the courage to sit, opting instead to stand behind Su Cong. "Speak, little brother, what are your terms?" Hua Min inquired with a languid, queenly demeanor. Su Cong inwardly chastised her, feeling perturbed by the addition of the term little. "Min Jia, I must confess that my initial purpose was merely to view the property." Su Cong disclosed his intentions. "Surprisingly, young brother, you seem rather affluent. Have you reached an agreement?" Hua Min queried. "Not yet. Miss Gao was quite demanding," Su Cong revealed candidly. "That wretched woman is indeed demanding. She relies on this money for her future. Thankfully, you were unable to reach an agreement. Had you succeeded, you would have had to reimburse me," Hua Min suddenly declared with a stern tone. "Then, is Min Jia willing to sell the villa to me?" Su Cong posed his condition. Hua Min paused momentarily, then sat upright with earnestness, asking, "Are you genuinely interested in purchasing this villa? Do you not find it somewhat tainted?" It seemed her disdain extended beyond the mistress to the villa itself. I do not mind. After all, Miss Gao has never resided here, Su Song countered, for his true motive lay in acquiring the sea beast mirror. Securing the villa would equate to an unearned fortune of 20 million. Moreover, he was certain that Miss Gao was entirely unaware of the value of the copper mirror in the basement, and that Hua Min was equally ignorant. Little brother, do you fancy the decor of this villa, or is it something else? Hua Min questioned, bewildered, for most would have fled far from such a place by now. Could you refrain from calling me little brother? Su Song replied, somewhat displeased. After all, they had never met before, so why assume such familiarity? Hua Min laughed, her mirth enchanting, and continued, I apologize. We can discuss this another day. I shall await your company. Su Song retorted, discuss? No way. And as for your sister, that won't do either. He cleared his throat and confessed, to be honest, I am quite fond of the basement's decor and the cultural ambience it exudes. Cautiously, Su Song probed. Hua Min, completely oblivious to what the basement contained, inquired, what is there in the basement? Cultural ambience? I see. She finally realized. This rascal hasn't brought any fakes into the house for quite some time. It seems he's been stashing them away here. Hua Min grasped her late husband's passion for collecting antiques. How do you know they're all fakes? Su Song seized upon the pivotal question. That fool only knew how to spend money, attempting to invest in antiques without any real understanding. Instead of letting others swindle him, he might as well have let me do it. Thus, I arranged for him to purchase fakes, and 2/3 of the money he spent on those fakes ended up in my pockets, Hua Min declared, exuding a sense of cunning brilliance. Su Song was at a loss for words. This woman was truly ruthless, deceiving even her own husband. Yet, a pressing question arose, according to Hua Min. Where had the genuine copper mirror in the basement come from? There was certainly a story behind it. Impressive. Su Song pretended to compliment. It's nothing. I can only blame that fool for knowing nothing but indulgence. I worked tirelessly to earn money for the company while he was out maintaining a mistress. He got what he deserved, Hua Min scorned, though a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. It's all right. With that fool gone, I am free now. Hua Min's mood shifted rapidly as she moved closer to Su Song, her voice softening. Brother, I believe we have a special connection. You have no girlfriend, and I have no husband. As long as we are together, what is mine is yours. No need to purchase any villa. Su Song was taken aback and hastily attempted to decline, but Hua Min covered his mouth, rendering him speechless. Brother, don't be so quick to refuse. I am a chairwoman of a conglomerate, a Fortune 500 company, with numerous properties and a garage full of cars. Follow me, and you will ascend to the pinnacle of life. Give it some thought. With that, Hua Min released Su Song and settled into a seat beside him, as if to say that missing this opportunity would lead to regret. Su Song was utterly bewildered, nearly unable to believe that such a remarkable opportunity had landed in his lap. Behind him, Song Ro and Lei Bo shared his astonishment. This was a plotline that even films would hesitate to portray, yet here it was unfolding effortlessly. Song Ro could only say yes. Once you reach the heights of life, you can support me. Meanwhile, Lei Bo pondered, should I go get a makeover? I wonder if the wealthy lady can wait. Haha, Sister Min, don't joke with me. I could be your son. If you need a son, I'm willing to step into that role. Su Song gritted his teeth, but ultimately declined, fearing the wrath of his more than 10 million fans. Indeed, I do not have a son. I only have a daughter who is currently studying abroad and is slightly younger than you. Hua Min understood Su Song's reluctance and chose to change the subject. She believed Su Song held commendable values, and if he were to acquiesce, it would diminish her respect for him, given that Miss Gao served as a cautionary tale. Although the circumstances differed, both would attract unwarranted gossip. Enough of that. You need not purchase this villa. I have another one in this estate, recently renovated. If you wish to buy, you can consider that one, Hua Min stated, returning to the main topic. I still prefer the basement here, Su Song replied stubbornly. You stubborn fool. If you fancy it, the other can be remodeled, and you may take the antiques and artworks from this basement, Hua Min generously offered. Free of charge? Su Song asked, visibly excited. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. It would be delightful if you were to call me godmother, Hua Min said with anticipation. Cough. Let's skip the godmother part. It feels a bit odd. Su Song suddenly recalled the term godfather, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Suit yourself. Shortly, I will have someone show you the house. If you like it, we can negotiate the price. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After speaking, Hua Min summoned a suited individual and gave a few instructions before departing, casting a final glance at Su Kong. Once Hua Min's vehicle drove away, Su Song and his companions followed the suited individual to another villa. In contrast to the previous one, This villa showcased a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western design, exuding the essence of a Jiangnan courtyard in the misty rain. Su Song and Song Ro were immediately captivated, lamenting their lack of worldly experience, as this villa was also approximately 600 square meters in size. Without a doubt, Su Song resolved to purchase it and inquired about the market price from Lei Bo. After conducting some research, Lei Bo provided a reference price of 1.8 billion, reflecting the current market conditions. Chapter 67. Senior, do you have any close friends? After some contemplation, Su Song approached the suited individual and inquired, I really like this villa. Do you have Minjie's phone number? I would like to discuss it with her. No need. Director Hua has instructed that if you like it, a payment of 1 billion will suffice. The suited individual replied respectfully. Ah, that seems inappropriate. This villa is worth nearly 2 billion, and you propose a mere 50% discount? Su Song was taken aback by the generosity. You just assisted Director Hua. This sum is trivial. She is quite generous, the suited individual responded adeptly. Are you certain? Su Song still struggled to believe it. I am certain. After all, I would never gamble with my life, the suited individual remarked, a hint of awkwardness in his gaze. For Hua Min's fierce demeanor was not to be trifled with. Very well, I shall not refuse such a gracious offer. I will comply, Su Song decided, realizing that provoking Hua Min could lead to unforeseen troubles. Excellent. From now on, this villa is yours. I will arrange for the paperwork, and you may transfer the funds later, the suited individual concluded before preparing to leave. Su Song suddenly remembered something and said, wait a moment. Just now, Sister Min mentioned that I could have the items from the basement of that villa. I would like to take a look now. He felt as if he were in a dream, unable to comprehend the surreal nature of acquiring a villa worth 100 million without any effort. Have you reached an agreement? Song Ro approached and inquired. Su Song nodded in a daze. Yes. Finally, I can reside in a grand villa. I'm off to choose my room, she exclaimed joyfully. Stop right there. Su Song swiftly seized the back of Song Ro's collar. What are you doing? She questioned. When did I ever say you could live here? Su Gong pose a sao sitting in gui. Song Ro was momentarily taken aback, her expression faltering. But soon she had an idea and replied, Boss, I am your assistant and driver. I wouldn't mind taking on the role of your little maid as well. After all, with your wealth, isn't it reasonable to have someone to attend to your needs? Her logic even swayed Lei Bo, who concurred, indeed, not just one. I think 2 or 3 would be appropriate. I agree. You may stay. Su Song thought it was all the same who he invited. Song Ro felt touched, ready to commend her own cleverness. However, Su Song continued, but I believe 1 maid is insufficient. We need to find 2 more. Senior, do you have any close friends? Su Song, you could go to hell, Song Ro retorted fiercely. What do you mean by that? 1 isn't enough, and now you want my friends to join in? Dream on. Su Song remained unfazed by her anger. Meanwhile, Lei Bo trembled at the side, contemplating whether to make a hasty exit to avoid the impending chaos. Hey, Manager Lei, do you know any housekeeping companies? Su Song suddenly turned to Lei Bo. Lei Bo replied, do I know or not? Brother, don't drag me into your troubles. Song Ro shot a murderous glare at Lei Bo, who quickly grasped the situation and replied, Mr. Su, how could I possibly know any housekeeping services? I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Until next time. Hey, Manager Lei, why are you running off so quickly? I haven't even given you your commission yet. Su Song remarked, bewildered. Forget it. Lei Bo hastily retreated. Once Song Ro saw Lei Bo had left, she breathed a sigh of relief, firmly opposed to the idea of having a second maid in the household. Not even a close friend would be acceptable. I will go check the basement now. After you finish with the room, call a cleaning service to tidy up. I'll be staying here tonight, Su Song declared before departing. Song Ro understood and cheerfully headed off to select a room. There were an abundance of rooms here, spanning 3 floors with 7 or 8 rooms, each ranging from 80 to 100 square meters. In an ordinary residential area, these would be equivalent to what others earned in a lifetime for a 3-bedroom apartment. The 3rd floor boasted a grand master bedroom of 300 square meters, complete with an open terrace and a swimming pool, which would undoubtedly be Su Song's room. Adjacent to it was a secondary bedroom, which Song Ro chose, even though it was only over 80 square meters, as it was conveniently close to Su Kong. After selecting her room, she intended to clean it herself. But upon realizing the entire area spanned over 600 square meters, including 3 floors and a basement, she promptly abandoned the idea. After searching online for a domestic service, I made a phone call to explain my situation. The response was swift. A team of 50 domestic workers was dispatched to meet Song Ro's needs. However, Su Song and her room remained untouched, as she felt a twinge of guilt for not participating in the cleaning of her new home. Meanwhile, Su Tsung returned to the basement of the Western-style villa he had initially visited, where he once again encountered the Qing Dynasty Sea Beast Grape Mirror. He was perplexed by one question. While other antiques and paintings were authentic, this particular bronze mirror was undeniably genuine and immensely valuable. Was the wealthy merchant merely fortunate? Or was he wary of Miss Gao? Yet, having purchased a villa worth hundreds of millions, what was the significance of concealing a 2 million antique? The mystery remained unresolved. However, a new dilemma arose. Hua Min had been exceedingly generous, offering him a nearly 200 million villa at half price. Yet, he was fixated on the idea of discreetly acquiring a mere 20 million bronze mirror. Was this not somewhat dishonorable, perhaps even unethical? With such profits, would he lack heirs? Coughing softly, he found himself in deeper conflict. Observing the industrious domestic workers, he refrained from entering and called out to Song Ro. Upon her emergence, he was taken aback and then burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Song Ro inquired, slightly annoyed. Su Tsung paused and said, "Just look at your face. You resemble a little kitten, all smudged and dirty." "Really?" Song Ro quickly covered her face. "Don't cover it. Let me help you with that." Su Tsung suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. This senior, once the adored belle of the school, was now reduced to a domestic helper, attending to every task. It was the first time Song Ro had experienced such concern from Su Tsung, her eyes glistening as she leaned closer, afraid to miss the moment. Su Tsung also noticed their proximity increasing, the warmth between them intensifying, as if they might embrace. Seizing the opportunity, Song Ro playfully pouted. Su Tsung contemplated silencing her. Wishing to dispel that notion, yet a raucous cheer erupted from the villa. "Kiss her. Kiss her." The domestic workers, reveling in the spectacle, watched Su Tsung and Song Ro intently. In a moment of spontaneity, Song Ro leaned in and stole a kiss. Her first, albeit lacking in sensation. Su Tsung was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the? Did this woman just ambush me?" "You brought this upon yourself," he thought, preparing to retaliate playfully, but reconsidered the appropriateness of such actions in front of an audience. He maintained a stoic expression as he finished wiping Song Ro's face before stepping outside the villa, shouting, "Everyone focus. I will be inspecting your work shortly. If I find any areas left uncleaned, half your wages will be deducted." The onlooking domestic workers trembled at his words, immediately turning back to their tasks, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Su Tsung was pleased with their response, knowing that the threat of wage deduction was merely a tactic to instill discipline. Meanwhile, Song Ro remained quite displeased. Her first kiss had been lost, yet the man displayed no reaction, driving her into a frenzy. Song Ro felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. However, Su Tsung interrupted her, urging her to hurry and prepare. As he awaited her in the car, he produced a business card, which was unmistakably the one given to her by Hua Min earlier. Upon seeing it, Song Ro felt an urge to strike him. How could he remain indifferent after her first kiss was stolen, only to suggest seeking out that older woman? Was he truly considering pursuing a wealthy matron? Just look at the car." Su Tsung noticed the fury in Song Ro's eyes. "Can you provide me with a reason?" As Song Ro started the vehicle, her expression was one of heartfelt grievance, nearly moved to tears. Su Tsung, unable to bear her distress, retrieved the Sea Beast Grape mirror from the box. Hadn't this mirror already been sold to Boss Tian? Song Ro had not paid attention to the copper mirror on the table in the basement. There is something different. It appears to be unlike the previous mirror. Song Ro recalled that the former mirror was a diamond-shaped one, resembling a flower, whereas the one in Su Tsung's hand was round. Not just similar, it's an entirely different mirror, Su Tsung remarked with a hint of annoyance. "Where did this mirror come from?" Song Ro inquired. "From the basement of the Western-style villa," Su Tsung replied candidly. "Oh, what makes this counterfeit so special that you cherish it so?" Song Ro remembered Miss Gao stating that all items in the basement were mere fakes. "This mirror is not a fake," Su Tsung lamented. "No way, didn't Team Miss Gao say they were all decorations?" Song Ro questioned, realizing that if she had recognized its worth, she would have fled before any trouble arose. "This mirror is a treasure worth over 20 million. Had she known, she would have faced any consequences," Su Tsung retorted. "Wait, I understand now. You were determined to purchase that Western-style villa solely because of this mirror, weren't you?" Song Ro had an epiphany. Su Tsung nodded. "But what are we doing now?" she asked, bewildered. "Returning it to its rightful owner," Su Tsung replied calmly. "Why? Didn't Team Min Jie say that everything in the basement was given to you?" Song Ro felt a pang of sympathy for the 20 million. Some money could be earned, But some must not be gained without conscience. Otherwise, raising a son would be impossible, as Su Tsong had hinted. Yet, Song Ro understood and resolutely stated, "It must be returned. I absolutely do not want my son to lack anything. What does this have to do with you?" Su Gong Gao De. Half an hour later, as dusk fell, Su Tsong arrived at the entrance of Hua Min's company, just in time to see her leaving for the day. "Min Jia, wait a moment," Su Tsong called out as he exited the car. Hua Min paused, momentarily stunned, then joyfully exclaimed, "Little mischief maker, did you miss me so soon?" Cough Min Jia. "There are many people watching. I need to discuss something with you," Su Tsong said, slightly flustered. "Sure, let's south talk at my place. Get in the car," Hua Min said, pulling him along. Su Tsong, unable to refuse, climbed into Hua Min's luxurious $1,000,000 Alphard, with Song Ro trailing behind. Hua Min's entourage was quite grand, with numerous security personnel and 2 luxurious vehicles at the front and back, each carrying well-dressed thugs, indicating her keen emphasis on safety. As they drove along, they surprisingly arrived at the trendy mansion known as Wanlu Academy. Upon entering, they ascended to the 18th floor. The suited thugs opened the door, and the 3 of them stepped inside. They settled in casually, helping themselves to refreshments. Hua Min mentioned she would head to the restroom. Su Tsong and Song Ro exchanged glances, eventually retrieving a bottle of water from the refrigerator. They then took a moment to explore the expansive flat, which measured approximately 400 square meters, slightly smaller than a villa, yet significantly larger than an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment. The decor was minimalist, but far from simplistic, featuring an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows that showcased a captivating night view. "What do you think? This place is rather splendid, isn't it? This is my secret base," Hua Min declared as she emerged, having removed her makeup yet retaining her enchanting beauty. Su Gong spoke Ju Fu Fun. He would not mind purchasing a large flat if he ever grew weary of living in a villa, seeking a change of scenery. "You certainly have an eye for detail," Hua Min remarked, genuinely fond of Su Tsong and drawn to his presence, entirely disregarding Song Ro. She continued, "You mentioned you needed to see me. You wouldn't be contemplating following me, would you?" "Min Jia, don't joke around," Su Tsong retorted, brushing off Hua Min's flirtations and signaling for Song Ro to bring over the box. He then revealed the copper mirror, stating, "Min Jia, take a look at this." Hua Min glanced at it briefly and replied dismissively, "Isn't this just a piece of scrap metal? Why show me this? This is an antique from Miss Gao's villa basement." Su Tsong reminded her, "Then it's likely a counterfeit. What's so special about it?" Hua Min remained unconcerned. "What if I told you it's valued at 20 million? Su Tsong asserted earnestly, "I'm serious. I had intended to purchase that villa, hoping to seize an opportunity," Su Tsong disclosed candidly. Only then did Hua Min scrutinize Su Tsong more closely, connecting the dots in her mind, and then stated, "I suppose you do have some integrity. Now that you mention it, I initially thought you simply wanted to keep a mistress or something." Cough, cough. "That's not true. I never thought such a thing." Su Gong Vementin Denit. "But how did you discern that this is a 20 million antique?" Hua Min inquired, intrigued. "Have you heard about the auction last night that totaled 700 million? Su Tsong posed. "Of course. Who in Kyoto hasn't heard of it?" Hua Min, a gossip enthusiast, replied. "I was the initiator of that event," Su Tsong proclaimed, his aura shining with prestige. Hua Min was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "Wow, you are the illustrious king of show-offs in Kyoto." Su Tsong responded, "What nonsense. When did I become the king of show-offs in Kyoto?" Cough, cough, Min Jia. "It's actually the king of bargains in Kyoto," Song Ro interjected, stifling laughter as she clarified. Yes, the king of bargains in Kyoto," Hua Min quickly corrected herself, grinning widely as she playfully pinched Su Tsong's cheek. "I thought you were a second-generation rich kid, but it turns out you're a first-generation wealthy individual. No wonder you caught my eye." "Min Jia, I am not your son." Su Tsong felt that such familiarity was overly intimate. "You don't wish to be my son. Do you aspire to be my husband instead?" Hua Min's words were startling. Su Tsong immediately conceded, expressing his reluctance to face an early demise, conceding, "You may have your way. Sister Min, I apologize for your generous attention regarding the villa purchase. I had selfish intentions, and I feel quite embarrassed," Su Tsong said, offering his apologies. Hua Min waved her hand dismissively, replying, "What are you doing? Are you so eager to distance yourself from me? That is not my intention. I merely believe one should not act against their conscience," Su Tsong clarified. In other words, the 20 million was of little consequence to her. "Is that not inappropriate?" Su Gong Fao Undo Sun. "What is inappropriate? Fate has brought us together. We must not squander it. Accept it," Hua Min insisted, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Reluctantly, Su Song allowed Song Ro to put away the bronze mirror. Suddenly, Hua Min received a call from the suit-clad thug, announcing that someone was visiting urgently. She instructed her staff to let the visitor in. Moments later, a man clad in a floral shirt entered, adorned with a string of Buddhist beads. Su Song had a premonition that this individual belonged to the antiques realm. Li Lao San, what brings you here? Hua Min inquired. Li Lao San, noticing Su Song and Song Ro nearby, hesitated to speak. Hua Min, understanding his reluctance, introduced him to Su Song. He is the one who has been selling antiques to my late husband. Su Song nodded, realizing this man was indeed Hua Min's accomplice. This is my godson. Feel free to speak openly, Hua Min introduced. Li Lao San glanced at Su Song, inwardly questioning. Are you sure he is your godson and not a kept man? He then presented a list to Hua Min. After perusing it, Hua Min casually handed it to Su Kong. Upon reviewing the list, Su Song sensed something amiss. Even if one were to deal in second-hand items, there was little profit unless Hua Min was generously giving them away. Moreover, the list contained over 20 items, yet the basement housed far more than that. These were indeed rare finds, but only one item on the list stood out. The 20 million yuan sea beast great mirror. Was it mere coincidence or intentional design? Li Lao San, I fear this won't do. I have already gifted these items to my godson, Hua Min said languidly. Li Lao San retorted, damn it. And you claim he is not a kept man? You are too generous. This young master, those antiques and paintings are indeed not of great value. If you are interested, I have no issue with you keeping them. But could you sell me a few items from the list? Li Lao San sought a compromise. Su Song was momentarily taken aback. The title young master felt peculiar. He did not dwell on it and replied, sure, I can part with them all. Except for one. Which one? Li Lao San asked, suppressing his excitement. The seahorse great mirror, Su Song blurted out. That mirror is merely a high imitation. Not worth much. If you fancy it, I can procure a more exquisite one for you. Li Lao San insisted stubbornly. No, I only desire this one. Su Kong zezet famili. Li Lao San was left stunned, unsure if Su Song had discerned something. Unable to continue persuading without raising suspicion, he remained motionless, his expression flustered. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Li Lao San, do you not comprehend my words? Hua Min's tone was stern. Suddenly, Li Lao San knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head, fervently pleading, Sister Min, please save me. If I leave this place, I will surely perish. This unexpected turn of events left Hua Min somewhat bewildered. However, Su Song was even more convinced that Li Lao San was indeed after the Sea Beast Great Mirror. Although the name had been altered to Seahorse Great Mirror on the list, it remained the same. Li Lao San, how much did you sell this Seahorse Great Mirror to General Chen for? Su Kong inquit aboli, Li Lao Zan Boja, stammering. I sold it for 2 million. I suspect you never disclosed this transaction to Sister Min. Did you? You pocketed the money all for yourself, didn't you? Su Song continued to probe. What evidence do you have? Li Lao San replied confidently, as he had always deceived Hua Min under various pretenses. The Seahorse Great Mirror is genuine, and your trading partner should be Miss Gao. How dare you let Sister Min find out? Su Song directly exposed him. You're talking nonsense. Li Lao Zan instinctively denia. Yet, when a sea beast great mirror was thrust before him, he wilted. Still want to argue? Su Song chuckled. How did you know the copper mirror is authentic? Li Lao San asked begrudgingly. Su Song was about to boast, but Hua Min interjected. You should consider who my godson is. He is none other than the foremost bargain hunter in the capital. Li Lao San was taken aback and then exclaimed, You're the greatest bargain hunter in the capital? Make a wish. The outside world only knew Su Song by his online alias, unaware of his true name. Su Song nodded, feeling slightly miffed at having his thunder stolen. With confirmation, Li Lao San's face turned ashen. What is your true intention? Su Song asked sternly. Li Lao San jumped, immediately responding, I did not intend for this to happen. I owe hundreds of thousands in gambling debts in the Australian province and was under immense pressure. Coincidentally, a seller from Jinling approached me, saying he wanted to sell this mirror on the black market, starting at 5 million. I initially intended to sell it to General Chen, but Sister Min had instructed me not to sell genuine items to him. Since the mirror could not be sold on the black market for the time being, and I was in urgent need of money, I entertained a crooked idea and got a high-quality replica made, selling it to General Chen for 2 million. However, after the replica was completed, my child, in a fit of mischief, mixed them up. Unbeknownst to me, I sold the genuine one to General Chen and kept the fake. As luck would have it, General Chen attended the Haitian Shengyan event, and I saw an opportunity, which is why I came here. Chapter 70, A Treasure Transaction. So you were aware that Chun Hai was keeping a mistress? Hua Min asked angrily. Li Laosan nodded, unable to meet Huang Min's gaze, though he internally added, "Aren't you keeping a pretty boy as well? Scoundrel, there are no good men." Huang Min scolded furiously. Su Tsong dared not interject, but continued questioning Li Laosan, and then, "You are likely to meet your demise," Su Tsong replied coolly. "Indeed, before you die, you'd better return my 2 million, or I will ensure your end comes first." Huang Min despised liars. Upon hearing the plea for mercy once more, Li Laosan implored, "Min Jie, I have exhausted all my funds. I'm utterly broke. I beg you, considering the times I assisted you in pacifying your husband, grant me a reprieve. In your dreams, any man who dares to deceive me shall meet a dire fate." Huang Min retorted with palpable disdain. Xuezong felt a jolt of anxiety. He was grateful for his honesty, realizing that otherwise, he might not know when his end would come. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes as he exclaimed, "Min Jie, I possess a lucrative opportunity. If I share with you, will you let me go?" Huang Min nodded in agreement to the proposed exchange. "What news do you have?" Su Gong in Guit. It is said that the sunken vessel is not particularly large, resembling those from antiquity, yet remains ensnared in sediment. The engineering team is hesitant to salvage it openly, fearing it may benefit the investors unduly. They have labored extensively to recover a copper mirror, seeking to gauge the potential, Li Laosan divulged. Xuezong and Hua Min exchanged glances, both harboring suspicions that Li Laosan might be fabricating tales. "Li Laosan, do you dare to deceive me, even as your demise nears?" Huang Min threatened. No, every word I speak is the truth. If you doubt me, the cellars are below. You may summon them to inquire, Li Laosan insisted, laying bare his revelations. Huang Min and Xuezong shared another meaningful glance. "Call them up," Xuezong commanded solemnly. All right, Li Laosan acquiesced obediently, retrieving his phone without any trickery. Soon, 3 men in suits were escorted into the room. Their skin was dark, hair cropped short, and their muscular physiques revealed a history of arduous labor. Leading them was Old Fan, the head of the engineering team, who, upon seeing Li Laosan kneeling, sensed something amiss and asked, "Boss Li, what is happening?" "Oh, nothing, just tired from standing. I needed to sit," Li Laosan offered an unusual explanation. However, Old Fan and his companions thought to themselves, "I trust you not. Did you not say that you were excavating mud and sand by the river and uncovered a sunken ship?" Xuezong queried. Old Fan's pupils widened in shock as he stammered, "How did you know?" Xuezong glanced at Li Laosan. "Does the sunken ship contain any items?" He continued to probe. Without hesitation, Old Fan replied, "I am unsure, but I doubt it. Firstly, the current in that area is strong. If there were anything, it would have surely been swept away. Secondly, the entire vessel is buried deep, making excavation exceedingly difficult. We toiled for an entire week merely to recover a single mirror. If there were numerous items, we would not have expended such effort. Then do you simply abandon the endeavor?" Xuezong persisted in his inquiries. "We have no choice but to abandon it. The excavation is too challenging. To bring the ship ashore would undoubtedly cause a significant commotion and incur greater expenses. We wish to avoid unnecessary toil and plan to report to the principal party, letting them decide how to proceed," Old Fan stated with a sense of resignation. "What price have you negotiated for the copper mirror in the black market?" Xuezong swiftly shifted the topic. He glanced at Li Laosan, who nodded affirmatively, confirming the truth of his assertion. "I will offer 7 million. Will you sell it to me?" Xuezong proposed thoughtfully. Old Fan hesitated, casting a glance at Li Laosan. "There is no need to concern yourself with him. The reason for the bid of 7 million is that Li Laosan owes us a considerable sum, and you need not worry about his commission. To speak frankly, the item is already in my possession, legally and in accordance with regulations. I could, in fact, forego payment altogether." Su Tsong, employing both persuasion and pressure, continued. Lao Fan glanced at his 2 companions, who nodded in agreement, prompting him to respond. "We consent. When can you provide the funds?" "Do not rush. I have one more condition." Su Tsong, suddenly resembling a cunning fox, slowly articulated, "I can transfer the money to you at any moment, but I require your assistance with one matter. I desire that sunken treasure." "Why?" Lao Fan in Guit pulled out. "I am indifferent to what may lie within. My interest is solely in the thrill of treasure hunting. Until the box is opened, who can ascertain its contents?" Su Tsong relished the anticipation of discovery. "However, that location belongs to the principal party, and we lack the authority to decide." Lao Fan found himself in a predicament. Su Tsong, realizing the difficulty, shared in the concern. The principal party has already made plans, which complicates matters. At that moment, Huang Min, who had remained silent, suggested. It is quite simple. Your engineering team can produce a survey report indicating that the area is unsuitable for the construction of a wetland park. Merely shifting a few dozen meters forward or backward would suffice. Experience speaks volumes. This reasoning appeared sound, a testament to her acumen as a business elite. This indeed seemed a viable solution, as that particular soil is loose and prone to collapse. We were already preparing to apply for reinforcement from the principal party, which would now be unnecessary. Lao Fan applauded in approval. Let's agree on this. I will transfer 400,000 initially, and once your application is approved, the remaining 300,000 will be remitted immediately, Su Tsong proposed. No objections, Lao Fan readily agreed. Su Tsong promptly inquired about Lao Fan's bank account details before contacting the bank to initiate the transfer. Within minutes, Lao Fan received a notification confirming the arrival of 400,000, his eyes shimmering with excitement. For precaution, Su Tsong also had Song Ro prepare a contract for both parties to sign. Thank you, boss, Lao Fan and his companions bowed in unison. No need for formalities. May our collaboration be fruitful, Su Tsong responded, extending his hand for a handshake with Lao Fan and his associates. The three were exhilarated, feeling that Su Tsong had transformed from a figure of tension to one of ease. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Tsong personally escorted them to the door. You should leave as well. Mind your words, Hua Min coldly admonished Li Lao-san. Understood, understood. I was never here today, Li Lao-san muttered as he crawled away. Su Tsong and Song Ro could not suppress their laughter upon witnessing this. Are you heading to Jinling next? Hua Min inquired. Yes, in a few days, once their application is approved. Are you interested, Minjia? Su Gong Gao De. Not at all. You can manage it on your own. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I am the chairman of Yuanyang Group, and I have access to all types of vessels, Hua Min replied, well-versed in maritime matters. Thank you, Min Jia. I shall take my leave now, Su Tsong said as he prepared to depart. Your mirror, Hua Min called after him. Min Jia. It is your mirror, Su Tsong retorted as he stepped outside. Chapter 71. You are the hero in my heart. What have we lost? Su Gongguestin, Purpa. The mirror was a trivial gift for Min Jia, yet we spent 7 million on it. Song Ro lamented over the expenditure. The engineering team faces considerable challenges, comprised of hardworking migrant laborers. In our endeavor to salvage the sunken ship, it is imperative that they maintain confidentiality, akin to a hush-money arrangement. As for the mirror, it is a relic from Sister Jing's husband, a keepsake for her to cherish. What Su Tsong has yet to disclose is that investing 7 million to gain connections within the Yuanhai Group is a sound decision. After all, salvaging the sunken vessel necessitates the use of Huamin Company's salvage vessel. Seeking external assistance could lead to pitfalls. How is the house cleaning coming along? Su Tsong suddenly recalled that there were still people at home. They have finished, and they have left. It's just that the payment has yet to be settled. Replied Song Ro. How much is it? Su Tsong retrieved his phone, ready to initiate a transfer. It's 500 per person for 50 people, totaling 25,000. This is the account for the housekeeping company, Song Ro revealed as she took out her phone. Adding an extra 100 for each person makes it 25,000, which sounds a bit off. Su Tsong transferred 30,000. Song Ro affirmed that it was acceptable and sent a voice message to the housekeeping company's manager, indicating that the additional 100 would serve as a reward for the housekeepers. No problem. We must order a bottle of red wine, Song Ro exclaimed with excitement. Su Tsong did not decline. What celebration is complete without wine? Before long, the takeout arrived, a sumptuous Western meal from a high-end restaurant. To enhance the ambience, Song Ro had inexplicably procured 2 candles, which she lit. Cheers! After taking a sip, they began to devour their meal ravenously. As their hunger overshadowed any romantic atmosphere they sought to create. Once satiated, they shifted their focus to the wine. As they exchanged toasts, Su Tsong reflected, when I was in university, I thought I would have to drift in Beijing for 20 years just to afford a 3-bedroom apartment in the 5th or 6th ring. I never imagined that a year after graduation, I would acquire a grand villa. It feels surreal. Indeed, I never dreamed I would reside in such a luxurious villa. It's all thanks to you, which confirms I chose the right company during my university days, Song Ro expressed with gratitude. She raised her glass and clinked it against Su Tsong's. Su Tsong took a sip and continued. Some people, however, are blind. I was unceremoniously discarded over a counterfeit bag. Seamlessly transitioned without a care. Does this world truly value only money? It seems he remains troubled by the incident of his dismissal. People can change. It's not your fault, Song Ro consoled him, stepping closer. When one loses something, they often gain something else. You're doing well now. Do not dwell on the past, but cherish those around you. Her words carried a deeper meaning, and Su Tsong, not yet intoxicated, grasped her intent. Song Ro, what exactly do you see in me? He inquired, taking a sip of his drink. It's simply because you are handsome, she replied without hesitation. How superficial. Su Tsong retorted with a roll of his eyes. Not at all. When one is drawn to someone, the first impression is indeed their appearance. Am I expected to possess supernatural powers to read minds? If a person's looks fail to attract me, I would have no interest in delving into their heart. This is not superficial. It is the principle of attraction between the sexes, Song Ro asserted earnestly. Su Tsong pondered her words and found some truth in them. Perhaps he could use this rationale to appreciate more beautiful women in the future. A soft cough interrupted their conversation. Hey, your eyes are sparkling. What are you thinking about? Song Ro noticed something was amiss. Am I really that kind of person? Su Tsong raised his glass to mask the awkwardness. After taking a generous sip of wine, the atmosphere became somewhat enigmatic. Su Tsong, now that you are single, why not consider me? Song Ro inquired, her anticipation palpable. Su Tsong swirled his wine glass thoughtfully before responding. Love would merely hinder my pursuit of wealth. Thus, I vow never to engage in a romantic relationship. Song Ro was rendered speechless. Yet, Su Tsong quickly added, I've decided to pursue multiple girlfriends. If you are willing, it is not impossible for you to be the first. Go to hell, Song Ro exclaimed, nearly hurling her wine glass at him. Su Tsong did not flinch, for he knew she could never bring herself to do it. Indeed, Song Ro paused and downed her drink in one go. I was just joking, do not take it to heart. I may have the heart of a scoundrel, but I lack the courage, Su Tsong said with self-deprecation, also finishing his drink. This lightened Song Ro's mood considerably. She poured him another glass and said, It's all right. If you don't fancy me now, I'll wait until you do. What if I never fancy you? Su Tsong asked. Then I shall wait for a lifetime. I simply will not love anyone else, Song Ro declared resolutely. What is it that draws you to me? Su Gongzenini Ponda. It is simply because you stood up for me that day, Song Ro blurted out. Su Tsong instantly recalled their first meeting on the basketball court, where many girls vied to deliver water to the handsome junior. Song Ro merely watched the game and, due to a misunderstanding, was doused with water by another girl who thought she was competing for the junior's attention. Just as the girl prepared to pour another bottle over her, Su Tsong intervened, leading to their acquaintance. I merely couldn't stand by. There was no need for such devotion, Su Tsong sighed. I do not care. At that moment, you were my hero. I know I can be foolish at times, but from now on, I will steadfastly choose you, standing by your side through thick and thin, Song Ro vowed, even swearing to the heavens. Hey, be careful with your vows, Su Tsong cautioned, gently holding her hand. As their fingers intertwined, an electric sensation coursed through them, and the air thickened with an intimate tension enveloping the entire villa. Will you truly not regret this? Su Tsong whispered. A wave of warmth surged through him, enhanced by the effects of alcohol, as he recited poetically, the bride and groom in their prime, dark tresses against crimson adornments. A pair in the embrace of a double bed, a tree of pear blossoms weighs down the crabapple. In the kitchen, the living room, throughout the villa, fallen petals are not without sentiment. They become spring soil to nurture flowers. In the twilight of a maple grove, frost-kissed, leaves outshine February blooms. Chapter 72. This time, we shall directly offer 1 million. Spring is fleeting yet radiant. After a night of revelry, chaos ensued. Su Tsong remained asleep, while Song Ro awoke, gazing at the man before her, a sweet smile threatening to lift her off the ground. You rascal, you have not escaped my grasp after all, Song Ro muttered. She rose from her slumber, took a refreshing bath, and made her way downstairs, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. The place was teeming with their presence. Ahem, scrutinizing further would be rather impolite. Her cheeks flushed crimson as the scene replayed incessantly in her mind. Hastily, she tidied up to spare Su Tsong any embarrassment upon awakening. Once she had organized everything, she ventured out to the market, purchasing 2 kidneys along with goji berries, cotinopsis, and black fungus. She intended to concoct a nourishing pot of Shirkwan Dabu Tang. After all, someone was quite fatigued and required proper replenishment. Upon returning home, she began her culinary endeavors, bustling about for the entirety of the morning until she finally completed her task. Su Tsong had also risen by this time, drawn down by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. After freshening up, he descended to partake in the meal. However, when Song Ro presented him with a bowl of soup, he stared in bewilderment and inquired, Senior, what is this? What kind of soup is it? Su Song was rather reluctant, having noticed the goji berries and black fungus. Well, it contains kidneys, cotinopsis, and goji berries. I read online that this is Shirquan Dabu Tang. Song Ro replied candidly. Su Song retorted, replenish? I'm not in need of that. Come now, drink it, or how will you fulfill your obligations tonight? Song Ro said, her face aglow with embarrassment. Recalling the excitement of the previous night, Su Song hesitated no longer and gulped it down, discovering that the taste was indeed quite delightful. It appeared that this senior was not only adept at social gatherings, but also skilled in the kitchen, a true treasure indeed. After their meal, Song Ro busied herself with washing dishes and tidying up. Su Song, feeling a bit bored, turned on his streaming channel. Whoa, streamer, did you sneak away again yesterday? Why aren't you broadcasting? Darling, I missed you so much. Did you dream of me last night? Sugo, if you don't stream. It feels as though you never loved me. Streamer, last time you scored 7 billion and Stillhaven Tea held a lottery. When will you distribute the lucky bags? The viewers remained as enthusiastic as ever, their grievances still palpable. Ahem, my friends, there truly was an event yesterday. Just take a look at my current surroundings. Su Song remarked, gesturing to the villa. Do you see? A luxurious mansion spanning over 600 square meters. Are you envious? Streamer, you rascal, did you actually purchase this? Sugo, does her household require a little maid? My sister is quite bored at home lately. Streamer, I do like to take care of some matters in your restroom. Is that permissible? To those upstairs, is it really necessary to go to such lengths to repay debts? I have a restroom at home too. The viewers expressed their envy toward the grand 600 square meter mansion, lamenting the unfairness of it all. Why should the streamer reside in such opulence while they were cramped in a modest 3-bedroom apartment? All right, my friends, what I possess, you too shall have in time. Let me give you a tour of this magnificent mansion, and then we'll hold a lucky bag draw, Su Song proclaimed with a light-hearted air. He guided the viewers through every nook and cranny of the villa, igniting even more envy among them, with the public screen echoing just 3 words, Go Streamer. Fortunately, after the tour, Su Song promptly issued a lucky bag, declaring, brothers, this time we're going big. We previously offered antiques, cars, and bags. This time, we're giving away 1 million. Wow, wow, wow. The host, in a moment of humility, expressed his reverence, bowing before his grandfather and beseeching the audience for their goodwill. Should fortune smile upon him, he vowed to honor the occasion with a plaque in his home. Sugo, you are not merely affluent. You are akin to a deity of wealth, he proclaimed. The viewers erupted in joyous celebration, showering gifts upon him. Yet, Su Song, upon witnessing this, promptly disabled the gifting function, inciting a wave of frustration among them, almost compelling them to hurl their phones in indignation. All right, my friends, cease the gifts. I do not covet such trifles, he advised. And as for the one who wishes to bestow a plaque upon me, what are your intentions? Let me be rid of this sooner rather than later. Su Song continued, this round of fortune bags consists of 20 portions, each worth 50,000. It's not a vast sum, so do not disparage it. With 1 million divided into 20 shares, the odds of winning were considerably enhanced, and the audience readily concurred. The duration for the draw was extended from 5 to 10 minutes, attracting even more participants. This led to an enthusiastic sharing of a live stream across various platforms, with the Douyin operations team vigorously promoting it. Mere minutes later, the news of Su Song's 1 million fortune bag draw surged to the trending topics, sweeping across the internet and rapidly accumulating hundreds of thousands of new followers. Eager content creators compiled a montage of Su Song's previous prize draws, capitalizing on the surge of interest to circulate it widely online. Suddenly, the online community was abuzz with the existence of such a magnanimous host. Neglecting to follow him would be seen as a grave oversight. Consequently, Su Song's follower count skyrocketed, approaching 18 million. 10 minutes later, during the draw, Su Song jubilantly announced, congratulations to the 20 fortunate individuals. Sugo is my father, Sugo is my godfather, Sugo is my beloved husband. He urged the winners to send him a private message with their winning screenshots and bank account details. Internally, he scoffed at the absurdity of their usernames and pondered whether their families felt any pangs of concern. Yet, the viewers were oblivious to his musings, lost in jubilant celebrations, leaving Su Song to dismiss their antics. On the other hand, Song Ro had completed her household chores and proposed they terminate their rental agreements before indulging in a shopping spree. Su Song acquiesced, recognizing that one must present oneself well. It was no longer appropriate to dress as casually as before. Thus, they ventured out. The reporters who had previously staked out Su Song's rental property had long since departed, having wasted 20,000. The journalist who conceived this scheme had already been dismissed from the publication, though they remained unaware of this development. After concluding matters with the landlord, they opted to forfeit their deposit, gathered a few belongings, and departed. Song experienced a similar efficiency. Their subsequent excursion led them to the bustling shopping districts of Wangfujing and Sanlitun, where they filled numerous bags, a testament to their newfound reality. The following days unfolded in a similar manner. Daytime filled with meals and shopping, evenings spent in revelry. During this period, the Poly-Summer Auction commenced. The Ming Xuanda Bronze Snowflake Gold Crown Ear Furnace, which Su Tsong had entrusted to Xia Shi for auction, fetched an impressive 33 million. Following the completion of the villa's paperwork, a sum of 100 million was transferred directly to Huamin, leaving Su Tsong with a staggering 537 billion remaining in his account. After the auction concluded, Su Tsong invited his old friends to his home to celebrate his new residence. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Huamin called, expressing her disappointment that Su Tsong had not visited her, and relayed news from Jinling that the application for the wetland park's redesign had been approved. Moving it back several dozen meters, Su Tsong felt a surge of excitement. He had spent the past week not merely indulging in merriment, but also preparing for this moment, which was finally at hand. The following day, he and Song Ro set off for Jinling. Chapter 73. The Master Divined for Me. Kyoto is approximately 1,000 kilometers from Jinling, a journey that would take over 10 hours by car. Thus, Su Tsong and his companion opted for a flight. The flight would last no more than an hour and a half, sparing them the trials of a long drive. Song Ro purchased first-class tickets. Upon landing at Nanjing Lukou International Airport, they headed directly to a 5-star hotel, arriving just past noon. After a brief respite, they ventured out, first to stroll along the riverbank, and second to explore the local antique market, hoping to gauge market trends and perhaps stumble upon a hidden gem. The location of the sunken ship, as indicated by the veteran from the construction team, was situated along the river in Qixia district. Su Tsong had already pinpointed it with precision by the time they landed. Hailing a taxi, he informed the driver of their destination. The driver, a local in his 40s, glanced at the address and inquired, "What do you intend to do there?" "That spot is primarily for fishing. There's not much else to do. I must tell you, the fishing there is quite good, though it seems to be temporarily closed for the construction of a fishing wetland park. This could be a positive development. Your friend may not be aware of it." The driver was quite well informed. Before long, they arrived at the Huai Mu Yu Chong market at the Confucius Temple. Su Tsong paid the fare and thanked the driver as he exited the vehicle. Song Ro appeared perplexed, unsure of Su Tsong's true intentions. "Junior, aren't we going to the riverside? Are you truly going fishing?" she asked. "We will go to the riverside, and we shall fish as well," Su Tsong replied mysteriously. "Since when did you develop an interest in fishing?" Song Ro remained puzzled. However, they had already entered the market, searching for stores selling fishing gear. As Su Tsong looked around, he explained, "Before coming to Jinling, I struggled to find a plausible excuse to discover that sunken ship. Just imagine, if I were to excavate directly, it would appear too abrupt, revealing that I already knew about the ship's existence. However, the area by the river had already been earmarked for the wetland park as construction. If I had prior knowledge, what do you suppose the developers would think?" Song Ro pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up. "I see. The construction team must have discovered it and informed you." She recalled the conversation at Huamin's home, where members of the construction team had indeed mentioned it, and they had engaged in a transaction. "Exactly. Some matters must remain concealed. Hence we must create certain coincidences, such as fishing." Su Tsong had already spotted a shop selling fishing equipment. "What you imply is that if we were to fish there and perhaps unearth some antiquities, it would be quite reasonable to conjecture that there lies something beneath." Song Ro's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. "You are not entirely foolish," Su Tsong remarked with a sidelong glance, and promptly began selecting fishing gear with the shopkeeper. "No wonder you went to such lengths to bring a high-quality replica of an antiquity," Song Ro murmured. The shopkeeper, discerning Su Tsong's lack of expertise, recommended several rather expensive pieces of equipment, offering numerous extras, and managed to earn a few hundred with a heavy heart. Su Tsong, however, was indifferent, as long as it appeared professional. After settling the bill, they hailed a taxi and headed towards the riverside in Qixia district. Half an hour later, the duo arrived at the riverbank, which remained in an undeveloped state. However, due to the frequent visits of anglers, a path had gradually formed. Yet, as the previous driver had mentioned, this area was sealed off for the construction of a wetland park. Fortunately, many barriers have been removed, unbeknownst to the fishing enthusiasts, leaving the place deserted, exactly as Su Tsong preferred. Upon reaching the riverbank, he began to prepare bait, emulating techniques he had seen in TikTok videos. After readying everything, Su Tsong cast his line into the river, initiating his fishing endeavor. Meanwhile, Song Ro wasted no time and immediately commenced a live broadcast according to Su Tsung's plan. Host, the river's surface is tumultuous. Are you perhaps feeling despondent? One viewer quipped. Caw. Open your eyes. The host is fishing. Another chimed in. Come on, host, go. You seem to be neglecting your duties. Hurry and seize the moment. Indeed, since purchasing your villa, you haven't streamed a bargain in over a week. I can hardly contain my eagerness. The viewers collectively urged Su Tsung to return to work. Su Tsung, unfazed, replied, Brothers, do not rush me. I am indeed out here. I am currently in Jinling, and the reason for my fishing here is that I just visited Jiming Temple, where the master divined my fortune. What did the master say? Could it be that you are destined for romance and will encounter 100 girlfriends? One viewer jested. Allow me to be the first to claim my place. I intend to be the first woman to have engaged with the host. Whoever dares to snatch him from me shall be cursed with unfulfilled motherhood. The female viewers conjured up a springtime fantasy, leaving Su Tsung speechless. Meanwhile, Song Ro grew increasingly irate and reported the offensive comment about motherhood, citing it as an insult. Wait a moment, who reported me? 7 days of silence? Could it be that the host has been, oh dear, I seem to have stumbled upon something quite significant. Cough, cough. Let us disregard the nonsense. What the master meant by his divination was that I lack water in my fate, thus advising me to frequently stroll by the riverside and fish, which I believe he would not deceive me about. Su Tsung's knack for fabrication had grown remarkably adept, and he spoke without a hint of embarrassment. Song Ro rolled her eyes repeatedly. If he were to apply such skills in wooing women, he would surely succeed effortlessly. I must keep a closer watch. Yet, the viewers erupted in indignation. What a flawed divination. The master must have made an error. I believe it would be prudent to consult a fortune-teller rather than squander the fated connections in life. Sugu, my destiny is governed by water, and the master has indicated that you are the one missing from my fate. Broadcaster, as a woman from Jiangnan, gentle as flowing water, you shall discover this for yourself. Su Tsung exclaimed, Come on, this performance is a bit overdone. Let's tone it down. Suddenly, he shouted, Look, it's moving. Song Ro immediately directed the camera towards the fishing float, witnessing its undeniable motion. Su Tsung feigned exertion, pretending to struggle, exclaiming, Could this possibly be a large fish? His words heightened the tension in the live stream. He intensified his act, tugging several times before finally pulling the float from the water. Subsequently, he exerted force to extract the fishing hook, only to reveal not a fish, but a ceramic horse, its leg ensnared by the hook. Chapter 74. All is prepared. Only the wind is missing. Su Tsung, taken aback by the find, picked up the ceramic horse for inspection, saying, Wow, the master from Jiming Temple is truly remarkable. He said I lack water, and here I am, pulling a ceramic horse from the depths. Go, broadcaster, do not tell me this is a genuine antique. I refuse to believe it. I too am skeptical. How could one be so fortunate? If it is real, I shall wash my hair upside down. Though the viewers outwardly expressed doubt, their hearts were beginning to believe. Brothers, let us not jump to conclusions just yet. Allow me to examine it further. The entire piece exhibits a pale yellow glaze, with 4 legs standing upright on a rectangular base, adorned with a flowing mane and tail, featuring a green saddle. And a leather strap is embellished with an apricot leaf motif. This appears to be a Qing Dynasty Sankai horse. Su Tsung's excitement grew as he spoke. The viewers exclaimed, Damn, it seems Go Broadcaster is poised to reap substantial profits. The heavens are unfair. Brothers, I believe I have stumbled upon a treasure. Su Tsung shouted towards the live chat, wary that the viewers might not hear him. He swiftly shifted the subject. Hey, brothers, if one can catch a Sankai horse from this river, could there be hidden treasure beneath? Wow, that makes sense. Indeed, it cannot be that someone simply tossed a Sankai horse into the river. I'll buy the location for 10,000 yuan. Sugu, I'll offer 100,000 for the address. Hurry, tell me. The viewers suddenly recognized this as an opportunity for overnight wealth. Merely catching an antique could ensure a lifetime of prosperity and comfort. Brothers, what dreams are you chasing? Such fortune cannot possibly fall to you. I'm signing off now. See you next time, Su Tsung remarked with a mischievous grin. No, please don't. I beg you, broadcaster. Father, dear father, please tell me. Go, broadcaster, hurry and speak. If you dare log off, I will unfollow you. Do you believe I will report you? The threats from the viewers filled the screen, yet Su Tsung still signed off, inciting them to smash their phones in frustration. Once again, he single-handedly invigorated the mobile phone industry. Unbeknownst to him, he let out a sigh of relief and asked, Was my performance convincing? Song Ro shot him an exasperated glance, remarking, It's truly a shame you didn't apply to the film academy. No, 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 don't stop. Continue to praise me. Su Tsung beamed with pride. Song Ro was rendered speechless, choosing not to engage further, as she quietly gathered her fishing rod and equipment. Su Gong, observing the tricolored horse, wore a mischievous grin. It was this very horse that had been bait for his fishing escapade. Everything was part of his meticulous plan, and now, the news of someone catching a tricolored horse by the river would surely spread like wildfire among netizens. He was confident that by tomorrow, the excavation of the sunken ship at the riverbed would seem far more plausible. Min Jia, when will the salvage boat I requested arrive? Su Gong In Guit, Dia Ling Hu Min. It will reach the port of Jinling by tomorrow morning. Have you sorted out everything else? Huang Min replied. Of course, just remember to go online tonight. Su Tsung reminded her. Fine, I don't care how you managed it, but the salvage fee is your responsibility. Huang Min stated, her indifference palpable. How much? Su Gong, that's? After a moment's contemplation, Huang Min replied, 3 million should suffice. Su Tsung inhaled sharply, taken aback by the steep price, and weakly asked, Min Jia, you're not trying to fleece me, are you? Satisfied with his reaction, Huang Min then called the captain of the salvage boat, instructing him to ensure their presence at Jinling port by the following morning. She subsequently forwarded the captain's contact to Su Kong. Upon receiving the information, Su Tsung searched for a local shipping company online, requesting their assistance with transportation and maintaining order at the site, while inquiring about their fees. The representative was quite diligent, detailing the various charges associated with different vessels. However, when Su Tsung inquired about the cost for a maritime salvage boat, he was astounded. The funding required for such operations could easily reach tens of millions to over a billion. Huang Min's request for 3 million was indeed a friendly price. Naturally, the local shipping company did not possess maritime salvage vessels. They specialized solely in inland transportation. With everything arranged, the remaining task was straightforward. As the world operates under the principle of whoever discovers, it owns it regarding cultural relics. Even when submerged in rivers or seas, one need not report, thus allowing for independent salvage. The only caveat was the prohibition against tomb raiding. Su Tsung was now fully prepared, awaiting the final push. Feeling bored in the hotel, Song Ro suggested they venture out to explore, given they were in Jinling. Su Tsung had no objections, and the pair set out. As night had fallen, their options were limited to the Confucius Temple and the Qinhuai River area. Being a food enthusiast, Song Ro naturally opted for the Confucius Temple. They strolled and enjoyed themselves, resembling a young couple, fortunate that they were not live streaming. Otherwise, their female fans would likely have lost sleep over it. However, not long into their outing, Su Tsung found himself drawn to the antique market at the Confucius Temple. Song Ro was somewhat exasperated, but chose to remain silent. Prior to their trip, Su Tsung had researched that Jinling boasted 3 antique markets: Chaotian Palace, Nani Backstreet, and the Confucius Temple. Unlike the bustling Panjiayuan, the antique market at the Confucius Temple lacked street vendors, featuring only storefronts. Even at night, the crowd was sparse, perhaps due to its less approachable atmosphere. After perusing several shops, Su Tsung found little of value, as most items seemed to be mere tricks for unwitting customers. After visiting a few more establishments, he finally overheard a shopkeeper engage in conversation with a friend. Have you heard? Today by the river, an angler caught a Qing Dynasty 3-color horse and claimed there might be treasure at the riverbed. Can you believe it? The news is spreading like wildfire online, but its authenticity remains uncertain. You're not aware? This revelation emerged from the live stream of the renowned bargain hunter in Kyoto. He has come to our Jinling. If that is the case, it's likely true, yet it's unfortunate that we don't know the location. The shopkeeper and his friend sighed simultaneously, revealing their discontent. Upon hearing this, Su Tsung felt a surge of delight. Indeed, the power of the internet is formidable, as the news has swiftly reached every corner of the streets. Young man, are you buying or not? The shopkeeper, noticing Su Tsung's prolonged gaze, urged him. Su Tsung, taken aback, put down the ceramic bowl and replied, I'm not buying. What is the point of purchasing a fake? With that, he hurriedly dragged Song Ro away. The shopkeeper exclaimed, You dare run? Do you believe I won to break your legs? Su Tsung continued to wander, discovering that nearly every shop was chattering about the discovery of antiques by the river. This reassured him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Song Ro, well aware of his amusement, remarked coolly to temper his arrogance. If you don't spend at least 2 hours paying your dues tonight, I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh. Su Gong Vi Do. I'm not a bull. Spare me. Chapter 75. The salvage begins. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Tsung's emotions were a blend of exhilaration and torment. The thrill stemmed from the fact that he was not yet in the presidential suite in the bathtub before the grand glass window. Ah, youth must embrace its madness. Yet the torment was palpable. 2 hours felt like an eternity, and he feared for his life. Just as Song Ro was about to finish her bath, he found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his old friend Tian Guishan from Kyoto. Hello, Xiao Su. I heard you want a Jinling for your honeymoon? Tian Guishan teased. Honeymoon? More like a premarital inspection, Su Tsong replied, conceding to the jest. Mind your own business. I'm still young enough to take risks. Su Tsong declared defiantly, though inwardly he pleaded for salvation. Tian Guishan, undeterred, shifted the topic. I heard you fished a 3-color horse by the river? What's going on? Su Tsong maintained his composure. And what of it? I merely wish to inquire if there is truly treasure at the riverbed. Tian Guishan finally revealed his ulterior motive. If there is, I shall know when I go to excavate tomorrow, Su Tsong replied candidly. You plan to dig? Tian Guishan expressed surprise. Is that a problem? Su Gong in Guit? Of course not, but the salvage fees are exorbitant, easily reaching tens of millions, even billions. What if there is nothing? That would be a grave loss. Tian Guishan advised sagely. Demonstrating the bond of old friends, he cautioned Su Kong. I'm aware, yet I've only spent 3 million, Su Tsong boasted. What? You can't be serious. Tian Guishan's concern was palpable. Fear not. It's impossible. This opportunity was introduced by a friend of mine, and there's absolutely no issue. Whether there's anything beneath is up to fate. 3 million for a treasure blind box seems reasonable, and I trust Master Jiming Temple will not deceive me. Su Tsong asserted with conviction. Very well, as long as you understand. Tian Guishan ceased his persuasion and shifted the conversation, suggesting, how about I fly over tomorrow to take a look? I have nothing else to attend to. Su Tsong was taken aback, teasingly scolding. You're just eager to witness my misfortune, aren't you? How could you think so little of me? Who knows, I might just uncover something valuable. Tian Guishan offered reassurance. All right then, come if you wish, but I won't cover your travel expenses. Su Tsong was unfazed. I was waiting for those words. I want to disturb you further. After all, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Tian Guishan replied sarcastically. Get lost. Su Tsong cursed as he ended the call. Seeing this, Song Ro was about to leap into Su Tsong's embrace. However, another call came in, and Su Tsong answered instantly. Regardless of the caller's identity, Mr. Su, long time no see, came the voice of the frosty beauty, Chiu Binglan. Miss Chiu, what can I do for you? Su Gong Ziplit, Su Pete. I heard you caught a tricolored horse in the river. I wonder if you could sell it to me? Chiu Binglan inquired cautiously. I am afraid. Miss Chiu, that horse was just sold to someone else, Su Tsong fabricated. All right then. Is it true that there's treasure at the riverbed? Chiu Binglan's intentions were still veiled. I can't say for certain, but I plan to salvage it tomorrow. Su Tsong was eager to spread the word about the salvage. Could we collaborate? I can help you arrange the salvage boat and all necessary equipment. Should we indeed recover anything, I only require 20%. Chiu Binglan revealed her true motive, her instincts sharp. Furthermore, she identified the crucial element, the salvage boat, which was key to the entire operation. I'm truly sorry. But you're too late. I've already made arrangements. Su Tsong declined. May I come to see? Chiu Binglan expressed her disappointment. No problem. Just contact me when you arrive. Su Tsong was accommodating. Thank you. I won't disturb you further. Chiu Binglan concluded the call. However, this was not the end. Su Tsong's phone incessantly chimed with calls from old friends. Song Ro frowned, snorted coldly, and directly retreated to the bedroom to sleep. Su Tsong breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that today, as plans were thwarted, yet he felt a hint of delight. Thus, he happily conversed with friends until the midnight hour. The following morning, Su Tsong could not escape his fate, waking groggily to see Song Ro. As if a spring breeze arrived overnight, causing 1,000 pear trees to blossom. The youth's vitality was both a blessing and a curse, boundless energy. An hour later, both were quite satisfied. After freshening up and having breakfast, they set out. On the road, they received a prompt from the local shipping company, stating their team had arrived nearby, but were unsure where to dock. Su Tsong outlined a general area for them to commence operations. After ending the call, he shot a disapproving glance at Song Ro, thinking that she nearly hindered the important matter. He then contacted the captain of the salvage vessel, who had already reached the Jinling port. Su Tsong sent him a location and instructed him to set off immediately. Having arranged everything, he gazed out the window, silently praying about what treasures, worth 5 million, the blind box might reveal. With such sentiments, they finally arrived at the riverbank. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, Su Tsong spotted the security personnel of the shipping company, stationed every 5 meters. A neat row of uniformed guards emanated an aura that discouraged any approach. Besides the roadway, the vicinity within 100 meters was effectively sealed off by the security team, creating a somewhat impenetrable barrier. The general manager of the shipping company, Wei Hongliang, personally came to greet Su Tsong and his companion, presenting them with red cord badges to hang around their necks, signifying their unrestricted access to the site. Su Tsong mused that the 500,000 investment was indeed worthwhile, as everything appeared exceedingly professional. Mr. Wei, could you please elaborate on the situation here? Su Gong Yin Guit, Wei Hongliang, bowing slightly, responded, Today, we have deployed 100 security personnel onshore to ensure that unauthorized individuals cannot approach. On the river, we have dispatched 4 500-ton transport vessels and 3 speedboats. The transport vessels are primarily for ferrying supplies and handling the waste generated, while the speedboats are tasked with monitoring the river surface for any approaching vessels, ensuring the safety of our operations. In summary, we are fully prepared. Although Su Tsong did not fully grasp the details, it certainly sounded flawless, and he refrained from further questioning. At that moment, a colossal vessel sounded its horn on the river. Su Tsong recognized it as the critical salvage ship, truly immense in size. The salvage vessel was 3 times larger than the 500-ton transport vessels, which measured 528 meters in length, 82 meters in width, and 35 meters in depth. Thus, in comparison, the transport vessel seemed diminutive. It was no wonder that a single deployment could cost tens of millions, if not over 100 million, given the substantial resources involved. Mr. Wei, let the salvage ship in. We can commence operations, Su Tsong commanded. Understood, Mr. Su, Wei Hongliang replied, using a walkie-talkie to grant entry to the salvage ship. Su Tsong then transmitted the coordinates of the sunken vessel to the captain of the salvage ship. The captain sounded 3 horns, indicating the official commencement of work. Su Tsong gazed expectantly at the river, murmuring to himself, Please do not let me return empty-handed. Chapter 76. Mastering the Nuances of Human Relationships. The salvage ship on the river was continually adjusting its position, preparing for the initial stages of the operation. Standing on the bank, Su Tsong, though ignorant of the technicalities, was intrigued by how the salvage ship could retrieve the submerged vessel. He turned to Wei Hongliang, the local shipping expert, and asked, Do you know how they managed to bring objects from the riverbed to the surface? Surprised by Su Tsong's curiosity, Wei Hongliang explained, We first use instruments to detect the location of the object, then ascertain its nature. If it is small, the operation is straightforward. Divers can descend to retrieve it manually or employ lifting ropes. However, for larger objects, such as a sunken ship, we have a traditional method known as the buoyancy retrieval technique, which can effectively salvage the vessel. This explanation resonated deeply with Su Tsong, prompting him to inquire further. What exactly is the buoyancy retrieval technique? Noticing his keen interest, Wei Hongliang elaborated. The buoyancy retrieval technique involves deploying a set of buoys to the work area of the sunken ship, allowing them to fill with water and sink to the riverbed. Divers then descend and secure the buoys to the sunken vessel using steel cables, continuing to operate the air compressor aboard the salvage vessel. Air was pumped into the buoyancy devices, which would subsequently raise the sunken ship to the surface. The renowned Nanhai No. 1 was salvaged in this very manner. Su Tsong was familiar with Nanhai No. 1, a wooden ancient ship that tragically sank while transporting porcelain along the maritime Silk Road during the early Southern Qing Dynasty. With this successful precedent, his worries alleviated considerably. Moreover, he grasped the principle behind the buoyancy method of salvage, relying fundamentally on the force of buoyancy. It seemed that a greater dedication to reading was essential. Otherwise, even the most rudimentary principles of physics might elude his understanding. With nothing else to occupy his time, Su Tsong could only wait by the riverside. Fortunately, Wei Hongliang was a person of discernment and had prepared 2 reclining chairs, a sunshade, fruits, and chilled beverages. In an astonishing display of accommodation, he even erected a tent at Su Tsong's request. As midday approached, Su Tsong, feeling rather idle after his meal, began to live stream. Wow, streamer, what's happening on the river? That ship is enormous. I suspect you can't even compare to a railing, a viewer remarked. Hey, a warning to those upstairs. Don't speed on the highway, another chimed in. I feel like I'm back at the riverside from yesterday. Streamer, you aren't actually planning to dig for treasure, are you? Su Tsong crossed his legs and replied, Brothers, did you see? I've hired this salvage vessel for 3 million. Whether there's anything to find will depend on this moment. Goodness, the streamer is utterly deranged. I don't believe it. There is surely nothing there. If there is, I'll head to the station to take care of some business. Hey, those upstairs, must you speak of going to the restroom in such a refreshingly sophisticated manner? The viewers were in a frenzy of banter when Su Tsong received a call from the captain. Mr. Su, we've found it. It is indeed a sunken ship. The captain reported. Su Tsong breathed a sigh of relief, masking his joy with feigned surprise. Really? It's a sunken ship? Yes, confirmed 100%. Shall we commence the salvage? The captain inquired. Proceed with caution. Do not damage the hull. Preserve as much of the interior as possible, Su Tsong instructed, regardless of whether there was anything inside. Understood. We will take our time. I can wait, he replied, feeling quite pleased as he ended the call. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in disbelief. No way, there really is something. Is a sunken ship? Is the streamer about to become fabulously wealthy overnight? Brothers, why aren't you speaking? It's as if I've never sent you a fortune bag, Su Tsong taunted playfully. Streamer, don't get too cocky. There is surely nothing on that ship, a viewer retorted. Right, 3 million for a heap of junk, haha. I hope the ship is filled with nothing but sand. That would be disgusting. I dare wager it's a flower boat from the Qinghai River, and I would be surprised if there was a skeleton inside. The viewers' comments grew increasingly absurd, driven by envy. However, with such commotion on the river, it was akin to Jiang Taigong fishing. Those willing to bite would do so. Time slowly passed, and Su Tsong nearly dozed off in his chair. Just then, Wei Hongliang approached with news, saying, Mr. Su, a group of people has arrived, claiming to be your friends, called Xia Shi. Ah, indeed, it is my friend. Let them in. Su Tsong glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Wei Hongliang nodded and went to bring them in. Wow, Xiao Su, you've really gathered quite the crowd here, Tian Guishan remarked as he entered. Su Tsong hurriedly stood up, and to his surprise, there were quite a few people. Chu Fan, Han Zuan, Zhou Binglan, Pan Hong, and around 7 or 8 others. Remarkably, they were all familiar faces he had encountered 2 or 3 times before. There was no choice for the sake of safety. One must be cautious in case something was unearthed that might provoke ill intentions. Su Tsong had been sailing smoothly thus far, but that did not mean there were no ill-willed individuals lurking about. Indeed, this place is unfamiliar. Unlike Kyoto, it's wise to remain vigilant, Professor Chu concurred. The others nodded in agreement and began to focus on the salvage vessel on the river. Wei Hongliang, displaying great foresight, had arranged numerous lounge chairs in a fan shape, even providing sunshades. Su Tsong invited everyone to sit down and enjoy some fruits and beverages. Have we confirmed it? Tian Guishan suddenly inquired. Su Tsong nodded and replied, yes. It is a sunken ship. A collective gasp echoed as the group's demeanor shifted from lightheartedness to gravity. They silently marveled at Su Tsong's fortune. Truly, he was the king of serendipity in Kyoto. Even a casual outing could yield such treasures. Tian Guishan took a bite of watermelon and asked, can we ascertain that there are items aboard? Not yet. The salvage operation is ongoing, Su Tsong replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the group felt a slight relief, as it suggested the possibility of a fruitless endeavor. 3 million down the drain. However, Tian Guishan's subsequent words made everyone choke on their breaths. Xiao Su, I'll take the ship for 10 million. Consider a blind box. What do you say? Su Tsong, this old chap knows how to play. He is trying to pull one over on me. Nevertheless, he pondered whether 10 million was a bit too low. Was he truly in need of that sum? Yet, the others erupted, comprehending Tian Guishan's intent. If there were valuables, he would profit. If not, it would simply be a gesture of goodwill towards Su Cong. The intricacies of human relationships were deftly managed by that old fox. 12 million from me, Xiao Su. Sell it to me, Professor Chu interjected, and once he started, the floodgates opened. 15 million, Pan Hong chimed in. 18 million, Qian Zhou added. 20 million, Xia Shi declared. 24 million, Zhou Binglan concluded. Chapter 77, The Sunken Ship Emerges. Su Tsong's live stream was in chaos. Goodness, are these people fools? They must be wealthy and restless. A dilapidated vessel valued at 20 million? Why'd he toiled for 8 hours? Don't pull me into this. I should wield my 18-meter-long machete to frighten these folks awake and prevent them from taking advantage of the streamer. Su Tsong had no time to read the comments. His mind was racing. What on earth is this? Everyone seems intent on taking advantage of me. Wait a moment, dear friends. I have only just stumbled upon this blind box and have not yet become addicted. What are you all doing? Su Tsong implored. Tian Guishan, with a tone of earnest caution, remarked, Xiao Su, the blind box carries risks. Indulge wisely. Earning money is no easy feat, and should the vessel yield nothing, you would incur substantial losses. Su Tsong, resolute, replied, I'm not in need of that sum. Indeed, You have already earned the title of the foremost bargain hunter in Kyoto, so money may not be your concern. However, have you considered the implications for your reputation? You have triumphed in every battle in Kyoto, yet this is a gamble. Should you falter, it would be your first failure, and not just Kyoto, but the entire nation would revel in your misfortune, Tianguation stated with grave seriousness. Su Tsong nearly wavered, were it not for the sight of Professor Chu's lips curling into a smile. Experiencing a setback is quite commonplace. Who has misjudged a situation? I relish the thrill of blind boxes, and I shall not sell, Su Tsong affirmed with determination. I offer 30 million. Are you truly unwilling to part with it? Tianguation pressed on, dramatically raising the stakes tenfold. Su Tsong waved his hand dismissively, declaring, only if you offer 300 million. This proclamation rendered the onlookers speechless, silencing any further objections. Very well, let us await the outcome, Tianguation conceded, still harboring a glimmer of hope. Su Gong Vimai Silen, casting his gaze upon the salvage vessel, silently praying for a fruitful find, lest he become the subject of mockery for a month. Since there is little else to do, why not engage in some leisure? Are there any fishing rods available? Let's fish together, Xia Shi suggested, lightening the mood. Recognizing the absence of pressing matters, the group loosened up. Su Tsong instructed Wei Hongliang to procure several fishing rods, and they embarked on a fishing competition, albeit with the likelihood of catching nothing. As night fell, they ignited a bonfire and commenced a barbecue. Sharing heartfelt conversations over drinks, they gradually shed their inhibitions, growing more familiar with one another, and unexpectedly began to sing and dance. Yet, the river continued its industrious activity, remaining bustling until the deep hours of the night, before finally settling into tranquility. The following morning, Su Tsong and his companions remained deep in slumber within their tents. Wei Hongliang approached the tent, calling out, Mr. Su, are you awake? After 3 persistent calls, Su Tsong stirred, glancing at Song Ro beside him, and inquired, what is it? Upon hearing the news, he bolted upright, rousing Song Ro, and exclaimed, tell him to wait a moment. I will rise immediately. Also, please notify my friends. Understood, Wei Hongliang replied, turning to leave. Song Ro, having grasped the situation, dressed swiftly and exited the tent alongside Su Kong. The 4 transport vessels had already vacated the operational area, while a speedboat stood guard nearby. A massive mechanical arm loomed over the river, with a sturdy iron chain descending into the depths, reminiscent of fishing. I heard we are about to commence lifting? Tianguation asked, still bleary-eyed. Su Tsong nodded, observing as others began to gather. Taking the walkie-talkie from Wei Hongliang, he announced, Captain, this is Su Tsong. We are ready to begin the lift. Very well, Mr. Su. I will issue the command immediately, the captain replied. With that, the mechanical arm S-chain on the salvage vessel began to slowly ascend, causing ripples to dance across the river's surface, though no significant disturbance was evident. All eyes were fixed upon the scene, motionless and brimming with anticipation. After what felt like a quarter of an hour, the river stirred, splashes erupting as if some colossal entity were struggling to emerge from the depths. At last, a massive crate broke the surface, sending water cascading in all directions. The residual water within the crate swiftly cascaded down, striking the river's surface before gradually dissipating into a slender stream. This crate was enormous, surrounded by a succession of buoys that hung from it like giant fish. Su Tsong estimated the crate to measure around 20 to 30 meters. No wonder it required a day and night of labor, an endeavor of monumental proportions. The entire operation spanned roughly an hour, leaving Su Tsong both anxious and exhilarated. Report to Mr. Su. The salvage operation has been completed. Shall we conduct a secondary search and salvage around the wreck? This was the captain's seasoned advice. Yes. Let us proceed with further salvaging, expanding the perimeter to ensure nothing is overlooked, Su Tsong replied, genuinely fearful of returning empty-handed. Understood, came the response. Su Tsong had invested 500,000, owing to the presence of a local shipping company's warehouse at Jinling Port. The salvaged wreck will be transported there for further excavation. Wei Hongliang had already notified the port staff to prepare for reception and ensure security measures were in place. Let us not linger, everyone, breakfast awaits. You shall have ample opportunity to gaze upon it later, Su Tsong declared, reveling in his triumph. Be cautious, or you might capsize, Tianguation retorted with a sidelong glance. As the crowd beheld the immense crate, each harbored ulterior motives. It was impossible to guarantee that nothing lay within. Anticipation gnawed at them like ants on a sugar cube. Little Su, this is your final opportunity. 40 million. Sell me this crate, Tian Guishan implored fervently, almost frantically. Before Su Tsong could respond, Pan Hong interjected, "I'll offer 50 million. Little Su, I possess more sincerity than old Tian." Su Tsong quickly silenced them, stating, "Stop, stop. If you still consider me a friend, let us cease this discussion." The group hung their heads, their faces as pallid as the greenest of vegetables, devoid of appetite for breakfast. "Hurry and eat. If you skip breakfast, how will you muster the energy for the excavation later?" Su Tsong teased, offering a sweet remark after a playful reprimand. A spark of realization lit their eyes. Indeed, such a grand salvage would overwhelm Su Tsong alone. "We are experts, are we not?" One of them chimed in. "Little Su, you must keep your word and not renege." Tian Guishan replied, his face alight with glee as he hastily filled his mouth with food. The others followed suit, eager not to miss out. Su Tsong, recognizing the benefit of free labor from eager experts, smiled inwardly at Tian Guishan and the others. Soon after breakfast, they set off towards Jinling port. The secondary salvage operation yielded no new discoveries, and under Su Tsong's permission, the salvage vessel made its way to the port as well. Wei Hongliang remained behind to tidy up the scene, striving to restore it to its original state. Chapter 78, Boarding the Ship. Jinling Port. The salvage vessel was the first to arrive, and by that time, the port staff had already unloaded the large containers, transporting them into the warehouse via substantial trucks. Subsequently, security personnel cordoned off the warehouse, rendering it inaccessible to anyone. Half an hour later, Su Tsong and his companions reached the warehouse. Upon seeing the large containers before them, they were filled with excitement, eager to unveil the treasures within. "Let us get to work," Su Tsong commanded the captain. "Very well, Mr. Su. But I suggest you head to the observation deck on the second floor for a clearer view," replied the captain, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who had spent a considerable time at sea, exuding the essence of the ocean. Su Tsong found this advice prudent and led Tian Guishan and the others up to the observation deck. Song Ro promptly initiated a live broadcast. The captain began directing the engineering team to dismantle the container panels. The large box was composed of numerous panels, requiring some time to disassemble. However, the workers appeared quite adept, proceeding in an orderly fashion. As the topmost panel was removed, the sunken vessel finally revealed its true form. From the observation deck, Su Tsong and the others gazed out, spotting a wooden ship enveloped in silt, yet its general outline was discernible. The hull resembled a willow leaf, narrow at both ends and wide in the middle, approximately 20 meters in length. The center of the ship was occupied by the cabin, which appeared to have multiple levels. At the bow, two starkly broken wooden beams suggested they were remnants of masts for sails. The entire hull had not suffered significant damage, but years of submersion in river water had led to considerable wood erosion. Additionally, a substantial accumulation of silt posed a considerable challenge for the cleanup efforts. "Xiao Su, do you know what kind of ship this is, and from which era?" Tian Guishan suddenly inquired. Su Tsong stroked his chin. Prior to arriving in Jinling, he had researched extensively and garnered a general understanding of vessels for various ancient periods. This sunken ship was not particularly unique. He replied, "This vessel resembles a willow leaf. Judging by the wood material, it appears to be cedar. The absence of a cabin indicates it is not an ancient military ship, but likely a transport vessel. In ancient times, such a large ship would have been used for transporting goods, which only the grain transport boats would do. To ascertain its specific era, we must investigate further." "What is a cabin?" Xiao Binglan inquired curiously. Simply put, it refers to a ship with multiple levels, typically 3 or 4 stories high. Such vessels in ancient times were used for combat, as they facilitated observation of enemy movements on the river and allowed commanders to direct battles. Of course, there were other functions as well, though I have not delved deeply into the subject, Su Tsong replied, having only glanced at the information. "Oh, you certainly know quite a bit," Xiao Binglan remarked with an expression of enlightenment. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that this ship indeed had only 2 levels, making it easy to distinguish between combat and transport vessels. Su Tsong's live stream was inundated with compliments, with viewers exclaiming how knowledgeable the host was. At that moment, it appeared that the large container was nearly dismantled, with only one panel left. Unable to contain his anticipation, Su Tsong rushed down, eager to explore the ship further. "Mr. Su, we have just conducted a safety assessment of the sunken vessel. Currently, the damage is not overly severe. However, there remain safety hazards. If one wishes to ascend, the number of individuals should not exceed 3, the captain advised." Su Tsong nodded, then inquired, "Once this sediment has been cleared, will we all be able to board? How long will that take?" "Soon. We will promptly use high-pressure equipment to wash away the silt, the captain noted, clearly recognizing Su Tsung's eagerness. With that, he issued directives to the workers for the cleaning process. Streams of water struck the surface of the sunken ship, targeting the deck and hull, areas where sediment had accumulated most significantly. Under the force of the water, the silt was dislodged, falling to the ground. It was evident that, apart from the sediment and some algal life forms, nothing else was present. In other words, no artifacts of ancient origin had emerged from the muck. Su Tsung's heart sank. Tiangaishin and others also felt disheartened. Could such a large sunken vessel truly contain nothing of value? Soon, a worker reported that there was a large hole on the bottom of the opposite side of the ship. Su Tsung and the others rushed over to inspect it, and indeed, they discovered a hole the size of a basin at the vessel's bottom. This opening was remarkably regular, not appearing to have been caused by impact, but rather resembling something that had been deliberately chiseled. I can't shake the feeling that this ship was deliberately sunk, Tiangaishin commented, and the others nodded in agreement. It was indeed sunk intentionally. Look at the neatness of the cut, and this hole is a perfect circle, clearly man-made, Su Tsung gestured. But soon, his heart grew even heavier. If this vessel was intentionally sunk, it is likely that there are truly no valuables aboard. Tiangaishin articulated Su Tsung's unvoiced fears. The logic was simple. If one intended to sink a ship, would they leave valuable items on it? Surely, no one is that foolish. Su Gong Fao Num. After mobilizing so many resources and spending 5 million, was it truly all for naught? Fear not. At least this ship is not severely damaged. It will still contribute to our understanding of ancient shipping history. Professor Chu offered words of solace. Others expressed their regrets and encouraged Su Kong. However, the live stream was filled with mockery. Congratulations to the host on acquiring a broken ship. I warned the host that there could be no treasure at the river's bottom. But he wouldn't listen. Just like that, 3 million tossed into the river. What a waste. The outcome was oddly satisfying. I quite enjoyed it. At that moment, the captain returned with news, saying, Mr. Su, the sediment on the surface of the sunken ship has been cleared, and after assessment, it can now support multiple individuals boarding. I understand. Su Tsung felt a twinge of hesitation at the thought of boarding. He feared that greater expectations would lead to greater disappointment. After some mental fortitude, he shouted toward the sunken vessel. Let us go. Let us take a look. I refuse to believe I will return empty-handed. With a grand gesture, he led Tiangaishin and others onto the sunken ship. Upon reaching the deck, they found it to be utterly barren, save for 2 broken wooden beams. However, one cannot help but commend the craftsmanship of the shipbuilding, for although it is constructed of wood, the quality of the deck is remarkably sturdy. Stepping upon it evokes a sense of stability, devoid of any indication of impending collapse. Shall we venture into the cabin? Reminded Tiangaishin, noting that hope was scarce upon the deck. Su Tsung nodded vigorously and led the way towards the cabin. The door to the cabin had long since vanished, revealing a narrow corridor ahead, scarcely a meter in width, yet filled with mud and sand that required manual removal. Prior to their ascent, the captain had already provided some tools, and thus they commenced their arduous task of clearing the debris. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as they toiled, breathless and weary, until they finally cleared the upper and lower corridors. On either side of the corridor lay rows of cabins, numbering 7 or 8 in total. A spiral staircase in the center led to the second floor, which bore a similar layout to the first. Although the doors of these cabins were in a state of disrepair, they had managed to fend off much of the encroaching mud and sand. Su Tsung and his companions dispersed to inspect the cabins, placing all their hopes upon the findings within. Yet, after a thorough search, they discovered only broken bowls, shattered pots, and tattered bedding. At best, there were a few chests filled with clothing, all rendered useless by water damage. Even the chests, with a little force, could easily be dismantled. Nothing of value was to be found. Chapter 79. Discovery of the compartment. Su Tsung, unwilling to succumb to despair, picked up a broken bowl and scanned it. Name: Qing Dynasty earthenware coarse porcelain bowl. Material: clay. Production period: Qing Dynasty. Grade: ordinary. Evaluation: authentic. A coarse porcelain bowl, owned by a destitute family in the late Qing Dynasty, crudely made with no technical merit. Estimated value: 3.5. Market guideline price: 2. Su Tsung exclaimed. Am I mistakenly wandering into a $2 shop from the Qing Dynasty? Doubtful, he proceeded to scan a broken teapot, only to find. Name: Qing Dynasty earthenware coarse porcelain teapot. Name: Qing Dynasty pine wood long bench. Name: Qing Dynasty pine wood square tea table. Su Tsung frantically scanned all the items within the cabin, only to confirm that it truly resembled a $2 shop. Enraged, he felt a surge of frustration. Exiting the cabin, he hoped for better fortune with the others. President Tian, how'd it go? Su Tsong inquired weakly. Upon seeing his expression, Tian Guishan shook his head, sensing that there were no significant discoveries. Let's check on the others. With so many cabins, it is improbable that nothing of interest remains, he reassured Su Tsong, who felt increasingly despondent. After inquiring with Xia Shi and the others, he found that they too had made no worthwhile finds. The group then ascended to the second-floor cabins, but after an exhaustive search, they were met with the same disheartening result. With no choice left, they made their way to the stern deck, which mirrored the bow in its stark emptiness. However, Professor Chu spotted something and called out, "Come over here and see what this is." As Su Tsong and the others approached, they noticed inscriptions carved into the inner side of the ship's hull at the stern. To be precise, it is an inscription comprising both characters and numbers. Upon careful examination, it reads, Year 3 of the Yongle era, ship number 1118. What does this signify? This is an area of ignorance for Su Kong Professor Chu, well-versed in such matters. Pondered briefly before explaining. The phrase Year 3 of Yongle refers to the reign title of Emperor Zhu Yulang of the Qing Dynasty, and the number 1118 is likely a designation, indicating that this vessel is the 1118th ship constructed in the third year of Yongle. Thus, it can be concluded that this cargo ship indeed dates back to the late Ming era. However, why was it scuttled, and why is there nothing aboard? Su Tsong was particularly fixated on the absence of any items. Tian Guishan and the others felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. This time, Su Tsong had truly stumbled. They silently cursed themselves for their initial impulsiveness in wanting to open a mystery box, thankful they hadn't gone through with it. Otherwise, they would have faced a substantial loss. Suddenly, Su Tsong's phone rang. It was a call from his former student, Master Zhang. "Teacher, I have a request to make." Zhang, straightforward in nature, had made his intentions clear since he became Su Tsong's disciple. Su Tsong felt a bit embarrassed for not having taken better care of his student since their association began, and awkwardly replied, "Go ahead. The director of the Jinling Museum just called me, saying they saw on your live stream that you salvaged a sunken Ming Dynasty ship, and they are interested in purchasing it for 3 million. Master Zhang spoke with some hesitation. "I cannot agree to this just yet. Let me finish the excavation first," Su Tsong replied, still harboring a glimmer of hope. "All right, I will await your news, teacher," Zhang said, not wanting to press further. "If you truly decide to sell, I will be in touch." Su Tsong did not entirely dismiss the notion. Zhang, avoiding further small talk, quickly ended the call. Meanwhile, Tian Guishan and the others also received calls, and from their expressions, Su Tsong surmised they were also inquiries about the ship. After hanging up, they confirmed that acquaintances had indeed called to express interest in purchasing the vessel, including individuals, museums, and research institutes. Su Tsong was utterly taken aback. The sunken ship had become quite the coveted item. However, he soon realized there was a troubling issue. He exclaimed, "Where's my assistant?" Tian Guishan and the others exchanged glances, looking around and confirming that they had not seen Song Ro. They recalled that she had come up to livestream with them, yet she was now nowhere to be found. Just as Su Tsong was about to pull out his phone to call her, a shriek echoed from the cabin boss. "Boss, come quick. I've discovered a secret chamber with treasures." Everyone froze and turned their gaze towards Su Kong instinctively. He dashed towards the cabin. Following the source of the sound, he found a dark opening concealed behind the spiral staircase, a spot so hidden that most would overlook it. "Senior?" Su Tsong called out. Suddenly, a head emerged from the opening, covered in dirt and dust, startling everyone. The ice-cold beauty, Qiu Binglan, screamed in surprise. "It's me." Song Ro illuminated herself with a flashlight, allowing everyone to see her clearly. "How'd you find this place?" Su Tsong asked urgently. "What is down there?" His anxiety was palpable. "Stand steady, and it would be prudent to hold onto the staircase," Song Ro said, shrouded in mystery, oblivious to Su Tsong's eye roll. She continued, "The 2 boxes below. One seems to contain books, while the other is brimming with gold, silver, and jewels." "Are you jesting?" Su Gong et Galim in Ditsbelai. "Of course not. The viewers in the live stream have witnessed it as well. If you doubt me, just ask them." Song Ro gestured towards her phone. Viewers in the live stream responded, "You mustn't speak nonsense. Just moments ago, it was pitch dark, and we could see nothing but heard your excited shouts. We are unaware of what you found, so we will not take the blame for this." Yet Su Tsong appeared convinced. He pulled Song Ro up from the pit. rewarding her with a kiss and exclaiming, "You truly bring fortune." Hey, what is going on? Is this public display of affection a way to tease us? As if our breakfast wasn't sufficient? Ignoring their envious glares, Su Song asked, "Who will join me to retrieve the boxes?" Initially, everyone was eager, but upon realizing the physical labor involved, their enthusiasm waned. Finally, Xia Shi volunteered, "I'll go with you." Su Song nodded in agreement and leaped into the opening, discovering that the space was rather small, barely accommodating 2 individuals. What was termed a secret chamber was, in fact, a mere loft. The 2 boxes rested on a wooden rack, one large and one small. Upon inspection, he found that the larger box indeed contained books. The smaller box was ajar, with gold, silver, and jewels scattered around, too numerous to identify in haste. "Mr. Su, I sense you are on the verge of significant profit," Xia Shi remarked with envy. Su Song chuckled, replying, "I appreciate your good wishes. Let us quickly tidy up and move the boxes out." Chapter 80. Qing Dynasty Riao Celadon Tea Bowl. They began by lifting the larger box, which was somewhat heavy, primarily due to water having entered it. Fortunately, their youth and strength allowed them to manage. Meanwhile, Tiangaishan and the others busied themselves, fetching some ropes, instructing Su Song to secure them around the boxes. And together, they hoisted the boxes upward. After several attempts, both boxes were successfully retrieved. During this process, Tiangaishan and his companions noted that although the smaller box was only half the size of the larger one, its weight was comparable. Once Su Song and Xia Shi resurfaced, the 2 boxes were placed on the deck of the boat, which offered more space. It was now time to witness a miracle. No one anticipated such a twist. The unexpected turn of events was largely credited to Song Ro's fortunate blunder. "Xiao Su, hurry and open it." "I can hardly contain my excitement," Tiangaishan urged, his anticipation palpable. The others shared similar sentiments, their eyes gleaming with eagerness as if a breathtaking beauty stood before them. "Here I go," Su Song said, swallowing hard, equally eager. He decided to open the smaller box first. While tidying earlier, he had an inkling of its contents, predominantly copper coins and silver ingots, interspersed with occasional gold bullion and agates. Upon opening the small box, a trove of gold, silver, and copper coins, along with a scattering of gems, greeted him. These items possess some value, yet they do not meet the expectations of the crowd. Su Song rummaged through the contents and discovered a small treasure box resembling a nesting doll. Upon lifting it and opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, his hands trembled slightly, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing his reaction, the others quickly gathered around, eager to uncover the mystery within. Their anticipation was met with astonishment as they beheld the contents. After a prolonged silence, the stunningly beautiful Qiu Binglan exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this a pair of Celadon tea bowls?" The mention of Celadon jolted the others to attention. They glanced at Qiu Binglan, then at the tea bowls inside the treasure box, their eyes ablaze with fervor. "Little Qiu, are you certain?" Professor Chu inquired, though he held his own doubts, not being an expert in this domain. However, Qiu Binglan was indeed an authority. Her expertise lay in pottery and porcelain. "Can you discern whether they are from June or Ru kilns?" Tiangaishan asked. Qiu Binglan fixed her gaze intently on the Celadon tea bowls before slowly articulating. "The oldest Celadon originates from the Chai kiln, followed by the Ru and June kilns. The Chai kiln's remnants have been lost since before the Qing Dynasty, whereas both Ru and June kilns date back to that era. The Celadon produced by Ru kiln manifests a delicate sky blue hue with a stable tone, predominantly exhibiting a matte finish, while June kiln showcases a pale blue, with a thick, opaque glaze, colored with iron compounds. Therefore, it is evident that the Celadon in this treasure box hails from the Ru kiln. Her expertise shone through, as she elucidated the origins and classifications of Celadon with remarkable clarity. The crowd nodded in agreement, simultaneously envying Su Song for having stumbled upon such a magnificent treasure. Su Song was well aware of the esteemed reputation of Celadon. However, since the Ming Dynasty, the Celadon produced by the Qing Dynasty's Ru kiln has become exceedingly rare, with only 1 in 10 surviving, thus turning it into a coveted item. Following the Ming Dynasty, both official and folk kilns endeavored to replicate Celadon. Yet the mastery of this craft had long been lost, rendering all attempts inferior to the pinnacle achieved during the Qing Dynasty. Consequently, the Celadon from that era has become even more invaluable. Presently, in Su Song's possession, even a single tea bowl, let alone a pair, would be considered a priceless treasure. He gently lifted one of the tea bowls, scrutinizing its exquisite form, delicate and lightweight, with the walls and base bearing similar thickness, showcasing fine craftsmanship. The rim of the bowl slightly curves inward, imparting an elegant arc to its silhouette, while the base is broad with a narrow foot. The interior, exterior, and base are entirely coated in celadon glaze, exhibiting a blue-tinged green hue with a milky translucence, refined and warm to the touch. Such a peerless treasure brought him immense joy, compelling his eyes to scan the object. Designation: Qing Dynasty Ru Kiln Celadon Tea Bowl. Material: clay cobalt element. Production period: Qing Dynasty. Classification: National Treasure. Evaluation: Authentic. After the rain, the sky breaks to reveal a splendid hue. Such colors shall endure through generations. A piece of celadon. A true unparalleled treasure, irreplaceable. Estimated value: 1. 8 billion. 2. 8 billion. Market guideline price: 2 for billion. Su Tsong felt as though his heart might burst. Yet he exerted great effort to maintain composure, fearing that a slight tremor could lead to the ruin of this extraordinary treasure. He recognized the necessity to control his emotions, ensuring that joy did not cloud his judgment. The crowd, witnessing his demeanor, could empathize, as they knew they would have lost their sanity in his position. Fully aware of the immense value of this treasure, if Su Tsong were to propose a sale, they would willingly deplete their fortunes to acquire the exquisite sky blue glaze. "Xia, please provide your appraisal," urged Tian Guishan, though he remained uncertain if Su Tsong intended to sell. However, he wished to be prepared. Others nodded in agreement. Xiashi looked towards Su Tsong, seeking the owner's perspective. Su Tsong, having finally subdued his emotions, pondered the question of whether to sell, as his considerable efforts in salvaging it were primarily for profit. While he had already discerned the value, he refrained from voicing it himself. Ultimately, he nodded. The joy of sharing is far greater than solitary delight. He then remarked, 5 years ago, a sky blue glazed tea bowl was auctioned in Shanjiang. That particular bowl had a damaged rim, which was restored with gold powder, achieving a complete appearance, and it sold for 65 million. In contrast, Mr. Su's pair is in pristine condition, flawless, and originates from the Ru Kiln, both being exceptional pieces. Their value is, of course, incomparable. Moreover, it has been decades since such a complete pair of sky blue glaze has surfaced. Therefore, I estimate the pair to start at 2 billion. If it's a single piece, the estimate begins at least at 8 billion. My advice is not to separate them. To do so would be sacrilege. Upon concluding, he rendered Tian Guishan and the others speechless, their minds echoing a singular thought: exorbitant. Meanwhile, Su Tsong's live stream erupted with disbelief. This is utterly outrageous. We're now discussing billions. How does one turn 3 million into 300 million? Who can enlighten me on this? I suspect the host has surely struck gold. Where can I find such a fortune? I would like to procure a dozen. In Chapter 81, the Golden Dynasty's Mysterious River and the 5th rank official seal. He again lifted the small box containing the sky blue glazed tea bowl, glanced inside, then turned to hand it to Song Ro, saying, "Place this in your backpack. It requires your close protection." Understood. Song Ro felt a mix of excitement and anxiety at the thought of carrying 200 million. Observing Su Tsong's actions, the crowd felt a heaviness in their hearts. Tian Guishan could not suppress his curiosity, asking, "Su, are you not planning to sell?" Su Tsong contemplated briefly before responding. "I am still undecided. This sky blue glaze is truly extraordinary, and I am inclined to keep it for my collection. Allow me some time to think." "Very well," Tian Guishan conceded, recognizing that anyone in possession of such a treasure would cherish it. The others displayed expressions of regret, lamenting the near miss a once-in-a-lifetime artifact. Unable to obtain the sky blue glaze, their gazes shifted to the small box, hoping to uncover more treasures within. Su Tsong harbored similar thoughts and began to rummage through the box once more. Inside lay agate, jade, hairpins, and a variety of exquisite jewelry. Skillfully crafted, yet merely considered ordinary artifacts, valued between 10 to 50,000. Fortunately, the quantity was substantial, collectively amounting to a noteworthy sum. For the time being, no further treasures were discovered, so he simply turned the small box upside down on the deck. Yet the outcome remained disappointing. With nothing that caught the eye of the crowd, Su Tsong pondered this, realizing that having already found a pair of sky blue glazed wares, seeking more treasures might be somewhat impertinent. It seems that one should not be overly greedy. Contentment is the key to happiness. "Everyone please lend a hand," Su Tsong remarked with self-deprecating humor. Tian Guishan and the others chuckled and began to assist in the cleanup. At that moment, Professor Chu spotted a dark golden iron lump. completely rusted and blending inconspicuously among the gold and silver treasures. His exclamation drew everyone's attention. "What is that?" Su Tsong initially anticipated the discovery of a significant treasure, only to feel a tinge of disappointment upon seeing the rusty iron lump in Professor Chu's hand. This remark stirred a ripple of intrigue among the onlookers. "Let me see." Su Tsong's hope ignited. Instead of using the system to scan, he relied on his experiential knowledge to inspect the object. "Xiao Su, have you discerned something?" Professor Chu inquired. Drawing upon his experience, Su Tsong sensed the iron lump was unusual, but he could not yet ascertain its value. "It's hard to say. Let's clean it first," he replied, proceeding to find tools to remove the rust from the iron lump. Having been submerged in water, the rust was rather thick, but fortunately, it had not fused with the metal. With gentle scrubbing, the rust was gradually eradicated. After considerable effort, the iron lump was finally cleaned, revealing a transformed appearance. Tianguation exclaimed, "Is this gold?" Professor Chu approached, possessing the most authority on the matter, and after a meticulous examination and weighing it, confirmed, "Indeed, it is copper, albeit alloyed with some iron." The expertise of the specialist was evident, as he could swiftly ascertain its composition without any system assistance. Engraved on the underside were characters in Chinese, which prompted a momentary lapse in Su Tsong's memory despite having encountered similar items before. Leaning in for a closer look, he suddenly exclaimed, "This is the Jiudai script." "Ah, yes, indeed, it is the Jiudai script," Professor Chu quickly affirmed upon receiving the reminder. "What is Jiudai script?" Qiu Bingluan acted as the spokesperson for the group. The degree of folding for each character is determined by the complexity of its strokes, with classifications of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 folds. It is termed 9-fold because 9 is the highest single digit, denoting the maximum quantity. The other's eyes instantly sparkled at the prospect that if it were from the Qing Dynasty, it could be worth 1 to 2 million. He continued, "This copper seal has inscribed characters on its front, reading Mi Li Dai, He Mao Kujiyin. Mi Li Dai he likely refers to a place name, while Mao Ku is a term I encountered in a historical text, indicating a military officer, specifically a centurion. This implies it is a military title, one that only existed during the Qing Dynasty, classified as a 5th-rank position. As I previously mentioned, the Jiudai script was only inscribed on the national seal and the official seals of central departments during the Qing Dynasty, meaning it had not yet become widespread. However, the Qing Dynasty adopted this system and inscribed it on all official seals. Thus, this copper seal is indeed from the Qing era. The group eagerly glanced at Professor Chu, hoping for his affirmation. Xiao Su's judgment was fundamentally correct. It is indeed a 5th-grade official seal from the Qing Dynasty. Observe. On the left side of the reverse, there's an inscription in Jurchen script, signifying Ding, which refers to the era name of Jin Shizong, Wan Yinyong. Professor Chu cast a look of approval towards Su Tsong, astonished by his extensive knowledge. Su Tsong, suppressing his delight, discreetly scanned the bronze seal. Title: 5th-grade official seal of the Qing Dynasty, Mi Li Dai Hiemo Ku. Material: bronze iron alloy. Production period: Qing Dynasty. Grade: unique specimen. Evaluation: authentic. Emoku refers to a centurion. This well-preserved 5th-grade official seal from the Qing Dynasty is the 10th known to exist, a rare find, regarded as a treasure. Estimated value: 1, 2 billion, 200 million. Market guideline price: 1, 8 billion. Thump, thump, thump. Su Tsong's heart raced thrice. It was indeed a remarkable artifact. The ancient Jurchen, being a foreign ethnicity, faced erasure of their historical artifacts following the fall of the Qing Dynasty under Han rule. Even though numerous historical texts elucidate the history of the Qing, without tangible evidence, it remains mere rhetoric. This bronze seal stands as a physical testament to history, embodying its intrinsic value. Chapter 82. Purchasing a 1 billion teacup for tea. The crowd greedily fixated their gaze on Su Tsong once more. Were it not for Qiu Bingluan's presence, Su Tsong would have assumed these individuals harbored peculiar preferences. "Xiao Su, is this bronze seal for sale?" Professor Chu was the first to speak, given his fondness for such artifacts. Su Tsong tightly grasped the bronze seal, inquiring, "Are you not curious about the price?" implicitly suggesting that it might be too costly for them to afford. The crowd turned their attention to Xia Shi, who, understanding the implication, had already prepared the necessary information, promptly stating, "Over the past decade or two, several auctions of Qing Dynasty official seals have occurred, primarily featuring those from the marshal's office, with values ranging from 600 million to 1 billion. However, the 5th-grade Centurion seal in Mr. Su's possession, while not as precious as the previous ones, if I recall correctly, is the 10th known Qing official seal to exist, and this marks the first appearance of a Qing official seal in the past 5 years. Therefore, based on market trends, I estimate the starting price for this Centurion seal to be around 80 million. This is a conservative starting price, yet aligns with Mr. Su's expectations, as actual bidding will likely exceed 100 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. What a stroke of luck to stumble upon such an opportunity. Yet here they were, merely spectators to Su Cong's fortune. Surely, everyone present had fortunes exceeding 100 million, but producing 100 million in cash was no trivial task. Friends, perhaps you should reconsider? Su Cong di mai unhu. The crowd pondered. Indeed, the Centurion seal lacked the allure of the sky blue glaze. What if they purchased the official seal only for Su Cong to later propose selling sky blue glazed teacups? Would you buy it? If so, how would you compete with others? By selling your own assets? Cough, cough. I doubt Su Cong would engage in such a trade, murmured Tian Guishan, gritting his teeth. Others joined in, commencing a thorough search. However, after Su Cong and his companions meticulously filtered through the treasures 7 or 8 times, they found no extraordinary gems. They were almost reduced to inspecting each item with fervent scrutiny. At that moment, the captain approached and said, "Mr. Su, it's already 2 in the afternoon. Shall we take a moment to eat?" His words resonated, and the group suddenly realized their stomachs were utterly empty. Time had flown by, and they decided to eat first before resuming their tasks. Su Cong was the first to disembark, followed closely by the others. Song Ro, having ended her live broadcast, followed suit, yet the content shared had already stirred a considerable frenzy online. The trending topics were dominated by headlines that captured the public's attention. Treasure hunting, live streamer salvages sunken ship. Initially expecting nothing, yet the female assistant discovers a hidden compartment. The sunken vessel unveiled a pair of Ru-kiln Celadon tea bowls, each purportedly valued at 100 million. Further discoveries included a Qing Dynasty military officer's seal, with the auction house director estimating a starting bid of 80 million. These trending stories not only stirred the national cultural relics market, but also set museums across the country into a flurry. Curators were diligently mobilizing funds, determined to acquire the Celadon and the official seal. Oh, and let us not forget the seemingly unremarkable Ming Dynasty cargo ship. However, Su Cong and his companions remained blissfully unaware as they ravenously devoured their meal, genuinely famished. After dining, they intended to lounge for a brief respite. Suddenly, every phone began to ring, creating an eerily chaotic scene. Su Cong and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was unfolding. After a 3-second pause, they each pulled out their phones only to find calls from familiar contacts. They quickly surmised the reason, exchanging wry smiles, realizing they could not ignore the calls. The call from the Palace Museum was from Master Zhang. "Teacher, I represent the Palace Museum and wish to inquire if the Celadon tea bowls and the military seal are for sale. Rest assured, we shall pay a fair price." Master Zhang aimed to leave a favorable impression on Su Cong. Su Cong chuckled softly and replied, "It's not just the Palace Museum interested in the Celadon tea bowls. Listen." He activated the speakerphone, allowing Master Zhang to hear the inquiries flooding in, all asking about the availability of the Celadon tea bowls. Master Zhang was taken aback. It seemed the Celadon was indeed irresistible. "If you truly wish to acquire them, prepare sufficient funds and come to Jinling in a couple of days. I will likely hold a private auction then and will notify you accordingly," Su Cong stated with resignation. "Understood, teacher. We will see you in a couple of days." Master Zhang replied, satisfied with the information, and quickly ended the call. Su Cong observed as his companions each received calls, continuing until they were overwhelmed, ultimately shutting their phones off. He felt fortunate that his decision had proven wise. This situation was unlike the previous gaming cartridges, where no one was interested and he had to chase buyers. Now, it was a case of no crime in possessing wealth, where if one did not sell, others would pursue them to buy. However, he did not believe he had amassed sufficient wealth. With merely 500 million on hand, it paled in comparison to true tycoons. Shaking his head, he intended to rest for a moment when, unexpectedly, Hua Min called. Truly, when one speaks of the affluent, they soon arrive. The audacious young man. You are now in the limelight, stirring up a frenzy online. Hua Min wonders if it is intentional. A tempest brews. What frenzy is this? Am I truly so unruly? Su Cong Vimak, Zenda Spichai. I am indifferent. Sell me that sky blue glazed teacup. Name your price. Hua Min surprisingly seeks the sky blue glaze as well. Since when did you develop an interest in antiques? Su Cong Inquit Astonitz. Have you ever heard of pretentiousness? Hua Min retorted. Su Tsong felt insulted and exclaimed, "Who do you look down upon? Is it merely because I often cough? What exactly do you intend to do?" "I wish to purchase that pair of teacups for tea." Huamin was quite capricious. "Are you out of your mind? Those are antiques, unparalleled treasures." Su Gong stu lao dao gong pern. "So what? If a teacup cannot be used for tea, what distinguishes it from refuse? Do not concern yourself with the details. Will you sell it or not?" Huamin was a pragmatist. "However, you're not the only interested buyer." Su Tsong found himself in a quandary. "Is 1 billion sufficient?" Huamin boldly declared. "Su Tsong, that is more than enough, yet let us act with decorum. If I sell directly to you, my reputation may suffer. Others might accuse me of underhanded dealings. If you find that insufficient, then make it 20 billion. Huamin assumed Su Tsong's silence indicated his dissatisfaction with the price. "Well, let us reason this out. Is it not somewhat unethical to leverage monetary power?" Su Gong Su Get. "What do you propose?" Huamin caught on. "In a couple of days, I shall organize a private auction. Send someone with the money." Su Tsong revealed his plan. "I understand. I'll await your call." Huamin was unfazed. Matters resolvable with money are hardly troublesome. She immediately contacted a manager at a branch in Jinling, instructing them to prepare 20 billion. The manager complied without hesitation. Chapter 83. The 4 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia. Su Tsong was somewhat tempted by the billion, for he was no fool. However, when it came to finances, he deemed it wise to first settle the 3 million owed for the salvage vessel. After contacting the bank, the funds were swiftly transferred. Following this, the group found it impossible to rest. Su Tsong believed it prudent to capitalize on the momentum and open the remaining boxes aboard the ship. Thus, they returned to the sunken vessel. To avoid attracting the attention of the online throng, Su Tsong refrained from allowing Song Ro to initiate a live broadcast. He lifted the lid of a large box, only to be met with a thick porridge-like substance. Specifically, the books within had been thoroughly soaked and damaged. They were nearly unrecognizable, reduced to fragments, yet thankfully, some words remained legible. "What shall we do?" Tian looked to Su Kong. Su Tsong also felt the weight of despair. The soaked books had lost all semblance of identity. He could only lament, "Let us salvage these fragments and see if they can be dried. We shall address the rest later." Agreed. Tian understood the process of excavation and preservation. The other experts and professors, too, comprehended, and each began to gather their tools. The simplest method was to find a larger pair of tweezers to extract the fragments and lay them flat on sponge paper, utilizing the absorbent properties of a sponge. They carefully dried the remnants before sealing them for preservation. Since it was unnecessary to restore each book, the workload was not particularly daunting. After approximately an hour of meticulous cleaning, Su Tsong and his companions discovered that what lay beneath was not a collection of books, but rather clothing and similar items. The first thing that caught their eye was red silk. However, due to prolonged soaking, much of its color had faded. Upon further inspection, Su Tsong realized this was a parcel, and there were 2 such packages. Feeling inside, he discerned a hard object, reminiscent of a box. His immediate reaction was a surge of curiosity. Could it be another extraordinary treasure? Tian and the others, witnessing his keen interest, felt a twinge of anxiety. "There is something inside, resembling a box," Su Tsong reported candidly. Professor Chu, his eyes brimming with envy, urged, "Quickly take it out and let us see." Su Tsong nodded and promptly retrieved the 2 parcels. The group's attention was fervently fixed upon them, fearful of missing any detail. Placing the parcels upon the deck, Su Tsong examined them, seeking a means of unwrapping. Fortunately, there was nothing particularly intricate about the packaging, which was simply secured with a few knots. He meticulously untied the knots and lifted the red silk, revealing oil paper. The oil paper encased a rectangular object, seemingly intended for waterproofing, indicating that the contents were of considerable importance, as Professor Chu conjectured. Su Tsong nodded in agreement and continued to unwrap the oil paper. To his astonishment, upon peeling back one layer of oil paper, he discovered yet another layer. The curiosity of the onlookers reached a fever pitch. What kind of treasure warranted such extensive waterproofing? With layers upon layers? Su Tsong persisted in unwrapping the oil paper, and after removing 2 layers, the rectangular object finally came into view. It was indeed a box. The exterior of the box appeared remarkably dry, devoid of any signs of water damage, attesting to the oil paper's effective protective qualities. Thus, it was plausible that the contents within the box remained unscathed. "Su, open it," Tian Guishan implored, unable to contain his excitement. The others shared his eagerness. Su Tsong, nodding like a chick pecking a grain, opened the box. In that fleeting moment, he and his companions were rendered speechless, for inside the box lay a book? No, two books. Just as disappointment began to settle over the group, Professor Chu suddenly exclaimed, "Incredible! Incredible! Incredible!" He trembled with excitement, his exuberance starkly contrasting with his academic demeanor. Su Tsong was bewildered, but when his gaze fell upon the titles of the books, he too was struck with astonishment. "Yongle Dian?" He read aloud. The others, incredulous, responded. "Wait a moment, did Su just say Yongle Dian? I must have misheard." Upon closer inspection, the titles on the books gleamed with the words Yongle Dian. Unbelievable! Tian Guishen and the others collectively gasped in astonishment. Su Tsong, seemingly entranced, flipped through the other book within the box, which was also Yongle Dian. He then proceeded to unwrap the second parcel, which too was encased in 3 layers of oil paper. After unwrapping the oil paper and opening the box, he discovered yet another 2 copies of Yongle Dian. Now, with a total of 4 copies of Yongle Dian, Su Tsong could not suppress the tremors that coursed through his legs. What a treasure of divine origin! Some may wonder what is so remarkable about the 4 volumes of the Yongle Dian. However, such inquiries would reveal a profound misunderstanding. Firstly, this is not merely a book, but rather an extensive compilation, a monumental work that was meticulously assembled during the Yongle era of the Ming Dynasty, under the auspices of the illustrious Ming Emperor Zhu Di, with the guidance of scholars such as Xie Jin and Yao Guangxiao. Originally titled Wenxian de Shang, it was later bestowed with the name Yongle Dian after the emperor himself penned a preface for it. The entire compendium spans 877 volumes, including a 60-volume catalog, totaling 937 volumes across 095 tomes and approximately 7 billion characters, encompassing thousands of ancient and contemporary texts. The Yongle Dian consists of both a primary and a supplementary edition. The original text faced numerous calamities during the Ming Dynasty, narrowly escaping destruction by fire on several occasions, and eventually became lost to history. The surviving copies have endured the ravages of time, warfare, and the transition of dynasties, resulting in significant attrition. In modern times, from a more than 10,000 surviving copies of the Yongle Dian, only about 200 remain. The rest have either vanished entirely or scattered across the globe. The gradual disappearance of this monumental record of ancient literature represents a tremendous loss to the tapestry of Chinese civilization. Thus, the discovery of any volume of the Yongle Dian serves to rectify the historical narrative of Chinese culture. Presently, Su Tsong possesses 4 volumes, and the mere hint of this information could ignite a frenzy within the realm of Chinese historical scholarship. Countless scholars, professors, and experts would flock to him, and even official entities might take action. However, there remains a critical matter to ascertain: whether these 4 volumes are indeed copies, transcriptions, or forgeries. The copies undoubtedly hold the highest historical value, while transcriptions are of secondary importance, primarily depending on the identity of the transcriber, as only those executed by the emperor or central ministers might closely resemble the original. Any others could potentially be counterfeit. As for forgeries, they are unequivocally inauthentic. One should not assume that deception is a modern phenomenon, as ancient craftsmen were equally adept at such practices. As the group regained their composure, Professor Chu remarked, "Xiao Su, I believe we should seek the expertise of a specialist in ancient texts." Indeed, none present were experts in this field, apart from Su Tsong, who was merely an amateur. "No need. I shall examine it myself," Su Tsong replied, unwilling to divulge any information and confident in his own system, which rendered external assistance unnecessary. "Very well," Professor Chu conceded, for not only he, but everyone present was unaware of the true extent of Su Tsong's extraordinary talent. Whether in the realm of numismatics, philately, or the appraisal of Buddhist artifacts, he seemed to possess a modicum of knowledge in all areas, which had earned him the title of the foremost treasure hunter in the capital. As the realization dawned upon the others, they recognized that Su Tsong, merely in his 20s, had outshone everyone in the room. What a remarkable prodigy! In Chapter 84, titled The Dragon Robe Bestowed by Zhu Yuanzhang, Su Tsong remained oblivious to the slightly ambiguous gazes directed toward him, hesitant to delve deeper into their implications. He cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to remind everyone to maintain a normal atmosphere, and then proceeded to examine one of the volumes of the Yongle Dian. The cover bore the 4 characters Yongle Dian, with an inscription below indicating Volume 4, 327 of 4, 328. The other 3 volumes are identical, differing only in their sequence. He pretended to flip through them while the system conducted a scan with its optical capabilities. Title: a copy of the Yongle Dian from the Ming Dynasty, Lake Volume. Material, bamboo skin, mixed paper. Production date, Ming Dynasty. Classification, national treasure. Evaluation, authentic. This monumental work, compiled by the sovereign of the Ming Dynasty from countless ancient texts, perfectly embodies the heritage of Chinese civilization. Even if it is not the original, it remains an invaluable treasure. Estimated value, 1. 8,300 million. Market guideline price, 2. 6 billion. Astonishingly, it is merely a copy. Su Tsong felt a surge of excitement. He had prepared himself for the worst-case scenario of it being a mere transcript, as original copies are exceedingly rare. Currently, apart from the more than 200 copies held in national collections, there are virtually no other copies of the Yongle Dian in private hands. He picked up the other 3 volumes and scanned each one. Title, a copy of the Yongle Dian from the Ming Dynasty, River Volume. Title, a copy of the Yongle Dian from the Ming Dynasty, Sea Volume. River Lake Sea? This constitutes a remarkably complete series of volumes. If this is the case, their value multiplies several times over. Su Tsong was utterly astounded. What kind of fortune was this? Had he perhaps saved the galaxy in a past life? Professor Chu observed Su Tsong flipping through the volumes for an extended period, his expression growing increasingly animated, and could not help but inquire. So, is it a transcript? In his view, a single copy of the Yongle Dian is already immensely valuable, let alone 4 volumes. No, it is a copy, Su Tsong declared with unwavering certainty. What? Professor Chu exclaimed in disbelief. You cannot be serious. Tianguishan anxiously grasped Su Tsong's hand and asked. With a smile, Su Tsong responded, articulating each word. Rest assured, I would never jest about such matters. It truly is a copy. Goodness gracious, this is unreal. 4 copies of the Yongle Dian. Just one of them could astonish the entire nation. Professor Chu's eyes glazed over as he fixated on the volumes. This isn't merely a lucky find. It is akin to unearthing a great treasure. Tianguishan expressed his envy fervently. Xia Shi and the others were equally aflame with excitement. Such an extraordinary scene was something they would hardly encounter in their lifetimes, were it not for Su Kong. Yet, how could 4 copies of the Yongle Dian possibly emerge from a dilapidated sunken ship? After his initial excitement, Professor Chu posed a profound question. Which of these is not a priceless gem? But as you mentioned, Professor Chu, this is evidently just an ordinary wreck. Why does it possess such an abundance of treasures? Moreover, the most critical question remained. Why had the ship been sunk? Su Tsong, prompted by this line of thought, felt a pang of confusion. Something was amiss. And there must be an intriguing story behind it all. The red silk was no longer usable. So he removed his shirt to wrap it up and handed it to Song Ro. Here. I understand. It must be kept close, she replied, fully aware that these items were more precious than her own life, clutching them tightly to her chest. Wow, Tianguishan suddenly exclaimed. Even the icy beauty Qiu Binglan seemed to be nearly drooling. Ahem, don't act as if you've never seen anything like this before. Su Tsong admonished with mild exasperation. As a college student who played basketball daily, how could he not have a few well-defined abs? Otherwise, how could one savor the privilege of exquisite choices? On the surface, senior sister Song appears to be enamored with my wealth, yet in truth, she's captivated by my physique. I am neither that nor do I possess such inclinations. Let there be no wild conjecture. The crowd collectively denied such notions in unison. He approached the large chest, rummaging through the garments within, most of which were crafted from silk and satin, adorned with intricate patterns and opulent designs. However, due to prolonged exposure to moisture, they had deteriorated significantly, many having faded and decayed, even disintegrating into tatters. They held no true value anymore, their sole purpose being to be donated to a museum for the study of the evolution of Ming Dynasty attire. After sorting through numerous pieces, he was nearing the bottom of the chest. At that moment, Su Tsong discovered a garment adorned with golden threads, tracing the threads. He realized they had come from a fallen design. Upon carefully arranging the pattern, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This resembles a dragon's head. Professor Chu, take a look." Upon hearing the term dragon's head, the crowd instantly converged around him. Professor Chu smoothed out the design and, after a moment's inspection, gasped, "Indeed, it is a dragon's head. Could this be a dragon robe?" Shocked, Tianguishan was reluctant to believe it, for the day's revelations had already been overwhelming. If yet another dragon robe were to emerge, he feared he might faint on the spot. Qiu Binglan and others felt similarly, their hearts unable to bear the weight of the excitement. Contemplating the need for an ambulance on standby. "Be cautious, everyone. We must be careful," Professor Chu urged as he meticulously attempted to extract the entire garment. However, contrary to their hopes, although it was not in disarray like the other garments, it remained tenuously connected. One entire sleeve had detached. After considerable effort, they finally managed to present the complete garment before the assembly. The good news was that upon cleaning, the garment retained around 80 to 90% of its integrity, with minimal loss. The bad news was that it was not a dragon robe. The previously perceived dragon's head was, in fact, a python's head. This misinterpretation arose from initial assumptions. Thus, the patterns on this python robe depicted a python, not a dragon, resembling a dragon robe in many respects. The distinction lay in the python's 4 claws compared to the dragon's 5. Su Tsung felt a twinge of disappointment. Had it been a dragon robe, it would have been a monumental discovery. The python robe was resplendent in red, featuring a shoulder-length round collar, a broad front, wide sleeves, and a length that reached the feet, with slits at the hem of the sleeves, all embellished with gold or silver threads and colorful yarn and embroidered artistic patterns. Overall, it was exquisite, showcasing grandeur, yet regrettably marred by water damage. If it could be restored, it would indeed be a fine piece, Professor Chu lamented. Su Gong Bao said, suddenly reminded of his system. What the system produced was invariably of superior quality. Yet, he was uncertain about the origins and historical value of this python robe. Unconsciously, he brushed his fingers over the garment, allowing his eyes to scan it. Name: Dragon Python Robe of the Grand Emperor Hong Hu, bestowed upon Duke Su Da of the Wei State during the Ming Dynasty. Material: Yunjin silk, gold thread, etc. Production era: Ming Dynasty. Rarity: 1 rare, 2 unique before damage. Evaluation: authentic. During the Ming Dynasty, the emperors conferred honors upon the founding heroes, symbolizing their exalted status among the nobility. Regrettably, many of these treasures have suffered damage. Should they be restored, their value could multiply tenfold. It is imperative that we safeguard cultural relics. The estimated worth is between 5 million and 6 million, with a market guidance price of 5 million. To my astonishment, this was a ceremonial robe gifted by Zhu Yuanzhang to Su Da. This magnificent robe truly holds immense value, provided it is restored as the system suggests. Chapter 85. 2 Dukes from One Family. Su Tsung is already contemplating a visit to the antique market in Jinling after the shipwreck cleanup, eager to gather illustrations and perhaps obtain restoration vouchers as rewards from a system. However, deducing the origin of the sunken ship from a single ceremonial robe is indeed quite challenging. Professor Chu has thoroughly examined the bottom of the large chest and found nothing else. This robe is the last item. The information we currently possess indicates that the ship was constructed during the late Ming Dynasty. The ceremonial robe is from the Ming era, and there are also records of the Yongle Encyclopedia and a copper seal from the Qing Dynasty. Tian Guishen pondered briefly. Su Tsung, however, refrained from mentioning the Tang Dynasty, see Beast Great Mirror. The convergence of such diverse treasures from various dynasties suggests that the owner of this ship was extraordinarily wealthy, perhaps even holding significant power at the time. He has already identified a potential figure of interest, the Duke of Wei, who was stationed in Jinling during the Ming Dynasty. Considering the significance of the robe bestowed by Zhu Yuanzhang upon Su Da, one must wonder if the Su family would ever part with or misplace such a crucial artifact. The answer is undoubtedly negative. Thus, the presence of the ceremonial robe here serves as compelling evidence linking the sunken ship to the Su family of the Duke of Wei. Mr. Su, why the silence? Inquired the enchanting Qiu Binglan. Su Tsung, momentarily disrupted from his thoughts, resumed his line of reasoning, guiding the others. With so many treasures aboard this ship, who in Jinling at that time would be most likely to possess them? Are you suggesting that this ship belonged to a prominent family in Jinling? Indeed, only those in power could amass such treasures, or a family with deep-rooted heritage could accumulate this wealth. Su Tsung elaborated step by step. Professor Chu appeared to be deep in thought. Tian Guishen and the others began to narrow their eyes in contemplation. Let us not overlook a crucial piece of information. This ship was constructed during the Yongle period, which implies that only those with substantial financial means could have undertaken such a venture during the late Ming era. Su Tsung reiterated. Tian Guishen and the others nodded frequently, yet remained at a loss. Only Professor Chu's eyes brightened suddenly as he exclaimed, Su Tsung, your reminder has sparked a memory, the founding hero of the Ming Dynasty. Duke Wei Su Da. Su Tsung smiled inwardly, feigning skepticism as he inquired, what evidence supports this claim? Indeed, let us consider the ceremonial robe first. Duke Wei Su Da was the foremost hero of the founding era. It is inconceivable that anyone else in Jinling's elite could have received such a gift. Furthermore, the Su family held 2 duke titles during the Ming Dynasty. After Su Da's passing, his eldest son, Su Huizu, inherited the title of Duke of Wei, while his younger son, Su Zhengshou, was granted the title of Duke of Dinghua for his assistance to Zhu Di during the Jingnan campaign. The more Professor Chu spoke, the brighter his eyes became. He continued, after Zhu Di's northward migration, Su Huizu held sway over Jinling, while Su Zhengshou followed him to the capital, thus establishing a division of one in the south and the other in the north, with generations basking in glory. It is plausible that Zhu Di may have bestowed a dragon robe upon Su Zhengshou during that time. When it comes to profound heritage, the Ming Dynasty endured for over 3 centuries, and the Su family enjoyed opulence for just as long. In terms of legacy, none can rival them. This conjecture was indeed quite close to the truth, as Su Tsong nodded in agreement. However, Tiangaishan posed a rather pivotal question. Given that the Su family is wealthy and powerful, having thrived for 3 centuries, what could possibly compel them to conceal so many treasures aboard a cargo ship, only to scuttle it? Professor Chu was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by the inquiry. The others were likewise rendered speechless, casting their gazes toward Tiangaishan. Only Su Tsong instinctively blurted out, could it be an escape? This statement seemed at odds with Tiangaishan's question, yet upon reflection, it appeared to be the sole possibility. Why? Because Emperor Yongli was a deposed monarch. Professor Chu then recalled certain historical accounts. Back in the day, Wu Songgui's rebellion led to the Qing's entry into the capital, resulting in the fall of Jinling, and ultimately, the last Duke of Wei surrendered to the Qing, only to be reduced to commoner status. With this explanation, Su Tsong's earlier remark gained coherence. Yet, the ultimate question remained unresolved. If it was indeed an escape, why scuttle the ship? Suddenly, Su Tsong pondered anew, saying, is it possible that the ship was scuttled by someone else? What is the rationale? Professor Chu inquired. There are 2 reasons. First, if it were an escape, they would not be foolish enough to scuttle it themselves. Second, I recall you mentioning that the last Duke of Wei surrendered to the Qing, yet during the Jingnan campaign, Su Huizu, his successor, vowed never to yield to Zhu Di. Such principles should have been inscribed in their ancestral teachings. So how did the last Duke of Wei come to surrender to a foreign power? Su Tsong articulated his hypothesis. Professor Chu furrowed his brow, assessing whether the logic could hold. So what you imply is, Tiangaishan, without hesitation, directly sought the answer. Su Tsong stroked his chin and then articulated. My supposition is this. When the Qing entered the city, the last Duke of Wei did not wish to surrender. Thus, he secretly arranged for a ship to facilitate his escape. However, for reasons unknown, the Qing became aware and dispatched individuals to intercept it. Faced with the hopelessness of escape, they were left with no choice but to capitulate. I believe that the ship was once laden with treasures, yet it is now devoid of any. As it was plundered by the Qing, they took the valuables, wishing to leave no evidence, and scuttled the ship, unaware that the Duke had retained a contingency, hiding the most crucial items within the ship's compartments. Upon finishing, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Professor Chu then broke into applause, exclaiming, Xiao Su, although your claims lack supporting evidence, I still find it to be the most reasonable conjecture. Tiangaishan and the others nodded in agreement. Yet Su Tsong countered. Who says I lack evidence? Do you possess any? Professor Chu instinctively asked. Certainly, behold this magnificent python robe. Upon meticulous examination, I discern that it dates back to the Hongwu era and is likely a gift bestowed upon Suda by Zhu Yuanzhang himself, as opined by Su Cong. How did you ascertain that? Professor Chu inquired, astonished. It seems this young man has even delved into ancient attire. It is merely conjecture, Su Tsong replied, refraining from revealing his systematic knowledge. However, he was not merely speculating. I recall during the Jingnan campaign, Su Huizu vowed to oppose Zhu Di to the death. Zhu Di, unable to vanquish him, harbored resentment. When he later relocated the capital northward, he assigned Su Huizu's lineage to guard Nanjing, which serves as irrefutable evidence of Zhu Di's disdain for the Wei Guogong clan. Thus, bestowing a python robe to them was utterly improbable. As for Su Da's second son, the Duke of Dinghua, even if he had received such a robe, it would not have been found in Nanjing, as they have long been protectors of the capital. Hence, it must be the one given to Suda by Zhu Yuanzhang. This explanation was both logical and compelling, leading Professor Chu and his companions to believe it with considerable conviction. Simultaneously, they mused that Su Tsong is indeed a treasure trove of knowledge. Alas, if I had a daughter or sister, I would surely wish to marry her to Su Kong. Wait, am I not a woman myself? The icy beauty harbored her own unique sentiments, gazing at Su Tsong with a hint of affection. Chapter 86. The Foolish Thief. Ahem, why have you returned? Do not look at me like that. I have a fondness for women, Su Tsong stammered, retreating into Song Ro's embrace, seeking solace against her towering form. The others chimed in. Why don't we all descend and let you two have it out? We promise not to peep. I am inclined to trust your hypothesis. Yet it is of little consequence. We are not archaeologists. The more mysterious an antique's provenance, the greater its worth. People are drawn to the ethereal and the elusive. Professor Chu maintained a composed demeanor, though the others perceived him as seasoned in such matters. Indeed, antique verification is a commercial matter. I assert this was a gift from Zhu Yuanzhang to Suda, whether you believe it is your prerogative. I merely require this intriguing narrative. Tianguishan also offered his insights. I concur with Mr. Su's assessment. However, this python robe necessitates the touch of a master restorer, suggested Xia Shi, with a more constructive proposal. Unexpectedly, Su Tsong waved his hand dismissively, stating, No need, I shall handle it. He then nestled back into Song Ro's embrace. The crowd murmured, What on earth? Are you here to restore the robe, or to woo the ladies? You're not even discreet about it. Have you considered our feelings? How shameless. Ahem, since the python robe has been authenticated and the large chest contains no other items, shall we search further for hidden compartments? Professor Chu proposed, eliciting a spark of enthusiasm from Tianguishan and the others. Su Tsong promptly extricated himself from Song Ro, declaring with unwavering resolve, Yes, let us search. I am willing to dismantle this vessel if necessary. Song Ro, taken aback, thought, Did I not offer treasures? And now he just dismisses me? The group disregarded their banter and dispersed to search. Su Tsong felt a twinge of awkwardness, contemplating that perhaps he should refrain from provoking them in the future, lest he find himself isolated. The most likely place for treasures to be concealed within the sunken vessel is the cabin. However, the upper and lower levels have been thoroughly ransacked by several individuals, leaving no trace of any hidden compartments. Yet, the fortunate Song Ro has made no discoveries either. Should we dismantle the ship? Su Tsong felt a pang of reluctance. Professor Chu restrained him, quickly asserting, There is no need. We have already searched thoroughly, and there is likely nothing left. If there were, what kind of treasure could it possibly be? Indeed, it is probable that the Su family had stored some less significant valuables in the cabin, which were subsequently plundered by the Qing Dynasty, Tianguishan speculated. The others concurred, noting that if any hidden compartments did exist, they would surely end up in the emergency room, unable to endure the excitement. Perhaps it is wiser to be content and not overly greedy, Su Tsong mused, shaking his head in realization. At that moment, the captain approached, stating, Mr. Su, we possess a metal detector that can scan the entire ship. Su Tsong's eyes brightened at the prospect of utilizing modern technology. However, he acknowledged that if the treasures were not composed of metals such as gold, silver, or iron, the detection would prove futile. Yet, they could at least attempt a desperate measure. As Su Tsong and his companions disembarked, they noted that dusk was quickly approaching. The captain directed the workers to employ a massive mechanical arm, equipped with a metal detector, to sweep across the ship's hull. The detector emitted red beams, exuding an air of sophistication. Ultimately, it yielded no findings. Thank you for your efforts, Su Tsong said, patting the captain on the shoulder, feeling a sense of resignation. What are your plans now, Mr. Su? The captain inquired, clearly perplexed. Without hesitation, Su Tsong urged him to proceed, and the captain's eyes glistened with emotion as he fervently grasped Su Tsong's hand, exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Su, on behalf of the entire crew. He then bowed deeply in gratitude. You are welcome, Su Tsong replied, always generous to those who had aided him. After the captain departed, Tianguishan teasingly remarked, We too have endured a great deal, assisting certain individuals with the sunken ship all day. I wonder if there will be any reward. His sarcastic tone prompted others to follow suit. Su Tsong shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, How about I gift each of you a slender horse from Yangzhou? Realizing the absurdity of his statement, he quickly added, As for Miss Chiu, I shall find you 10 male models. Get lost, Chiu Binglan angrily retorted. Ha ha, you don't want them? They are quite eager, Su Tsong replied with shameless laughter. Upon noticing the longing expressions of the others, Chiu Binglan's demeanor turned icy as she gritted her teeth, declaring, Men are truly untrustworthy, always eyeing what they cannot have. Tianguishan and the others erupted in laughter, leaving Chiu Binglan feeling slightly embarrassed as she stood aside, feeling like a fool. At that moment, Wei Hongliang, the manager of the local shipping company, entered and said, Mr. Su, we have just observed a suspicious delivery van loitering near the port's exit, having circled several times. We suspect they may be up to no good. Su Tsong furrowed his brow, asking, do you suspect they intend to commit robbery? Wei Hongliang nodded in affirmation. Who on earth would dare to commit robbery in broad daylight? Tian Guishan remarked, rendered speechless. You can't deny that wealth can corrupt one's heart. I suspect it was the live stream by Xiao Su this morning that led them to entertain nefarious thoughts, Professor Chu cautioned. However, the pressing question remained. How did they know we were here? Su Tsong inquired, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Should we report this to the police? Wei Hongliang suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Su Tsong declined, stating, Mr. Wei, do you have confidence in intercepting them first? We ought to ascertain their intentions and avoid any misunderstandings later. No worries there. We have them under surveillance. Just give the command, Wei Hongliang assured, his security company no novice in such matters. Then let us proceed and see what sort of ruffians we are dealing with. Su Tsong retorted coolly. Wei Hongliang nodded and promptly departed to take matters into his own hands. 10 minutes later, a delivery van came to a halt at the warehouse entrance. The doors swung open, and Wei Hongliang ushered 2 or 3 individuals out. These individuals, brandishing a watermelon knife, wore stockings. No, they were more akin to legwear, the kind that is somewhat opaque. Disoriented upon entry, they collided with several walls, causing the knives to drop from their grasp. One of them complained loudly, damn it, I told you to buy stockings. Instead, you got these legwear that are impossible to see through. Now look at us, caught and cornered like fools. Su Tsong and the others couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of such foolish thieves. And these buffoons dared to attempt a robbery? What's the situation, Mr. Wei? Su Tsong inquired with a smile. Mr. Su, you won't believe it. These 3 imbeciles genuinely intended to rob us. Wei Hongliang exclaimed, visibly excited. Oh, Su Gong deeply? Incredulous that there were indeed individuals unafraid of consequences. He continued, let us remove their hoods and see who they are. Wei Hongliang took the hint and removed the hoods from each of the 3. The trio immediately covered their faces, desperate to avoid exposure. Keep hiding if you dare. I'll chop off your hands with this knife. Wei Hongliang threatened. The 3 quaked in fear, quickly concealing their hands behind their backs, leaving their faces fully revealed. Before them stood 3 young men in their 20s, bearing unremarkable features that would blend into any crowd. Yet their robust physiques hinted at considerable strength, providing some insight into their audacity to rob. Su Tsong stepped forward with a playful inquiry. Which of you purchased these legwear? Instantly, the 2 flanking individuals glanced at the one in the center. With a buzz cut, he meekly responded, actually, I didn't buy them. They belong to my girlfriend. And I hadn't washed them yet. Oh my goodness, that explains the foul odor. You should have mentioned that sooner, Su Tsong retorted, eliciting a mix of anger and amusement from the accomplices, who were now itching to retaliate. Fortunately, Wei Hongliang and the others stood watch, keeping them at bay. Laughter erupted among Tian Guishan and the others, unable to contain their mirth at the sheer absurdity of the situation. Yet Su Tsong persisted with his questioning. Does your girlfriend not wear stockings? She wore them, but today she hadn't changed. I dared not take her new ones. They were all Balenciaga, each pair costing over 1,000. If my girlfriend discovered it, I would surely be doomed. The crew-cut man spoke with unyielding conviction. The eyes of his 2 companions blazed with fury. Dare you to take a pair of worn tights? Damn it. Once we escape this ordeal, I'll make you pay. Su Tsong dared not press further, feeling overwhelmed. He shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. Why did you 3 attempt to rob us? Even if you watched the live stream, how did you know I was at Shibei Dock? Su Tsong recalled that when the sunken ship was salvaged, there had been no live stream. Although there was only 1 port in Jinling, the docks were numerous. The crew-cut man fell silent. Wei Hongliang brandished a watermelon knife as a threat. The crew-cut man glanced at Wei Hongliang's fierce demeanor, feeling a surge of trepidation, and replied, I work as a stevedore at Shibei Dock. I am intimately familiar with every warehouse here. When that large crate was hoisted ashore this morning, I took notice. Su Tsong continued his inquiry. So, when you saw my live stream and realized that the Celadon and Bronze Seal were worth billions, you were tempted? Who wouldn't be tempted? That's billions. Our entire family couldn't earn a fraction of that in 3 lifetimes. It's better to take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. The crew-cut man admitted, albeit reluctantly. Have you shared this with anyone else? Su Tsong asked. No, if we succeeded, it would bring trouble. He pondered deeply. Su Tsong was speechless. With their level of intelligence, success seemed improbable. After all, Su Tsong and his companions were defenseless, with only Song Ro capable of fighting. But even she could only cover the front. High martial arts skills are no match for a kitchen knife. They nearly capsized in peril. What shall we do now? Xiao Su, Tian Guishan inquired. Su Tsong turned and contemplated before responding. Let us call the police. Tian Guishan nodded in agreement. Wei Hongliang then took out his phone and dialed. The crew-cut man and his companions turned pale, their eyes filled with regret. The police arrived promptly, within 5 minutes. Upon learning that it was a case of robbery involving antiques, they were taken aback. The crew-cut man and his associates were immediately questioned, followed by the taking of statements and identification of the scene. Su Tsong and his companions recounted the events in detail, confirming the existence of artifacts worth over $1 billion. However, when the leading criminal police deputy captain reviewed the 4 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia, he sensed the gravity of the situation, promptly reporting to his superiors. The director of the Jinling Police Bureau recognized the significance of the matter and escalated it to the mayor. The mayor directly contacted the National Cultural Heritage Administration. Upon hearing of the 4 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia, Director Yushan requested assistance from the Jinling military region, dispatching a guard unit to Shibei Dock for protection. Half an hour later, the armed guard unit took control of the entire dock. Su Tsong and the others marveled at the impressive display of force, feeling a sense of security wash over them. Yet, they questioned their worthiness to warrant such military intervention. Mr. Su, from this moment, your safety is our utmost priority, and we will protect you until you leave Jinling. The head of the guard squad was a robust young man, broad-shouldered and imposing, with an air of seriousness about him. It is not arduous. Please provide the next directive, Mr. Su, the squad leader inquired. Understood, he replied, turning to leave and commanding the guard squad to prepare. Su Tsong instructed Wei Hongliang to ensure the derelict ship was monitored closely before departing the warehouse with Tian Guishan and others. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by 5 military vehicles, reminiscent of jeeps. They were assigned to sit in the 2 central vehicles, which could accommodate 4 individuals each, excluding the drivers, affording them ample space. Once they boarded, the other soldiers from the guard squad climbed into the military vehicles in a front-and-back formation, ensuring their protection as they departed. Following Su Tsong's provided address, the 5 military vehicles halted before a 5-star hotel an hour later, instantly capturing the attention of all nearby, who gathered in curiosity. The hotel manager rushed out, his face pale with anxiety, fearing a significant crime had transpired within the establishment. When Su Tsong emerged from the vehicle, a weightier air enveloped him. Previously, when Su Tsong had checked in, the manager had personally attended to him. Now, as he approached to inquire, he was intercepted by the soldiers. Observing the manager's demeanor, Su Tsong understood the source of his concern and proactively reassured him, there is no need for alarm. They are here to protect me. The hotel shall continue its operations normally. Please inform the guests not to panic. Of course, Mr. Su. Please do not hesitate to request anything you may need, the hotel manager responded, his anxiety only intensifying as he recognized the gravity of Su Tsong's presence. Capable of summoning military protection, the onlookers, eavesdropping on their exchange, were rife with speculation. Who was this young man that commanded such military attention? A second-generation official? An heir to a hidden financial empire? Or perhaps a descendant of a military lineage? Regardless of which, he was beyond their reach. They could only ponder how they might forge some connection with this elite scion of high society. Should they inquire about the availability of the adjacent room? Perhaps planning a clandestine approach that evening? Consequently, throngs of women surged into the 5-star hotel, inquiring about the status of Su Tsong's neighboring room. However, the hotel manager could only deliver a single response. That gentleman resides in the presidential suite on the top floor. There are no adjacent rooms. The women lamented, alas, this offers no opportunity whatsoever. Chapter 88. Chairman Tian, what are you contemplating? Meanwhile, the guard squad leader, without disturbing the peace, stationed 2 guards at the hotel entrance and another 2 at the rear. At the door of Su Tsong's presidential suite, he positioned 2 more guards, and additionally, 2 in the hotel surveillance room, where he personally oversaw operations. The remaining soldiers awaited their shifts in the hotel rooms. Su Tsong, not daring to become complacent, although continually rebuffed, insisted on arranging a suite for the soldiers. Tian Guishan and others were accommodated in separate suites, effectively reserving all the suites in the 5-star hotel for Su Cong. Once all arrangements were finalized, Su Tsong refreshed himself and instructed the hotel manager to prepare dinner. He was seated at a table with Tian Guishan and others, while the guards occupied another table, all enjoying dishes prepared to the highest standards. In the restaurant, Su Song raised his glass and remarked, I appreciate everyone's hard work over the past few days, and I am grateful for the soldiers' assistance. There's a small matter I haven't shared with you. I am originally from Jiangsu province, with my roots in Suzhou, not far from Nanjing. Today, I shall extend my hospitality to you all. Please eat and drink well. Then we must play landlord and divide the land. Tian Guishan jested to lighten the mood. Everyone took this opportunity to raise their glasses, though the soldiers were served juice. Sit down and enjoy your meal, Su Song, a laid-back individual, dove into his food with great enthusiasm, clearly famished. The others followed suit, indulging in their feast, and for a while, silence enveloped the room. After about 10 minutes, Su Song and his companions had nearly finished their meal. The guards had already completed theirs, and a new group had taken their place at the table. Su Song insisted that the hotel manager prepare a new table for them, to ease the soldiers' shyness. Su Song and his companions left the restaurant early and retreated to Su Song's presidential suite for conversation. However, idle chatter would not suffice. Su Song requested the hotel manager to bring up several bottles of fine foreign wine, and they began to imbibe while conversing. After a few rounds of drinks and boasting, they finally turned to serious matters. Xiao Su, I believe you can no longer keep those 4 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia hidden away, Professor Chu remarked, swirling his glass. Su Song responded with a wry smile. Truth be told, I never intended to keep them concealed. I just haven't decided whether to sell them. Selling is not an issue. But if you choose to keep them, it may lead to trouble, Tian Guishan cautioned. Xia Shi and the others nodded in agreement. Despite Su Song's esteemed reputation in Kyoto, he lacks substantial connections. The antique world is fraught with complexities, far from being as harmonious as it appears. Yet, Su Song, brimming with youthful bravado, retorted, What? Does anyone dare to force me to sell? Xiao Su, do not underestimate the situation. While some may not pressure you to sell, they can set traps. You should be aware that before you, there was a collector in Kyoto who bought a counterfeit painting and was ultimately driven to suicide, Professor Chu recalled. Su Song was taken aback. He remembered an incident in Panjiayuan where a woman had deceived him using this very story. Did you think that collector merely made a simple mistake? Tian Guishan added, understanding the circumstances well. Isn't that so? Su Song asked instinctively. Professor Chu and Tian Guishan shook their heads, sharing a knowing smile that hinted at deeper implications. Why? Su Song was puzzled. Because that collector bypassed the middleman. Professor Chu explained, employing the vernacular. Although Su Song, a newcomer to this field, understood the literal meaning of bypassing the middleman, he sensed there was more to it and humbly inquired, what does it mean to bypass the middleman? It means that this transaction was originally facilitated by someone. Yet the buyer and seller chose to conduct their dealings directly, disregarding the intermediary's commission. That collector attracted the wrong attention. Professor Chu elaborated. Indeed, that painting was authentic. Tian Guishan added. Su Song's jaw dropped in astonishment. Such ruthless individuals existed. To eliminate someone over a painting seemed a plot reserved for the silver screen. Had he not heard it directly from Professor Chu and the others? Now, possessing such a plethora of treasures in his hands brings a sense of precariousness. Yet he is fortunate to have a security detail to safeguard him. One must contemplate the urgency of parting with these possessions to avoid unforeseen complications. Despite the fact that our group carries some weight behind us to assist, however, it is not enough to counterbalance the fact that he possesses 4 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia, Tianqian said with a wry smile. Professor Chu and the others nodded. The Yongle Encyclopedia is indeed exceedingly alluring. Initially, there were merely 3 thieves wielding watermelon knives, but there could very well be armed bandits lurking behind them. Sell it. Sell it quickly. Su Song was genuinely frightened. Although he had a system, it could only appraise, not protect him. He had considered hiring a few beautiful bodyguards for close protection, the exceedingly close kind. However, one could apprehend thieves for 1,000 days. But how could one defend against them for 1,000 days? Shall I take charge of this matter? Xia Shi inquired, already possessing some experience. And they also had a branch in Jinling. Su Song nodded, saying, let's aim for 2 days from now. It wouldn't be proper to rely solely on the security team. Understood. I will prepare immediately, but what about the clients? Xia Shi meant that while the auction could be arranged, the buyers were another question entirely. You need not worry about that. As long as I conduct a live broadcast tomorrow, a multitude of clients will flock to us. Just be prepared, Su Song asserted with confidence. Xia Shi harbored no further doubts and promptly stepped outside to make call. Little Su, we cannot allow any foreigners this time. Both the Tianqing glazed tea bowl and the 4 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia are classified as national treasures, and this country will not permit them to flow abroad. Although Tian Guishan represented a private appraisal association, he bore the responsibility of protecting significant cultural relics. I understand, rest assured. Su Tsong was fully aware that this was not merely a video game cartridge. These are the genuine radiant jewels of Huaxia civilization, even if damaged. They cannot be sold to foreigners. Well then, that concludes our business. Let us take our leave, Professor Chu said as he rose to depart. The others understood and prepared to leave as well. Unexpectedly, Su Tsong mischievously remarked, "Everyone has worked hard today. Would you like me to arrange for the hotel manager to send a few therapists to relieve your fatigue?" Upon finishing, a rather lewd smile crept across his lips. Ahem. Are the therapists you mentioned legitimate? Tian Guishan asked bashfully. Of course they're legitimate, President Tian. What are you thinking? Su Tsong replied with sudden seriousness. Tian Guishan, damn it, if they're legitimate, why do you look so lewd? You were just trying to make fun of me. Ha ha. Professor Chu and the others erupted in shameless laughter, casting glances at Tian Guishan as they departed. Tian Guishan wished he could find a crevice to burrow into, wishing for an escape from this embarrassment. President Tian, what are you waiting for? Shouldn't you be leaving? Su Tsong's face flushed crimson, suppressing his laughter for fear of retribution. Tian Guishan's face darkened like a piece of charcoal, and he said fiercely, Little Su, you better not give me any leverage. Just you wait. With that, he left in a huff. Su Tsong could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Song Ro, seeing him laugh until his stomach hurt, joined in the hearty laughter. Chapter 89. The Twin Sisters. After regaining his composure, Su Tsong summoned the hotel manager, and they conversed in the corridor. Mr. Su, how may I assist you? The hotel manager inquired. Su Tsong mysteriously inquired, Does your hotel have technicians? Are they professional or otherwise? The hotel manager immediately understood. Ahem, they are professional, Su Tsong replied. All right, I comprehend, the hotel manager said, preparing to make arrangements. Su Tsong paused, grasping the hotel manager's arm. What do you comprehend? Su Tsong exclaimed. I still need a few more. Your expression suggests you will surely find me the most unprofessional ones. How about two? I can assist you in locating the most beautiful students from the nearby art academy. I assure you they are entirely professional. The hotel manager wore a knowing expression, as if to say, I understand, man. Su Tsong, infuriated, kicked him and retorted, Are you trying to get me killed? Can't you see my girlfriend is waiting for me in the room? Am I that kind of person? The hotel manager, startled, quickly apologized. My apologies. It was inconsiderate of me. Shall we switch hotels instead? Su Gong Viplit? Is that what I meant? Well, it might not be a bad idea. Those art academy beauties are certainly enticing. Do you really have them? Su Tsong suddenly asked. I guarantee they exist. The hotel manager nearly swore. All right, here's the deal. I just had a group of friends with me, right? Su Tsong glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before continuing. The two beauties you mentioned. Arrange for them to meet someone named Tian Guishan and have the rest of my friends pair with professional technicians. Certainly professional. I'm not speaking in riddles. Do you understand? I understand clearly. Do your other friends prefer female technicians or male ones? The hotel manager had an inkling. Female, and, I reiterate, very professional ones. Are you clear? Su Tsong maintained a serious demeanor. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. The hotel manager comprehended fully. Go ahead. I will cover all expenses. We can settle everything upon checking out. Su Tsong waved his hand dismissively, sending the hotel manager on his way. Then, he could not help but chuckle heartily. When Tian Guishan encountered two stunning beauties, who were young enough to be his daughters, he wondered if he could bear to proceed. Given Su Tsong's understanding of Tian Guishan, he likely would not. The thought alone was particularly amusing. However, upon entering his room, he was met with Song Ro, adorned in a seductive dodgy costume, exuding allure. Your wish is my command, master, she said, bending gracefully, radiating irresistible charm. Su Tsong felt his blood racing. He was ready for anything. Thus, he mused poetically, On the moonlit night of the 24 bridges, where shall the beauties teach the flute? I shall shed my battle armor with you, warm within the hibiscus tent, as we embrace the spring night. The following afternoon, Su Tsong awoke to find Song Ro still asleep beside him, prompting memories of the previous night's escapades. As for who emerged victorious, such details were no longer significant. He quietly rose, freshened up, dressed, and descended to the floor where Tian Guishan resided. Curious about Tian Guishan's current state, he knocked on the door, which opened promptly. Su Tsong was startled. Tian Guishan appeared with dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly exhausted. Su Tsong, I'm going to get you. Tian Guishan declared, saving Su Gong, ready to unleash a flurry of blows. Tian Guishan was taken aback, exclaiming in anguish, What nonsense is this? Who have you brought me? Two such young individuals? Do you take me for beast? Su Tsong chuckled inwardly as he replied, I merely introduced you to two respectable ones. Respectable? Really? I inquired last night. And they are university students, one of whom is a campus beauty. Tian Guishan roared in anger. Isn't that a good thing? Su Tsong feigned innocence. Good heavens! They could be my daughters. What kind of immoral act are you implying I've committed? Tian Guishan was incensed. He glared fiercely, stating, How could I possibly sleep? We can meet, but I can't. Cough, cough, I'm certainly not Tang Song. Su Tsong could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. I knew you were doing this on purpose. I'll have it out with you. Tian Guishan, unable to bear such humiliation, was prepared to confront Su Tsong head-on. Suddenly, the two campus beauties emerged from the room, startled to find Su Tsong and Tian Guishan in a heated exchange. What are you two doing? They exclaimed. Su Tsong turned and gasped, Goodness, twins. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and with stunning figures, their youth was striking. He regretted not having made an excuse to leave last night and switch hotels. The hotel manager would surely scold him later. Why hadn't he mentioned the twins earlier? Ahem, you're awake, Tian Guishan said, his face flushing with embarrassment. Thank you, Uncle Tian, the twins replied politely. Wait a moment, when did you become so familiar? Su Tsong wondered, recalling that nothing had transpired last night. The relationship was quite clear, as they were wary of being misunderstood. Su Tsong was perplexed. The twins were quite promising in various respects, yet they had chosen this path. Is this truly your first time? He inquired. Absolutely, we swear it. The twins insisted earnestly. What are your names? Su Tsong asked, scrutinizing the twins. The elder sister had a beauty mark on her left eye, while the younger sister did not. How did you end up in this line of work? He probed further. It was introduced by a classmate. We had planned on coming, but they mentioned a payment of 40,000 yuan, and Bai Jingjing expressed a regret, they explained, being young and not pursuing the right path. You've encountered a kind person this time. What about next time? Su Tsong admonished sternly. Bai Jingjing was startled, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing her sister cry, Bai Jingjing stepped forward, exclaiming, Do you think we wanted this? My father's company went bankrupt, leaving us in debt. The creditors insisted we repay with ourselves, and we wanted to avoid humiliation, so we had no choice but to earn money ourselves. It's just that. You were once young ladies, still in school, and utterly inexperienced in earning money or quick profits, leading you down a misguided path, correct? Su Gong in does it? The twins nodded, tears streaming down their faces. Enough. Will crying solve anything? Save your strength to think of another solution, Su Tsong said as he prepared to leave, not anticipating that a mere jest would lead to such a troublesome situation. However, he had no intention of intervening, as it bore no relation to him. He did not know them. Wait, Mr. Su, please don't go. Bai Jingjing suddenly fell to her knees. Sister Bai Qingqing, though oblivious to her elder sister's motives, knelt down in unison. Su Tsong was momentarily taken aback and inquired, What are you doing? Mr. Su, please save us. I have heard that you are the foremost expert in uncovering hidden treasures in Kyoto. The warriors outside are here to protect you. You must possess remarkable abilities. Bai Jingjing lamented tearfully. Who told you that? Su Tsong replied, quickly forming a suspect in his mind as he cast a glance at Tian Guishan. Tian Guishan, indeed, appeared guilty, his gaze darting sideways. A torrent of exasperation surged within Su Tsong. This situation had escalated beyond control, akin to a fire at the city gates causing collateral damage. I heard it from Uncle Tian. Bai Jingjing cast a remorseful glance at Tian Guishan. Is it true that the vice president of the China Appraisal Association would betray me so easily? Su Tsong asked, his tone sharp. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Tian Guishan discreetly led Su Tsong aside and whispered, Isn't this inappropriate? You are young and have a promising future ahead. Su Tsong rolled his eyes and retorted, My future may be bright, but I cannot endure you digging such pits for me. Ahem. One life saved is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda, especially for such a charming beauty. Can you bear to turn a blind eye? Tian Guishan tempted. So, if I save her, I fulfill your desires? Su Tsong jested. What kind of talk is that? Am I some sort of beast? You save her, and the rest is your concern. I shall remain uninvolved. Tian Guishan also softened, wishing to be a good person to the end. What does your father do? Su Tsong continued his inquiry. He is involved in real estate development and investment, Bai Jingjing replied, demonstrating some knowledge of her family's affairs. One last question. Why did your father go bankrupt? Su Tsong fixed his gaze upon Bai Jingjing's eyes, forbidding any semblance of deceit, else he would rise and leave. Bai Jingjing understood that Su Tsong might be her last hope. She said, I am not entirely certain, but when I asked my mother, she mentioned it involved a gamble and that he was deceived by a scheme. Once again, a scheme. Human nature is indeed terrifying. Su Tsong reflected upon this, examining the enchanting twin sisters before him. They were undeniably bewitching. Any man would covet them, unless he were a eunuch. Yet, he already had a girlfriend, and dealing with twins posed a unique challenge. Mr. Su, I implore you, please save us. Bai Jingjing crawled to Su Tsong's side, her tearful eyes evoking deep sympathy. Her sister, Bai Qingqing, followed suit, mimicking her sister's actions. You may rise. Su Tsong's heart softened in the end. The twin sisters were momentarily stunned, believing Su Tsong was unwilling to assist and dared not move. Are you not listening to my words? Is there still a need for me to help you? Su Tsong clarified his intentions. Bai Jingjing's eyes brightened as she eagerly pulled her sister to her feet, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Su. Your immense kindness shall be repaid with our utmost devotion. You certainly must repay me. My assistance comes with conditions. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Su Tsong stated candidly, wishing to be transparent about his terms, and continued, however, I have yet to determine the specifics of those conditions. That is of no concern. As long as Mr. Su helps us, we will agree to anything. Bai Jingjing felt no aversion toward Su Tsong, but rather appreciated his forthrightness. Su Tsong nodded and instructed, you all go wash up and grab something to eat. When you have a moment, take me to meet your father. The twin sisters hurried to the restroom to tidy themselves. You lad, you are in for some good fortune, Tianguishan remarked enviously. It's all thanks to you. Su Tsong shot him a glare. What a situation this is, being ensnared by someone and still playing matchmaker. I truly am a great benefactor. Su Tsong glanced around, feeling quite pleased. He recalled a study he had seen online that suggested that gazing at beautiful women could add a few seconds to one's life. With these twins by his side, he was sure he could extend his life by several years. Upon arriving at the restaurant on the ground floor, Su Tsong and his companions were momentarily taken aback as they exited the elevator. The restaurant was bustling with noise and crowded, resembling a marketplace rather than a five-star hotel dining establishment. However, it all changed when Qiu Binglan shouted, Mr. Su, we are over here. The entire restaurant fell silent, all eyes turning towards Su Tsong, filled with fervor. Who else could be addressed as Mr. Su by the illustrious Qiu Binglan, except for the renowned bargain king of Kyoto? They were astonished to find Su Tsong so remarkably youthful. Previously, they had only heard his voice in live broadcasts, never having seen his face. Mr. Su, no need to be alarmed. These are museum directors who have come from across the nation. Qiu Binglan approached, accompanied by a throng of individuals. In a state of bewilderment, Professor Chu introduced, Little Su, I must present this gentleman. He is Director Yushan of the National Cultural Heritage Administration, the one who arranged for the military to protect you. Hello, Professor Yu. My name is Su Tsong. Su Tsong quickly regained his composure, recognizing the significance of this individual. Little Su is indeed quite young. It seems that talent emerges from each generation. Professor Yu expressed his fondness for Su Cong. The fact that Su Tsong had addressed him as Professor Yu instead of Director Yu made him feel a sense of warmth. Not at all. I simply have good fortune on my side, Su Tsong replied with modest confidence. After exchanging a few pleasantries, both felt an immediate rapport. Professor Chu continued with the introductions. This is Qi Haidong, the director of the Palace Museum. Wang Guqing, the director of the Northeast Palace Museum. Du Jinshan, the deputy director of the Palace Museum of Taiwan. Yu Xiuming, the director of the Kyoto Museum. The director of the Jinling Museum, and the director of the Shanghai Museum. All three major palace museums are represented here, along with directors from various local museums. This is truly an unprecedented gathering. Anyone lacking stature would not qualify to enter. Su Tsong was astonished, his hand growing weary from shaking hands with such prominent figures. Just when they concluded their interactions, Tianguishan approached with a few others. Little Su, this is Zhang Songlin, the president of the Huaxiao Appraisal Association, an expert from the Palace Museum, and also the owner of Yijiang Pavilion, Tianguishan said with a serious demeanor. Su Tsong understood that this man held considerable influence in the world of antique appraisal, and straightened up to greet him. President Zheng, I am Su Tsong. You can call me Little Su. Zheng Songlin smiled warmly. No need to be so tense. I am not a fearsome individual. I have heard much about you. You even took Zhangdiching as a student. Chapter 91, Unfortunate News. Su Tsong had watched Master Zhang, whose real name was Zhangdiching, with a wry smile, remarking on his own sense of embarrassment. I too am compelled by circumstances. Nothing much. The first achiever serves as a mentor. Zhang Daching made a most astute decision. Zheng Songlin, in fact, was quite amiable. You jest, President Zheng. I have much to learn, Su Tsong humbly replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Master Zhang respectfully addressed him. Student pays respects to the teacher. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you. Master Zhang replied. Ah, Xiao Zhang, there is no need for such formality. Let's interact as friends. Su Tsong took a casual approach. Master Zhang understood, but then turned his attention to the Bai Jingjing twins, inquiring. Might I ask which of you is the esteemed wife of the teacher? A fleeting look of panic crossed the faces of the Bai Jingjing sisters, leaving them at a loss. The crowd responded, Master Zhang, you truly are a bold one. They could be your daughters, yet you wish to address them as your wives. How audacious. Indeed, but it appears that these two young ladies possess remarkable beauty, someone remarked. Clearing his throat, Su Tsong quickly interjected, Oh no, you misunderstand. They are not your wives. Right. I thought so. The last esteemed wife did not seem to be either of these ladies, Master Zhang candidly stated. Xiao Zhang, please refrain from speaking. Su Tsong felt a bit flustered. Are you revealing my secrets? Haha, youth without romance is a missed opportunity. It is of no great consequence. Zheng Songlin, who was rather protective of Su Tsong, remarked. Following this exchange, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Everyone sat in rows, enjoying drinks and conversation, creating a delightful ambience. Su Tsong observed that there were no less than 30 or 40 directors present, each possessing remarkable prowess, leading him to conclude that there was no need to broadcast the auction event. However, he suddenly remembered that Song Roran had not come down, prompting him to make a phone call. Sister, where are you? Su Gong In Guit. My period has arrived. I'm experiencing cramping, and after your incessant coughing last night, I simply cannot come down, Song Roran replied, her cheeks flushed. Su Tsong rolled his eyes internally, thinking, and you blame me? Who was more reckless last night? Surely, you knew your period was imminent. Thankfully, I'm still young and healthy. All right, I shall have someone bring you a meal. You should rest well, he responded, not overly masculine in demeanor. Okay, you carry on. I shall sleep a little longer, Song Roran said, yearning for rest after an exhausting night. After hanging up, Su Tsong continued to socialize. At a nearby table sat the Bai Jingjing twins, who, not knowing anyone else, found themselves seated together. Sister, Mr. Su is quite impressive. At such a young age, he knows so many directors, Bai Jingjing expressed with admiration. Indeed, this reflects my discerning eye. Only Mr. Su can save our family. Bai Jingjing thought to herself, feeling a sense of satisfaction as the gathered crowd attested to Su Tsong's formidable capabilities. I have noticed that Mr. Su is rather handsome. How does he manage to be both wealthy and attractive? Bai Jingjing gushed, lost in admiration. Bai Jingjing, observing her sister's dreamy eyes, inquired, Little flirt, are you perhaps taken with Mr. Su? Is it so wrong if I am? Bai Jingjing retorted. Bai Jingjing momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Glancing at Su Tsong, her face flushed. After a brief hesitation, she said, Sister, don't forget that Master Zhang just mentioned that Mr. Su has a girlfriend. So what? At worst, I could become his lover. After all, what better way to repay him than to offer my body? Bai Jingjing replied playfully. Bai Jingjing was taken aback. She had not anticipated her sister's audacious thoughts. With a serious tone, she admonished, Qing, do not jest. How do you perceive Mr. Su? Bai Jingjing herself felt akin to a nightmare. At this moment, she suddenly found her sister's words to possess a certain logic, and perhaps they represented the only avenue available, as the world was indeed treacherous. Their beauty was both a virtue and a fatal flaw. What are you discussing? Su Tsong suddenly appeared behind the twin sisters, startling them. Bai Jingjing quickly replied, Nothing, Mr. Su. Do you require anything? Noticing their flushed faces, Su Tsong chose not to confront them and instead said, My girlfriend upstairs is feeling a bit unwell. Could you please bring her some delicacies? Certainly. Bai Jingjing was taken aback by Su Tsong's candid acknowledgement of his girlfriend. Here is the room card. You may collect the meals from the hotel manager, Su Tsong instructed. The twin sisters nodded and rose, heading toward the waiting hotel manager. After securing the meals, they ascended. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Su Tsong sought out Xia Shi. Observing Xia Shi's troubled demeanor, he inquired, What is the matter? Xia Shi pondered for a moment, gesturing to move aside, and thus they retreated to the corridor by the elevator. Mr. Su, the auction team has everything arranged, but the venue is somewhat problematic. Xia Shi expressed his frustration, explaining that since this was not Kyoto, but rather a branch in Jinling, many aspects required collaboration with other companies. What seems to be the issue? Su Tsong appeared unconcerned, thinking a delay of a couple of days would suffice. The general manager of a local company we frequently collaborate with committed suicide this morning. They manage several hotels and venues, and recently their company has encountered difficulties. They had promised to assist me regardless, but who could have foreseen such a twist? Xiaoshi lamented the unpredictability of life. Is there not another venue available? Su Tsong inquired. There is, but as soon as these local companies learned we were holding an auction, the venue fees skyrocketed, and they showed us no favor. Xiaoshi replied, visibly irate. Why is that? Su Tsong asked, puzzled. They believe you have not ingratiated yourself with them, having plundered Jinling's treasures while planning to auction them there, and they see no benefit for themselves, which breeds jealousy, Xiaoshi explained. Noting how the merchants in Jinling were notoriously averse to outsiders, Su Tsong felt exasperated. Was this still the era for such antics? Yet, he soon recalled the earlier discussion and queried, why are the companies we collaborate with willing to work with us? Aren't they afraid of retaliation? The company collaborating with us is already bankrupt due to their machinations. What more is there to fear? Xiaoshi answered candidly. Suddenly, Su Tsong felt something amiss and asked, what is the name of that bankrupt general manager? Su Tsong was taken aback, wondering if it were truly that coincidental. Does Bai Zhen have a pair of twin daughters? Su Tsong sought confirmation. Mr. Su, how do you know this? Xiaoshi asked in astonishment. Su Tsong intended to explain, but suddenly heard the elevator ding as the doors opened, revealing the twin sisters. He gestured. These are the twin daughters of Bai Zhen. Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the sisters were indeed as beautiful as celestial beings. It dawned on him why Bai Zhen had so unexpectedly taken the plunge. Upon exiting the elevator, the twin sisters spotted Su Tsong and heard his words. Bai Jingjing immediately inquired, Mr. Su, how do you know my father is Bai Zhen? Su Tsong glanced at Xiaoshi, then hesitantly replied, I just learned of it myself. Your father jumped this morning. Boom! This revelation struck the twin sisters like a thunderclap, causing them to faint and collapse to the ground. Chapter 92. The Beautiful Woman. Su Tsong was bewildered. Were the emotional responses of the twin sisters truly so uniform? It was understandable, though. Who could remain composed upon losing a father? He called the hotel manager and summoned several female attendants, securing a room for them. To prevent any mishaps, he also requested the manager to bring a doctor for an examination, and once assured of their well-being, he felt relieved. However, after the doctor concluded the examination, the twin sisters awakened and rushed to Su Tsong, embracing him and weeping uncontrollably. Su Tsong protested, I didn't initiate this. You must testify on my behalf. Xiaoshi envied him, being embraced by both sisters. No wonder the crowd outside was so relentless in their pursuit of the girl's father. Yet, despite all his calculations, he was still outmaneuvered. He exchanged a glance with the doctor, and they quietly exited to avoid interrupting their tender moment. Su Tsong, caught in a dilemma, could only endure the sisters' embrace as their tears soaked his shoulders. Yet he detected a faint, delicate fragrance reminiscent of that which lingered on Song Ro. He mused inwardly, confirming that the first impression was indeed lasting. After a while, Bai Jingjing looked at Su Tsong with tearful, fragile eyes and said, Mr. Su, I wish to see my father. Bai Jingjing nodded fervently, rendered speechless by her grief. Very well, but you must cease your tears, Su Tsong stipulated. All right. Bai Jingjing quickly wiped her tears and assisted her sister in doing the same. They managed to compose themselves, washing their faces in the restroom, emerging much improved. Su Tsong contacted the hotel manager to arrange for a vehicle. The security chief dispatched 2 plainclothes soldiers to accompany and protect them, while the rest remained at the hotel to safeguard the artifacts. Thus, Su Tsong left the hotel curator behind and departed with the twin sisters. In the car, the sisters attempted to reach their mother, but were unsuccessful. Ultimately, it was Su Tsong who enlisted Xiaoshi's connections to uncover that their father had already been taken to the funeral home, where a wake had been established. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the location, they found a group of men surrounding a captivatingly beautiful woman at the entrance of the wake. The woman, holding a pair of scissors against her throat, shouted, You despicable beasts, do not come any closer. One more step forward, and you shall receive nothing but my lifeless body. Her eyes blazed with fury, her sorrow palpable. Tang Yulian, I admonished you to cease this charade. Your husband has already passed away. By aligning with me, you shall not suffer, and I shall tenderly care for your twin daughters. A middle-aged man, with a lecherous gaze, advanced menacingly. If you dare to harm my daughters, I shall haunt you even in death. The beautiful woman retorted fiercely, I am most eager to witness whether you possess the courage to become a specter. The middle-aged man sneered, his hands reaching forward with ill intent. The beautiful woman, resolute in her resistance, brandished a pair of scissors, threatening to plunge them into her own neck. At that moment, Bai Jingjing, her daughter, burst in, exclaiming, "Mother, no!" Her sister, Bai Qingqing, followed suit. And seizing the moment of surprise, she forcefully shoved the middle-aged man aside. With a yelp, he fell to the ground, while his associates hurried to assist him. Bai Jingjing managed to restrain her mother's hand, preventing a tragic outcome. "Mother, what are you doing? Will you abandon us?" Bai Jingjing cried, tears streaming down her face. Tang Yulian, her expression tinged with remorse, replied, "I am sorry, Jingjing. It is not that I wish to cease living. It is these beasts who deny me that right. Do not fear, mother. We have encountered a benefactor who will aid us," her sister proclaimed. "A benefactor?" Tang Yulian questioned, her skepticism evident. "Yes, mother. A benefactor who has come with us," Bai Jingjing affirmed. Glancing towards Su Cong, Tang Yulian followed her gaze, observing Su Tsong, who was surveying her with astonishment. Despite appearing to be in her 40s, standing alongside the twin sisters, she resembled one of them. No wonder the twins were ethereal. Their beauty was evidently hereditary. Tang Yulian felt the warmth of Su Tsong's gaze, and a slight blush crept onto her cheeks, though the tumult of emotions earlier concealed it from notice. "Who is this impudent youth daring to gaze upon my woman?" The middle-aged man, regaining his composure, resumed his arrogant demeanor. Unperturbed, Tang Yulian was unsure of Su Tsong's identity and could only remain silent. The middle-aged man, incensed by their disregard, bellowed, "You insolent brat, do you not comprehend your place? Depart immediately, or you shall leave on a stretcher." Su Tsong cast a fleeting glance at the middle-aged man before addressing the beautiful woman. "Auntie, why are you alone here? What your relatives and friends?" As he spoke, he wished fervently to pierce the middle-aged man's neck with the scissors. Su Tsong glanced at the man once more and reassured Tang Yulian, "Annie, do not fret. Since your relatives cannot be here, let us three keep vigil for your husband together. With my presence, no one shall dare to mistreat you." His words resonated with conviction, as he genuinely felt angered by the oppression he witnessed. Yet the middle-aged man laughed mockingly. "You little brat, you are quite the performer. Do you know where this is? This is Jinling, where dragons coil and tigers lie in wait. Hurry and be gone." Su Tsong, with a cold smile, finally met the middle-aged man's gaze and retorted, "What if I refuse? I shall ensure you regret ever coming to Jinling." Upon finishing his words, the middle-aged man exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinates. They instantly understood and charged towards Su Tsong, ready to attack. Two young men unexpectedly appeared, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, swiftly incapacitating the four henchmen of the middle-aged man within mere seconds, as quick as lightning. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "What on earth is this? It feels as if I've kicked a steel plate." Yet Su Tsong merely smiled, recognizing the prowess of military personnel, efficient and direct, delivering blows that landed with precision. He mused to himself about the possibility of learning such skills. Tang Yulian and her two daughters observed the middle-aged man's bewilderment, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction and a temptation to join the fray. Su Tsong noted their expressions and approached the soldiers, whispering, "You too, guard the entrance. Ensure no one enters or exits." Initially taken aback, the soldiers complied without hesitation. Turning to the beautiful woman, Su Tsong inquired, "Annie, have you ever struck someone?" I haven't." Tang Yulian hesitated. However, Bai Jingjing quickly interjected, "You hit Dad." Tang Yulian shot her daughter a fierce glare, thinking to herself, "That's not hitting. That's affection. Children simply do not understand." "That's all right," Su Tsong reassured her, continuing, "Let us try having four take on one. Who shall we target?" Bai Qingqing seemed to grasp the situation, and Su Tsong pointed decisively, saying him, "Chapter 93. Is his charisma this powerful? What do you want? Don't come any closer." The middle-aged man stammered in panic, as the murderous intent from Tang Yulian and her daughters became palpable. Clutching a pair of scissors tightly, Tang Yulian exuded an air of menace. The man, paralyzed by fear, felt his legs weaken, desperate to flee yet unable to move. "Auntie, that one tea do." Su Tsong gently took the scissors from Tang Yulian's grasp, inadvertently brushing against her delicate hand. Internally, he marveled at its softness. Tang Yulian, feeling the touch, blushed slightly and replied, "All right," relinquishing the scissors with an inexplicable joy in her gaze, perhaps indicative of a mother's affection for her daughter's suitor. Su Tsong discarded the scissors, pivoted, and executed a flying kick that sent the middle-aged man sprawling. In his school days, he had often faced bullies, engaging in brawls where the key was to catch the opponent off guard and strike hard. Once the man was downed, Tang Yulian and her daughters, with fierce expressions, lunged at him, scratching with their nails and kicking with abandon. The trio of beauties, consumed by rage, revealed an untamed ferocity. Su Tsong quickly shielded his eyes, adhering to the principle of not witnessing the indecent. "Help! Stop, please! Don't hit me!" The middle-aged man cried out in agony, having long been drained by indulgence. He was powerless to resist, left with no choice but to endure the assault. The soldiers at the entrance, hearing the cries, turned to witness Tang Yulian and her daughters mercilessly beating the man, their faces filled with astonishment. Others from the funeral home, drawn by the commotion, considered approaching to observe. They were deterred by the soldiers' fierce glares, retreating hastily. They thought to themselves, "These two are formidable. Witnessing such a spectacle carries risks. Caution is advised." After approximately 5 minutes, the wails of the middle-aged man grew increasingly faint. Su Tsong stepped forward to restrain Tang Yulian and her 3 daughters, exclaiming, "Enough, enough! If you continue, you might just kill him." At this, the trio ceased their actions, their eyes lingering on the middle-aged man with a bruised visage, feeling a sense of satisfaction deep within. The man was not merely bruised. His face and arms bore scratches that oozed blood, presenting a rather alarming sight. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and take him to the emergency room," Su Tsong commanded, glancing at the 4 subordinates of the fallen man, who were struggling to lift him. "Wait. Inform your benefactors that it's merely a matter of a few debts. There's no need to escalate this. If any issues arise, you can come to me, Su Cong." With that, he waved them off dismissively. The man being carried showed clear signs of indignation, yet his voice was rendered mute, only able to emit incoherent sounds. Su Tsong stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap, showing no leniency. With a resounding crack, the man quieted, tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with grievance. The 4 subordinates hastily carried him away, eager to avoid any further violence. Tang Yulian and her daughters couldn't help but chuckle at the disheveled state of the middle-aged man. But as they turned to look at the memorial tablet, their laughter quickly turned to tears. Su Tsong, unsure what to say, stood by in silence until their sobs began to fade. He then lit 3 incense sticks in reverence. Tang Yulian and her daughters bowed in gratitude, and Su Tsong gently suggested, "Annie, why not wash your faces? I will keep watch here." Reluctantly, Tang Yulian was led away by her twin daughters. Once in the restroom, Tang Yulian could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Who exactly is this Mr. Su?" "He hails from the capital and is quite formidable," replied her younger daughter, Bai Qingqing, her eyes shining with admiration. "The soldier standing at the entrance is there to protect him." Tang Yulian appeared skeptical, glancing at her elder daughter, Bai Jingjing. The latter nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, Mr. Su is a significant figure. He knows many esteemed individuals. Just today at the hotel, he was surrounded by museum directors and heads of cultural heritage organizations, all of whom came specifically to meet him in Jinling." Tang Yulian found herself filled with awe for this remarkable young man, who seemed to embody the very essence of excellence. Pondering deeply, she began to wonder if certain truths should be revealed, recognizing that this young man was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. After a brief moment of contemplation, a crucial question sprang to her mind. "Jingjing, tell me honestly, how did you and your sister come to know Mr. Su?" The twin sisters froze, their expressions betraying a hint of guilt, and fell into silence. Bai Qingqing hesitated, contemplating whether to confess everything. However, Bai Jingjing quickly interjected, "We met Mr. Su while working as receptionists at the hotel. We wanted to earn some money to help pay off our father's debts, and that is how our paths crossed." She fabricated this story due to their mother's strict upbringing, which prohibited any deviation from the right path. In jest, the sisters had never even set foot in a nightclub. If Tang Yulian were to realize that they were selling themselves, she would surely be devastated, perhaps even following her deceased husband to the afterlife. "I have stated that you need not worry about the family's affairs, yet you persist in ignoring my words." Though Tang Yulian appeared to scold them, her heart was filled with compassion, thus she refrained from pursuing the matter further. Her sister, Bai Qingqing, was drenched in cold sweat, nearly betraying their secret, and she playfully stuck out her tongue at her sister. Su Tsong was rendered speechless. The 3 of them, devoid of any makeup, effortlessly outshone the entire entertainment industry. At first glance, they were as graceful as a startled swan. Upon closer inspection, they were breathtakingly beautiful, truly the stuff of countless men's dreams. "Mr. Su, do you no longer recognize us?" Tang Yulian had approached Su Tsong, yet he continued to gaze at them in astonishment. "No need, the 3 of us are sufficient." Tang Yulian dressed her twin daughters in mourning attire and then knelt to begin the vigil. Su Tsung felt somewhat awkward, as he was not technically a son-in-law and had no reason to remain. It was inappropriate to discuss other matters now. After all, the deceased should be honored, and such discussions could wait a few days. However, Tang Yulian called out to him, saying, "Mr. Su, wait a moment. If it is convenient, I would like to speak with you privately." Su Tsung was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. The two stepped out of the morning hall and found themselves beneath a towering sycamore tree, with no one in sight for several meters. An ideal setting for conversation. "Mr. Su, I have a request." Tang Yulian was straightforward. Su Tsung had mentally prepared himself and asked, "You aren't asking me to avenge your husband, are you?" "No. I wish to entrust my 2 daughters to your care," Tang Yulian replied slowly. Su Tsung was taken aback. Meeting for the first time, and she was already offering her daughters. Was my charm truly that compelling? What if I refuse? Su Tsung did not want to be put in a position of obligation. "Do not be so hasty in your refusal." Tang Yulian gazed up at the sycamore leaves, seemingly making an important decision, then continued. "For I possess a reason that you cannot turn down." "What is it?" Su Tsung found it difficult to conceive of any trump card she might hold. If there was one, it would only be her twin daughters, yet he doubted she would resort to such tactics. Tang Yulian sighed and said, "Surely my daughters have shared our family's circumstances with you. Do you truly believe my husband merely died from a failed gamble, pressured by others to take his own life?" With a self-deprecating smile, Tang Yulian added, "You are mistaken. There are countless women in this world. To those with wealth and power, what woman is beyond their reach? What do I my daughters signify?" Su Tsung pondered this, recognizing the age-old adage that beauty often invites misfortune, as many fall prey to being mere playthings. Why do they become such? Because men are fickle, lacking in appreciation, which leads to their tragic fates. But why is that? Su Tsung suddenly found himself intrigued. Tang Yulian glanced at him and inched closer, their proximity mere breaths apart. Su Tsung inhaled a delicate fragrance of camellias that was intoxicating. "What I am about to reveal is something that the local powers in Jinling covet dearly. Think carefully. If you feel unable to bear the weight of this knowledge, you may choose not to listen." After whispering, she exhaled softly. Su Tsung was momentarily dazed, his mind swirling, but fortunately, his composure held firm as he slowly replied, "Please, go on." What they desired was neither myself, nor my daughter, nor a wager, but rather a specific location. Tang Yulian said, holding her breath. "What location?" "Su Gong Yin Guit." After exhaling, Tang Yulian replied, "It is the site of a sunken ship." Boom! Su Tsung's mind exploded with this revelation. A sunken ship? It was indeed a sunken ship. Breathing rapidly, he fixed his gaze on Tang Yulian's beautiful eyes, noticing no hint of deception, and asked, "What kind of sunken ship?" Subsequently, he discreetly recorded the location of the ship, planning to retrieve it when he had sufficient strength. "Last week, my husband attended a gathering where he mentioned the burgeoning trend of discovering antiques online. In his inebriation, he inadvertently revealed the details of the sunken ship he had previously discovered, though he was cautious enough not to disclose the exact location. Unfortunately, a person with ulterior motives overheard him, leading to the current predicament. This was a classic case of trouble arising from careless words. Su Tsung felt a sense of melancholy as he grasped the situation's complexities. It was indeed the sunken ship that had caused this turmoil. Local forces in Jinling sought the sunken ship, using the pretext of a wager and leveraging the beauty of Tang Yulian and her daughter to extract the ship's location. However, Tang Yulian's husband, Baizhen, understood well that even if he divulged the ship's location, his wife and daughter would still be in grave danger. Thus, he chose to ensure that those who knew the location vanished entirely, leaping from a high building. He hoped his death would serve as a deterrent to the local powers, while simultaneously wishing they would adhere to the rules of the game, that a life lost absolves debts. Moreover, in his final moments, he chose to share the location of the sunken ship with his wife, hoping it would serve as a last resort for her and their daughter. However, he could never have anticipated that his wife's fierce character would lead her to withhold this vital information even at the cost of her life. As for why Baizhen did not immediately salvage the sunken ship upon discovering it, the reasoning is quite understandable. First, the costs of salvage are not insignificant. Second, although it was a sunken ship, who could say what valuables it might contain? Salvaging a sunken ship is akin to opening a blind box. At that time, Baizhen was still in the early stages of his career and could not afford to take such a gamble. If he borrowed money for the salvage and found nothing, it would leave him with no chance for redemption. "Why you choose to trust me?" Su Tsung said, having listened to the story and now needing to express himself. Tang Yulian fixed her gaze intently on Su Tsong's face, then took his hand and said, "You possess a strong sense of justice and fervor. The moment you struck, I knew you were a man of great stature." Su Tsong was somewhat at a loss for words. "Can I be just a boy? Andy, how do you know I'm a man? You haven't even tried." However, he couldn't help but notice how soft her hands were. "Andy, please speak the truth," he urged, still retaining some composure. "Very well, you little rascal. I've let you hold my hand, and yet you still question me?" Tang Yulian feigned annoyance as she withdrew her hand and continued, "My daughter has informed me of your background. Anyone who can associate with the director of the Cultural Relics Bureau is certainly no ordinary person. Moreover, your entourage includes military personnel, indicating your considerable capability. In Jinling, I have no other support. I can only stake everything on the location of the sunken ship in exchange for your protection of my daughter." The words were quite candid, and Su Tsong believed them. In a person's life, countless choices are, in essence, a gamble. "What about you?" Su Gong Sudenli Inguit. Tang Yulian was momentarily taken aback and retorted, "What do you mean? You focus solely on your daughter. Who will protect you?" Su Tsong stated earnestly. Tang Yulian had not contemplated that question, so she replied, "I don't mind, as long as my daughter is safe." "No, that's incorrect. I sense you look down upon me." Su Tsong remarked with a cold demeanor. "I do not. Dan Zulian Hatsti Denit. If you do not, then on what grounds do you believe I cannot protect you and your mother and daughter?" Su Tsong's words were quite domineering. A warmth surged within Tang Yulian. She had not anticipated such tenderness from the man before her, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Since I have chosen to gamble, why not go all in?" Su Tsong seemed to revel in the bravado. "Are you serious?" Tang Yulian couldn't help but ask. "Of course, I never shortchange others in business. Since you trust me, I will ensure the safety of the three of you." Su Tsong's confidence radiated. For a moment, Tang Yulian found herself captivated, suddenly pondering what identity she would assume if she and her daughter truly followed Su Kong's sisters. No, that would only flatter that little rascal. "Have you made up your mind?" Su Tsong sensed Tang Yulian was weighing her options. After a lengthy pause, Tang Yulian finally lifted her head, her furrowed brow relaxing, and slowly said, "Then I entrust this to you. Once I have laid my late husband to rest, we wish to leave Jinling as soon as possible." "No problem." "And the location of the sunken ship?" Su Tsong was equally resolute. He committed the information to memory, a growing excitement illuminating his face. Chapter 95. This young man is exceedingly clever. I hope I have not misjudged him. Tang Yulian found herself with no remaining cards to play. Su Tsong reigned in his excitement and said seriously, "Rest assured, as long as you genuinely follow me, I guarantee no one will dare to covet you again." Tang Yulian nodded, hesitating to speak further, though ultimately refraining. What she wished to inquire was whether he himself harbored any intentions toward her. She took note of this and turned to head to the morning hall. Su Tsong watched Tang Yulian's graceful figure, stirred by an unexpected impulse, and inwardly chastised himself for being a beast. She could very well be your mother. What were you thinking? Yet she was undeniably alluring. Ahem, shameless. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xiaoshi awaited in the lobby, asking, "How did it go?" "Well," Su Tsong replied. Xiaoshi noted this, and the two ascended in the elevator. He leaned over to kiss Song Ro's forehead, which caused her to awaken. 3 minutes later, Stop, stop, stop. I can't take it anymore. My lips are about to swell." Song Ro surrendered. Su Tsong chuckled, saying, "That's what you get for being disobedient." "Who is disobedient?" "Don't think I don't know where those two girls who brought you lunch at noon came from." Song Ro's keen senses were sharp. Su Tsong found himself momentarily speechless, but he remained unperturbed, declaring, "We are innocent. We did nothing." "Did I say you did something? Or do you want to do something?" Song Ro teased. Su Tsong thought, "Damn it, I should have feigned ignorance. The more I speak, the more I err." "All right, do whatever you wish. I won't stop you, but remember to be responsible towards others," Song Ro said softly. Su Tsong was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Song Ro as he inquired, "What has prompted your sudden generosity?" "I am not being generous. It is you who ought to take some action," Song Ro retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. She continued, "You are a man, and a remarkable one at that. It is a well-worn truth that wealth can corrupt men, though I shouldn't harbor such thoughts. All I can hope for is that you shall not grow weary of affection." A pang of guilt washed over Su Tsong. He had no desire to be a scoundrel. However, he felt compelled to provide a sanctuary for every woman, nay, every girl, who had been wronged. "Why are we discussing this? Rest assured, senior sister, I vow to treat everyone equally," he declared, raising his hand to the heavens. "Scoundrel," Song Ro chided with a playful smile. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Su Tsong planted a kiss on Song Ro and stepped out to find Xia accompanied by Professor Chu and Tian Guishan. Once they were seated, Su Tsong inquired, "What are the directors currently up to?" "They are rarely gathered together, engaged in discussions in the conference room. You need not concern yourself. They are enjoying themselves immensely." Professor Chu replied with a chuckle. "Indeed, these elderly gentlemen can boast quite impressively. They show no signs of waning," Tian Guishan added with a smirk. Xia, refraining from furthering the banter, asked, "Mr. Su, should we consult a local company in Jinling regarding the venue for the auction?" "No need," Su Tsong declined. He had already discerned the reason behind the exorbitant charges from the local firms. "These people are utterly shameless. I just visited the funeral home and witnessed several men bullying a woman to the point of driving her to contemplate suicide." The atmosphere shifted abruptly as the expressions of those present grew somber. They all understood the implications. After Su Tsong had exited, Xia had briefed Tian Guishan and the others on the situation. "Is everything all right?" Xia asked with concern. "All is well. I even gave that man a good thrashing. He is now in the emergency room," Su Tsong responded, a hint of pride in his tone. He quickly added, "But let us set that aside for now. Mr. Xia, we must postpone the auction for a few days." "Is it due to the venue?" Xia probed. "Not at all. I have just uncovered a truly astonishing secret." Su Tsong began to feign nonchalance. The others exchanged glances, intrigued by his theatricality. "What is it?" Tian Guishan leaned in eagerly. Su Tsong beckoned for them to draw closer and whispered, "I have learned of another sunken ship." "What?" Tian Guishan and the others exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. "Sure, do keep it down, as if you wish for the world to remain unaware." Su Tsong admonished with a sidelong glance. "Is it true?" Professor Chu pressed for confirmation. "More authentic than pearls. This is a secret guarded with lives," Su Tsong asserted firmly. Xia appeared to piece things together and asked, "Did Bai Zheng's wife inform you?" "Sure, I did not say that. That was merely your conjecture," Su Tsong replied, unwilling to reveal Tang Yulian. Xia understood and refrained from further inquiry. "What do you intend to do?" Tian Guishan asked, excitement brimming in his voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Tsong declared, "Naturally, we shall salvage it. To avoid prolonged delays, I will call immediately for the salvage vessel to return." "Can we invest in this venture?" Tian Guishan inquired eagerly. This information cost me 300 million. Can you afford such an expense?" Su Tsong jested, his tone lighthearted. At his words, Tian Guishan and the others appeared somewhat deflated. The endeavor of salvaging a sunken ship resembles the excitement of opening a blind box. Although previous recoveries have yielded priceless treasures, will this one prove to be equally bounteous? If not, the loss could amount to tens of millions. A burden too heavy for anyone to bear. "Are the three women you mentioned mother and twin daughters?" Tian Guishan inquired, bewildered. Su Tsong, stifling a laugh, nodded in affirmation. Professor Chu and Xia promptly gestured dismissively. In truth, the monetary aspect is not the primary concern. The real issue lies in the fact that the twins are exceedingly beautiful, embodying the allure that can lead to one's downfall. "I have not excluded my brothers from profit. It is merely that you chose not to participate," Su Tsong chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Tian Guishan and the others responded with incredulity. "This rascal is too much." Clearing his throat, Su Tsong redirected the conversation. "Now, regarding the sunken ship, I will contact the relevant parties immediately to expedite the salvage process." He continued, "As for the curators at the hotel, I would appreciate your assistance in delaying matters for a few days until the vessel is retrieved, after which we shall promptly conduct an auction. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we shall take care of it," Xia assured him. With Professor Chu and Tian Guishan nodding in agreement. "Let us commence," Su Tsong declared, brimming with enthusiasm as he rose to make a phone call. His first contact was Hua Min in Kyoto, as he needed her to issue orders for the salvage vessel to return. Chapter 96. No matter how skilled, one fears the kitchen knife. "You little rascal, when does your auction commence? I am eagerly awaiting the Qing glazed tea bowl for my tea." Hua Min complained. Su Tsong silently lamented, thinking her arrogance knew no bounds, and advised, "Sister Min, it will be soon, do not fret. Before the auction, I require your assistance." "You little rascal, I knew you had ulterior motives for contacting me." "Speak," Hua Min retorted, though she was still willing to oblige. A thrill coursed through Hua Min as she feigned impatience, saying, "Fine, fine, you little scamp, I will call right away." "Thank you, Sister Min," Su Tsong triumphantly acknowledged. "But do not rejoice too soon. Our relationship is one matter, yet the payment remains essential. This is a group resource, and despite my position as chairman, It cannot be given away for free, Huamin reminded him sternly. How much this time? Su Gong Yin Guit? Last time I offered a discount, but this time is different. Unless you call me good mother, I will not relent, Huamin teased. Su Tsong, however, refused, unable to utter those words. Is it so difficult to acknowledge me as your godmother? Would I cheat you? Huamin feigned anger. I do not wish to be labeled as someone who relies on others, Su Tsong asserted defiantly. Very well, you are remarkable, and I am honorable. If you wish to eat soft rice, so be it, Huamin replied, momentarily stifled. What are we salvaging this time? Is it the same as last time? She asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. I cannot say until the salvage is complete, Su Tsong replied candidly. All right, if it is indeed the same sunken ship as last time, the salvage fee starts at 20 million. If the scale is larger, it will fluctuate between 60 million and 100 million. Huamin disclosed the realistic salvage costs. Su Tsong was taken aback, realizing that the previous salvage fee of 3 million was not a mere discount, but a significant reduction. You little rascal, do not expect a bargain. If you seek someone else, it will cost you far more, Huamin cautioned Su Tsong with a warning. I comprehend your intentions. Please proceed with your call. Yet, one must indeed salvage. Su Tsong feels a pang of regret. Very well, I shall journey to Jinling tomorrow. I am eager to uncover the enchantment concealed within that sunken vessel. After Huamin concluded the call, he hung up. Gambling can indeed become an addiction. Su Tsong had once opened a blind box, relishing the exhilarating thrill akin to a roller coaster ride. Now, with knowledge of shipwreck, how could he possibly refrain from attempting to recover it? Although costs have escalated, should he face a total loss, a mere few million would amount to but a trifle. When the subject of money arose, he recalled that the engineering team, which had first divulged the location of the wreck, had yet to receive their payment. Consequently, he transferred the remaining 3 million to the bank account of Old Fan from the engineering team. This sum was intended for the purchase of a Qing Dynasty Sea Beast Grape Mirror, which had been priced at 7 million, of which 4 million had already been prepaid. Upon meticulous calculation, including the 3 million recovery fee and the local shipping company S50,000, he realized he had expended a total of 10,050,000. It is indeed a costly endeavor. However, Su Tsong reflected that with 4 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia and a pair of Celadon tea bowls in his possession, this sum of 10,050,000 seemed insignificant. Subsequently, he dialed the local shipping company's general manager, Wei Hongliang, regarding the labor fee of 50,000. Wei, beaming with joy, bowed and prepared eagerly for the task at hand. Once Su Tsong had completed his affairs, twilight descended upon the day. Song Ro, feeling considerably better, joined him for dinner. The restaurant buzzed with the same vibrancy as at noon, filled with lively chatter. Familiarity had settled among the patrons, and the atmosphere was one of unrestrained merriment. At that moment, the hotel manager hurriedly approached Su Tsong, exclaiming, Mr. Su, we have a situation. A group has arrived seeking you, and it appears they intend to cause trouble. Su Tsong's mind raced, and he surmised who it might be, inquiring, what exactly is the situation? I understand. The individual on the stretcher, wrapped in bandages, is someone I struck, Su Tsong stated with startling candor. The directors were taken aback, murmuring, goodness, this young man possesses quite the spirited temperament. What shall we do? The hotel manager replied, astonished. Let us descend and assess the situation. Su Tsong was unperturbed. These individuals merely sought retribution and financial compensation. Money, after all, can be dispensed. He descended the stairs, and the directors, losing their appetite, followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon entering the lobby, they indeed encountered a group of suited men, unmistakably thugs. In the center of the lobby lay a stretcher, upon which a moaning figure was swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy, causing hotel guests to cower in fear, rendering the establishment unable to function normally. Meanwhile, a man named Chui Guanghao sat on the sofa, sipping his drink. Without hesitation, Su Tsong approached the stretcher, scrutinizing the individual atop it. This action caused the suited thugs to grow tense, ready to converge. Song Ro, with authority, commanded, stay right where you are. Let us see who dares to move. With that, she summoned 2 armed soldiers from the hotel entrance. The soldiers' weapons gleamed ominously at the thugs, who suddenly found themselves at a loss, pondering their next move. Regardless of their martial prowess, they feared the threat posed by firearms. Su Tsong, undeterred, crouched down and grasped the bandages enveloping the mummy. The mummy's eyes widened in fear, and it struggled violently, gripped by terror. At this moment, Chui Guanghao could no longer contain himself and shouted, what do you intend to do? He He was on the verge of using foul language, but upon noticing the crowd, he refrained to maintain his genteel image, instead saying, "You have beaten my brother-in-law to this extent, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Do you not fear the law?" However, Chui Guanghao's words did nothing to deter Su Tsong, who directly tore away the bandages from the mummy's face, revealing the middle-aged man from the afternoon, which put him at ease. "If you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer today, you may find it difficult to leave Jinling." Anger surged within Chui Guanghao. In Jinling, no young upstart dared to be so brazen before him. "Law." Su Tsong advanced step by step towards Chui Guanghao, disdainfully uttering, "Why do you have to speak of the law?" Chui Guanghao felt stifled, instinctively taking a step back. "Su Gong Gong Din, is your law setting traps and gambling against Bai Zhan, then forcing others to leap from buildings? Is your law coercing Bai Zhan's family to repay debts when he can no longer pay? Is your law allowing your brother-in-law to humiliate Bai Zhan's widow after he has paid with his life? What kind of law is this? Or do you consider yourself so wealthy and powerful that you can place yourself above the law?" These four questions resonated loudly, echoing throughout the venue. Chui Guanghao's face turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. He was left speechless, instinctively denying, I never stop slandering. You are not just anyone. You're a beast, a savage." His fury overwhelmed him, and he no longer cared, venting his frustrations with an outburst. Chui Guanghao collapsed onto the sofa, utterly dumbfounded, completely unprepared for such public humiliation. He had never anticipated that someone in Jinling would dare to insult him so brazenly. Caught off guard, he was left at a loss. Well said, Song Ro, though unaware of the backstory, stood in support of Su Kong. Her exclamation prompted the crowd to erupt in applause, rallying behind Su Kong. Chui Guanghao's mind raced. He refused to be defeated by a mere young man and rose to counter. "Let us set aside whether your claims have evidence. Even if they do, who can verify they are not mere fabrications? As for your assault on my brother-in-law, I have both witnesses and surveillance footage as evidence." He had prepared thoroughly. The footage was from the surveillance cameras at the funeral home, and the witness was the middle-aged man as subordinate. "Do not divert the topic. I admit that I did strike him," Su Tsong readily confessed, then added, "However, it was this shameless beast who, in front of the funeral home, humiliated another's widow. I believe this will also be captured in the surveillance footage. Therefore, is it not justified for me to strike him?" Upon uttering the words, "not justified," Su Tsong suddenly shouted, startling not only Chui Guanghao, but also everyone present. "Do you think you have a reason to hit someone?" Chui Guanghao stammered in disbelief. "I will compensate. Is 1 million enough?" Su Tsong pressed on aggressively, continuing to shout, "If that is insufficient, I will pay 10 million for his life." "Do not be so arrogant." Chui Guanghao was incensed. "What of it? To treat someone like you with weakness is a crime against oneself." Su Tsong is not one to cower. Chui Guanghao, still in disbelief, vented his frustration with a furious roar. "Let me tell you, this matter is far from over. You think 10 million can silence me? Do you take me for a beggar?" He leaned closer to Su Tsong and whispered, moreover, "The trio of mother and daughters is not finished either. As long as they remain in Jinling, they will eventually be mine." To this, Su Tsong responded not with anger, but with laughter, turning around and bursting into a hearty laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Chui Guanghao felt humiliated. "What is your aim?" he asked in confusion. "Isn't it the location of that sunken ship you desire?" "You ought to know. I am aware." Su Tsong's words were startling. "Cui Guangao paused momentarily," his eyes flaring with rage as he retorted, "I knew that wretched woman would be in the know." Immediately, he clamped a hand over his mouth, realizing he had erred, for his words were tantamount to admitting his guilt, as Su Tsong had just recounted all his transgressions. Indeed, the onlookers were astounded, beginning to murmur among themselves. Truly, one cannot judge a beast by its appearance, nor can the depths of a sea be measured. The rivalries of the affluent can indeed lead to fatal consequences. I just recorded everything. I will expose this scoundrel. How terrifying. It is only now that I realize being an ordinary person has its merits. Ladies and gentlemen, I must inform you of something significant. This man is named Chui Guanghao. He and his cohorts have orchestrated a scheme, leading others' companies to bankruptcy, incurring insurmountable debts. When unable to repay, they coerced individuals to offer their wives and daughters as collateral. When one could no longer endure the humiliation, they took their own life. And this cad then went to the funeral to harass the widow, which I witnessed. Later, the widow disclosed to me that it was the location of the sunken ship that resulted in her family's ruin. Su Tsong recounted the events. Boom! This revelation struck like thunder, leaving the crowd in a daze. Especially Chui Guanghao, whose mind buzzed with disbelief, unable to accept the reality of what he had just heard. No, it cannot be. That wretched woman would never divulge the location to you. Chui Guanghao vehemently refused to believe it. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. Let us discuss the betting agreement with Bai Zhan. So how much do you still owe? Su Gong Yin Guit? Over 80 million. What? Are you planning to pay it off for him? Chui Guanghao asked with curiosity. Bring me the agreement, and the money will be transferred to you. As for the sunken ship's location, do not even think about pursuing it, for Aunt Tang has 2 warriors guarding it. Su Tsong indicated towards the 2 soldiers beside him. Weapons in hand. Chui Guanghao's face turned ashen. He was certainly not foolish enough to oppose the military. With a fierce glare, he retorted, "You are cunning. I will grant you the agreement, but remember to transfer the funds." After saying this, he summoned his female secretary, who had been watching the spectacle, and handed the betting agreement to Su Kong. Su Tsong took it and turned to present it to Song Ro, then quietly conversed with Xia Shi, who subsequently departed. Song Ro reviewed the betting agreement and the repayment records, confirming that they indeed owed 81.2 million, which she relayed to Su Kong. Su Tsong nodded and addressed Chui Guanghao. "I will transfer the money to you immediately. This matter will be concluded. Many witnesses are recording. Should you renege? I'm not afraid. Go ahead and try." With that, he called the bank and reported Chui Guanghao's account details. In less than 5 minutes, Chui Guanghao received a notification from the bank confirming the transaction. "All right, I have noted your presence. Just wait," he thought, clearly unwilling to concede. Su Tsong anticipated his reaction and chose to disregard him. "Who do you think you are to meddle?" Upon noticing the elderly man, Chui Guanghao felt an immediate sense of displeasure. Yushan interjected, "I am but a humble figure, merely the director of the National Cultural Heritage Administration." "How amusing. If you truly are the director, then perhaps you are merely the son of the director," Chui Guanghao retorted, his disbelief palpable. The director of the Palace Museum, Qi Donghai, grew incensed, exclaiming, "Are you a dog, biting at anyone in sight, utterly lacking in discernment? Who are you again?" Chui Guanghao queried. A wave of confusion washed over him. As he thought, something seems amiss. His face reflected skepticism, and though he initially intended to deny everything, he was met with a chorus of voices asserting their identities. "I am the director of the Northeast Palace Museum. I am the director of the Kyoto Museum. I am a director of the Museum of Magic City. I am the deputy director of the Palace Museum of Treasure Island." Chapter 98. Apologies, but the fish pond is already full. Chui Guanghao. Mummy, onlookers, goodness, how terrifying. So many directors and leaders. Who dares to provoke them? Yet, the question lingered. Why were they gathered together? Su Tsong, sensing the overly grandiose display, found it rather absurd and remarked, "All right, esteemed dignitaries, please spare me the theatrics. Do not frighten the poor fellow." Chui Guanghao, excuse me? Who are you calling foolish? He demanded, "Do not leave, stand your ground." Upon scrutinizing the situation, he realized it was the director of the Cultural Heritage Administration who had spoken, and he quickly amended his tone. My apologies, please take your time." The onlookers gasped in astonishment, realizing that this seemingly righteous young man possessed an unexpectedly formidable background. Yet, he did not wield his influence to intimidate. Rather, he maintained a rational discourse. What a commendable young man, they thought. With the payment processed and matters clarified, Su Tsong issued a polite dismissal. "Is there anything else you require?" Chui Guanghao hesitated, his resistance waning, and he awkwardly replied, "Since this was a misunderstanding and has been resolved, I assure you, it will be forgotten. I hope this leads to a cordial acquaintance. And perhaps I may invite you for tea next time." "Not necessary," Su Tsong responded curtly, displaying no intention of reconciling with Chui Guanghao. To consort with wolves is to invite retribution. Bai Zhan serves as a cautionary example. Defeated, Chui Guanghao dared not protest further and instructed his aides to carry him away on a stretcher. As they departed, thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Infuriated, Chui Guanghao hurled his phone out of the car window, glancing in Su Tsong's direction, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. He suddenly realized that Su Tsong was indeed not to be trifled with, including those who stood behind him. In the hotel lobby, Su Tsong refrained from making any grandiose remarks, urging everyone to disperse and return to their respective tasks. He and Song Ro waited in the lounge, having just instructed Xia Shi to fetch Tang Yulian and her daughters. Concerned that the revelation of the sunken ship's remains might provoke Chui Guanghao and his associates to take desperate measures, he decided it was prudent to bring them in for protection. At this moment, due to Su Tsong's recently assumed grand demeanor, he attracted the attention of several young ladies checking into the hotel, who approached him and the hotel staff, eager to exchange WeChat contacts. Surprisingly, Song Ro did not express any anger. Instead, she assisted in selecting the ones with the most appealing figures and beauty. Sutsong was left speechless and did not share his WeChat, but instead called out to the group of young ladies. "I apologize, but my pond is already full. Look, she is one among them." The ladies were promptly dissuaded, for Song Ro's figure and beauty eclipsed theirs in an instant. Furthermore, if Sutsong's pond were filled with such enchanting women, they would only feel more inferior by comparison. Consequently, they hastily departed, as lingering a moment longer would only lead to their humiliation. Indeed, shortly after their departure, Xiashi entered with Tang Yulian and her 3 daughters. Upon standing before Sutsong, the trio was overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. Their physiques, their beauty, their skin, no amount of technological enhancement costing hundreds of thousands could achieve such results. They felt utterly defeated, even on the verge of tears. Why, as women, were others so beautiful and youthful? Had they known Tang Yulian's age, they might have fainted in the restroom. Sutsong engaged in light conversation with Tang Yulian and her daughters before ushering them to a private dining room. He instructed the squad leader to station 2 soldiers at the suite's entrance, ensuring safety against any unforeseen incidents. Inside the suite, Sutsong recounted the events that had transpired in the lobby, noting that videos had already circulated online and even trended on social media. His resonating 4 questions brought Tang Yulian and her daughters to the brink of tears. "Little Su, thank you." Tang Yulian expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Su Gong not det in ak no wem den," accepting it without pretense. "Brother Su, you are so cool and handsome. I truly admire you," exclaimed the younger sister by Qing as she changed her address for him. "Zenini zikongvin su gong she zam." The elder sister, by Jingjing, shot her a disapproving glance and remarked, "You shouldn't be so informal. Mr. Su is our savior." "It's all right. We are actually of similar ages. When others call me Mr. Su, it's merely a formality. You need not be so formal. From now on, we are family, so addressing me as brother is perfectly fine." Sutsong, too, felt a sense of protectiveness. Bai Qing, with her innocent charm and delicate allure, was someone anyone would wish to protect. Indeed, let's heed little Su's words. "From now on, we are family, and you must listen to your elder brother," Tang Yulian remarked approvingly. Yet Bai Qing contested, "No, I refuse to be Brother Su's sister. He is not my brother. I want. What is it that you desire?" Bai Jingjing inquired teasingly, fully aware of her sister's intent. "Oh, it doesn't matter. He is not my brother, and I don't care," Bai Qing retorted, indignantly burying herself in their mother's embrace. All right. Regardless of the title, you must listen to little Su. Do whatever he instructs, understood?" Tang Yulian hastily concluded to avoid any awkwardness for Su Cong. Yet, he was not embarrassed. Rather, he began to relish this tender ambience. The trio before him, mother and daughters, were indeed natural beauties, capable of stirring the hearts of men merely by their presence. Such captivating women could indeed be both a blessing and a curse. "Little Su," Tang Yulian called softly. "Cough. What is the matter?" Sutsong fixed his gaze intently on Tang Yulian, only to realize he had been caught. "It's nothing. I just worry that revealing the sunken ship's remains might not be in your best interest." Tang Yulian expressed her concern. In other words, this had originally been her trump card, and now that it was disclosed, its potency had significantly diminished. Sutsong, understanding her thoughts, replied, "Auntie, it's quite all right. This sunken treasure is akin to a legendary manual that can incite chaos and bloodshed. If only one person knows its whereabouts, it becomes a precarious situation. Therefore, if everyone is aware and eager to salvage it, yet remains oblivious to its precise location, they will simply watch each other or spread false locations, inciting competition among themselves. This would render us safer, and we might even benefit from the ensuing turmoil." After pondering, Tang Yulian found his reasoning quite compelling. Had her late husband considered such a strategy, he might have avoided his fate. "Very well, you 3 shall remain here securely, and once we have settled Uncle Bai's affairs, I will ensure you leave Jinling with me," Sutsong stated solemnly. The 3 women nodded in agreement, saying, "You go attend to your matters." Sutsong acknowledged them with a nod and turned to leave, only to collide with Song Ro, who was entering with a multitude of bags. "So soon?" Sutsong inquired. "How long does it take to buy a few pieces of clothing? If not, just purchase them all and let them try at their leisure." Song Ro had ventured into a luxury boutique to procure outfits for Tang Yulian and her daughters. With that, Sutsong excused himself, leaving the affairs of women to them, as long as no quarrels ensued. Later that night, around 11, while engaging in conversation with several directors and curators. Su Tsung received a call from the captain of the salvage vessel. "Mr. Su, we are en route back. What is our next task?" The captain inquired. Su Tsung stood up and stepped into an empty corner, saying, "I will provide you with a coordinate for exploration. If you locate the sunken vessel, proceed to salvage it. You have done this once before, so you should know the drill." "Understood. We await your good news," the captain responded eagerly, as he was well aware of the generous tips Su Tsung dispensed. Chapter 99. A man remains a youth until death. With the salvage vessel in position, the weight of anxiety finally lifted from Su Tsung's heart. After exchanging a few words with the directors and curators, he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the suite of the enchanting Tang Yulian and her daughters, he was greeted by the sound of laughter, indicating that Song Ro had effortlessly bonded with them. He knocked, and entered to find 4 women seated in a row on the sofa, appearing as though they were sisters. This sight stirred a flurry of thoughts within him, prompting an internal admonition against such lewd musings. "Were you all discussing? What brings such joy?" he inquired. "Secrets among women are not for you to meddle in." Song Ro shot back with a playful glare. Tang Yulian and her daughters nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiment. "Very well, we shall converse tomorrow. It's quite late." "You should rest," Su Tsung suggested, though his curiosity was not particularly piqued. He gestured for Song Ro to leave. To his surprise, she shook her head, declaring, "I shall sleep here tonight. You may go upstairs." Su Tsung was taken aback. What extraordinary bond exists among women that they could so readily share a bed? It is said that you should be rivals in love, yet the harmony between you is somewhat unsettling. "Brother Su, please lend us Sister Song for just one evening. We shall return her by tomorrow." Sister Bai Qingqing pleaded. After speaking, she turned to leave, attempting to close the door behind her. However, just as she was about to shut it, she heard her sister Bai Qingqing ask Sister Song, "What kind of cheese do you and Brother Su prefer?" "What are you thinking, young one? Instead of learning proper manners, you come over here, and I shall whisper the answer to you." Song Ro playfully chided before embracing Bai Qingqing and murmuring in her ear. Su Tsung thought to himself, "Goodness, is this how women converse, filled with such audacious innuendos? I have yet to depart." Bang! He deliberately slammed the door shut, intending to intimidate the 4 women inside, reminding them not to go too far. Indeed, upon hearing the resounding thud of the door, all 4 women froze momentarily before erupting into shrieks. "Oh no, oh no, oh no. He hasn't left. He's eavesdropping." After their outburst, their faces flushed crimson, leaving them too embarrassed to meet each other's gaze. Su Tsung departed, took the elevator to the top-floor suite, and greeted the 2 guards stationed there before entering. He first took a shower, yet following that, sleep eluded him. Normally, if Song Ro were present, he would certainly have turned to the room filled with antiquities from sunken ships, where several large safes awaited him, their combinations known solely to him. Upon opening them one by one, he confirmed that everything remained intact. When his eyes fell upon the python robe, he pondered whether he should visit the antique market in Jinling tomorrow to gather some references and expedite the restoration of the robe. He then recalled the hotel manager and considered hiring a couple of professional masseurs for a shoulder massage to enhance his sleep. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off. Thus, a dream of spring transpired without a trace, for the vigor of youth is indeed boundless. The following day, Su Tsung awoke to find his makeshift tent resembling a Mongolian yurt, which left him rather speechless. After freshening up, he descended for breakfast, where he found Song Ro and the others already present, their bond seemingly more intimate than ever. Su Tsung felt this was quite agreeable. Should the need arise in the future, it would spare them any awkwardness. After breakfast, Song Ro and her companions were set to visit the morning hall, accompanied by 2 soldiers. Meanwhile, Su Tsung made a phone call to the captain of the salvage vessel, inquiring about their progress. "Mr. Su, we worked through the night, initially searching for some time without success, but by morning, we began to see some promising leads," the captain reported. "What seems to be the issue? Is the location inaccurate?" Su Tsung inquired, puzzled. "Not exactly. It's just that the river has widened considerably compared to a decade ago. The wreck's position remains unchanged, but the banks have shifted," the captain clarified. In other words, it was akin to seeking a sword lost on a boat. Su Tsung comprehended and continued. "So, have you pinpointed the current location?" "Indeed, we are currently surveying it, and the preliminary findings suggest that this wreck may be larger than the last," the captain stated honestly. "Excellent. Continue your work. Funding is not an issue. Inform me once you are ready to retrieve it from the water." Su Tsung felt a surge of excitement. A larger wreck meant an increased probability of treasures. "Very well. Once the second survey is concluded, we will present a salvage plan, with retrieval expected by tomorrow morning." The captain was exceptionally diligent, prepared to work through the night. All right, prioritize safety. It's no matter if it takes a bit longer, he said. Su Song was not in a hurry. Good things come to those who wait. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. We will complete the task on time, he added before ending the call. The captain, aware of Su Song's approachable demeanor and lack of pretentiousness, hung up without hesitation. Su Song understood and was not bothered. He turned and left, planning to explore the antique market in Jinling that day. He opted not to have the hotel arrange a car for him, instead hailing a taxi on the roadside, preferring to be discreet while hunting for treasures. As previously mentioned, Jinling has 3 notable antique markets: the Confucius Temple, Chaotian Palace, and Nani Back Street. The Confucius Temple is well known, while Chaotian Palace is on par with Panjiayuan, reputedly having the saying, in the north, there's Panjiayuan, in the south, there's Chaotian Palace. Nani Back Street, however, is the least famous, sounding more like a market for flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Upon entering the taxi, he instructed driver, "Take me to Chaotian Palace." The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, cheerfully responded, "Young man, are you also on the hunt for treasures?" Su Song was taken aback, wondering if he had revealed too much. "Haha, don't be shy, young lad. Who would want to strike it rich overnight? You've heard about the treasure-hunting king from Kyoto coming to Jinling, right? You want to join in the excitement?" The driver was quite talkative. "Master, you know about the treasure-hunting king from Kyoto?" Su Song was both surprised and relieved that he hadn't given himself away. Of course. Who doesn't he know? He has found so many valuable items. It's the real deal for overnight wealth. I've been watching his live streams, but unfortunately, he hasn't broadcasted these past few days. He is probably busy with that sunken ship affair. The driver was evidently a fan of Su Kong, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Song reflected that he indeed hadn't streamed lately due to a lack of time. He then inquired, "Master, has there been a large crowd at Chaotian Palace these past few days?" "Not just large, it's been absolutely packed. Chaotian Palace has never been this lively, with people crowding in hopes of encountering the treasure-hunting king from Kyoto. I earn several thousand every day just by picking up customers there." The driver was quite pleased with himself. Su Song was astonished. If he went there now, wouldn't it be akin to walking into a trap? Was it possible that he had inadvertently caused a surge in interest at Chaotian Palace? This wouldn't he do. He needed to negotiate an endorsement fee with them. "Ahem, driver. Let us change destination. I'd like to go to Nani Back Street instead." The driver did not ask further questions and simply remarked, "Nani Back Street is quite good too. It's a nice spot." As they conversed, the driver displayed a rather lewd grin. "What is there? Isn't it just an antique street? Sukong in quit, pu dao. Haha, true, it's an antique street. But we locals prefer Nani Back Street for treasure hunting because there are plenty of beautiful women there, gorgeous ones, in fact." The driver became increasingly animated as he spoke. This made Su Song recall a saying, "A man remains a boy until his death." Chapter 100, Truly High. Among men, the easiest topics of conversation revolve around other men. And thus, the driver talked animatedly about beautiful women throughout the journey. Time passed swiftly, and Su Song arrived at Nani Back Street. This area was named as such because it lies opposite the Jinling Academy of Art. Suddenly, he remembered that the twin sisters were from that very school. He cast his gaze across the street, and indeed, a multitude of stunning beauties passed by, their porcelain skin dazzling enough to blind the unsuspecting. It was at that moment that Su Song began to believe the driver's claims were not mere exaggerations. They were indeed true. Suddenly, a striking young woman approached him. "Hey, handsome student, why not come play in the back street? I'm from the art school, and since you look so charming, I could keep you company and show you around." She greeted him with an inviting smile. In the past, Su Song would have readily accepted without a second thought. However, upon seeing his indifferent expression, the young woman hesitated and ultimately withdrew. Yet, as one left, another arrived, and soon several others followed. Not wishing to be entangled, Su Song swiftly turned and dashed into the alleys of South Arts, narrowly escaping the onslaught. He pondered to himself, "Even a master at Chicken Crow Temple did not foretell a romantic encounter for me. Why then is there a surge of admirers today?" Shaking his head, he surveyed the street, bustling with vendors, more grounded than the Confucius Temple. The crowd was indeed substantial. It remained unclear whether they were there to admire the beauties or to indulge in shopping. Wandering alone, Su Song refrained from live streaming, fearing the exposure of his location, especially since Song Ro had not accompanied him. After perusing several stalls, he found no treasures of great value, though some genuine items were present, albeit not particularly precious. Counterfeit goods were abundant, and drawing from his previous experience of collecting, he endeavored to amass a specific category. Last time, he focused on counterfeit currency. This time, He aimed for ancient texts and paintings, remaining open to other finds as well. After some effort, he quickly gathered over a dozen pieces of calligraphy and ancient books without haggling over prices. Finding a secluded corner, he opened the system. Ding! 8 counterfeit paintings and 4 fake ancient texts detected for collection. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Collection successful. Progress. 13:12. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the collection of fake ancient texts and paintings. Would you like to claim your reward? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a collection reward, 2 restoration vouchers, which can be used at your discretion. They have been added to your inventory. Sutsong was momentarily taken aback. What on earth are these restoration vouchers? Upon checking his inventory, he discovered 2 vouchers, resembling repair tickets, but silver instead of black. The description read, "These vouchers can restore any fragment of antiquity to its pristine condition, free from any blemishes. Its value will not diminish, and the restoration process will take 16 hours. Each voucher is single-use and irrevocable." Sutsong was left speechless. This was indeed far more remarkable than a mere repair ticket. The ability to restore a fragment into a complete object was akin to a miraculous rebirth. To illustrate further, if one were to unwittingly find a shard of a porcelain vase and utilized a restoration voucher, in 16 hours, one would possess an immaculate vase. Pondering the implications, Sutsong recalled the ceremonial robe. What if he were to take a piece from it and use a restoration voucher? Would he not end up with a brand new robe? If successful, with 10 vouchers at his disposal, would he not then possess 10 exquisite new robes? In the realm of endless copying and pasting, one wonders what remains to be salvaged, as if one were to shear every last fiber of wool. Yet, the system's knowledge remains elusive. Ding! Supplementary explanation regarding the restoration voucher. The voucher is exclusively designed to restore a singular remnant. Should the host possess more than 10 original objects or fragments, restoration will not be possible. Thus, the host should refrain from attempting to exploit loopholes. One could not help but exclaim, was this an addition made in haste? Sutsong remarked with a roll of his eyes. The implication of this supplementary note is that if one possesses half a piece of a python robe, the restoration voucher becomes inapplicable. Nonetheless, it is still a precious item. However, as the python robe is rendered useless, one must continue to collect other illustrations in hopes of acquiring a repair voucher. Soon, Sutsong ventured back into the streets, seeking a target, and arrived at a stall selling exquisite jewelry in agate. Compared to other stalls, this one attracted a considerable number of customers, albeit curiously. They were predominantly pairs of men and women. The men were mostly middle-aged, in their 30s or 40s, with a scant few youthful faces among them. In stark contrast, the women shared a striking resemblance, with fair skin, beauty, and long legs, dressed in increasingly revealing attire. The allure of their figures was enough to ensnare the gaze of the men. Sutsong, observing the youthful countenance of one, mused whether they were all students from an art school. "Jejij, this agate is rather appealing. Let us buy one for my sister," exclaimed a bespectacled girl with cascading long hair and a prominent figure. The man, a 30-something with a middle part, relished her endearing tone and replied slowly, "If you find it beautiful, then let us inquire about the price." The man, aptly named Gij, certainly possessed charm. The bespectacled girl complimented him and turned to the stall owner, inquiring about the agate, which appeared both large and radiant. Upon her question, both Sutsong and the man fell silent. Sutsong pondered whether the bespectacled girl was naive or simply ignorant of the customary practices. Asking for a price so openly was evidently a path to being overcharged. The man remained mute, solely due to the exorbitant price. The agate was indeed attractive, yet it was far from genuine. Even at a price of 80,000, it would merely be an artisan piece. "Gij, look at this agate. It's indeed large and brilliant. 8,000 is not overly expensive." The bespectacled girl leaned slightly forward, exposing her captivating form. The man, utterly entranced, echoed, "Not expensive at all. Let us buy it." Gij truly had a way about him, and it was hoped that he would also demonstrate such prowess later in the evening as the bespectacled girl leaned on him, playfully. Seizing the opportunity, the man relished a moment of satisfaction within. The stall owner, perceptive and quick-witted, promptly packaged the agate for the bespectacled girl while extending a QR code for the man to scan. Lost in his moment of delight, the man scarcely considered the implications and scanned the code with his phone. Just like that, 8,000 was gone. Sutsong, witnessing the scene, was left astonished. Was this truly permissible? A glance at the others revealed a similar fate, all victims of the same scheme. Suddenly, he began to grasp the reality. These fair-skinned, Beautiful women were all likely hired accomplices, utterly irresistible to the man. What a clever ruse it was. He felt fortunate that prior to entering, he had declined the company of those enchanting women. Otherwise, he too might have fallen prey to their deceptive allure. Su Tsong hastily switched to another vendor, for such matters were beyond his concern, and he harbored no desire to intervene. After all, it was a case of mutual consent between the willing and the willing to endure. Just as he turned to depart, a young man suddenly rushed forward, reaching out towards the bespectacled girl who had just purchased agate and delivered a resounding slap. The impact seemed to suspend time itself, leaving all onlookers in a state of bewilderment.